Volume 4. Chapter 301, Going Crazy. Chapter 301, Going Crazy. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. The entire uproaring scene suddenly seemed to be distant as the sound disappeared. 1,000 sets of mechanic weapon, that was a total of 16 billion. That was a godlike number. It could buy the entire Corvus constellation, could unify the entire Lupus constellation, could buy over 1,000 of Northern Skygrade Silver Star treasures, and he could give Old Man Fei over 50 gold-ranked treasures for his laboratory. Tang Tian almost smacked his own head. Was he going nuts? He was actually thinking of getting Old Man Fei 16 billion star coins worth of treasures? Okay, Tang Tian really felt as if he was going nuts, but he was wrong. He was being struck by the number of 16 billion. Heavens have taken pity on me. When has a poor kid Eve seen 16 billion? After thinking about his recently earned 1.5 billion, was already extremely satisfied. It made him very happy. A tyrant, definitely a tyrant. Tang Tian was undergoing a self-inspection, for he knew that heaven would not give out free biscuits. What nonsense are you thinking of doing? Tang Tian's tone sent a cautionary message. Witnessing old most profiteering glib tongue previously, he was full of caution against the old man. Mo Tian glanced at fat elderly who was proud of his own success, and smiled a bitter smile. The world is in turmoil, and no one can escape it. The Mo family is just a small boat on the big wave, and needs to hang on to a big power. Bullshit. Even through the mask, Tang Tian's gaze was extremely clear. What big power am I? Even if you hang on to a big power, you cannot hang on to my body. Young master is underestimating yourself. Mo Tian smiled, and said softly, young master is someone who is able to flip the world upside down with one hand. Lupus constellation will only be the back garden of young master in the future. Although they are slightly poor, the Lupus race are a gifted pack of people. With young master dominating them, there won't be a problem. I hate it when people lie to me. Tang Tian was annoyed. Sounding unfriendly, he said, don't beat around the bush. Mo Tian wiped the sweat on his forehead. Even if he was eloquent, he was most afraid to meet someone unreasonable. He had witnessed Tang Tian's viciousness. Once he heard the frustration from Tang Tian's tone of voice, he knew something bad was going to happen. He quickly added on, Master, don't be angry. Actually, I'm thinking of sending a batch of people to the training camp. A batch? Roughly about 400 to 500 of them. Mo Tian said. Are you also thinking of having an army of mechanic martial artists? Tang Tian clarified. Mo Tian replied, what choice do I have? The Mo family can't get a true expert, and so we can only rely on numbers. During troubled times like these, if I don't have something to depend on for self-protection, then the Mo family would perish. Tang Tian then saw the light. He did not understand why these men said the end of the world was coming, but then he changed his mind and thought the end of the world had nothing to do with him. His target was to get to Southern Cross Constellation to find Xian Hui. That shouldn't be a problem. Tang Tian pondered, head to Three Spirit City and find the instructor of the training camp. He'll negotiate the price. Tang Tian was extremely clear of his own capabilities. He was good at playing fierce, mean, and had all the tricks hidden in his sleeves. Just like the 1.5 billion, it was a huge sum, but the essence of it was through extortion and blackmail. But personally witnessing Mo Tian's treachery, Tang Tian felt that he should let Bing, who was equally treacherous, handle him. Mo Tian felt that it was strange. To be involved in such huge amount of wealth, Tang Tian was actually not handling it personally, and instead, he made him go all the way to find his subordinate to discuss the matter. There were two possibilities. 1. The chief instructor of the training camp was a core member. Or, the 16 billion was not a huge sum of money in Tang Tian's eyes. He immediately eliminated that thought. For him to personally go down to Mo family to sell materials for 5 billion, his wealth should not be huge. Mo Tian's thoughts were suddenly clear. Suddenly, he realized all the words he said before were the best choice of phrasing. The Mo family was Tang Tian's best ally. Tang Tian had splendid mechanical techniques and had absolutely no interest in those mediocre mechanics. That was exactly what Mo family needed. Tang Tian's finances might not be great, but the Mo family had money. More importantly, Tang Tian was not only a Heaven Road List martial artist, he had 2 Heaven Road List martial artists as his subordinates. Plus, he had an army. Although Tang Tian might see this situation as bad, but since this rascal actually had the mood to come all the way to Yong'an City, he must be confident. If Tang Tian could break out from this situation, then he would become the limelight of the world. Tang Tian was so young, he would be successful in the future. This was, after all, a world that crowned the strongest. The strongest martial artist had a true access to the earth. All the wealth, powers, and prestige all revolved around the strongest. Tang Tian looked as though he was in a difficult situation, but looking at the progress he made, Moa Tian was shocked. Just exactly how much can this boy grow? Usually, Moa Tian would find himself having good foresight, but currently, he could not make a prediction. Currently, the powers Tang Tian possessed might not be the best in Southern Sky, but there was no doubt that he would rise to the peak in the Southern Sky ranks. From his capabilities, Northern Sky's 19 continents, he could be a small tyrant and that would not be an issue. Others might even query if the Southern Cross Constellation's holy treasure was truly in Tang Tian's hands, but Moa Tian knew that they definitely weren't just rumors. Silei's mechanical spirit weapons were made with a great deal of Southern Cross Constellation mechanics techniques. After sorting it all out, Moa Tian then suddenly saw the light. Tang Tian had so many bargaining chips to play with. Seeing Moa Tian being quiet for so long, Tang Tian sensed something was off. Is there a problem? Being quick-witted, Moa Tian added on quickly, I was too engrossed. Oh yes, Master, is there any new works from Master Silei? Tang Tian shook his head, I won't know about that. She's there at 3 Spirit City. Silei was busy building a bronze base and Tang Tian himself was also piled with work. Moa Tian nodded, once this ends, I'll head over. He intended to head over to 3 Spirit City personally. This was very important to the Mo family. Fat Elderly was surrounded by a group of people. Everybody understood that creation of the Yong'an army would be the top priority. The future of Yong'an City, there was not a speck of doubt where Yong'an army stood. It was something each family needed to think, proving themselves, so they deserved the position. But, the fatty had his ways. Within half an hour, he got out of the crowd. Looking at the conversation between Tang Tian and Moa Tian, he sat on his butt and smiled bitterly, you two are sure casual. I have been sweating like nobody's business. When the city lord makes a request, all the heroes gather. Moa Tian complimented. Tang Tian had devoured all 10 pork hocks. There was no more space in his stomach. He could only sip on refreshing lime juice as he lazed around. Seeing Fatty Lee seated beside Tang Tian's table, all those in the clumsy crowd stopped themselves. Everybody looked at Tang Tian and looked uncomfortable. That bloody mask looked as though he could engulf everyone anytime. That beast was still reeking of a ferocious stench even after he had his fill. Fatty Lee was not bothered by it at all. Into his mouth, he stuffed a slice of cake before he wiped his mouth. The army will not be easy to build. It has only been this long, and I'm already burned out. That Tang Tian, whoever he is so lucky. He has such great subordinates. Moa Tian did not even look at Tang Tian. Chuckling, he continued, as a prestigious city lord, if you open your mouth, what kind of men can't you summon? Fatty Lee pushed a few money cards and said to Tang Tian, he is still smart and has a few money cards prepared. Bro Xing shouldn't be so calculative. The young miss from his house is not too bad. She is quite smart. Would bro be interested? To be able to create a connection with younger bro, TSK, too bad I don't have a daughter. I'll keep the money cards. I'll kindly reject the young miss. Tang Tian said lazily. He was just too full. I think so too. Fatty Lee was not surprised. When you have such a pretty lady like Miss Bell, why would such a mediocre lady catch bro's eyes? Just at the point, an anxious subordinate ran in. This man was donned in a sturdy armor. His face covered in dust. It was obvious he had come a long way. Silence fell. Everybody recognized that something had happened. And the elderly beside the city lord knew this man. He was the Onyx Soul Horse subordinate of the city master. What kind of news would actually need him to report personally? Fatty Lee had just raised his utensils when his face turned solemn and he placed the utensils back down. The man rushed to Fatty Lee. Looking agitated, he reported, Master, the latest news of Lupus Constellation. Tang Tian straightened his back subconsciously. Fatty Lee's eyes lit up as he ordered, speak. Wu Taiyu and Huai Bai Hua are dead. Fatty Lee was shocked. Immediately, he reacted as he looked slightly agitated. Who? Who intersected? Nobody, it was Tang Tian's people. This Onyx Soul Horse was slightly emotional too. At dawn, Crane suddenly appeared in Wu Taiyu's camp and asked for a spar. Wu Taiyu agreed. The battle was extreme. In the end, Wu Taiying was chopped by Crane's sword. There were many martial artists who witnessed this. Although Ling Su's situation and location is unclear now, Huai Bai Hua and his disciple, Huayang, were all killed by Ling Su's spear. Tang Tian stared in bewilderment. Little Crane and Little Su were so aggressive. He had just left for a few days only? Were they high or something? Fatty Lee was in disbelief. After a pause, he suddenly laughed, ha ha ha. Too ru hai. Too ru hai. You would never have thought that Tang Tian is this vicious. Interesting. Originally what was the weakest, is actually so strong. Things have taken a turn. Mo Tian stared at Tang Tian in shock. He knew Tang Tian's subordinates consist of 2 Heaven's Road list martial artists, but he never thought the two were so ferocious. He had always been observing this battle. In his head, he had a thought. Everybody was going to go crazy. Mo Tian was not wrong. Although it was a battle that took place in a secluded area, but these 2 battles had caused an uproar. Everyone knew that no matter what ending these battles had, it would definitely bring a chain reaction. But in everybody's guesses, they were all revolving around the top 3. Nobody would have expected a puny character like Tang Tian to have elicited this chain effect. Instead of following their predictions, he changed the game totally. In everybody's eyes, Tang Tian was merely a domino tile. The first domino tile had fallen, but it was in a direction no one had thought. A small character that was overlooked by everyone had completely stirred shit up in this situation. Where was this game heading to? No one knew. Everyone was going crazy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 302, Preparing for War. Chapter 302, Preparing for War. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. It was the season of peach blossoms, and the entire garden was extremely beautiful. Sima Xiao was accompanying his mother, enjoying the flowers in the garden. He was currently in a high position of the family, so his mother's village had become much better. Oh, if you are busy, then you don't have to accompany me. The elderly lady chided, I am living well here, there are no troubles here, don't worry. Xiao, you can accompany me just fine. I hardly get the chance to come back, and have always been outside all these years, and never had the chance to take care of mother. Sima Xiao said respectfully, the usual mischievous smiling face was gone, and only the warmth smile was left on his face. My bones are still robust and healthy. Although the elderly lady said that, she was still feeling happy. The weather is good today, the flowers are also blossoming well. Xiaoyu, go take a pot of wine, I want to drink a bit. A young attendant girl immediately complied, and went to take the wine. Sima Xiao did not stop her. When he was young, to raise him, she had accumulated a cold poison, which required the warmth of the wine to keep her body, qi, and blood warm. Seeing his mother's old face, Sima Xiao's heart turned bitter. He helped his mother cover the blanket on her knees. The spring chill is in the air, and is rather strong this year, mother must be more aware. The elderly lady was well aware of the concern of her son. She suddenly said, I heard that recently many of the branches came to find you? Yes, demand for your son has risen. Sima Xiao did not hide anything from his mother, and said blatantly. The elderly lady sat upright, her face becoming more solemn. Since you were young, you have had your own strong views, and a tough temper. I never asked about your matters. But Shower, what happened that year that wronged the both of us, is a thing of the past. Just let it go already. Sima Xiao replied softly, mother's words are saying that below the heavens, the Sima cannot be. I will not court death with them. Also, your son will be in charge of the inner family and will require helpers. That's the way, that's the way. The elderly lady nodded her head. She immediately felt that her words did not make sense, and made fun of herself. You see us mother and son, it's as if you are already the patriarch. Just at this time, Xiaoyu had sent up the wine. Sima Xiao helped the elderly lady pour the wine, and said calmly, if your son wants to be, he naturally will be. Hearing those words, the elderly lady looked at her son. Although he did not change much from the past few years, although there was still the warmth and nice smile, but deep in the starry pupils of his, was yet another layer of mystery, that was carved out of the years of bitterness and hardship. Her heart instantly felt pride, and she smiled, that's my son. The elderly lady coughed, then waved her hand, go, I'll cough a while and it'll be gone. Then your son will go and be busy. Sima Xiao waved goodbye to the elderly lady. Leaving the courtyard, the warm smile immediately disappeared, and the gaze in his eyes was ice cold. The first and second branch had sent people to plead. Zhou Jun said indifferently, they had suffered the previous time, and this time they had combined all their powers, to attack Lacerta Valley. Sima Xiao had regained his mischievous look, and asked while giggling, how was the fight? They met a quasi-fist saint. Zhou Jun glanced at Sima Xiao, and said, they were all wiped out. I never thought that the Lacerta constellation would have such a terrifying martial artist. Sima Xiao showed a surprised look. Zhou Jun kept calm. He had seen the report on the quasi-fist saint that was residing in Lacerta Valley, and he looked towards Sima Xiao. Why did they attack the valley? How do I know? Sima Xiao waved his hand and showed a lazy look, but he could not avoid his senior brother's gaze, which was as sharp as a sword, and he laughed. I heard that there was a beauty at Lacerta Valley, and those cousins of mine are of romance. Maybe they had met her accidentally. Maybe the quasi-fist saint has some connection with the beauty. Oh, then their luck must have been bad. Xiao Zhijun finally understood. He was extremely clear of his junior brother's character. Hooking a ring on another ring needed some technique, so the true technique was the real move. What a coincidence! What if, maybe, everything was orchestrated by his junior brother? The first branch and second branch were gone. His junior brother's character would definitely not give them any chance. Any prey that was eyed by his junior brother would never ever live to tell the tale, other than. Thinking about the report he received earlier, Xiao Zhijun suddenly felt good, and his pale face suddenly had a slight smile. Oh right, Wu Taiyu and Huai Baihua are dead. Sima Xiao smiled. Now which expert did that? The one who killed Wu Taiyu was called Crane, and the one who killed Huai Baihua was called Ling Su, but. Xiao Zhijun looked at his junior apprentice brother with an interested look. Sima Xiao's face froze, and he asked, Tang Tian's people? That's right. Xiao Zhijun exposed a smile. Seeing his senior brother smile, Sima Xiao was angered, and he snorted, I want to see the report on their corpses. Sima Xiao's face congealed. He had finished reading the report. The fight between Crane and Wu Taiyu was extremely detailed, but there were barely any details regarding Ling Su and Huai Baihua's fight. Crane did not sneak attack, but openly sought out Wu Taiyu and killed him. Although Wu Taiyu was strong, in Sima Xiao's eyes, he was not considered a true expert. If he wanted to kill Wu Taiyu, it would be very easy for him. The Sima family had those clan elders who were extremely powerful. But, to actually be killed during a trial of combat. Crane, this foreign name, Sima Xiao had very little knowledge on him. Only that he was the subordinate of Tang Tian, and came from a small sect. Ling Su, he knew even less. The Crane sword, he did not even unsheath it. Xiao Zhijun's expression congealed, but it is definitely not inferior to the Earthen Bear Wave, I have already checked. Heavenly Crane constellation does not have such a star treasure, but people had checked before. The ancestor of the Crane sect had a sword by his waist, and it is similar to the sword in Crane's hand. There is too little information on Ling Su, just that he trains in the spear. It was the first time for Sima Xiao to be taken aback. It had been a long time since he had this feeling of being lost. He began to have a strong interest in Tang Tian to go and consolidate all the information regarding Tang Tian. This fellow is not simple. Then what do you plan to do with Lupus constellation? Didn't Huai Baihua die too? Sima Xiao regained back his composure and laughed. Onyx Soul ain't like us, they don't speak well. Let them fight and test Tang Tian and his group. Sounds good. Xiao Zhijun nodded. He glanced at his junior brother. He was currently reading the report in his hand carefully, his focus extremely sharp. Junior brother had not been this excited for a very long time. Meng Wei was still on the road, and was collecting reports. The 6 of them were seated around a table, all of them with ugly faces. In their hands was the report on Ling Su and Huai Baihua. No one else had the reports of the fight, only them. Such a strange and unusual spear technique, to actually turn the person into a statue, and 2 hours later, the statue disappears. The iron-towering muscular man asked, Old Feng, do you know of such spear technique? Old Feng was an onyx soul horse, his face congealed. I do not know now, but I already have been checking on it. How's Huai Baihua's power? And one armed swordsman asked. Heaven Road list ranked 9278. Old Feng memorized information, and we even gave him a polar-grade treasure weapon. His power should be around the rank of 9,000. Their faces became even uglier. Since it is so, then Ling Su and Crane's power should be around the rank of 8,800. A purple-haired lady spoke. Her forehead had a purple crystal embedded in it. Then what about Tang Tian? The one speaking was a short old man. He looked ordinary, even his clothes were ordinary. If he was in a crowd no one would find him. Not recorded. Old Feng shook his head, but definitely stronger than the 2 of them. Why? The amethyst lady asked. Because he is the boss of the tree. Old Feng explained. Everyone suddenly realized. That was right. Usually, the leader of a group was forever the strongest. In the world, the strongest was the winner. This will be a hard fight. The one-armed swordsman said. The towering muscular man laughed. To fight with another great expert, that is more exciting. If you keep fighting the same old weak opponents, there's no meaning to it. Old Feng laughed. Forget it, you had a loss. Big man lost 2 days ago? The amethyst lady asked curiously. Yes, at Yang'an City. The towering muscular man said embarrassingly. You all went to Fatty Lee's territory? When did Fatty Lee have such a powerful person? The amethyst lady asked. Not Fatty Lee. Meng Wei cut in, don't talk about other things, focus on the mission. All of them trembled. I will handle Tang Tian. Meng Wei monopolized on all the most difficult opponents. Old Jun will handle Crane, Single Blade will handle Ling Su. 3 of you handle Tang Tian's army. I heard that they have a spirit general taking charge, you all best be careful. We have never fought an army before, or not? Yes. All of them shouted in unison. Tang Tian looked at Crane on his left, then at Ling Su who was on his right, as though they had something weird on their faces. Ling Su was impatient, quickly talk, shoot what you need to say, don't disrupt my training. Crane was still calm. I'm curious, since when did the 2 of you become so brave? Tang Tian circled around the both of them, Kiki, I couldn't tell at all. In just 3 days, I have to shave my face to see you too. Crane helplessly corrected him, it's in only 3 days, I have a whole new respect for you. Oh, so it's whole new respect for you. Tang Tian realized, he immediately became serious, the 2 family 6 guards are coming, and their targets are us this time. 2 family 6 guards? Never heard of them. Ling Su shook his head. The 6 of them are Heaven Road grade martial artists. Tang Tian said, the lowest is also ranked within the 9,000s, but the highest is ranked 8511. Ling Su's face changed, even Crane's quiet expression congealed. That would be the strongest ranking opponent they would face. According to the rules of the Heaven Road list, every 100 ranks meant a different quality of martial artist. Rank 8511. Who cares what rank or name they are, my spear will kill them. Ling Su said fiercely. That's right, that's right. Tang Tian laughed and waved his hands, but, since we know of it earlier, we need to give them some treatment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 303, The Start of the War. Chapter 303, The Start of the War. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. You're sure this works? Bing's poker face was full of suspicion. Of course. Although Tang Tian did not feel confident, but his mouth spoke differently. Do you know of the ancient wolf race? They are a powerful war race, although the blood meridians in their bodies is extremely mixed up, but the most is still the wolf blood meridian. The awakening medicine was created by Old Man Fei. Through the night, all of the ingredients were bought at expensive prices from Yong'an City. A total of 200 portions were all used to create the cannon fodder army. Ancient wolf race? Never heard of it, we never interacted with shrimps. Bing's proud face made Tang Tian want to kick him in the face. Bing was totally oblivious, he had even circled around Tang Tian's leg and licked his lips. You actually placed your hopes on this group of cannon fodder, that surprised me. Tang Tian rolled his eyes, then you give me a few experts. No, Bing shook his head, I think your tactics are worth doing. If even I cannot guess it, no one else can. The only doubt I have is that they will not be willing to take such a heavy responsibility upon themselves. That's why Tang Tian gave a pleased look, you are commanding this army. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. When people talked about his army, they were surprised by its presence, not by its power. People think that Tang Yi will be the one leading the army, but would definitely not think that Bing, who was much stronger, was the one leading it. Bing was also startled. Tang Tian explained, with your power, if you alone can enter the battle, you can defeat one person. But they have more in numbers, and these people are definitely not like the one Tang Yi killed the last time. I have fought with them before, and I could feel that they are slightly afraid of this army, but many more disagree on that. Disagree? Bing frowned, although he himself called them cannon fodder, but he personally created the army. Hearing that people looked down on it, he was extremely unhappy. That's right, they are important people, and not like us tyrants. How could they easily get scared by some army? Tang Tian glanced at Bing, also, even you call them cannon fodder. Bing's poker face became solemn, I can say it, but does that mean the other people can? Hey, don't start with me, it wasn't me who said it. Tang Tian immediately warned, now I am giving you a chance to prove yourself. You don't have to use such a childish method to spur me into acting. Bing looked coldly at Tang Tian. That's right, I am spurring you. Tang Tian's gaze lit up, but this is not for me. This is for you. Anyway, the one they are mocking isn't me. Kiki, as a Southern Cross Army instructor, to be in the state you are now, hey uncle, can you swallow that? Bing's face was as black as a pot. After a while, he spoke out, your stupid medicine, it better work. With that he instantly turned and left. Tang Tian watched Bing's killing in Tensor and suddenly shouted, "Hey, uncle, all the best." Bing sudden stopped in his footsteps, and without turning back, "Take care of yourself." Uncle Bing was right, I need to take care of myself. The awakening medicine was just a means of assistance. Tang Tian felt that the army was the most underestimated. When Tang Yi led the mob, with one instance, he was able to cause death to one Heaven Road list martial artist and one injured. Tang Tian believed that in Bing's hands, they would be able to erupt an unimaginable power. Having thrown the army to Uncle Bing, Tang Tian's heart became more calm. Crane and Ling Su were in closed-door cultivation, then Tang Tian decided to do it. He needed the 2 days to maintain the excitement of his opponent, and be prepared to welcome the challenging campaign that was coming. Tang Tian's heart grew calm. Bing looked emotionlessly at the cannon fodder in front of him. They were truly cannon fodder, but their coordination needed to be more well-coordinated as well. They are very hardworking in training, Tang Yi said. Ever since Tang Yi released his powerful blade that resulted in the death and injury of 2 Heaven Road list martial artists, that surprising result caused them to all fervently worship Tang Yi, and they finally realized the training they did in the supposed army was extremely strong. Even without Tang Yi's supervision, they were all frantically training. The people of the sand were extremely determined, far more than ordinary people. Such a pity time was short. That was Tang Yi's regret. He did not know much, but from these people who were suffering hardship and persevering through the tough training, to him, they were exceptionally good soldiers. "How's the awakening medicine?" Bing asked. "The result is obvious, there's pros and cons." Tang Yi hesitated then said, "If it is a section of 3 people, their coordination is extremely deep. They can react to each other, it must be due to the ancient wolf blood meridian that has been awakened. This blood meridian is extremely suitable for an army. Just give them 3 years of time, and they will definitely be extremely strong. But as long as there is one person more, they will be a mess. They are still not able to coordinate well together, and in this short time, their fighting strength is actually declining." 3 people, Bing starting thinking. Yes, your subordinate had already tried. After 3 people, they will become messed up. Tang Yi's attitude was extremely rigorous. "I understand." Bing nodded his head. He looked at the army in front of him, while maintaining silence. As expected of cannon fodder. "Tang Yi." Bing suddenly spoke. "Tang Yi, yes. Master. You will hold the position of the deputy, and command 50 people, but..." "Yes." Tang Yi's dim eyes suddenly flashed excitement. To be able to be master's deputy, such pride. Even though he was a golden staff sergeant, he still dare not think of such things. In these 2 days, go and practice the umbrella tactics. Umbrella tactics? Tang Yi was surprised, it was a relatively basic tactic, out of the many fundamentals. After a while, he suddenly realized something, and his emotion was roused. "I promise the task will be completed." Bing smiled with encouragement towards Tang Yi, then quickly go. Since he was the one who created the cannon fodder, they will definitely not be ordinary cannon fodder. The 2 family 6 guards entered Lupus constellation quietly, not wanting to attract attention. But they wrongly estimated the terrain. With the fight of Crane and Ling Su, it stirred up a huge sensation, causing countless eyes to watch Lupus constellation. The instant they entered Lupus constellation, news quickly spread. The 2 family 6 guards' identities were quickly spread out, causing an uproar on Lupus constellation, and immediately loss of words. The reason was because the 3 powerhouses got restless and started influencing the ground, and immediately all of their movements converged, so no one dared to appear at this time. The big war was imminent, and Lupus constellation was actually extremely quiet. When the 2 family 6 guards stepped onto the sand, everyone knew the battle was about to begin. "Honorable Marshal Group. Have you all prepared everything?" A wrinkled elder said coolly. 4 people stood straight in a horizontal row, all of them had a halo of light around their legs. "The location you guys are about to be sent to is around 200 miles away from Lupus tribe. You only need 2 hours to reach them." The elder glanced at them once. "If you're ready, I will begin teleporting you guys." Ha ha. This lively martial man had long been itching to go. Emoli cracked his knuckles, his energy surplus was like a wild beast, he was extremely excited. "Ready." Han Bingming lowered her sword, her expression was calm, only the sword sheath that was in her hands was trembling. To see him again. For some reason, she felt extremely nervous. Sima's ghastly gaze looked around, as though he was looking to devour people. Liang Qiu politely replied to the elder, "Thank you for your trouble, elder, we are all prepared." "Then go." The elder's voice floated into their ears, and the halo light around their legs erupted out. Their vision instantly became white, and the lights around their legs all quickly became one. The desert, they stood around 10 m away from the ground, in mid-air. Suddenly, a bright dazzling white light enveloped them, and following that, the white ray of light pierced out into the sky like a sharp sword, releasing dazzling sparks behind them as they flew up. The strong energy ripple caused the air to fluctuate, the surrounding air in the radius had become unstable. The frantic wind blew up the sand, causing the entire place to be sandy and covering the sky, only the ray of light was extremely clear. The chaotic and distorted airflow slowly opened up as a bright light formed the shape of a door gradually formed. A white light door appeared in the sky. Bang! The surging berserk energy ripple blew forth a surprising shockwave, loudly banging out. The sand that was originally surged up by the airflow was suddenly swept away, and the originally sandy area instantly cleared up. The clear and boundless sky was quiet and peaceful. Let's go! Liang Qiu's steady voice sounded out from inside the starry door. The four shadows flew out of the starry door, and then the starry door quickly compressed and disappeared in a moment. Pa 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 pa. The four of them landed on the ground. Emily looked around. Hey, which way are we supposed to head to? The other three looked at each other. Ha ha ha. Emily laughed out loud. So you guys can actually make this mistake, and here I thought only this lively martial man here who was honest and simple was the only one who would make the mistake. Wah aha. Suddenly, the expressions of four of them changed. Hee, really honest and simple. A cold voice sounded out, and a few figures appeared, surrounding them. Ambush. Liang Qiu's face congealed, his mind started to think of all the countless thoughts. The opponent already knew their appearing location, there was a traitor. Who are you guys? Emily asked curiously. Who we are is not important, but I warn you guys to stay here nicely. Don't disrupt the show. The leading male stared coldly at them. As long as you guys are honest and cooperate with us, everyone will be good. Disrupt the show. The four of them immediately understood. These people were actually going to rush towards fundamental Tang. The only thing they could think of was that Tang Tian's situation was not good. The four of them turned gloomy. Lupus tribe. Gather. Bing looked at the highly spirited cannon fodder in front of him, and for some reason, he felt dazzled. Especially when he saw Tang raise their flag, he was suddenly shocked. The era seemed so long ago. Was the flag still flying then? Did the smoke cover the sky dark then? Those brave people had turned into mud. The king back then did not even leave a sound behind. Only the sky and stars from back then had overlooked the world day in and night out, till today. And there was himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 304, Move Out. Chapter 304, Move Out. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. Ling Su rubbed clean the medicine on his body and started to carefully bandage his body. He was concentrated and extremely meticulous. He did not know what other people thought about the incoming big war, but he was filled with anticipation and excitement. Every time he had a brief and fierce battle, he would always have different enlightenment, and the feeling of the extreme burning of his life caused him to be deeply intoxicated. Maybe he would die in a battle someday. Ling Su laughed to himself. But no matter what, I have to first accomplish my desire. Wearing his golden thread white robe, in which he did not know what material it was made out of, but it was strong and comfortable, and would not influence anything in battle. Although he had worn it for many years, it still looked as good as new. He inserted a brand new rank 7 star rock into Flamingo. For the upcoming battle, all the expensive star rocks were used. This was the first time Flamingo used a rank 7 star rock. Who? A bright-colored red flame erupted from within Flamingo, burning fiercely and recklessly. In the next moment, the wild flame flooded Ling Su's vision. The flame gradually retracted, and the bright-colored red flames became extremely cold. Flamingo's eyes had become a dark red color, appearing to be an extremely dense and rich flame. Ling Su could feel the excitement from Flamingo. His silver palm lightly rubbed Flamingo on its back. Ha, are you excited? Flamingo stared at him with its dark red pupils, and suddenly, it bent its back, its head lightly rubbing Ling Su's arm. Ling Su rubbed Flamingo and laughed out loud, with extreme heroism. After this battle, you have to go for a large overhaul. How is it? Are you afraid? Flamingo looked at Ling Su with a despising look. Ling Su laughed out loud, and flipped to sit on top of Flamingo. Waving out his silver spear, he rushed out of the door. Crane sat quietly in his room, without any light. It was extremely dark. His eyes gradually opened. His calm and peaceful eyes seemed ancient with no undulations, with an unspeakable peace. Crane had been in that position for 3 days. Every single detail of fighting with Wu Taiyu was constantly replayed in his mind. Repeatedly, he continued to digest his own conclusions. For him to go kill Wu Taiyu was a risky and dangerous task. Wu Taiyu underestimated the crane sword in his hands. When the earthen bear wave was suppressed by crane sword, Wu Taiyu's face was full of despair. In the few days of training, he continuously played back every scene of the fight. He benefited a lot, far more than he had imagined. He finally understood why so many people of the martial arts style would cherish every breath of danger and continuously find challenges in battles. Because only between life and death could a person's potential truly burst forth. And only through intense battles could they find out if they were strong enough or not. These insights were unattainable from the daily training and thoughts. Thinking about the past, he truly was a frog in a well. Thinking that upon attaining the crane body energy, he would have another path he could take. By training endlessly, he will reach the apex of his ancestor. Now then he knew, his thinking was so naive. If not for signing a martial spirit contract with Tang Tian, he would never be where he was today. Following by Tang Tian's side, if he did not begin to bear a huge pressure, Tang Tian's astonishing and mouth-gaping improvements would cause every proud genius to feel left behind. He felt that way, Ling Su felt that way. Without the need of other people's encouragement, both of them did not dare to waste time, and continuously trained with all their might. If not for Tang Tian, Crane knew he would never be so hard-working. Thinking about the time when he was in the sect, he was already the most hard-working person. If he had returned to the sect upon learning the crane body energy, he would forever be a frog in a well. Going through battles was like different whetstones, grinding his sword to be even sharper. Thinking about the year his ancestor left the scroll, he could roughly understand why the ancestor would travel endlessly when he was young, from the distant ancient east side, to come all the way here. It was a long and arduous journey that caused his ancestor to grow, and leave hope for his descendants. He could not help but think of Tang Tian, and he could not help but smile. He was a stupid friend. But by his side, you will never feel alone, never feel fear, and after that, follow him to do some stupid things. Thinking about that, Crane, who had a calm personality, actually wanted to slap his own face. Alright, thinking about all these humiliating things before a battle will affect the morale. His calm face regained his tranquility. His hand held the crane sword which was lying flat on his knee. The simple wooden sword sheath did not have any decorative designs, only the marks of time. No one can think that inside this simple wooden sword sheath was actually a gold rank saint sword. Heavenly Crane had been in decline for too long. His clear pupils lit up with a trace of cold aura. In the darkness, the chi surrounding his body suddenly exploded, causing the wind to disperse everywhere. His long black hair fluttered, and the quiet wooden boards exploded out. He stood up. Recruit barracks. Tang Tian exerted strength to jump around. He was very happy. Ayaya, I am filled with energy today. We must definitely beat them all up. Feng Chao's head floated over. He was curious. Young man Tang, you don't need to wear the glasses already? Nope. Tang Tian smiled and turned his head. Take a look, it became dim. Hee, these past few days I have finally broke through, and learned how to control these eyes. Really? That's right. It became dim. Feng Chao was shocked. Tang Tian's red and blue eyes had truly become dim. If he did not pay particular attention to it, he would not have been able to tell. Feng Chao's shock caused Tang Tian to be even more happy. He, godlike young man, is strong like that. He then suddenly acted mysterious. Also, I had a very, very powerful discovery. What discovery? Feng Chao was startled. I can't say. Tang Tian earnestly shook his head like a rattle drum. I plan to give them all a huge surprise. Yeah. Tang Tian lowered his head. Yaya was grabbing onto his shorts, and opened its big white eyes. Following behind it was the bronze mountain goat, bronze turtle, and bronze squirrel. Yaya had a barbaric transformation. The armor on it was even more bright. With the small bow on its back, the butt had a small flag stuck in it, with a vague mist churning on it, like an indistinct word. The three mechanic beasts had suffered different injuries the last time, and Sai Lei had specially remade them and made them even stronger. Tyrant Sai was currently very wealthy, and decided to give the three mechanical beasts more allocation, and made them extremely high-end. At this time, she had created many new techniques and placed them inside their bodies. Sai Lei was purely doing it out of practice and habit. After she finished, she threw them to one side, as though she had no time to bother about them. So the three fellows naturally followed Yaya. Yaya put on a pitiful face, gesturing its meaty small hands. You also want to fight? Tang Tian squatted down, looking surprised. Yaya's head was the size of a chicken, raising its head and chest, and doing its utmost to portray a strong look, and the three fellows behind her also stood in one neat row, all of them raising their heads. Tang Tian shook his head. This time the enemy is too strong, you guys better stay here. Yaya pouted, and tears started to form in its eyes. Tang Tian was stumped, but upon thinking about the difficulty of the upcoming battles, he definitely did not have time to take care of them. He hardened his heart, and firmly shook his head. No way, you guys had better stay here. Yaya pouted even further, and started to tremble, tears about to fall. Tang Tian did not want to watch it any further, and decided to escape. Ha 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 ha. You small trash, want to join in to fight, don't throw people's face already. You are too weak, and will only get slaughtered if you go. The smoke ridiculed. Yaya turned, the tears in its eyes had suddenly disappeared, and a killing intent appeared. The three fellows behind it also turned their heads, and stared at the smoke. The smoke ignored them, and smiled happily. What's the use of staring at me? You guys had better stay here, and not obstruct the rest. You small toys, the battlefield is not a place for you guys. The ominous glint in Yaya's eyes flashed. Hula, it brought the three fellows and surrounded the smoke. You guys want to make a move on me? Overestimating yourselves. The smoke snorted. Yaya was enraged, its small eyes was like a wild beast. It was the lowest form of Bud Spirit Generals. After continuous nourishing, it felt that its body was not the same as in the past. But at this moment, it forgot about everything else, as instincts took over its body. It acted like how it was in the past, opening its mouth, and started to suck in the black smoke with all of its might. The other three fellows were stunned. The smoke complacently snorted, don't waste your energy, Bud Spirit General, if I was not sealed up, killing you would be like killing an ant. Yaya ignored the smoke, and continued to suck. But, the smoke did not seem to be affected by its sucking, with no reaction. This caused Yaya to be even more enraged, and rushed towards into the smoke. A panic-stricken and angry shout came out from the smoke. Fengqiu and the other three fellows were completely stunned. Tang Tian did not know by rejecting Yaya, it would cause such a reaction. All of his attention was on the battle that was going to start. He walked out of the room, and realized everyone was already waiting for him, and immediately laughed. Yaya, everyone is quite fast No one laughed, no one spoke. The entire tribe was feeling an indescribable pressure. Every person of the tribe had all came out of their houses and bidding goodbye and giving support to the army. They were very clear, the battle that Tang Tian and the rest were going to face. The identities of the two family 6 guards had long since spread through the entire Lupus constellation. All of them carried serious and solemn looks on their faces. In their hearts, the two family 6 guards were martial artists who were too high up and powerful. Even if the 3 powerhouses were like little kids to the two family 6 guards. In the army, many of them were their sons and husbands, and in the crowd, people started to weep. Some of the soldiers had red eyes, for they know that the chances of victory for them was actually very dim. But very quickly, the elders in the tribe started to shout out encouragement. All the males that were from the desert were already used to wars and battles. Also, if they won this battle, it meant they would win everything. The morale of the army did not drop, but gradually rose. Bing was surprised. He started to think. That's some interesting battle race. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 305, Star of the War. Chapter 305, Star of the War. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. They want to fight with us. Old Feng said solemnly. The rest of their expressions congealed. They did not know much about the enemy, a group of new people that suddenly emerged. The information on them was very limited. Their information gathering skills was already strong, but to be able to obtain valuable information was very difficult. Also, the opponent knows of their origin. To dare adopt the attitude to fight, it meant that they had confidence of their own abilities, or they had other methods to fight. Regardless of which, to them, it was not a good thing. They want to use us as stepping stones. The single-armed swordsman said coldly. Most probably. The Amethyst Lady laughed. If they beat us, the southern sky's 42 constellations cannot hold them back already. Going to the northern sky, they can most probably create a place for themselves. Then we just need to kill them all. The towering big man said fiercely. Although they were very relaxed, but their hearts did not dare have a trace of contempt. Countless eyes were watching the battle. How long had it been since they had attracted such attention? There had never been a battle that would cause them to feel so much pressure. Losing would tarnish their reputation. Ever since Wu Taiyu died, it had lost their elder's face. if another accident were to occur in the coming battle. They had followed Tu Ruhai for so many years, and were extremely clear on their elder's temper and character. Meng Wei could feel the stress on everyone, and said indifferently, so the best thing to do is accomplish the mission in one stroke. She added on, Elder has prepared 2 billion star coins as reward for us. All of their expressions were stirred. 2 billion star coins meant that Meng Wei would get 500 million, and the rest would get 300 million. With rewards, they would become braver. All of them immediately felt their blood boil. To them, 300 million star coins was a large sum. Hey, Elder is so generous this time. Amethyst Lady laughed. The big man laughed, this time we have struck gold. Meng Wei replied coldly, I am not worried about old Jun Tu and Single Blade. It is the three of you who are handling the army that needs to be careful. Old Feng laughed, Elder sister, you are looking down on us. What army? It's just an amateur team trying to scare others. Even with those two idiots, we can clear them by just clashing into them. Taking everything into account, this broken army was just built 2 months ago. If an army can be created in 2 months, then armies are not worth anything. Guess what were they before that? They were all ordinary martial artists in their own tribes. I reckon at most they are just sand bandits. The Amethyst Lady coughed, then laughed, I cannot believe that such an army actually scared everyone to the point that their hearts are trembling. Old Phone laughed, but the leading spirit general does have some standard. 8th level, Grandmaster Blade Technique, I never thought that it would also be proficient in battle formations. I wonder where Tang Tian got such a spirit general. He is a really lucky fellow. The Amethyst Lady said with light in her eyes, if only we had met him earlier. Suddenly, Meng Wei raised her head. Following that, the rest of them could feel it, they immediately stopped talking and looked outwards. Tang Tian was coming. Meng Wei first saw the army. Her face was calm, but her heart sighed. Old Feng was right, the army truly was nothing to fear. They only had 200 people, and in their arms, the people looked relaxed and undisciplined, the soldiers' movements looked extremely shaky. It was very rare for a battle between an army and martial artists. The disparity of power was very difficult to determine, as the fighting ability of a martial artist far exceeded an ordinary soldier, and would always hold superior dominancy in fights, and they were far more agile, and would always take the initiative. While the advantage of the army was that they had the numbers, and their complete force was therefore more solid and substantial. To Old Feng and the other two, ordinary Heaven Road grade martial artists were unable to pose a threat, and they have been fighting for a very long time, therefore having abundance in fighting experience. Handling the cannon fodder army was simply too easy. Meng Wei relaxed. The sudden emergence of the army had caused her heart to tense, as it was the largest variable unaccounted for. But after witnessing the army, the threat of worry disappeared. This was a battle they needed to win. Both sides stopped at the same time, and stood confronting each other at a distance. All around them, in the skies, the ground, many people were present to watch the battle. All the martial artists who originally wanted to watch Wu Taiyu in battle, had shifted all their attention to this battle. The Two Family Six Guards was an outstanding and fierce name. Heaven Road list martial artists above the ranks of 9,000, to Lupus Constellation, were existences far away from them. Amongst the spectators, there were many scouts from many various powerhouses. Many star treasures lit up with auras, as though all the spectators had all prepared to watch and enjoy the show. Many had star treasures of the Telescopium constellation, which enabled them to catch every detail of the battle from 20 kilometers away. Some had star treasures from Era constellation, and this enabled anything that is witnessed from one's eye to be transmitted to somewhere far. These star treasures that were usually not useful were used to their fullest potential in these kind of situations. The martial artists of Lupus constellation stared in envy. For these type of star treasures, not only was it rare, but it was also extremely expensive. Not any martial artist could purchase them. Compared to the tyrants of Lupus constellation, all these martial artists that came from higher ranking constellations were much more wealthy. They all started to take out tools and dig into the sand. All the locals of Lupus constellation were puzzled, and did not understand what the people were doing. All these martial artists were strong, and their efficiency was extremely terrifying. After a while, a big sand dune of over 50 m tall appeared, and they all flew up to the top and looked into the heart of the battle. The rest of them then suddenly realized, and all started to make their own tall sand dunes. From a bird's eye view, it was a spectacular sight. The entire 10 kilometers of the battlefield was empty, but outside of it, one after another of sand dunes sprung up, forming a circular dome around the battlefield. On top of the sand dunes, many people were condensed together. None of the people on the battlefield were distracted by the happenings on the outside. Is everybody ready? Tang Tian asked in a solemn voice, his eyes was blazing with fire. No one bothered about him. Tang Tian did not seem to care, raising both his arms. Yalu, go go go. A red flaming figure was the first to rush out. Ling Su could not hold back any further. Seeing that Ling Su was actually faster than him, Tang Tian shouted, I'm coming. Crane helplessly sighed, the two of them, when can they ever be reliable? Bing's poker face was emotionless, and waved his hand, advance. The army slowly moved forward. When Meng Wei's side saw the disarrayed enemy, they became even more relaxed. If they were a real army, the experts would protect them by surrounding their sides. An army stationary was advantageous, but a moving army, to an expert, was full of weaknesses and loopholes. They actually left Crane to protect the army, it was too unprofessional. Meng Wei's expression turned cold, change of plans, I will handle Tang Tian, Single Blade will lock Ling Su down, Old June 2 will bring Crane away. The three of you, clear off those cannon fodders, end this quickly. The army was without doubt the opponent's biggest weakness. By locking Tang Tian and the other two down and then taking out the army, it would immediately create the dominance of 6 against 3. That was Meng Wei's tactic, and it was simple and effective. Before she had finished talking, she had already rushed out. The other 5 flew out like arrows from a bow together, and all flew to their respective locations. Regardless if it was Tang Tian or Ling Su, or Meng Wei, they were all quick as lightning with their surprising speed, causing many gasps by the countless martial artists of Lupus Constellation. And for the scouts sent by the other powerhouses, they were much stronger, with better understanding. Their gaze quickly landed on the incoming army. The army advancing speed was not slow, but on this battlefield, they looked as slow as tortoise. The front and rear came apart. A battlefield taboo. Many of the scouts all shook their heads. On their respective constellations, many people who were watching the battle all shook their heads. An army that had lost the protection of experts was extremely weak. As expected, aligned with what they thought, halfway through, Meng Wei's 6 subordinates suddenly split into 2 teams. Meng Wei and Single Blade went towards Tang Tian and Ling Su. While speedily moving, Meng Wei extracted the saber out from her waist, and a golden color aura converged towards her sword with astonishing speed. In a breath of time, her saber was enveloped by a golden color aura. Quickly speeding towards Tang Tian, she was like a sharp blade, ripping through the air. Single Blade, who was by her side, had a cold gaze. He had an extremely strange posture while running. His body would lean towards his right, appearing to be very close to the ground, as though he could fall any time. The blade hanging down by his arm was perfectly touching the ground. CC. The sword edge cut through the sand, releasing a bone-chilling sound. And he was not going in a straight line, but started out from a minute curvature. The sand behind him had a wave imprint of his long blade. A bone-chilling sword tip, and an unpredictable blade. 2 totally different types of personality, but the attack they were initiating gave off equal fierceness. It was needless to say, the martial artists of Lupus Constellation were all dumbstruck. They did not think that, upon making their moves, it would be so surprising. But even the scouts who were sent from the higher-ranking constellations were also attracted to the aura given off by the 2 people. The 2 family 6 guards, as expected, their names were not for nothing. In their hearts, Tang Tian's side had lost. The only thing worth making them interested was when Honorable Martial Group make their move. That was the climax to their emotions. They did not believe that Honorable Martial Group would let Tang Tian get killed by Onyx Soul. Everyone was waiting for Honorable Martial Group to make their move. If Honorable Martial Group made their move, that would be the clash of the 2 top-grade powerhouses. What was Tang Tian and the rest considered? To them, Tang Tian and his group were just a fuse. No one dared believe that they would win against the 2 family 6 guards. In the Sima household, Sima Xiao was looking at the silver rank, era lens, on his table, watching the battlefield. His mouth exposed a smile, and tone filled with playfulness, he muttered to himself, I have helped you guys block off your helpers, such a good chance to display yourselves. Don't disappoint me, young man Tang. Tian, he was the one to block Iamoli and the rest, wanting TT to show off his powers. Xiao Jun said coldly, although they have messed up your plans, your revenge is too quick. Hey, don't think of me as being petty. Sima Xiao laughed, this is just a small test, if they cannot even get through this, they do not have the qualifications to be my opponent. Xiao Jun was stunned. His junior brother had always been condescending, and saw no one as an equal. To be able to say such words. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 306, Equatorial Palace Hall, Cetus White Whale. Chapter 306, Equatorial Palace Hall, Cetus White Whale. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. During their first meeting in Yong'an City, both of them did not fight, only using their chi to test each other out, which was merely like a touch of presence. But at that time, Tian understood that the lady was extremely powerful. Meng Wei was like a powerful lightning bolt, her entire body seemingly like the tip of a sword, cutting through the air, the saber in her hands covered with a golden aura. So strong. Going directly against the incoming aura, caused Tang Tian to feel as if he was stabbed and cut apart. Tang Tian's battle-intense sword, his advancing speed suddenly increased, and the bleeding cat blade scythe on his arms opened out, causing fading cat sob sounds to sound out around him. He did not activate King Peacock Eyes, as he wished to test just how strong the lady really was. Dazzling auras formed at Tang Tian's fingertips, as the fire scythe ghost claw started becoming stronger and stronger. The wind was like blades cutting at his face, but his heart was fearless. This was the strongest opponent he had met. Seeing Tang Tian rushing towards her without any trace of weakness, showing clearly his firm unwavering determination to fight, Meng Wei's cold eyes squinted, the cold aura shooting into the skies. In mid-air, her wrist flicked, and her saber buzzed. The two shadows were like two lightning that crashed into each other. Upon striking the opponent's saber with his fire scythe ghost claw, Tang Tian's heart felt something amiss, not right, but the extremely barbaric and terrifying power that came from the opponent's saber. Without being able to react, Tang Tian's entire body was struck out like a ball, shooting out in a perfectly straight line, and smashed into a sand dune. Bang! The gigantic force caused the entire 10 m tall sand dune to explode. The 100-ton of sand exploded out. It was extremely spectacular. Tang Tian's head was numb, his mouth was full of sand. But without waiting for him to react, a sword aura pierced into the sand, and appeared right in front of him. Under such a difficult situation, Tang Tian used his both palms to block his face. Bang! Tang Tian, who was heavily injured, was once again flung out, and his both palms felt as if they cracked. Meng Wei was like a bone maggot, sticking close to him, one blade after another. Her blade technique was simple and plain, extremely agile, but her strength was terrifying. Her blade body was enveloped in the golden light, was just a diversion technique. No one would have thought that her small and petite body would hold such terrifying power. Tang Tian was beaten stupid. He thought that the strength of his body was his most prideful and advantageous aspect, but Meng Wei's power released from her sword made him have no chance to release any counterattack. Meng Wei's strength was 3 times of Tang Tian's. Pure physical body strength, matched with concise and plain sword techniques, Tang Tian's true power and martial technique were utterly defeated. If not for his astonishing intuition, and his strength that was far stronger than average people, he would already have died under Meng Wei's saber. Young and City, Fatty Li and Mo Wei Tian were paying close attention to the fight. Fatty Li was quite disappointed. Tang Tian is going to die. Meng Wei is the strongest of the two family 6 guards, there is no suspense from this, but Mo Wei Tian watched as Tang Tian was completely being suppressed, causing him to be so anxious that his palms were sweaty. Hearing Fatty Li's words, he commented, "That may not be, City Master, do not be so anxious." Oh, does Patriarch Mo think that Tang Tian still has a fight in him? Fatty Li was taken aback, but then he immediately shook his head and coughed lightly, with anger and envy. Tu Ruhai has such a good life. Tu Ruhai and I are enemies of one another, and I know the situation of the 6 guards clearer than anyone else. Oh, I'd like to hear the details. Mo Wei Tian's gaze did not deviate from the screen, and said, "Two family 6 guards are the 6 strongest martial artists personally created by Tu Ruhai. At that time there was a competition, with 36 people, and there remained 6 of them. For the 2 family 6 guards, Tu Ruhai had squandered all of his family money. At that time I still laughed at him for being stupid, but I was the stupid pig, got." Mo Wei Tian glanced at Fatty Li's figure, and wanted to say, "You truly are a pig." Fatty Li continued, "This Meng Wei is Tu Ruhai's most perfect product. Out of the 36, Meng Wei was the weakest then, and only trained in the most crude martial techniques. She was an orphan picked up by Tu Ruhai on the road, and was 11 then, skinny and scrawny. Tu Ruhai used blood meridians, and started to create the 36 people. Very quickly, some of them could not take it and died. The blood meridians continued to upgrade, until the last 6. And Meng Wei, compared to the other 5, had another change. No one would have thought that, the little girl that year, would become the strongest. Tu Ruhai actually did such a thing? Mo Wei Tian's face became pale. Didn't Onyx Soul prohibit this kind of thing? Fatty Li replied with a sense of helplessness. Onyx Soul was already a place where crooks mixed in with the honest folks, who would care. Tu Ruhai wasn't the only one that did this. And both were even willing. Where did you think the money came from? Mo Wei Tian was speechless. Meng Wei's blood meridians is the white whale blood of the Cetus constellation of the 10 equatorial palace halls. Fatty Li said, and took a deep breath, that is the authentic 10 equatorial palace hall silver blood. To be able to obtain such blood meridians from such a high-ranked constellation, unlike those toys from other constellations. Her strongest forte is her strength, the strength of a white whale. Sadly, she did not completely activate the blood meridians. If not, with the strength of a white whale, who would contend with her? Mo Tian was speechless. 10 Equatorial Palace Hall silver blood, those words had scared him half to death. Sima household. Sima Xiao watched to the point of being dumbstruck. Such a barbaric girl. Senior brother, her sword techniques are so powerful. You had to say, Meng Wei's display of strength and style completely outpowered Tang Tian. It was direct and efficient, without a sloppy job. From the start she suppressed Tang Tian to the point that he could not lift up his head. There was no crazy release of power, just one after another of normal sword techniques, but it was filled with the suppressive feeling that caused people to choke. Xiao Zhijun's somewhat pale face frowned. That's not the true path. She is relying on the power of her blood meridians, and her enlightenment of her sword is only so-so. Such a powerful blood meridian, is it a polar domain ranked blood meridian? Sima Xiao was excited. No, it is the Equatorial Palace Hall grade. Xiao Zhijun frowned, but regained his calmness. 10 Equatorial Palace Halls, only one of the constellation has such power, the Cetus constellation. The lady's chi is normal, her gaze calm. It should be the white whale blood. A martial artist that uses the white whale blood, the character will be flawless. Tian, if you search up the equatorial constellations, for example the Cetus or Monoceros, they belong to the celestial equator, but I called it the Equatorial Palace Hall, because there is a comparison between the northern celestial hemisphere. Research it up on your own, guys. It's quite cool. Leave comments to let me know if there are anything wrong. Sima Zhao's smiling face disappeared, his expression congealed. There are many kinds of blood meridians, but for the true genuine product, they were usually split into 3 big categories: constellation blood meridians, ancient blood meridians, new blood meridians. Constellation blood meridians contained the power of the constellation, and therefore was extremely strong. Living beings that lived on such a constellation would inherit the baptism of the constellation day and night, and thus definitely have a high probability of giving birth to the constellation blood meridians. The more the person was able to endure the power of the constellation, the purer the blood meridians she would receive. So every generation of the master of the constellation would have extremely strong blood meridians. Their descendants would have a huge probability and inherit this blood meridians. Ancient blood meridians are blood meridians passed down from ancient fighting races. All the ancient races had countless generations of reproduction, and the cross-marrying of different races would cause the blood meridians to become heterogeneous. The good thing was that the offsprings would become smarter, but the disadvantage was the fighting capability would disappear. Blood meridian specialists attempt to continuously extract and seek these ancient blood meridians, to let people recover their fighting capabilities. New blood meridians classified an extensive range of blood meridians, and also included blood meridians that are produced by the merger or transformation of blood meridians by blood meridian specialist. Many of these blood meridians are new and never before seen throughout history, and therefore termed as new blood meridians. But these type of blood meridians are all man-made, and often had unforeseen flaws. Therefore, these type of blood meridians were not welcomed in markets, and no one dared to try them. Cetus constellation was a constellation of the 10 Equatorial Palace Halls. Most of its constellation's power was held in the constellation master's hands. To be able to offer a silver rank, white whale blood, his position in the Cetus constellation must not be low. Sima Xiao suddenly stopped laughing and started to worry about Tang Tian. He suddenly asked curiously, if senior brother had to go against her, what methods will you have? She is clever, uses force timely. But if she knew how to compile her many attacks, her power would actually multiply. Xiao Zhijun said indifferently, pity though, she did not have anyone to guide her, so her enlightenment on sword is too little. If she met a true expert of sword techniques, she would be in trouble. In terms of the strength of her sword. That's good, that's good. Sima Xiao patted his chest. With senior brother's guidance, my small life has no worries. And will not end up like Tang Tian. Don't look down on Tang Tian. Xiao Zhijun shook his head. Watch carefully, he might be suppressed very fiercely, but he shows no sign of defeat. He is not weak, and his instincts are extremely surprising. His willpower is tenacious, you better not look down on such people. Tang Tian clenched his teeth and hung on, every blade would cause his whole body to shiver. All his muscles would tremble, and his skin would feel like it was burning. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was perspiring, as though he just came out of the water. The most terrifying were still his hands, as though it was broken, he had no feeling in them. Meng Wei, who was in front of him, seemed to not know what fatigue was, one blade after another, she was like a rare animal. Uncle had said before, women are T-Rex that could spit fire, and Tang Tian had brushed and scoffed at it. But after fighting Meng Wei, he felt that Uncle Bing was right. Other than not being able to spit fire, Meng Wei was almost similar to a T-Rex. But Tang Tian did not know Meng Wei was as astonished as him. Meng Wei's heart had counted, she had already released 31 attacks. In her entire life, no one had managed to block 31 attacks from her. Tang Tian was blocking left and right, swaying here and there, as though he could crumble at any time, but after 31 attacks, he still had not faltered. One sword after another, Tang Tian continued to defend himself. Meng Wei still thought that he was lucky. But after 31 attacks, even an idiot would know, it was not luck. Not only was Meng Wei wrong, but many people had begun to notice Tang Tian, who was little by little retreating in defeat, who was suppressed right from the beginning, but he was still strenuously holding up. Meng Wei stopped. She had finally realized she was underestimating Tang Tian. Her strong attacks were unable to threaten Tang Tian. Tang Tian was much stronger than what she thought, but it was only so-so. Meng Wei raised up her saber straight. Under her rampage of attacks, Tang Tian's outstanding intuition was displayed to its maximum. After holding on for so long, he who was initially stunned and panicked, Tang Tian began to slowly get used to the rampaging strong attacks in which he never thought he would ever suffer from. It was a terrifying and fearful process of practice hanging between life and death, but after going through it, it would be a brand new world. So, my strongest opponent is only like that. Who? The clothes on his body was badly torn and tattered. Tang Tian's face was full of perspiration, as though he came out from a dredge, vapor rising into the air, like a white mist. He opened his mouth, gasped for breath, allowing some perspiration to drip into his mouth. So salty. Tang Tian's mouth slowly tugged outwards, forming a laugh which was extremely ugly. He lowered his head and closed his eyes, as if he was recovering his body strength. I have seen your sword techniques. Then now, it is my turn. In the air, Tang Tian's bent body suddenly straightened up. He raised up his face, and the bead-like perspirations all landed on the sand below him. Meng Wei felt something, and her heart jumped. Under the piercing sun, the face full of perspiration was so calm it caused people to palpitate. Under the eyelashes that hung beads of sweat, looked like it was trembling for another reason. Tang Tian's eyes slowly opened. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 307, The Disappearing Bees. Chapter 307, The Disappearing Bees. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. Ling Su's situation was much better than Tang Tian. Single Blade's blade technique were quick and agile, his changes of movements were extremely weird, causing Ling Su to be secretly surprised. But, his pointed C spears were like the nemesis of the blade technique. His pointed C spears were constantly changing, and would not be influenced by the opponent. Single Blade was also surprised, a cavalry such like Ling Su, their spear techniques were usually fierce and in a straight line, but he did not expect that Ling Su's spear techniques were all over the place, full of twists and turns, which was unconventional. The pointed C spears was like a swamp, with a suction force seemingly coming out from it. For some reason, when the spear aura swept past a few times, Single Blade's heart would immediately be filled with an extremely strong feeling of danger. Single Blade's heart was alarmed, he knew it could not go on like that any further. On his face, black and yellow traces suddenly appeared, like the markings of a bee. Ling Su's heart suddenly trembled, the opponent's chi suddenly became even more swift and agile, and he could not lock him down at all. Suddenly, Ling Su's eyes retracted, Single Blade's right hand disappeared in the air. Without waiting for him to respond, a clump of fine blade aura suddenly appeared in front of his face. Every piece of the blade aura was roughly the size of a small fingernail, but with its quantity and being densely packed together, it looked like a bike of hornets. Countless cold auras flashed amongst some of the blade auras. One look and anyone could tell it was extremely dangerous. Blade of bees. The blade aura that resembled a swarm of bees was extremely fine and thick. When the spear aura crashed onto it, it caused countless sparks to be produced. The volume shrunk by half, but it broke through Ling Su's pointed C spears. Ling Su was taken for surprise, with a thought, Flamingo instantly retreated. His fingers constantly twisted, and in a moment his spear auras was released again. Only after breaking through 2 layers of the spear C consecutively did the blade of bees disappear. Single Blade did not give chase. He too needed to take a breath. Ling Su's pointed C spears was filled with a viscous attractive force, if he was somewhat careless, he would be caught into the technique. This was the first time he was experiencing such a bizarre spear technique. Both sides quietly stared at each other. Ling Su squinted his eyes at Single Blade who was standing straight in front of him. The black and yellow criss-cross patterns covered Single Blade's entire body, making him brightly colored. Ling Su's heart had a trace of suspicion. For some reason, the opponent's blade technique made him feel a sense of familiarity. This sense of familiarity came from nowhere. Ling Su could dare swear that it was his first time meeting such a weird blade technique. Single Blade felt that the temperature of his blood was slowly dropping. He exposed a smile filled with cold intent, and he tightened the grip of his blade. Shwa! Single Blade's figure disappeared. Ling Su's heart jumped. At the same time, a cold intent emerged from behind his neck. Without thinking, Ling Su immediately lowered his body and went to a crawling posture on Flamingo's back. See. A fine blade aura swept past the top of his head. The cold blade aura caused Ling Su's hair to stand. A lump of silver hair on the back of his head was cut off and drifted with the wind. So fast. Ling Su had plenty of fighting experience, and Flamingo communicated with him through his thoughts. It did not move forward, but suddenly jumped backwards. Single Blade's second attack struck the air, and his heart was taken aback. Many martial artists, upon meeting a sneak attack from the back, their first reaction would be to move forward, to try and escape the enemy. Ling Su's unpredictable action allowed him to have the time to catch his breath. The pointed sea spears erupted out again. Shwa, dot. Single Blade's figure disappeared, but this time Ling Su was prepared. He gently twisted his fingers, and pointed sea spears transformed into a sphere-shaped spear attack, covering his entire surroundings. Regardless of where Single Blade was going to sneak attack from, he would be exposed to the canopy of spears. Where is he? Ling Su suddenly realized Single Blade had disappeared, and his face instantly changed. Not good, above me. The shadow beneath his feet started to saturate. Using his extreme speed, Single Blade raised the blade in his hand high. Countless fine blade auras that resembled a swarm of black bees buzzed around his blade. Cloud blade of bees. The eyes of Single Blade flashed a cold aura. He had decided to end the battle quickly. The cloud blade of bees consumption of chi was immense, and Single Blade rarely used it. But the first stab miscalculated. The one who got broken through was actually the head Meng Wei. His hand, using a minimal range of movements, formed countless of minute blade auras, all of them continuously spitting out from his blade body, and all entering the cloud blade of bees. The cloud of blades became more and more condensed, while Single Blade exposed a strained expression. His gaze was fixed on Ling Su. Go and die. Single Blade, who was dropping down from the skies, exposed a strict expression and fiercely chopped downwards. For some reason, Ling Su, who was below him, exposed a weird look. Aries constellation. Hey, Juoyan, what are you doing? Ouyangshi glanced at Juoyan, who was watching the screen with a weird face. Are you not going to rest? You have your test in the afternoon. I am watching people fight. Juoyan did not turn his head to reply. He looked rather delicate and pretty, with a refined look, holding onto a bucket of puffed rice, popcorn, and said while speaking, all the tests are always on the same things, why the need to rest? Ouyangshi wanted to cry, to think that he forgot that he was talking to a scholar. Without looking at Ouyangshi, Juoyan spoke with the puffed rice in his mouth. This can be hailed as the fight that will transform everything. The big powerhouses under the heavens will change from here on out. Be passionate, young man. If you miss this battle, that will be the regret of your life. Ouyangshi was slightly moved, but after thinking about the teacher who would be the examiner of the afternoon test, his heart shivered. If the scholar does not take the test, the teacher will just talk to him. If Ouyang does not take the test, the teacher will beat him to death. I almost made a huge mistake. I must definitely not be swayed by this asshole, but where is the battle? Ouyangshi asked. He hated himself for not being disciplined enough. Lupus constellation. Juoyan did not notice Ouyangshi's change of expression. His attention was fully on the screen. Ha! Ouyangshi thought he finally found an opportunity to mock the scholar, so he earnestly accused, Brat, you must put your heart in the right place. Lupus constellation? What rural place is that? To be able to inflict a heaven-changing transformation? Only constellations such as ours, of the 12 ecliptic palaces, have the qualifications to do so. Woo! Juoyan's reply caused Ouyangshi to feel that Juoyan did not even listen to his teachings. Just as Ouyangshi was about to attack the fellow once again, Juoyan suddenly opened his mouth, talking about it. That fellow holding the blade, seems like he has the blood meridians of the Chaofeng constellation. Tian, I could not find the real constellation of, I doubt it's real. If anyone knows of it, please do let me know. Ouyangshi was shocked, and shook his head. How is that possible? Weren't they annexed by our Aries constellation? Hey, did you learn your history for nothing? Chaofeng constellation was an ancient constellation that disappeared. If it was another constellation, Ouyangshi might not know, but for Qiao Feng constellation, every student of Aries constellation knew of it, because the one who annexed Qiao Feng constellation was the Aries constellation. Suddenly Ouyang thought of the identity of the scholar in front of him, feeling that it was impossible for him to make a mistake. He moved closer. When he saw the single-armed swordsman, he could not help but exclaim out. That is the blood meridian of Qiao Feng constellation. It is. Zhuoyan said very quickly, the speed so fast it was as if he had fireworks in his mouth, exploding out in a straight line, flying out from his mouth. He blabbered, Qiao Feng constellation, should we go and capture the guide to research? This is hard to come by opportunity. The origins of our Aries constellation and Qiao Feng constellation are very deeply connected. Who knows, we might find something interesting from it. Ouyang's heart was stirred, but he kept his calm, and he kept telling himself, don't go. What about the test? Once he said that, Ouyang wanted to find a piece of tofu to smash himself to death. Tian meant that he found himself saying something really stupid. Test? There is such a good opportunity in front of you, and you're actually still thinking about the test? Is your mind that shallow? Okay, I admit I have seen wrong in you. At most it is just a month of bittership, and that is the harshest punishment we can face, senior. Think about it, with this 1 month of bitter work, exchanged for a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity, for what reason would you reject? Zhuoyan starting spouting out a huge amount of words, immediately causing Ouyang to feel blur. Okay. I'll go. Once he said that, Ouyang immediately woke up from his slurred state, and immediately regretted it, and said, what I meant was. Zhuoyan patted heavily on Ouyang's shoulder, and interrupted, a face full of revere towards Ouyang, as expect of Senior Ouyang. Your intellect and drive is not something the other students have. Your dream is so worthy of admiration. Only people like you are fit to have such dreams. We will definitely return with a rewarding journey, and at that time, everyone will be so surprised by our findings, that even Senior Ji Ling would be so surprised and admire Senior's achievements. She will definitely fall head over heels for Senior. Now we only have one simple problem, our travel expenses. We only need 600,000 star coins to be able to fulfill this grand plan. Ji Ling. A figure appeared in Ouyang's mind, and out of passion, he blurted out. I have 1 million star coins. Zhuoyan clapped his hands, and vehemently replied, now that even our last hurdle is gone, what can stop us from realizing our grand plan? Time is of the essence, Senior Ouyang, let us move out. Only after Ouyang stepped out of the door, did he finally regain his senses? His expression froze on his face. Wait a minute, what did I just see? I just knew it, Senior. You're so heroic, you definitely will not look forward and back, and definitely not fear the unknown. Because Senior keeps his promises, and with every saliva of yours, you can pin down simple men. But Zhuoyan and Ouyang did not notice that, on the screen behind them, a monstrous face had appeared on Ling Su. Meng Wei looked at Tang Tian in shock. Tang Tian's left eye had suddenly become blue, glowing like ice-cold sapphire. It was the same face, that was still dripping with perspiration, but he had an ice-cold and indifferent look, as though the young man standing in the air had changed to another person. How can a person's temperament have such drastic changes? Meng Wei's heart was shaking indescribably. Tang Tian who was in front of her was brimming with a dangerous aura. His ice-blue left eye, could that be? From a distance, at a different corner, many voices started speaking. Pavo constellation, Lang Yu who was sitting inside the palace hall watching the battle suddenly stood up. He stared at Tang Tian in the screen, his face in disbelief, King Peacock eyes. Xiaozhi Jun's eyes suddenly exploded out with light, his robes flew out as he rushed forward, his mouth saying 3 words, King Peacock eyes. King Peacock eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 308, Because I Want to Win. Chapter 308 Because I Want to Win. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and De Andre. Senior, what are King Peacock eyes? Sima Xiao turned to ask curiously. There were very few things that could make his senior brother have such expression, and he immediately felt that it was something interesting. Southern Skies 42, Phoenix Fire Armor, King Peacock Eyes, Centaurus Outstanding Spear, Heavenly Crane flying to the east, persevering like the wolf. Xiaozhi Jun said solemnly, not many people remembers this folk song, and I cannot remember it clearly. It talks about the strongest of the Southern Sky's strongest constellations. The Phoenix Fire Armor, Phoenix constellation was the strongest, and so was their fire affinity armors. Their armor were overbearing and valiant, that even many of the Northern Sky rank armors cannot compare to them. Centaur's demigod spear talked about the Centaurus constellation, where the martial artists of Centaurus constellation were experts in spear throwing, which was like the wind. And they were naturally romantic, and were extremely open. Heavenly Crane Constellation Creator, Crane Spiritual Master, brought his own things. Their martial techniques formed their own sect, and were very different from the other constellations. Persevering. Unlike the wolf, Lupus constellation's environment is severe and barren, grooming the Lupus people to have extremely persevering characters, and in the Southern Skies 42 constellations, no one could change that. Then what are the King Peacock Eyes? It was the first time Sima Xiao had heard the folk song, and felt that it was extremely fresh, but his senior brother did not talk about the King Peacock Eyes. It seemed to be a type of martial technique. Xiao Zhijun's expression congealed. It was said that the King Peacock Eyes can see through 10,000 techniques of the world, and it should be an eye technique that can clearly see decisive opportunities. Very few people have mastered it, and Tang Tian most likely could not have done it either. Hearing his senior brother mumbling to himself, Sima Xiao was surprised. Why can't Tang Tian master it? Xiao Zhijun regained his senses, and explained, King Peacock Eyes is very powerful, because it uses the power of the constellation to be mastered. Only the constellation master is able to use the constellation's power. And the current generation master is Lang Yu. The same treasure of Pavo constellation is the peacock's feather which is in his hands, so I find it weird. How can Tang Tian use the King Peacock Eyes? Pavo constellation? Sima Xiao suddenly thought of something, and raised his head. I just thought of something. There was some news a while ago, that said that many treasures of Pavo constellation all had some situation of drop of rank. It even caused a panic, as many people thought that Pavo constellation would end up like Immortal constellation. Tian, Immortal constellation is actually Perseus constellation, should I change it? So it was like that. Xiao Zhijun's expression became even darker. Tang Tian must have used some sort of technique to seize the power of Pavo constellation. You can forcefully seize a constellation's power? Sima Xiao could not believe that. It had happened before, but it rarely happens. Xiao Zhijun shook his head. The details regarding them had never been passed down. Let us watch the battle first. Both of their eyes once again were immersed in the battle. Tang Tian, who was standing straight in mid-air, released an extremely cold aura, and gazing straight at Meng Wei. All his muscles that were feeling sore and pain, but with Tang Tian's emotion and heart that was like ice, had been broken off from all the feelings of the body. In the air, he suddenly took a step forward, his figure blinked, and he immediately disappeared. Wind concealment movements. Meng Wei's eyes contracted, her wrist flicked, and the saber in front of her suddenly slashed down. There was no golden aura, just purely strength. The saber cut through the air, and the accumulated force in the saber's body, causing the air around the saber to vibrate, causing the saber to look distorted. The saber's body accurately struck Tang Tian's body, but the feeling of hitting nothing caused Meng Wei to immediately realize the miss. She immediately retracted the blade and retreated. Suddenly, 3 firefly dots appeared in the foreground of her vision. Demon King Blazing Firefly. The sense of danger flooded Meng Wei's head. Without thinking, she flicked her wrist, causing an explosion sound to be produced in the air. The saber brought forth a saber image, accurately striking down on the 3 fireflies. Pa pa pa. Every saber image struck each of the firefly dots, and a burst of cold true power entered the saber's body. Meng Wei suddenly felt as if she was holding onto an ice saber. It was extremely cold. She trembled, narrowly letting go of the saber. But her body was tough, so she clenched her teeth and suppressed the feeling, and struck behind her. Another miss. The danger loomed again. It was the Demon King Blazing Fireflies again. The saber's body moved, pa pa pa, accurately striking them. Meng Wei shivered again, her right hand was quickly freezing. Shoo! A spark suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. With her normal expression, Meng Wei swapped her saber to her left hand, and quickly thrust forward. Sparks exploded out in front of Meng Wei. Tang Tian's blurred image suddenly appeared between the sparks. Meng Wei's expression was calm, the saber in her hands was not the least bit sluggish, and accurately struck every attack of Tang Tian's. Even the hidden Demon King Blazing Fireflies did not create any trouble for Meng Wei. Every time her hand quickly froze, she would swap hands. Her left and right hand were equally strong. In his ice blue vision, Meng Wei did not have any weakness. Her saber technique was simple, and she knew her own strong and weak points, and could perfectly match herself. Meng Wei did have weaknesses, but she knew how to protect such places. That was the real demeanor of an expert. Any strong martial artist, regardless of whatever his style of fighting was, would definitely have weak spots. But Tang Tian's heart did not falter, he continuously changed his patterns. With his King Peacock Eyes, the might of wind concealment steps and Fire Scythe Ghost Claw was used to its full brilliance. By borrowing the power of King Peacock Eyes, Tang Tian and Meng Wei became of equal standing. Meng Wei's expression was calm, but her heart was trembling furiously. Tang Tian's power was actually to this extent. His claw technique was extremely queer, both powerful and destructive. It was an extremely superior claw technique. And his true power had a cold aura from the start, but quickly became even more ferocious and strange, his true power becoming like a rotating drill. But what caused Meng Wei to really feel troubled was that he had outrageous body techniques. Suddenly going to the right, then suddenly going to the left, sometimes rushing up and suddenly retreating. It was as if his body could casually change direction at any time, completely going against logic. This allowed Tang Tian to attack at any angle. Meng Wei had to be at her fullest attention to handle Tang Tian's weird way of attacking. Adding to it, Tang Tian's attack angles and timing were extremely stunning, putting Meng Wei in an extremely difficult situation. She needed to be even more focused to be able to defend against Tang Tian's attacks. If not for Tang Tian's true power, which was only at the 7th level, she would definitely be in huge trouble. Both parties were using speed to overcome each other, causing people to have vertigo watching them. Suddenly, Meng Wei felt a trace of fatigue, and she was suddenly alarmed. She immediately understood that Tang Tian's tricky attacks had caused her to be tensed and anxious from the start, so her mind and focus started to be tired. After Tang Tian had activated that weird blue eyes, his attacking might did not change much, but its menace and threat amplified. An eye martial technique that could sharpen the eyes to find weak spots? So strong. This was the first time Meng Wei felt fatigue in battle. Was this Tang Tian's true intention? And this fellow, he had been hit by me so many times, how can he have that much strength remaining? Meng Wei had suspicions in her heart, she knew the extent of her attacks, and after striking Tang Tian for so many times, he still acted like he was fine. Tang Tian's strength was good, but that was compared to an ordinary person. To her, it was worth nothing. It would be reasonable to say that he should have long exhausted the energy of his body, but why was he still able to release such powerful attacks? Ding! The saber in her hands struck Tang Tian's claws, and she immediately felt something amiss. She was right, her saber quickly ricocheted. This was the sign that she had exhausted too much energy, and Tang Tian, who was extremely sharp in battle, would definitely notice. No, I need to change this situation. Meng Wei was firm. Upon making a decision, she would not hesitate, and she immediately retracted her saber and retreated. What was surprising was that Tang Tian did not chase. Meng Wei finally saw Tang Tian's situation clearly and relaxed. Tang Tian was completely drenched, he had sweat buckets, although his facial expression was ice cold, but the perspiration and the flushed face, the heavy breathing, the slight trembling of his arms, could clearly tell that he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Meng Wei was not the least bit contemptuous. Tang Tian had already given her too many surprises. She did not like that feeling, and the blood in her body started to boil. Raising her saber, she bellowed, "White whale, bestow my saber." Suddenly, an image of Cetus constellation appeared in the sky, and a ray of warm light struck down from the sky and enveloped the saber in her hands. Bang! An astonishing chi permeated out. Meng Wei's hair fluttered, her saber was erected straight facing the sky, the space in between her eyebrows was solemn, as if she was a battle goddess. In Tang Tian's ice blue vision, Meng Wei's chi had quickly risen, and an extremely dangerous feeling enveloped his entire body. His ice-cold heart could not help but have a faint instability. Surprisingly, Tang Tian stopped his king peacock eyes, and the blue left eye quickly became dim. The cold chi aura around his body immediately disappeared, and the pain and fatigue flooded in like a tide. Tang Tian groaned, almost fainting. He clenched his teeth and held on, causing his face to become distorted, and looked extremely sinister. Such a fierce T-Rex, Uncle was right, they are such fierce creatures. Was it because of this that Uncle did not marry? Cool, I didn't expect that, I have to use that move. Who knows if it is reliable? Hey, you must be reliable, okay? Tang Tian mocked at himself and laughed in his heart. He used his remaining strength and opened up his arms. Tang Tian's entire body was shivering, and he looked like a scarecrow that was shivering and swaying with the wind. This posture is truly ugly. Wait until I am more powerful, I will definitely change this posture. If I am defeated by T-Rex, that mosquito cow, I am only is back. Will definitely mock me. Tang Tian clenched his teeth and stared at Meng Wei. He wanted to smile, but grinned with the remaining energy he had left, and as though he was ventilating. In this situation, facing such a strong opponent, it did not make Tang Tian feel the least bit discouraged. On the contrary, he was feeling excited, heartfelt excitement. It was as though there was something in deep sleep within his body that was slowly waking up. Such a strong enemy, if I defeat her, it will definitely be so satisfying. Such a strong enemy, if I defeat her, then that means I have advanced yet again. I would have definitely grown stronger. Why am I so excited? Why am I so happy? Why am I unafraid? Because I want to win. Why do I want to win? Because when I win, everyone will praise me. Because when I win, I will be rich. Because when I win, I can continue to go to further places. Because when I win, I can continue to fight. I want to win every fight. And win forever. I am that greedy. Tang Tian laughed, exposing his white teeth. He bellowed out like thunder. Ignite, red eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 309, The Black Flame and the Army. Chapter 309, The Black Flame and the Army. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre R. Tang Tian's right eye was suddenly colored into a bloody red. Something exploded out from deep within his body and rushed to his brain. Tang Tian's body trembled, and his pupils lost its focal length. His left blue eyes quickly became clean, and a surge of red came out from deep within, quickly occupying his eye. The black flame surged out quietly from inside his body, following along the surface of his body. In a blink of an eye, the black flames had swallowed Tang Tian, and inside the black flame, only a silhouette could be seen. Tian, Super Saiyan mode? He opened up his arms, quietly standing there, the black flames continuing to burn. A pair of red eyes slowly lit up from inside the black flame, frightening people's soul. He was like a devil god. That is, black flame. Zhou Zijun's face changed, his voice trembling. Sima Xiao turned his face and stared blankly at his senior brother. It was the first time the brown-haired young man had seen his senior brother panic. He was unable to think that his senior brother would make a face like that. He could not stop himself from turning, and his gaze landed on the figure who was burning in black flames. Lang Yu was beyond shocked when he saw Tang Tian enveloped in black flames. His eyes turned ice cold. When he saw that Tang Tian had the King Peacock eyes, he already had the thought to cause trouble for Tang Tian. But now, the thought was gone. He did not know what the black flames were, but he knew it was definitely not something he could mess with. He was the master of Pavo Constellation, and he had been baptized by Pavo Constellation's power for so many years, so the blood meridians in his body had long transformed. But he was very clear that his blood meridians fell short facing against Tang Tian's blood meridians. Tu Ruhai was also watching the battle, but for some reason, he did not personally attend. Out of the 6, Meng Wei worried him the least, but never could he have thought that Meng Wei was the one who was facing the most trouble. The battle progress was at a stalemate. Tang Tian's blue left eye had caused him to be extremely interested, especially when he saw Tang Tian actually forcing Meng Wei to use the power of the constellation. He was surprised, but thought that that would be the end of the battle. But when he saw Tang Tian release the black flames, he stood up. Blood meridians, that definitely was the power of blood meridians. His emotions were stirred. He had never heard of blood meridians that could produce black flames. His eyes were wide open, leaning forward. He forgot that he was staring at a screen. Of all the current blood meridians Tu Ruhai had interacted with, the highest grade one was a silver-rank blood meridians of the Equatorial Palace halls. For the higher grade ones, he could only dream about them. Was he an ancient race descendant? Or a lucky transformation? Tu Ruhai's mind was flooded with countless thoughts, his eyes not leaving the screen. His eyes showed greed and passion. If he was able to produce a blood meridian that was of higher grade than an Equatorial Palace silver blood meridian, then his position of clan elder will definitely raise to another level. But there were many clan elders in Onyx Soul, but even though they were clan elders, their positions all differed to differences like heaven and earth. The more they gave to Onyx Soul, the higher their positions, the more power they would wield, and more wealth with that. The reason why he had stirred up the dispute this time was because of that, his position. No matter how messy it was in the Southern Sky's 42 constellations, nothing would happen. He had absolute qualifications and power in the Southern Sky's 42 constellations. Whatever consequences that would arise due to the dispute, it was not related to him. He had structured everything to go according to his authority, so no one would able to pinpoint that it was his fault. All these years, he had always wanted to climb up the ladder, but he knew it was not possible. Equatorial Palace silver blood was already extremely strong to him. For an even higher grade, the Ecliptic Palace's silver blood, it would be the most top grade existence, and was not a problem about money. To have an Ecliptic Palace silver blood, you must have an achievement in the Ecliptic Palace's constellations. In the 12 Ecliptic Palaces, some of the palaces were already close to destruction. But no one had ever had the intention to try fight the descendants of the Ecliptic Palaces. Although the 12 Ecliptic Palaces had fought between one another, but they protected their descendants well and equally. The disciples of the 12 palaces could fight and kill one another, but if anyone tried to take the blood meridians, they would suffer the joint attacks from the 12 Ecliptic Palaces. Furthermore, the current Lion King Leong was the one who decided on that action, because regarding the blood meridians, they had already caused 3 big wars, and blood had formed streams and rivers. Even for Onyx Soul, which was a huge organization, they did not dare to start a war with these huge powerhouses. Now, the only Ecliptic Palace silver blood was bought at an extravagant price in Onyx Soul, but from the ecliptic palaces themselves. There were specialized people in the 12 ecliptic palaces that did business. After attaining an achievement, but having nowhere to go, and having a difficult life, they could only use the blood meridian to exchange for their survival, or to have an offspring that could have better achievements. For these, the respective palaces all closed one eye. Even higher than that was the gold blood meridians. That was an entirely different world. Ecliptic Palace silver blood meridians, that must definitely be in Tang Tian's body. Thinking about that, Tu Ruhai's mind calmed down. If it was the Ecliptic Palace silver blood, then that means he could not touch him. But there was the possibility of it being an ancient blood meridian. If it was like that, then Tang Tian was definitely big fat meat. Which constellation of the Ecliptic Palace could produce black flames? Thinking about that, he jumped out in fright. It seemed that all the constellations could. Leo constellation was hailed for its fire, although a black flame was rarely seen, but if it was in the Leo constellation, the probability of it was much higher. Sagittarius constellation also had the flaming arrow, and the probability of Scorpio constellation having it was even higher. Tu Ruhai did not have any idea, and started to worry about the end of the battle. If Tang Tian really had Ecliptic Palace's blood meridians, then Meng Wei was in danger. In the battlefield, the most watched fight was between Tang Tian and Meng Wei, but there was another battle that equally had many people watching, and that was the Lupus army. In the southern skies 42 constellations, there had never been an army in all these low-grade constellations. The most important factor was that talent was hard to come by. Every army needed a military leader, and only with a military leader that could lead, that would then truly be an army. The military leader must be able to lead and control over 10 men to attack martial artists. Military leaders were more uncommon than martial artists. Any military leader able to command 10 people would command a very high wage in any army. Whether a military leader is good or not depends on two factors. The first one was his commanding power, how many martial artists he could command. The higher level, the higher grade he was. The second factor was tactics level. The situation on the battlefield is ever changing, and only by making the right decision at the right time can you achieve the best results. Most of the military leaders had weak personal strength. Simply put, a military leader is actually another kind of assistant-type martial artist. They usually train in one aspect, controlling aura. Control aura was the ability to control the subordinates' capability of releasing their respective sword aura or blade aura, etc. The higher the control aura, the higher the commanding power. Upon hearing that Lupus constellation had an army, everyone thought it was a joke. Not only until they heard that 2 Heaven Road list martial artists had died and got injured by the army, did they start to get interested in it. So, this small town really produced an army? Holding on to this suspicion, the Lupus army started to attract a lot of attention. Especially when people saw the one leading the army was actually a spirit general, it garnered even more curiosity. Military leaders who were spirit generals were hailed as spirit military generals, and were not uncommon. Especially for commanding a strength of 20 and below, most of the armies, organizations would use spirit military generals. For spirit generals that had commanding power of over 50, were extremely expensive, and was too difficult to bear for any organization body. Also, spirit generals had limited knowledge, although they had commanding power, but compared to people, they were not flexible and agile enough. They could be used for small number of troops, but very rarely will they be used for a larger number. When everyone saw that the number of the army was 200 people, they were all astonished. A spirit general that had commanding power of 200, its price would definitely be sky high. But very quickly, people realized that there was yet another spirit general in the troops, commanding 50 people. If that was the case, the commanding power of the poker face spirit general was 150. A spirit general with commanding power of 200 had a sky-high price, but a spirit general with commanding power of 150 was equally sky-high. So he was a nouveau riche. But everyone was still shaking their heads. The spirit general had sufficient commanding power, but to rely on such an army to defeat 3 members of the 2 family 6 guards, that was simply wishful thinking. Many people resolved their own suspicions, and became uninterested in the battle, thinking that the 2 Heaven Road list martial artist might have been too careless and thus eliminated by the cannon fodder army. The troops behind Bing were shaped in a weird fashion, one column after another, gathering behind him in the shape of an umbrella. What kind of formation was that? The people who were focusing on the spirit general in the battlefield could not help but sneer. The spirit general was truly indulging in his own fantasies, to actually form such a strange formation. Using spirit military leader to fight in the battle made everyone believe that Tang Tian had given up on the army, and with the spirit military leader showing such a strange formation, everyone only found it funnier. Bing was very calm. Although the cannon fodder had only trained in the umbrella formation tactic for a few days, but to think of relying on the few days of time and master the formation, that was impossible. But luckily, his real intention was not there. He had countless tactics, but knew that to rely on the mob to fight the opponent was terribly difficult, and following conventional ways to fight was definitely useless. If he had 2 to 3 months of time, he had confidence that he could bring the cannon fodder to trample on the 3 enemies, but not of current. If he wanted to obtain victory currently, he could only rely on an unconventional gambit. The 3 opponents were experienced in fighting, and did not rush into the formation, but went a circle around them, and ran to the back of the troops. It was the first time they were witnessing such a strange formation, although they did not know much about the formation, but they could tell that the back of the formation was a big weak spot. But that was where they met Tang Yi. Tang Yi's commanding power was 60. Regular sergeants had commanding power of 50, but he was a gold-ranked staff sergeant, so he could control 10 more. To command 50 people was extremely easy to him. The 50 men under him were extremely fast, and rushed towards the 3 opponents. Without bullshitting, the zanbato in his hand slashed out, and almost at the same time, the lupus martial artists behind him all released their scimitars in unison. A large blade aura hissed forward, scaring the 3 of them. They immediately dodged to one side, and increased the distance between them. This spirit military leader is somewhat troublesome. Old Feng's face was gloomy, along with the other 2. Tang Yi had judged their attacking route very accurately, and it felt like they were exploiting an opportunity. The troops are changing formation. Amethyst Lady reminded. As expected, behind Tang Yi, the troops were quickly changing their formation. Rush over, no matter how powerful he is, they are only 50 people. Old Feng clenched his teeth. Manju, you lead the attack. Okay. Manju, whose stature towered over everybody else, agreed. His brute strength was most suited for these kind of situations. Seeing the 3 of them rushing towards him, Tang Yi remained expressionless, and once again raised the zanbato in his hands. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 310, Everyone, I'm Here. Chapter 310, Everyone, I'm Here. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. The requirements for a sergeant rank in the Southern Cross Army: be able to command 50 men, every soldier's power must be prominent, to be able to be proficient and grasp the fundamental tactics, to be able to comprehend and remarkably carry out the orders of superiors, to be able to make reasonable judgment in the battlefield. Tang Yi was a gold-rank staff sergeant, and he met all these requirements beautifully. But who would guess that in the era of the Southern Cross Army, there were countless military grades who held gold-rank staff sergeants. The blade aura was perfect, suddenly rushing forward. Following behind it was 50 blade rays that were released at the same time, like a school of fish, rushing towards the 3 people. Manju roared out, holding a 3 m tall gigantic shield. The muscles on his entire body tensed up, like a barbaric bull. He held the shield up and rushed forward. Amethyst and Old Fun followed closely behind him. Both of them had anxious looks on their faces. They had never experienced such a scene before. Tang Yi's blade aura was the first to crash onto the gigantic shield. Manju, who was advancing, suddenly stopped. Following that, the following blade auras were like rain that splattered onto the shield. As though he was shocked by lightning, Manju's body shivered, and retreated a few steps. Amethyst and Old Feng's face changed. Manju's strength was just barely inferior to Meng Wei, only his speed and agility was lacking by a lot, but in such competitions in terms of rushing, he had never lost before. The 3 of them were extremely well coordinated, as Amethyst and Old Feng both made their moves at the same time. The long whip in Amethyst's hand trembled. The purplish whip was like a purple snake, pouncing towards Tang Yi. Old Feng's hand had a short bow, with 4 feathered arrows in his right hand. Without even taking aim, he fired. The 4 arrows suddenly split in the air, and flew towards the crowd. Manju roared at that moment. Hardening his body, he rushed forward. It was obviously to lock him down, but not only did Tang Yi increase the distance between him and the opponents, he actually took the chance to suddenly advance 2 steps closer when Manju retreated. Tang Yi led his troops. Ignoring the other lupus martial artists, he rushed forward, along with his troops. The whip shadow and the arrows went into the troops, and out came 3 whales. 3 of the soldiers had suffered injuries, but the rest were safe. One of them was caught by the whip, and his entire person was flung out. The other 2 were struck, and outformed 2 holes with blood on their bodies, but luckily it was not a fatal injury. The other 2 arrows landed into empty spaces amongst the troops. Such a pity. If they had sufficient training, they could easily dodge the enemy's attacks. The deaths and injuries did not cause any undulations in Tang Yi's mind, as he continued to slash with his zanbato. The gigantic shield blocked Manju and the other 2's vision, as the 50 blade auras rushed in like a flock of birds, and merged with Tang Yi's blade aura. The blade aura rose in power dramatically, fiercely chopped onto the gigantic shield. Bang! The surprising force caused Manju to feel as if he was drilled still on his place by a powerful nail, and the gigantic shield in his hand was broken into 2 pieces, his palms painted red with his own blood. Amethyst and Old Feng's face changed. They were extremely confident of Manju's frontal assault force. Manju's assault had always been their team's main attacking weapon. To achieve a faster and decisive battle, they have used this destructive yet simple plan many times. But they did not expect that they would be unable to get closer. Split! Old Feng bellowed, and the 3 figures immediately split up. Seeing that the frontal assault was not working, they could only separate, and cause the opponent to be unable to handle all of them at once. Old Feng was currently filled with regret. Their assault had a mistake, and their current situation was not in their favor. But when the 3 of them separated, and were about to unleash the next wave of attacks, Tang Yi's troops suddenly turned, and frantically left the battlefield. This sudden change caused the 3 of them to be stunned, but they were secretly rejoicing, because that meant most of the troops of the enemy were exposed in front of them. But when they looked at the cannon fodder army, they realized that right in front of them was actually the spirit general who was standing in front of the troops. Wait, how did he appear at the back? But when they looked again, they realized that the 150 men were still maintaining their weird formation, but their faces exposed disbelief. In such a short time, the opponent's formation actually had completed adjusted. How is that possible? Not only them, countless of key players watching through their screens and military leaders. They witnessed the strange scene. When the 3 guards went to their back, the entire formation had started changing. It started from the center of the fan, splitting up like a paper fan tearing up. Bing, who was located at the fulcrum of the fan, turned and moved forward towards Tang Yi. At the same time, the 2 split-up troops folded towards the opposite direction. When Bing stood in his new position, the troops had completed the fan shape again. Tian, so I guess it's something like this ////////. The entire process was not the least bit sluggish, and was as smooth as flowing water. Such a powerful spirit military leader. Fatty Li's eyes opened wide, the side of his mouth drooling. God! This world actually has such a powerful spirit military leader. How much is he? He was not the only one who was stunned. Practically everyone who was focused on the cannon fodder army was surprised. It was as if the 3 people were performing with the army, with not a bit of sluggish movement in the process. But they definitely knew that the 2 family 6 guards would definitely not be performing with the army. That meant only one possibility: the attacking pattern of the 3 of them was accurately judged and predicted by the opponent. That kind of judgment caused countless people to suck in cold air. If that was real, that was too terrifying. How much of intellect would that require? The situation of the battle had quickly changed again. When Old Feng and the other 2 saw Bing appearing in front of them again, they understood they were already at the disadvantage. Without hesitation, the 3 of them acted at the same time. Manju bellowed out. Countless amounts of black fur appeared on his body. His originally tall and sturdy body started to grow out further. The ruthless and savage Qi soared into the air. His chest had a crescent white moon scar. Polar domain grade silver blood, Ursa major constellation, violent bear savage blood. Old Feng's expression turned cold. The skin on his body quickly became pitch black. Around his arms and body, an ethereal mist appeared, seemingly like a membrane. His eyes became extremely bright. Ancient bat race blood meridians. The short bow in his hands lit up with a silver aura. Polar domain grade silver treasure, Draco constellations, Draco short bow. The purple crystal on Amethyst's forehead exploded, and her skin quickly became transparent, as though her entire body was made of amethyst. Her blood meridian was even more bizarre, a lost crystal race blood meridians. It was not considered a battle-type race. Their existence was so impactful that they dated even before the ancient times. The long whip in her hand was actually an equatorial palace grade silver treasure, Hydra constellations, Hydra whip. Manju fiercely slapped his chest and roared out into the heavens, then started running towards Bing. With the size of a small mountain, every time his foot landed, it shook the mountains and earth, his chi astonishing. His defense was currently raised exactly 5 times, where blades and swords could hardly injure him. Old Feng's expression was solemn. The Draco short bow in his hand released a blinding silver light. The black mist in his hands transformed into an arrow. He aimed at Bing, bent the bow back, and shot it out. The black smoke disappeared. That was his ultimate technique, Draco black bat arrow. Amethyst's crystal body lit up with a transparent aura. It followed her hands into the Hydra whip, in which she started to flick. The Hydra whip left her palm and transformed into a ray of over 10 m long gigantic Hydra. Opening its big mouth, it pounced towards Bing. The 3 of them released all their power. Under the blinding lights and terrifying chi, the spectators watched with awe on their faces. Bing's expression was calm. He stood in his horse stance without moving an inch. He only lightly moved his right arm, as though he was waving and saying hello. The martial artists behind him who were in the fan formation were somehow attracted as though they were controlled by an invisible hand, and they all shouted in unison, "Kill!" The entire formation released their scimitars. Their movements were so accurate like it was measured by a ruler. This was Bing's true goal, to use the awakening medicine, activating their ancient lupus blood meridians for them to have the mutual response. But, the response was sloppy, and could not exceed 3 people. So Bing chose the umbrella formation, every single martial artist, with a person in front and another behind them, coincidentally they could have the same mutual response. This response could greatly increase their rapport. Only with this could they release their blade auras in unison. The umbrella tactics greatly changed the coordination between the soldiers, but on the bad side, it required a lot from its military leader. As the most forward position, all the attacks would be converged towards him. Also, with the layers upon layers of intensifying transfer of blade auras, when it reached the military leader, it was already very strong, so Bing had to also control all the blade auras, which was extremely difficult. Bing's thoughts suddenly drifted elsewhere. He had finally led an army, and went to the battlefield. The last time he did that, how long has it already been? His memories were blurry, he laughed at himself, and he thought he said to himself, the battlefield was his true home. But, the feeling to be able to fight, actually feels quite good. Bing's poker face exposed a sad smile. He raised up his right hand, and suddenly scratched forward. The many rays of bright strong blade auras converged at his palm, and formed a gigantic dazzling light ball. Bang! An astonishing formless chi formed at the core of the light ball, and exploded out. Regardless of whether it was the black mist arrow, the 10 m long gigantic hydra, or the big and sturdy Manju, they were all stopped by a formless screen, and unable to inch forward. It was as though time suddenly stopped. The light in Bing's eyes grew stronger and stronger, like a star growing brighter. An extremely heroic emotion grew in his chest. There will be a day where I will be able to bring the new Southern Cross Army and compete toe-to-toe against the famous generals of this generation. Hey, everyone, I'm here. His gentle voice sounded out, and quickly disappeared like the wind. The light ball in his palm expanded out. Pa! The sound of the light ball exploding gushed into the 3 people's ears. It was no less than a clap of thunder. An aura containing 150 blade auras having been compressed, was constantly vibrated by Bing to the point of crumbling, forming countless minute grain-sized and high-pressured blade auras. The moment of explosion of the light ball was simply incomprehensible. The dazzling conical grains flowed out of Bing's hands. The 3 opponents did not have time to react, and were swallowed whole by the gushing light aura. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 311, The Strong Spirit Military General. Chapter 311, The Strong Spirit Military General. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre R. The brightly lit conical flow seized all the light aura of the battlefield. Countless people behind their screens all stood up, their faces shocked. They were dumbstruck at the scene that was played in front of them. And the military leaders, all of them stared at the figure in the screen in disbelief, as though they saw a ghost. What was that power? When the light aura dispersed, the 3 figures appeared in front of everybody. Old Feng's enlarged eyes were filled with fear. Not 1 inch on his body was clean, everywhere was filled with countless holes and scratches, like a beehive. It was extremely terrifying. He stood there, not moving, as though he was a statue. Amethyst's transparent crystal-like body, one gently sound, her forehead started to have a crack, which started to go further. The cracking sounds kept on going, and in a blink of an eye, she had lost her face, with all the countless of cracks that formed up like spider webs. Manchu's both arms protected his face, his entire body was full of cuts, blood flowing everywhere, but the violent bare savage blood provided him with endless and powerful life force, and adding his astonishing defense, it allowed him to survive the attack. The wounds on his body scarred people, but in truth they were just lacerations. I will kill you. All of you go and die. Manju erupted, the chi on his body becoming savage, his arms protecting his vital points, bellowing out and rushing towards Bing. As long as he killed the damn spirit general, he would be able to smash all the other ants apart. Kill! An indifferent yet harsh voice suddenly exploded out to his ears. A bone-chilling blade aura appeared in front of him. The feeling of extreme danger covered Manju's entire body. In a moment of desperation, the blood in his body suddenly soared out, and a dim image of Ursa Major constellation appeared in the sky, and a brown light aura shot down from the sky. On Manju's back appeared a sinister and fierce-looking brown bear tattoo. Blood meridians beckoning. Unlimited power suddenly erupted in his body. Manchu felt his entire body brimming with the energy. All the hairs on his body were actually shining with a silver light. Manju was secretly ecstatic. The heavens don't want me dead. I actually broke through in such a crucial point. Upon leaving the battlefield, Tang immediately changed direction. Bing had condensed the light ball, and purposely waited for a bit, just to give Tang some time. And when Bing made his move, Tang had already led his troops and joined back to attack. So when the light aura dissipated, Tang had already reached Manju's side, and the time it took for him to release his blade could even be hailed as flawless. However, the result of the blade was actually too far for Tang. The powerful light aura's might not only intimidated other people, even the martial artists of Tang's troops suffered attacks. Only 35 of them were able to truly release the scimitars from their hands, and aside from Tang, only 20 of them could truly release with all their might. If it was the Southern Cross Army, with such terrible performance, it could even cause the warrant officer of the detachment to be ashamed to the point of death, and enough to put the entire detachment to detention. But at the moment, it was enough. The control aura of Tang was not as powerful as Bing, but his Grandmaster blade technique, and controlling a smaller number of people with his control aura, he was able to display astonishing might. The blade aura that Tang released quietly vibrated, and the 30-plus blade auras behind were all ingested by it. To other people's eyes, all these blade aura had merged with Tang's large blade aura, but in truth they were pasted on Tang's blade aura, maintaining a very small distance between each other, vibrating at extremely high frequency. When the blade auras touched Manju's arms, the silver hairs on his hands erupted, releasing a powerful, head-wrenching, painful metallic sound and Manju screaming. The blade aura had cut deep into the halfway part of Manju's arms, and blood was spurting everywhere. The pain caused Manju to release an animal-like painful cry. But the strangest scene happened, the spurting blood quickly stopped, and a wound started to heal. Such a pity, if the detachment had trained further, one blade would have done it. At this time, the subordinates behind could not be counted out anymore, these amateurs would definitely not be able to release a second blade, and that was the time when the military leader would display his personal military skills. That was also why a low-rank military leader will always have a high requirement for a person's martial power. In the face of a battle, an outstanding power is the weapon to break the stalemate. Tang's face was emotionless. On the horseback, he leaned forward, and as though the zanbato was as light as a feather, he waved it casually. A thin blade aura appeared. Grandmaster Great Blade Technique allowed him to release 22 blades in a span of lighting a spark. 22 blade auras, with extreme precision, all of them entered the injury of Manju's hand, with zero deviation, but Tang was like the wind, and suddenly appeared beside Manju. Behind him, the two arms flew into the sky. Manju had a terrified look on his face but unable to make a sound, as a slit of blood appeared on his throat. Tang stopped, changing the direction of the horse head. He lightly urged the horse to stroll. On the horseback, Tang's blade was vertical, indifferent and stern. He was extremely imposing. Chie! At this moment did the slit on Manju's throat open up and spurt out blood, and his body fell. Tian, Iron Man scene where he destroyed the tank with one small missile and walked away. Just at this time, Old Foam also fell, his chi was gone. Amethyst, whose whole body was full of cracks, crumbled into pieces. 3 people, destroyed. Sima Xiao was no longer smiling, he stared at the screen, his face gloomy. He could tell that this army was obviously a cannon fodder army that had not even trained in their fundamentals properly. But this cannon fodder army was so powerful, and adding all up, they had killed 4 Heaven Road list martial artists and heavily injured 1. From that results, the army definitely was not a cannon fodder army. Sima Zhao's gaze landed on the 2 spirit generals leading the army. The reason for its winning streak was due to the 2 spirit generals. The previous report only had the spirit military leader wielding the zanbato. Sima Xiao did not even think that Tang Tian actually had another trump card in his hands. That poker face had a comical and ridiculous face, but at the same time thinking about his astonishing display of leadership, no one was able to laugh. It was the first time Sima Xiao saw a military leader being able to battle in an artistic way. What caused people to shout out in praise was the extremely accurately planned tactics. Throughout the entire battle, from the start to end, everything was in control of the 2 spirit military leaders, which was the scariest part. A spirit military leader with high commanding power is not scary. A spirit military leader with powerful control aura is also not scary. The scariest is a clever spirit military leader. That was not just clever anymore, it was a top-grade spirit military leader that had seemingly godlike wisdom. Every crucial moment, every reaction, were all in their hands, every move and retaliation. The 3 of them did not die with injustice. Even for Sima Xiao, who was an ambitious and ruthless character, felt tension in his heart. If he was in the 3-person's shoes, he too might not be able to do it better. He also had military leaders under him, but comparing to Bing and Tang, their standard was lower. If that army trains a bit more, Sima Xiao believed, many people would not be able to sleep at night because of the battle. Sima Xiao glanced at his senior, and could not help but be startled. His senior's gaze was stuck onto Tang Tian, who was covered in the black flames. Tu Ruhai's expression changed again. He did not expect that the battle would end up like that. He felt that Meng Wei would definitely be victorious, but she was caught up in a bitter struggle, and the three people who were handling the cannon fodder army would definitely complete their task, but the result was them being killed. Meng Wei. All his hopes were pinned on Meng Wei. As long as Meng Wei won, then he would have the chance of a comeback. His eyes went back to Meng Wei. Bing, who was on the horse, did not feel joyous. The victory, to him, was nothing much and not worth bragging. The only thing worth noticing, worth keeping it in and being happy, was that it was his first time leading the troops. Alright, they can be considered troops. Bing's gaze looked towards Tang Tian, who was enveloped in the black flames in the sky. Tang Tian's blood meridians were not normal, that he knew. At the weak point martial ground, Tang Tian had absorbed the angel blood and dwarf blood meridians, and the process was not normal either. He was extremely curious to Tang Tian's blood meridians. Until now, he still did not understand why the bronze plate was in Tang Tian's hands. The bronze plate was from Tang Tian's father, so what connection did Tang Tian's father have with the army? All of these puzzling mysteries were all linked to Tang Tian's blood meridians, spreading out like little clues. Black flame. Wait a minute. Bing's pupils suddenly dilated. The figure enveloped in black flames in the sky gave him an extremely foreign feeling. Something's wrong. Bing had been with Tang Tian for very long, adding that he had always supervised Tang Tian's training. He was extremely familiar with Tang Tian's qi. When Tang Tian used the King Peacock's eyes, although his aura changed, but his qi did not. But the person enveloped in the black flames standing in the sky, his qi was entirely different. What exactly was going on? While Bing was still shocked, Tang Tian, who was in the air, moved. The saber in Meng Wei's hand lit up with a misty light aura. The power granted by the Cetus constellation continued to pour into her. Blood meridians beckoning was extremely harmful to the martial artist, so as to say, if not for a life or death situation, the martial artist would never use it. Meng Wei's situation was extremely special. She could freely activate the blood meridians beckoning and not get injured. But it could only be used once a year. In all her battles, she had only made her blood meridians boil once. Fighting Tang Tian, it was the second time. The power of the Cetus constellation was abundant and mellow. Entering the saber body, the blood meridians in her body seemed to have some sort of reaction. She could feel the power, as though she could slice everything under the sky. Except Tang Tian, who was in front of her. The power of the Cetus constellation in her saber body seemed to feel the danger, and was buzzing and trembling. The power of the constellation actually continued to squeeze, and it seemed that the image of Cetus constellation could also feel the danger. The weird situation caused Meng Wei to have a very uneasy feeling. Just at that moment, Tang Tian, who was enveloped in the black flames, opened up both of his arms, and suddenly drooped his left arm. That was... Meng Wei's pupils constricted. Tang Tian's right arm was extended straight out, the palm of his hand gently clenched, and a wave of black flames entered his palms, forming a shape of a sword sheath that was held tightly by his hand. Holding the black flame sword sheath in his hands, he slowly pulled and distanced his hands apart. Meng Wei was extremely familiar with that action. That was... the action of drawing a sword out of its sheath. Unless... Meng Wei's face changed, her heart jumping frantically. Suddenly, her pupils contracted to the size of needles. She was instantly covered in shock. The hollow sheath flowed out a black flame sword, in which was held in Tang Tian's palms, as he slowly pulled it out into the air. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 312, Saint Sword Ocean Prison. Chapter 312, Saint Sword Ocean Prison. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. The sword had a width of a palm and about 2.5 m long. Its overall size was bigger than Tang Tian. The sword body was straight, without any guard, and a rich black flame flowed along the sword body. Tang Tian, who was also enveloped in the black flames, stood straight with the sword. His qi was completely different from before, violent and cold. Meng Wei's saber shuddered, and the blood in her body almost froze. Constellation blood meridians were blood meridians created and transformed that have experienced a long duration of saturation under the power of the constellation. This allowed the blood meridian to have a deep connection with the constellation. Blood meridian beckoning was like the martial spirit of a star treasure combusting. The difference was, after combustion, the star treasure would be destroyed, but for the blood meridian beckoning, the user would suffer a huge backlash, but if the user was able to hold on, there was a probability that they would transform. The blood meridians in Meng Wei's body had an extremely high purity rate, and for her to communicate with Cetus constellation was much easier compared to ordinary martial artists because of her rate of connection with the Cetus constellation. But at the same time, she was extremely sensitive to the changes of the power of the constellation. When Tang Tian was enveloped in the black flames, the dramatic increase in the power of Cetus constellation wished to suppress the black flame of Tang Tian's. But when Tang Tian took out the sword from thin air, the power of Cetus constellation actually quickly lessened, as though it felt that it had no way of winning. Even the blood meridian's beckoning did not have a chance of success? Meng Wei laughed bitterly, as her gaze landed on Tang Tian. This guy, who exactly is he? Crane raised his head and glanced at Tang Tian, who was in the sky, his heart suddenly having a trace of worry. The posture of Tang Tian holding the sword was definitely not of a novice. But Crane was extremely clear. Tang Tian's sword techniques were extremely shallow. Also, Tang Tian's current chi was too foreign, as though he was an entirely different person. Crane exercised restraint on his thoughts and turned his cold gaze onto old Jun too. Seems like I need to quickly finish this person in front of me. Ling Su had also noticed Tang Tian's transformation and was equally shocked. The figure in the black flames in the sky was cold and berserk. Ling Su's first reaction was that he was not Tang Tian. He had a simple brain and trusted his own instincts. Tang Tian was an openly dumb person and never was cold and berserk. Something must have happened. Ling Su's eyes narrowed. Single Blade, who was in front of him, was like a wild beast staring at him with a gloomy expression. Although he did not know why, the opponent's attacks made him feel that they came from the same origin as his pointed sea spears, although Ling Su was clear that his pointed sea spears was stronger. I need to win against him as quick as possible. Ocean Prison. Xiao Jun said with a tremble, Saint Sword Ocean Prison. Saint Sword? Sima Xiao stammered, he thought he heard wrong. Xiao Jun calmed down, his eyes fixated on the sword. About 1,500 years ago, there was an eccentric sword saint, called Wu Wanghai. It was rumored that, when he was young, he was suddenly enlightened on a sword technique able to cut space, but he was not hailed as a successful saint. With his eccentric character, he became ruthless and addicted to murder, causing him to even face off with 6 saint martial artists who chased after him, but he would somehow always escape. After 20 years of being chased, he was bestowed as a saint and stepped into the saint domain. His sword was called Ocean Prison. Legend said that, before he died, he threw Ocean Prison into the void. Never did I expect. Sima Xiao was dumbstruck. He had never heard of this sword saint before, but he knew in this aspect, his senior brother would never judge wrong. Sword Saint. No one knew how many sword saints had been produced in Heaven Road, but each sword saint was an extremely strong person. Maybe for existences from the long-established 12 ecliptic palaces, they would not be surprised. They had a long history, and who knew how many people who had stepped into the saint domain. But to the new organizations such as the Clan Union, a sword saint was like a legend. To think that the sword in that fellow's hand was actually a saint sword. This fellow, what exactly is his background? Can we steal it? Suddenly, Sima Zhao's eyes flashed a cunning look. Previously, he was just sitting on his mountain and watching the tigers fight, and planned to take advantage of the crisis for his own personal gains, but now that a saint sword had appeared, it had caused him to change his plans. Xiao Jun shook his head, impossible. That sword is sealed in the void. Yes, I thought about it, the black flames are the flames hidden in the void. Without reaching the saint domain, no one can break into the void. Then why is he able to draw that sword? Sima Xiao asked. The sword in his hand is not the real body, it is a projection. Xiao Jun said, his body should have some of Ocean Prison's hidden flames sealed in him. All these hidden flames are able to resonate with Ocean Prison, which is sealed in the void, and borrow its power. Such a pity. Sima Xiao was filled with regret. If he could obtain the saint sword, then his voice in the Clan Union would be unmatched. He immediately felt envious. That's just a projection, yet it is already so grand, it truly is powerful. The power of a saint sword is not something he is able to control currently. A bestowal by a sword saint is the strongest tempering under the heavens. Even an ordinary steel sword that is bestowed by a sword saint will become extremely strong. Xiao Jun's eyes exposed a far-sighted look. Is Tang Tian a descendant of Wu Wanghai? Sima Xiao asked with suspicion. Impossible. Wu Wanghai had never married, and that was 1,500 years ago. It is too distant. Xiao Jun. Tang Tian did not lose his consciousness, but his consciousness was in an extremely queer situation. It was as if he was in void of primal chaos. All around him was countless black flames, and a blurred figure in the distance. Hey! Uncle! Where is this? Tang Tian shouted out. When he saw that the black flames produced by his blood meridian with Old Fei, Tang Tian had a brazen idea. If he could use the black flames, how awesome would that be? The black flames could even melt star treasures. If I can use it in battle, wouldn't I be super advantageous? In the end, he truly found a way to utilize the flames, and that was his red eye. Tian, Amaterasu. If you guys realized. He is actually the descendant from Hagoromo Otsutsuki of Naruto. The blue eye is Byakugan, and the red eye is Sharingan, therefore forming the Rinnegan. But he could merely get his fists to light up with the flames the last time. What actually happened? The figure in front of him did not seem to hear him. Tang Tian looked around, and suddenly realized, he was actually wielding a weird sword. Sword? Tang Tian was startled. How long had it been since he touched a sword? The last time he touched a sword was in the school courtyard training the fundamentals of sword techniques. Suddenly, countless amounts of information flooded in like a tide. Tang Tian suddenly felt bursts of pain in his head and a drilling pain in his heart. He subconsciously wished to grab his head. Hold the sword tightly. A voice suddenly said. Tang Tian ignored everything else and gripped the sword tightly with all of his might, the pain gushing over him relentlessly. He held onto the sword with all his strength, and his entire body trembled. He, as expected of his son. The figure in front of Tang Tian suddenly released a hoarse and unpleasant strange laugh, and gradually disappeared. Meng Wei looked at Tang Tian, who was standing still like a wooden doll. Unless he suffered from some sort of reaction? Meng Wei was stirred. It was not weird. Many star treasures, when recognizing their masters, the martial artist's power would usually weaken. The amount of chi released by the black flames proved how strong it was. Meng Wei was not sure, but she knew it was her only chance. I'll fight. Meng Wei, who was standing there, eyes suddenly lit up and made her move. Suddenly, Tang Tian's body stooped into a crooked position. Bellowing out like a wild beast, his voice sounded out like thunder and swept across the entire desert. Following the roar was a cold wave of air pressure, swiftly sweeping past like a hurricane, but a visible ripple permeated out with Tang Tian in the center. Meng Wei rushed up, but only felt that she was clashing with a beast. With a snort, her entire being flew out over 30 m. She held on and stopped herself from flying further, with a trace of blood flowing down the corner of her mouth. Crane's reaction was fierce. Upon hearing Tang Tian's roar, his face changed and without hesitation he forsook the idea of flying outwards like his opponent. In the air, he was like a big black crane. When the wave rushed to him, his expression congealed, expanding out his arms, his body relaxed, and when the wave hit him, his heart trembled, quickly struck downwards, his vision becoming a mess. He took the chance to ride with the wind. In a blink of an eye he had flown over 200 m away, his face full of shock. Crane's opponent had his back facing Tang Tian, and when Crane suddenly flew out, his face changed, but he was too late, and could only persistently protect his back, as the ferocious wave of energy crashed into him. Instantly, he spurted out blood, and his entire person was flung out. Ling Su's attention had always been on Tang Tian, and when Tang Tian roared, his face changed, ignoring Single Blade who was in front of him, his spear tip changed direction, protecting his body from the wave. Bang! An extremely fierce power transmitted through the spear body, causing Ling Su's muscles to tense up, all of his true power frantically revolving. He bellowed, and his spear aura exploded out. But Flamingo was unable to withstand the terrifying chi wave, and as though it was sliding on the sand, Flamingo retreated over 10 m before stopping. Single Blade took too long. Before he had even summoned his power, he was struck by the wave and flung over 10 m away, landing heavily in the sand. He stopped moving. Bing's expression congealed. He instantly shouted, "Blade!" Tang Yi was the first to react, waving his Zanbato. He had around 70 to 80 people who reacted with him to release their blade aura. Bing's expression was solemn, both of his hands lightly waving. He caused the blade auras to form into one, and sliced towards the chi wave approaching them. Bang! The chi wave was like a wall. After crashing into the blade, a deep weakness was formed. The berserk chi wave devastated the entire troops, but because of its weakness, it quickly died down, and did not cause any severe injuries or death. Bing crawled out of the sand and looked towards Tang Tian. This fellow. All the martial artists on their sand dunes who were 20 kilometers away, only saw a ripple that swept outwards, like an incoming wave from the sea, in a moment coming towards them. Countless figures splattered out from the sand dunes as the sand dunes exploded upon impact of the ripple. Tang Tian dropped down from the sky, half kneeling and leaning on the sword. He seemed to be in pain. Tang Tian suddenly raised his head and stood up. The eyes in the black flame were unusually demonic red, yet extremely cold. It was not the cold from being cold of the King Peacock's eye, but the type of indifferent cold that appeared to be someone who overlooked the others. In Tang Tian's heart, there was not a bit of undulations. He swept the entire surroundings with his look. In his mind, countless sword techniques surfaced. It was as though these methods had always been there to begin with. Who am I? Tang Tian lowered his head and looked at his own hands, and at the sword in his hands. His gaze slowly swept across the whole battlefield. Bing, Ling Su and Crane, his past memories, he remembered all of them, but they all seemed to be of a distant past, and was unable to cause any stir in his heart. His heart seemed to have gone through countless experience of life and death, and was a heart of stone. His gaze landed on Meng Wei's body. Enemy. He emotionlessly waved the sword in his hand. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 313, The Saber's Name, Safe and Sound. Chapter 313, The Saber's Name, Safe and Sound. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. Looking at the sword in Tang Tian's hand, slowly waving up, the hair on Meng Wei's body suddenly stood. The intense sense of danger made her want to turn her head and run. But she held her saber tightly, doing her best to control her breathing and summoning her will to fight. She had always thought that her willpower was as firm as steel, but at the moment, it was slowly crumbling. Too strong. Tang Tian was so strong to the point that she did not even have the thought to resist him. She was extremely experienced in fighting, and knew she did not have even the slightest bit of chance of victory. I'll most likely die. Meng Wei's mouth suddenly exposed a smile. She instead felt an unspeakable relief. If she died, then there was no need to fight anymore. Countless scenes rotated past her eyes, her childhood when she wandered around, being picked up by the elder, the cruel competition in fighting, the weak and frail girl that picked up the bloodstained saber in horror, the quiet sobbings late in the night. Had it finally come to an end? Her dark and gloomy life was finally ending. She could feel the sorrow in the saber. It was not a star treasure, other than being hard, it was nothing. It was just an ordinary training saber, no sharp edge, only its durability. She had used it all her life. After experiencing the cruel competition where the strongest survived, she had never changed it. It had followed her, it was the source of her strength and comfort. Every time she felt scared, by holding on to the saber, her heart would become calmer. After killing countless of people and being drowned in their blood, the ordinary training saber gradually grew a soul. Please do not be sad for me, this is me absolving myself. In Meng Wei's gaze, there was a soft look. An ordinary saber with a soul, your life is just beginning. Next time, you must definitely be famous, and shake the world. The body of the training saber already had wear and tear, with clearly seen jagged cracks. Although she cherished it, but it was in the end an ordinary grade weapon. When I die, you will definitely be overlooked. Very little people like training sabers, but you're so strong, you will definitely be pissed off. Thank you for standing by me in battle, please accept my last gratitude. Meng Wei grabbed the saber with both hands, raised it in front of her and closed her eyes. Pa, a fragile sound burst in her body, and she trembled. Pa pa pa. The sonic booms sounded out from her body, causing her to be stunned. Her face that was always cold and emotionless, suddenly frowned as though she was suffering from immense pain. Second blood meridians beckoning. The white whale blood meridians in Meng Wei's body were extremely special. The white whale blood was just a branch of the Cetus constellation's blood meridians, but the blood meridian in her body had a purity rate of 90%. That might be why she was able to use the blood meridians beckoning again. Her whole body lit up with a white light aura. The Cetus constellation that disappeared had formed in the sky once again, release a white-colored light beam, continuously entering the saber in her hands. Ordinary nameless steel saber, to grow a soul after 100 battles, with the white whale blood, offer your life. The white light aura followed along the saber body, and suddenly started to flow very quickly, as white streams started to grow out of the holes. The young lady's sincere voice drifted in the wind. Nothing can break thou. Nothing will be as sharp as thou. Thou will not be bathed in blood. Hearing the lady's whispers, Tang Tian's cold expression did not change at all, but his heart, for some reason, had a slight ripple. A joke. Tang Tian's cold voice sounded out. Ocean prison which was in his hands, pointed straight at Meng Wei. Bang! The surging black flames surged out from the sword body, and the black current pounced towards Meng Wei. Meng Wei's vision was completely enveloped by the black flames that covered the sky. She had nowhere to hide. The saber body suddenly lit up with a white light, enveloping Meng Wei's body. The white light and black flames touched, immediately becoming unstable. The black flames were extremely fierce, causing the white light to be in imminent danger. The lady's face was pale, her voice trembling. She continued to speak tenaciously. Thou shalt have a life safe and sound. The white aura around the saber exploded out. In a blink of an eye, all the white aura was gone, all absorbed into the saber. The black saber body was covered with the fine and minute silver white lines, causing the saber to look extremely luxurious, without a trace of evil. But the body that had cracks and holes made it look damaged. The image of Cetus constellation in the sky suddenly radiated with a white light. In the blink of an eye, the sky became dark, as countless of gray clouds converged from everywhere. The stars of Cetus constellation all started to light up one after another. Tang Tian withdrew ocean prison in his hands, the black flames in the sky disappearing. He looked towards Meng Wei. Meng Wei's feet started to disappear, the sky was changing, causing her to be shocked. Cetus constellation wanted to destroy the saber. No! Meng Wei panicked. The saber was the sole worry she had in the world, and her only partner. She wanted it to live better, but she never thought that she would face the wrath of Cetus constellation. Cetus constellation wanted to devour it, which would cause it to turn to ashes. Meng Wei was heartbroken and saddened. Suddenly she saw Tang Tian. She was like a drowning person who was trying to grab hold of the last life-saving straw, and in panic, she pleaded, "Mister, please save it. Please, I beg you, please save it." A figure that even Cetus constellation would be afraid of, would definitely be able to save the saber. Definitely. Meng Wei bitterly pleaded with tears all over her face. Tang Tian, who had a cold expression, suddenly opened his mouth and spoke, "Sword name." "Sword name? Sword name." Meng Wei muttered, "Sword name. Sword name." She raised her head. "It is called Safe and Sound. I hope for thou to be safe and sound." The saber cried out, its light constantly revolving. The light shot out to the image of Cetus constellation in the sky. At the same time, Cetus constellation also shot out a light aura. Both identical aura crashed into each other. Bang! The sky trembled. The dark clouds became even more dense. Lightning and thunder started to appear, as though it was the end of the world. That was constellation devouring. Every star treasure was born from a constellation, and every constellation's star treasure would have enormous and strict system. For man-made star treasures, they would receive an intense resistance from their respective constellation, and that was constellation devouring. As long as it was able to resist the devouring of Cetus constellation, it would be able to become a new star treasure. This type of star treasure was unable to use the power of the constellation, but had other specialties, that it was not restrained by any constellation, and was therefore termed as constellation dark treasures. But the power of constellation devouring was extremely devastating, so there were extremely few constellation dark treasures in history. Crane was dumbstruck, for a legend to appear in his eyes caused him to be stunned. And when he saw that Tang Tian, who was enveloped in the black flames, did not even have the intention to retreat or dodge, his face suddenly changed. "That asshole, don't tell me wishes to help the saber?" Crane chided in his heart. His figure became like lightning, as he frantically flew towards Tang Tian. Ling Su was the same as him. Although Ling Su did not know what constellation dark treasures were, he relied entirely on his intuition. "Tang Tian, danger!" Tang Tian's eyes glanced at the two figures coming towards him, and a ripple resounded in his heart. He immediately spoke out, "Stupid." Ocean prison, in his hands, immediately released two rays of black flame sword aura. Crane and Ling Su immediately realized that the black flame sword auras were flying towards them, and immediately quivered. Crane subconsciously swung the crane sword in his hands, causing a wave of astonishing power to be released from the sword body, causing him to fly outwards. His reaction was fast. He could feel that although the energy was surprising, but it did not harbor any feelings of hurting him, so he followed the power along. Ling Su was not as clever as Crane. Both the figure and the bird flew out like a bullet, and immediately covering a distance of a few hundred meters. Ling Su, who was in midair, broke out in angry words, and flew further and further. "Asshole! You're dead!" Tang Tian lightly said, "Idiot." Meng Wei, who was in front of Tang Tian, her body was quickly becoming transparent, looked at Tang Tian in gratitude. "Thank you." Tang Tian was emotionless. With a wave, the saber flew into his hands, with words on its body, "Safe and sound." Meng Wei disappeared into the air, without a trace. Safe and sound, which was in Tang Tian's hand, released a wail. The dark clouds in the sky was very black, only Cetus constellation was extremely bright. Tang Tian raised his head, and looked up into the sky. The black flames were fuming, causing him to be imposing and fierce, calm and without fear. "Will he succeed?" Sima Xiao said after a long while of silence. The black flames figure in the sky, for some reason, was brimming with intimidating power. With just his power, in the face of the wrath of the heavens, he did not have any trace of backing out. "I do not know." Zhou Jun shook his head, his eyes filled with respect. Any person facing such danger would have long run away with their tails between their legs, but Tang Tian. No one could have thought that the battle would actually end up developing to this extent. But the scene before everyone was far more stunning than two people fighting. This was a battle between a human and the heavens. Before their screens, everyone was speechless. The cold and berserk chi flowed along the ocean prison sword, continuously entering Tang Tian. His indifferent heart that was like a mirror, was not afraid, as countless sword techniques that continued to roll around in his brain, they were extremely familiar yet foreign. Left hand holding the safe and sound saber, right hand holding ocean prison hanging down, his body slightly crouched down. The might of the sky was getting more and more intense, the black clouds getting more condensed. Buzz. A light beam dropped loudly. It was completely different from the light beam previously, being much more fierce and dangerous. Chalala, sound effect. Concentrated lightning wriggled and followed the light beam, converging into a network of electricity. Tang Tian remained emotionless. The hanging down ocean prison sword was lifted up and released. The fierce black flame sword aura was like a black flame beam, soaring towards the sky, crashing into the light beam summoned by Cetus constellation. Bang, dot. The white light and black flames splashed, the electric aura scattered, the astonishing chi swept in all directions. The sky trembled violently. All the screens watching trembled, becoming fuzzy. The intense energy wave and affected all the star treasures. Tang Tian swayed, but his mouth turned into a cold sneer. The sword techniques that were flooding his brains, and Wu Wanghai's entire life. Wu Wanghai's life had been all about being chased and killing for 20 years, he had been suppressed by all kinds of high-level powers, and was filled with disgust and hatred. The feeling of disgust and hatred was deep into the bones. But he could use this feeling, he could use this mood, to completely display Ocean Prison Sword's might. And the true body of Ocean Prison Sword in the void, due to its hatred, inevitably increased the power given to the projected sword. Tang Tian's gaze suddenly turned vicious and cruel, as if he was an infuriated wild beast. The black flames erupted out, causing his chi to increase in intensity. In the dark and boundless void, a figure stood alone, his hoarse voice laughed, as expected of his son, to be able to even use my hatred, very good. Hee, I clearly know I'm being used, I still detest it. Wu Wanghai's throat sounded like an injured beast. Tang Tian raised his head, looked towards Cetus constellation in the sky, his eyes filled with hatred. He swung black flames ocean prison. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 314, Amnesia. Chapter 314, Amnesia. Translated by Barrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. The black flames amassed together in a big wave, soaring towards the sky. The second light beam immediately collapsed, while the black flames that had not collapsed were like a bloodthirsty star spirit beast, pouncing towards Cetus constellation in the sky. It flew higher and higher, but it was still not enough to reach Cetus constellation. After advancing a few hundred meters, it finally disappeared in the air. Tang Tian looked upward, the black flames all over his body pouring out seemed indefinite. He gazed at the sky above him, not moving an inch. The rich and dense black flames were extremely violent. He was like a bandit that crawled out of Azura's field. All the black flames all over his body seemed to be filled with bloodstains. Cetus constellation's light aura flickered indefinitely, but it did not drop its third light beam. The image of Cetus constellation in the sky gradually grew dim and disappeared. Xie. In the void, Wu Wanghai sneered in disdain. The black clouds dispersed very quickly, the sunlight pierced through the layer of clouds, elevating the pressure of the people's heart, and everyone instantly felt more comfortable. The berserk in Tang Tian's eyes gradually lessened. He quietly floated in the sky and looked downwards, but his mind was quickly acting. I am going back to slumber. That idiot doesn't even have half of my intelligence. If it was me, I would definitely have touched upon the truth already. He took this unrealistic thought and threw it to the back of his head. Wu Wanghai was a sword saint, and seems like, my father is not a simple person. And the unknown secrets of my body, seems to be more than I have expected. The memories and information of stealing the power of Pavo constellation, and adding on the dark flames of the void, drawing out the saint sword prison ocean, and the surging information of sword techniques and information into his brain. Tang Tian could sense some sort of conspiracy. What does that asshole really want to do? Southern Cross Army, Sword Saint, do the two have any connections? Suddenly, Tang Tian's brain had a piercing pain. It was so sudden and fierce that Tang Tian subconsciously grabbed his head tightly. Damn it! The black flames on his body quickly disappeared, even the ocean prison sword in his right hand disappeared under the sun, like a bubble. His face was pale like paper, frowning intensely, as though he was suffering from extreme pain. Asshole, give me some more time. Tang Tian was swallowed by the infinite darkness. Losing control of his body, he flew down from the sky. In a second he was about to fall right onto the sand. The safe and sound sword in his left hand suddenly lit up with a dim light aura, supporting his body and stopping the fall. When he was roughly half a meter from the ground, the light aura from the sword vanished, and he dropped onto the sand. Two figures swept across the desert like the wind. Upon seeing Tang Tian falling, Crane and Ling Su were taken aback and rushed forward. In the void, Wu Wanghai's face had a faint look of worry. The plan is screwed. This boy actually activated the second consciousness so early, that is really surprising. Also, Wu Wanghai's mouth exposed a smile. This brat's second consciousness is so strong. As expected of. The tone of his voice was gradually softer, then the figure in the void gradually disappeared. Regardless of whether it was the martial artists on scene, or the martial artists watching the battle from their screens, all carried complicated emotions while leaving. But everyone knew the battle was not over. Just that there were too many questions now, in which the powerhouses behind the scenes were all investigating. The one being investigated the most was the Black Flame's sword in Tang Tian's hands. Very quickly, the name of Sword Saint Wu Wanghai came out. At this point, no one dared to act without thinking. To involve a Sword Saint, even if he had died 1,500 years ago. And for the Prison Ocean sword to actually land in Tang Tian's hands, proved that its power had not been exhausted. The legend of the bloodthirsty and crazy Sword Saint most probably had a method similar to that of being a spirit general to survive. Sword Saint Spirit General, that caused many people to flinch. Some of the powerhouses with their remarkable abilities began to conduct all sorts of investigations from the start of Wu Wanghai's achievements. They then conducted searches on relevant suspicious characters, but they did not find any sort of clues. Wu Wanghai's life achievements were scarce, although he was a sword saint, but at that time, many people placed importance on orthodox methods. And Wu Wanghai was always alone, and did not leave any words behind. Was it by chance, or was it for a reason? No matter how the powerhouses tried to investigate secretly, Tang Tian's name quickly spread through the southern sky, northern sky, and even the 5 polar domains. Tang Tian opened his eyes. It had already been 3 days. Looking at the ceiling, he was stunned. How did I end up here? Wasn't I fighting? His face changed, and he immediately wailed, did I oversleep? God! Little Su and Little Crane, you guys must hold on. Tang Tian shouted and jumped up. He quickly changed his clothes and ran out. When he ran out of his room, he was stunned. The stronghold in front of him was serene and bustling with activities, as though everyone was celebrating. This was... Master is awake. Suddenly a martial artist shouted. Tang Tian was shocked. The shout immediately caused a huge tide, as countless martial artists poured in. Master! You're finally awake. That's great. I knew that Master was alright. Wah wah wah! The sudden clamors and incoming crowd caused Tang Tian's brain to hum and feel bloated. He was puzzled. What was happening? Crane and Ling Su flew over very quickly. Noticing Tang Tian's puzzled expression, Crane's heart was stirred. Ling Su clenched his teeth instead. This asshole finally woke up. Let me beat him up real good. Crane immediately pulled onto Ling Su. Tang Tian suddenly noticed a few familiar faces, and was surprised. Mosquito Cow, why are you guys here? He looked at the 4 people waving to him in puzzlement. The 4 of them had somewhat embarrassed expressions. We were actually here to help, but were stopped by people on the way. The expressions of the 4 of them were unnatural. In the end it was Liang Qiu who explained. They were originally sent to help, but in the end they did nothing, and were actually held back by people. Emily smiled awkwardly, but we injured a few of the people who detained us. Are you okay? Han Bingning gathered her courage to ask. I'm fine. Tang Tian shook his head. He had not clarified the situation. I think I overslept. Overslept? The 4 of them were startled. Emily laughed. I told you all, Fundamental Tang has such a perverse body, suffering so many injuries, is the same as sleeping. The other 3 then realized. I'm injured? This time Tang Tian was also stunned. He looked down at himself. I don't feel injured. At this time, Crane and Ling Su walked over. Ling Su had calmed down after being consoled by Crane. Hearing Tang Tian's words, Crane was suspicious. Do you remember the battle? Battle? What battle? Tang Tian scratched his head in confusion with his puzzled face. At this time, everyone had calmed down. You really don't remember anything? Ling Su's face was suspicious. Were you not afraid that I would find trouble with you, and purposely trying to get away with it? Why would you find trouble with me? Tang Tian did not understand. You really don't remember? Ling Su was not at ease. Remember what? Tang Tian was starting to get annoyed. Don't try and play with me, let me tell all of you, I saw through you all already. Want to gang up to lie to me? No way. I just overslept. Seeing Tang Tian's content face, everyone was speechless. Crane, you suddenly erupted with black flames. Ling Su, then you took a sword out from nowhere. Crane, then Meng Wei had blood meridians beckoning. Ling Su, that gave her a saber. Tang Tian frowned and asked, then she cut me? Crane, then she gave you the saber. Ling Su, then she died. Ha 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 ha. Tang Tian laughed until his tears came out. Hey, your stories are not professional enough. She even gave her saber to me, then she died? Wah aha. Is it because I am too handsome? Mosquito cow, see, I am more handsome than you. Emoli's expression turned weird. Fundamental Tang, they did not lie to you. This kind of low-grade childish story, you want to cheat this godlike young man, haha, I have already seen through all of it. Tang Tian smiled contentedly. The saber is on you. Crane pointed to Tang Tian's waist. Tang Tian looked, and was startled, but confidently replied, you guys must have placed it on me. He did not seem to care about the saber on his waist, but when he touched the sheath, he was startled. A weird feeling suddenly arose in his body. What a weird feeling. Tang Tian's face was perplexed. Crane stared at Tang Tian's expression and quickly asked, what feeling? It seems familiar yet foreign. This saber has a martial spirit. Tang Tian was surprised. Crane's heart jumped. Try thrusting with it. Everyone immediately scattered to create a space for Tang Tian. Tang Tian was not smiling anymore. He touched the saber sheath, and the familiar feeling rose up again. It seemed as though he had trained sword techniques for a very long time, which was very weird. He knew he had not trained in sword techniques. His heart was stirred, and he drew the saber out. His movements was smooth, and extremely fast. Tang Tian was shocked by his own movements, and consciously thrust it out. Chie! A straight sword trace appeared from beneath his feet, and extended out 15 meters. Tang Tian was stunned. He really doesn't remember. So mysterious. Could it be amnesia? What, we better study him. Yes, this is definitely the best chance. Excited discussions started sounding out from behind him. Tang Tian regained his senses, and was unhappy. Hey, what exactly happened? A lively discussion was quickly started by everybody, and everything that happened that day was all said out once. Tang Tian listened until his eyes became big, his face in disbelief. After listening the entire story, Tang Tian was quiet for a moment, then suddenly asked, then where is the Saint Sword? Disappeared. Crane explained. Tang Tian's heart tightened. Disappeared? How can it disappear? Oh my, it is a Saint Sword. How much is that worth? If I sold it, we will all be rich, and can eat until we die. Everyone was stunned. Tang Tian muttered to himself, seems like I should just sell this safe and sword saber, Constellation Dark Treasure. Hearing this name, it should be able to be sold for a high price. The safe and sound saber in his hand trembled. Feeling the fear in the safe and sound sword saber, Tang Tian laughed out loud, kidding. But, with that said, we won? I think so. Crane was unsure. Then we must definitely eat a feast and celebrate. Tang Tian raised his arms in elation. With that, he immediately rushed to the goat that was being barbecued. The rest all looked at each other. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 315, Aftermath. Chapter 315, Aftermath. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. Cetus Constellation. Gongqing sat on the whale throne, his palm supporting his chin, deep in thought. He was already 60 years old, but looked to be a middle-aged man who just turned 40. Without a look of haggardness, he had a temperament of a scholar. He had been the master of Cetus Constellation for over 10 years and had been just and fair, deeply loved and respected by his citizens. At this moment, all of his subjects were vehement and feeling pained. Master! We absolutely cannot let that go. Our Cetus Constellation is one of the 10 equatorial palace halls, although we do not like go around on expeditions, but how can we suffer that scorn? Under everyone's eyes, he has stepped on our Cetus Constellation, and created a constellation Dark Treasure. Humph, that Lupus Constellation is just a southern sky constellation, they don't even have the qualifications to carry our shoes. And that Tang Tian is just a mere 8th level, he dares to treat our Cetus Constellation as a stepping stone, he must be tired of living. A bold and powerful man with an imposing figure said. Fu Yan was one of Gongqing's right-hand men. He was extremely popular on Cetus Constellation and had immense power. Everyone else present nodded their head. The battle in Lupus Constellation originally did not have any connection with Cetus Constellation, but never did they think that in the end Tang Tian would be resisting Cetus Constellation and creating a constellation Dark Treasure. It was like the group of people on Cetus Constellation had suffered from internal injuries, and were extremely furious. Gongqing did not even raise his eyelids, and asked indifferently, what ideas do you have? You can't have this big group of adults run to a small kid and kill him. If word gets out, it would be the strong bullying the weak, and we cannot run away from that. We can head to Honorable Marshal Group to pressure them, and ask Tang Tian to hand over the dark treasure. Your subordinate has already found out, Tang Tian does not have a high position in Honorable Marshal Group, and is only in the same league as Jing Hao. I believe that by pressuring Honorable Marshal Group, they will not stop us. A scholar-like man stood out. He was called Ji Qiu, and was a rather outstanding counselor. That is a good idea. Fu Yan clenched his hammer-like fist, and replied excitedly. Gongchang nodded his head, that's right, but what if Tang Tian doesn't comply? Do we have to find trouble with him? One of the Equatorial Palace halls, going to find trouble with a stinking brat. Even if we win, there is nothing to gain. Ji Qiu said blatantly, your subordinate has heard, Tang Tian's original route is towards Southern Cross Constellation. If Tang Tian is not willing to hand it over, we can close the starry door between Cetus Constellation and Lupus Constellation, as a punishment. Dongqing felt that it was reasonable. Cetus Constellation was the shortest route to Southern Cross Constellation. If Tang Tian and the rest did not comply, that meant they had to take a huge detour. That would consume much more time and create a higher probability of meeting danger. Since it was like so, they too would not be in conflict with Honorable Marshal Group, and no one can say anything about it. He nodded his head, then go and do it. Tu Ruhai's face was black. He knew that the days to come would not be good. His face had reached rock bottom after the fight on Lupus Constellation. The two family 6 guards were the results of his blood, sweat and tears, something that he had spent immeasurable amounts to create. And what made him angrier was Meng Wei's final actions. That bitch did not know how to die properly, and actually put all her power into a broken saber. Now there were many rumors, saying that his position as the Northern Sky Elder was not stable. The Elders of Onyx Soul had a strict ranking. Their rankings were similar to the gradings of the constellations. Southern Sky, Northern Sky, Polar Domain, Equatorial Palace Hall, Ecliptic Palaces, the 5 ranks, each rank had specific number of elders that had to follow strict rules, and were extremely difficult to promote. Other than special contributions to the organizations, one who wished to promote a rank needed a vacant spot on the higher rank. Many Southern Sky Elders were vying for his position, and could not wait for his position to drop. I will not let you all take my place. Tu Ruhai stood up. He needed to find assistance, to help him get over the struggle. If not, all the Southern Sky Elders would be like savage jackals coming after him, wanting to rip him into pieces. There was no infighting allowed in Onyx Soul, but that was empty words. They would not do it in the light, but would have underhand methods. Feeling the sense of urgency, he knew he needed to act. He walked to the door, but his face suddenly changed, and retreated half a step. The door in front of him automatically opened by itself, and a figure with a gigantic huge sickle on his back appeared in front of him. Black Sickle. Tu Ruhai's face turned ugly, but his voice carried a trace of tremble. Who hired you to come? I will give you that amount. I will pay double, no, triple. The other party did not bother. The sickle on his back had suddenly teleported into his hands, and the black aura flashed across. Fatty Lee opened a bottle of wine, his face full of smiles, and was pouring a cup for Mo Wei Tian. Little brother, you must send all those mechanical spirit weapons earlier. I still want to build my army. Mo Wei Tian seemed to have some thoughts in his mind, but quickly reacted. Did City Master find a military leader? No, military leaders are not so easily found. Fatty Lee laughed, but I have a lot of money. Mo Wei Tian was taken aback. City Master struck it rich again? Ha 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 ha. Fatty Lee smiled happily. Out of Tu Ruhai's 5 cities, 2 of them have already landed in my hands. Also, I have sent word out that I do not want the remaining 3. Hee, those small fries will definitely pounce on them. Tu Ruhai is done for. So fast? Mo Wei Tian was surprised. Tu Ruhai had too much smoothness these past few years. He had made a mistake, one careless move and the whole game is lost. He had long forgotten about that. Fatty Lee sneered, gulping down the red wine in his hands. He continued, if he can last for another 10 days, he might have a chance to rise again. Sadly, I have long waited too long for this day to come. He did the action of cutting the throat. Mo Wei Tian's eyes widened. He did not believe it. Don't tell me. Fatty Lee laughed, and once again poured his wine cup to the brim, and happily said, tell me, should I not celebrate? Mo Wei Tian was stunned. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sima household. Xiao Zhijun spoke calmly. The information we have gathered on Wu Wanghai is very little, but we managed to find that, roughly 20 years ago, it was suspected that Wu Wanghai's spirit general appeared near Southern Cross constellation. Southern Cross constellation? Sima Xiao placed the tidbits into his mouth, and spoke with food in his mouth. The reach of our people is profound, huh? What other leads? None. Xiao Zhijun shook his head. Seems like we can only live with it. Sima Xiao had a face of helplessness. The plan that you mentioned about taking the seat of the patriarch is gone. Xiao Zhijun said, I have obtained news that the elders think that the first branch has sacrificed too much, and have decided to complement the first branch, so they will continue to hold the seat. No choice, our foundation is too thin. Sima Xiao waved his hand, and said unclearly, but no matter, I have found a good military leader. As long as we build up our army, it doesn't matter if we have or not have the position of patriarch. Who? Xiao Zhijun asked. Phoenix constellation, De Rong, who was hailed as Iron Gloves. Xiao Zhijun was surprised. You managed to convince him? A few years ago, I heard that his daughter had some weird illness, and all this time I have been looking for a cure for him. My luck was good, and finally found it recently. Sima Xiao laughed. Phoenix constellation does not have any army, and De Rong is not a direct descendant. He spent time as an officer to kill time, and did not have any great goal. To be able to find an army here, how could he not be happy? Xiao Zhijun nodded his head. His standards are good. His achievements in his previous army for hire were outstanding from the past. Ever since he left, the army did not last long. But I heard that he is very stubborn, so he was not well received by the higher-ups in Phoenix. Which talented person isn't stubborn? Sima Xiao laughed. If I do not even have this much of broad-mindedness, what can I achieve? The army will be handed over to him. Give him whatever he wants, I will not ask. Xiao Zhijun then asked, then what about Yang Wu? Yang Wu was the person chosen by Sima Xiao previously, and now that he had De Rong, Yang Wu was useless. Sima Xiao laughed. Let them compete, the loser will be the subordinate, that is more fair, and no one will disagree. That's a good idea. Xiao Zhijun judged, and suddenly asked, why are you so negative about this? Or should I say, why do you feel that Tang Tian will really affect your plans? Sima Zhao's smiling face became straight. I do not know. But, to prepare is to be safe, which is never a bad thing. He suddenly smiled again, and, don't you think these few days have been too quiet, Tang Tian had just stepped into the light door, when a black figure suddenly rushed in front of him and abruptly stopped, staring him. It was Yaya. Just that. Hey, Yaya, how did you end up like that? Tang Tian looked at Yaya, who was surrounded by smoke, and was stunned. Yaya's entire body was black, as though it came out from a chimney, and covered with the soot. Only its pair of eyes were blinking white. Yaya raised its two small hands, and started to squeak, and simulated a sucking sound from its mouth. Tang Tian was confused, and after a while, he asked, are you saying you swallowed the entire smoke into your body? Yaya happily pointed to its belly, and raised its head, showing the face of you better praise me. Tang Tian pinched its nose, and with his other hand he smacked Yaya's buttocks, bringing it in front of him. So dirty. Let me tell you, you better not climb on me anymore. Coco, look at you, like an excavator. Good that you sucked that stupid smoke up, it's so noisy. Tang Tian immediately said, but, let me tell you, little friend, smoking is bad for your body. Yaya struggled out from Tang Tian, who was pinching its buttocks. It squeaked unhappily, its fist banging towards the chest, showing that it was tough and strong. Hey Yaya, you're so small, don't think that after being dyed black, you were something else. Tang Tian laughed out loud, his face full of ridicule. Yaya was angry, and formed a half-squat position, tensing its arms, showing off its power. Tang Tian looked at the flag that was in Yaya's butt, trembling with Yaya, which was extremely comical. He squatted down, laughing frantically, and trying to use his finger to wave the little flag around. Yaya's fell down to the ground due to his control. Yaya became even angrier. Dang dang dang, it walked over, and jumped a couple of times. In the end Tang Tian chased after it even more, waving the small flag in Yaya's butt. Yaya immediately held onto the flag, and quickly ran far away before stopping. At this time Tang Tian played enough. He stood up, and laughed, haha, okay, I'll stop here for today, I still have things to do. Yaya, who was spirited, shouted a word. Hua-ee. The black and meaty fist punched outwards. Tang Tian's body froze, and his pupils suddenly contracted. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 316, Pitiful Yaya. Chapter 316, Pitiful Yaya. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre R. The light in front of him suddenly disappeared, causing Tang Tian's vision to be plunged into darkness. The sudden darkness caused Tang Tian to be dumbstruck. Who? The darkness quickly came and quickly went. In the blink of an eye, it was like a mirage that disappeared. Yaya's small fist stopped 2 centimeters away from Tang Tian's nose. Tang Tian was stunned. Yaya was extremely happy with Tang Tian's reaction, but forgot that it was still in the air, and instantly dropped to the ground, smashing onto the ground like a gelatin dessert. In a blink of an eye, it ricocheted upwards, and regained its form, then jumped up again. Tang Tian reacted, and stammered, swallowing light steel fist. Yaya happily crossed its arms, and had a posture of power. After revolving around, it was picked up by Tang Tian. After that it was stretched thin into a membrane, and then returned back to its shape. Tang Tian muttered, other than being blacker, there isn't many changes. Don't tell me the way to use the black smoke is to swallow it? Do I need to analyze it? See if there is any swallowing light steel fist spirit card. Yaya's body was frozen, its needy face filled with fear. That was a unique martial technique, to have been swallowed by a Bud Spirit General, such a waste. That was worth a lot of money. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. The angrier he got, the more pain he inflicted. His expression unkind as he stared at Yaya. Yaya's face immediately had a flattering smile. Other than the eyes, nothing could be seen. It was regretting like mad. If it did not flaunt the skill, it would not have courted disaster. Now there is its chance to atone for its crime. Bing's voice suddenly came out from behind Tang Tian. Tang Tian turned around and looked at Bing suspiciously. What chance? Your strength has broke through the upper limits of the recruit barracks. The recruit barracks is unable to help you any further, so we need a real army barracks. Bing explained. He did not bring up the battle of that day. A real army barracks? Tang Tian was immediately attracted to Bing's topic, and asked, didn't you say that the real army barracks are all at Southern Cross Constellation? That is the truth. Bing said, but, near the recruit barracks, there is actually an abandoned barracks. An abandoned barracks? Tang Tian was startled. That's right. Bing reminisced, that used to be the front lines, and had an army garrison there, but after that, our perimeter kept on expanding, so the garrison ground kept shifting outwards, so that barracks became abandoned. So it's like that. Tang Tian understood, but then he was doubtful. What's the use of an abandoned army barracks? It might been abandoned, but that does not mean it is useless. Bing patiently explained, and, I can also take control of that barracks, so it can be activated. It has many capabilities that can aid you. The Southern Cross Army barracks have perfect capabilities. And, it can produce spirit military leaders of ranked officers onwards. Doesn't that mean if anyone found it, they can produce spirit military leaders? Tang Tian asked. Bing finally could not hold in his sneer. You think any random person can activate it? Only people with authority like mine can activate them. The ranking of the army is much more strict than you could ever imagine, rookie. Seeing Bing's face of I am an important person, Tang Tian sneered, hey, senior officer, then you go and activate it. Bing then realized, and immediately changed to a glib tongue, as swift as the wind. With the army barracks, it will be of huge aid to your training in martial techniques. Think about it, you are currently training in wind concealment and air shield strike technique, that have the qualifications to become unique martial techniques. With the army barracks, the probability of you breaking through will be increased by a huge margin. The army barracks has many training subjects which were all created for the sake of chasing after the limits. Is that real or fake? Tang Tian did not believe him. For sure. Bing knew it was the crucial period, and started to brag with everything he had. Do you know that in our era, it was generally more free? Especially in the training of martial techniques, there was no such restrictions and taboos like we have currently, and chasing after our limits was one of the freedom entitled to us. For example, the fastest sword, the largest power, the strongest defense, the strongest instincts, the most agile footworks. Whoever can reach one of those, immediately becomes famous in the barracks. Those assholes vented all their energy to training every day, and would just spend their time on training. In the 3 big armies, our Southern Cross Army's freedom is definitely the best. Tang Tian was convinced. Where is the abandoned barracks? Bing followed along Tang Tian's left side and pointed, in that direction, but we need to open a route from the gravels from that direction. Yaya's swallowing light steel fist is suitable for the job. Yaya immediately puffed up its chest and raised its head, showing a I can be trusted expression. All right. Tang Tian threw Yaya to Bing, and asked, roughly how far? Bing's expression became happy, and said, not too far, just across the clay plateau. The plateau? Tang Tian asked with a stammer. Yes, I remember when we used light body arts to rush through our journey that time, we spent about 2 months. Bing recalled, the clay plateau is extremely vast, and there was the Tao tribe staying there. Our army in the past used to have many people from that tribe. Tang Tian looked towards Yaya in sympathy. It needed to drill a path through the entire plateau. Yaya had already fainted in fright. Tang Tian left the recruit barracks and went to Three Spirits City brimming of pity, and was welcomed by Pai Pa, who brought him to Old Man Fei's laboratory. The conditions are not too bad. Tang Tian looked around, finding the space was adequate, with many star treasures, all lined up in a row, the light aura blinding his eyes. After spending 1.5 billion on star treasures, the results was extremely astonishing. If other blood meridian specialists witnessed such a scene, their eyes would be filled with red and would spit blood on the spot. Old Man Fei laughed foolishly. He was extremely elated with the living conditions he had. At the start, he was worried. He had never heard of Three Spirits City, and did not know what was awaiting him. But when he followed Bell back to Three Spirits City, he was stunned foolish upon seeing the huge base constructed. It was a gigantic bronze base. Old Man Fei guessed that his master was definitely from some ancient aristocratic family, only they could produce such wealth. The bronze base had already caused him to be extremely shocked, but the conditions of Sai Lei mechanical workshop caused him to be even more stunned. He did not have great understanding of mechanical weapons, but he could clearly see, the allocation given to her, would definitely cause many mechanical engineers to be jealous. Sai Lei immediately gave him a surprising large area, and he dared to confirm that if the blood meridian specialists sought his current living conditions, they would immediately reject all the star coins, and would run over crying and screaming. Tang Tian looked at the empty space, and said, if you require a few assistants, go and call some people. Can I? Old Man Fei was elated. He knew of many unrecognized blood meridian specialists. Seeing such an extravagant laboratory, he thought of the old friends of his. Yes, you can. Tang Tian said, if there are suitable people, just call them straight over. Tang Tian looked at Pai Pa, his eyes lit up. Pai Pa, what suggestions do you have? That's right, if he did not understand because he was not clever enough, he had clever friends. Pai Pa coughed, then asked, Master, what requests do you have for the laboratory? Request? Tang Tian was startled, to be able to unravel my blood meridians. Any requirements for profitability? Pai Pa continued to ask. No requirements. Tang Tian shook his head. He had many ways of earning monies, but he did not wish to delay the time taken to unravel his blood meridians for the sake of earning money. I want it to be as fast as possible. The only goal of the laboratory is to unravel my blood meridians. I understand. Pai Pa said softly, I will follow that and create a suitable plan. Pai Pa sure is competent. I will hand it over to you. Tang Tian said excitedly. Old Man Fei did not refuse. After the past few days of interacting, Pai Pa's knowledge and capabilities had convinced him. Any questions that he had, he would find Pai Pa first, and she was more reliable than Sai Lei, who would disappear here and there. Alright, Old Fei, what results had you gained recently? Tang Tian asked. There are some results. Old Man Fei's spirit was roused. He had not slept the past few days and had been researching continuously, even forgetting his meals. He was extremely clear that the boss had spent 1.5 billion and viewed his research as the most important thing. The earlier he could get results, the more the boss will see him as important, and the trust placed on him will be more. Tang Tian had just casually asked, but did not expect Old Man Fei to have some results, and immediately said, Tell me. Master, please follow me. Old Man Fei took the lead, and going through door after door, he reached the tightly guarded depths of the laboratory. Upon entering, Tang Tian was immediately attracted to the thread of black flames floating in the glass casing. The black flames accumulated in Master's blood meridians have gone through separation, and the latest confirmation is that it is the void dark flames. Upon speaking on his subjects, Old Man Fei became full of vigor. The void dark flames exist in the void plane, and until now, only 3 types of blood meridians have the ability to use the void dark flames. But after going through experiments to rule them out, your blood meridians are neither of the 3. And I realized, the void dark flames in Master's blood meridians is not natural. Not natural? What do you mean? Tang Tian was startled. It means it was not inherited from either of your parents. Old Man Fei explained. You mean, it was placed in after I was born? Tang Tian asked. Master's reasoning is correct. Old Man Fei's expression congealed. This void dark flame came to be through a deliberate process, and was thoroughly smashed into Master's blood meridians. Other than that, I found another type of substance similar to the void dark flames. Old Man Fei's hands pointed to another glass casing. Tang Tian did not notice it previously, but upon closer inspection, he realized that a needle-sized blue ice crystal was floating inside. It was too small, therefore Tang Tian did not notice it. Tang Tian's heart shook. Could it be? This blue ice crystal is a terrifying and highly toxic poison. It is called the ice blue heart, because it directly uses the person's constitution. In the past, people used it to train in some mind control martial techniques. It is the same as the void dark flames, and was deliberately mixed into your blood meridians. Also, after mixing with the void dark flames, it coincidentally had a subtle equilibrium, no toxicity. Such a miraculous technique has never been heard of before. Old Man Fei then said softly, when I separated your void dark flames and ice blue heart, Master's blood meridians had a new transformation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 317, Time for Harvest. Chapter 317, Time for Harvest. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. What transformation? Tang Tian asked pressingly. Master, take a look. Old Man Fei opened a bronze freezer and took out a test tube. The test tube had a viscous mercury substance, bringing an intense silvery white metal gloss, with some sort of tactile texture, mixed with black dots that looked like stars. It looked extremely mysterious. That is my blood? Tang Tian was dumbstruck. He could not believe his own eyes. Yes. Old Man Fei was somewhat fanatical. This is the first time your subordinate has seen such a miraculous blood meridian, and that definitely isn't its original form. Although the composition of the silver liquid and the black dots have not been clarified yet, your subordinate dares to guess that it is actually like the void dark flames and the ice blue heart, and is the second lock. Second lock? Tang Tian was confused. Master's blood meridians are definitely not ordinary. Old Man Fei's spirit was aroused. Void dark flames and ice blue heart, Master's blood meridian's most outer lock is composed of two completely contrasting substances, but able to attain a miraculous equilibrium, like a lock, and also a type of protection. The silver liquid and black dots create another brand new equilibrium. If Master wishes to excite the power of your blood meridians, you need to open up all the locks. Why do my blood meridians have such things? Tang Tian asked after thinking about it. Old Man Fei glanced at Tang Tian and was somewhat hesitant. Tang Tian stared at him. Speak whatever's on your mind. Old Man Fei was embarrassed. About that, who can be right? But this small one has a few guesses. A few? Tang Tian was startled. He did not even have any guesses, and yet Old Man Fei had thought of a few, and so he asked curiously, what are they? Let us start from all these locks. To me, the biggest use of these locks is for protection. One guess is that these are meant to protect Master's blood meridians, and not to be used by other people. Master's blood meridians, even if people had it, they would not be able to use it. Unless they can break all these locks, but it is way too difficult. Another possibility is to protect Master from being devoured by your own blood meridians. Blood meridians can devour me? It was the first time Tang Tian heard about it, and was confused. Yes. Old Man Fei explained, why had those strong ancient races all been wiped out? That is because of the purity of their blood meridians. The accumulated power is too strong, so when it erupts, their body is unable to hold the burden, and would explode, resulting in death. Especially for the younger ones, it happens very frequently. All the current generation battle type races have impure blood meridians, so they do not have the risk of spontaneous combustions. Actually, it also is another form of transformation, to allow their race to become better. Are my blood meridians very powerful? Tang Tian was excited. We do not know that yet. Old Man Fei shook his head, and continued cautiously, this requires us to completely unravel the locks, then we will know. Maybe Master's blood meridians are not strong, but has the possibility of being extremely sensitive, and to escape potential enemy families, that is also a possibility. So as long as we continue to unravel the locks, we can clear it all up? Tang Tian was confused with all the possibilities from Old Man Fei. Yes. Old Man Fei was afraid Tang Tian wanted him to instantly find out the reason, and immediately said, that is a job that requires time, and might last for a long time. The substances of each layer of lock and their power are all unknown, and to gain clarity on them is not easy. Luckily I had seen the ice blue heart the void dark flames react with each other before, so my progress has been faster this time. Tang Tian knew it could not be rushed, so he consoled Old Man Fei, just do your best. Old Man Fei relaxed, and laughed. I have also been studying the void dark flames and ice blue heart. This method of equilibrium is extremely spectacular. The person who did it is not only strong, but is also extremely proficient in blood meridians. On these two aspects, there are still some harvests. Harvest? I was wondering, why use the void dark flames and ice blue heart? Why not other entities? Other than the fact that the essence of these two are contradictory, there must be some other reason. The ice blue heart can cause people to be cool-headed and sharp, while the void dark flames use is the opposite, can cause the person to be berserk and able to utilize extreme power from the body. Old Man Fei kept going and kept going, speaking a large chunk of words that Tang Tian did not understand, causing Tang Tian to feel a headache. Tang Tian was tortured for 15 minutes, and had to shut his eyes, and patted Old Man Fei on his shoulders. Good job, well done. Okay, I will leave everything to you. Old Man Fei was touched. Master, don't worry, your subordinate will do his best. Tang Tian yawned and left. Just as he left the room, a snow-white arm locked around his neck. Sai Lei was like a female robe locking Tang Tian down, and looked extremely intimate, but in truth she was pulling Tang Tian to walk with her. Yeah, little Tang Tang, it has been so long, sister here misses you. The sweet and greasy voice entered Tang Tian's ears, causing Tang Tian to tremble. Hey, what do you want? He was extremely clear of Sai Lei's character. She was venomous as a snake, a shameless snake. Upon seeing Sai Lei, he knew she was up to no good. Yeah, can't this sister miss you? The white fingers wriggled under Tang Tian's chin, blowing air into his ear. The enchanting face caused people to fancy, and said, the 1.5 billion laboratory, that is a huge sum. Sister in that poker face only shared 3 billion, and he took more of it. This sister here is more pitiful. My current workshop is small and dilapidated. Little Tang Tang, tell me, shouldn't you save this sister? Her red fingernails toyed with Tang Tian's chin, causing Tang Tian's hair on his entire body to stand. This woman is not planning to cut my throat, right? But, as a man, how can I be scared of a woman? Tang Tian calmed himself down, and laughed. Don't tell me you are lacking money. You saw through that? Little Tang Tang is getting more powerful. Her melodious and seductive voice, with her fingernails, was like a sharp blade edge causing Tang Tian's heart to tremble. I have heard that you made 1.5 billion at Yong'an City. You see, shouldn't you support this sister? Whatever conditions you want, sister can satisfy you. The voice was provocative, with her warm and moist exhalation breathing into Tang Tian's ear. If I believed you, I'll be damned. Tang Tian shuddered. The hairs on his body stood extremely straight. That requires time. Mo Wei Tian will come here to sightsee soon, and he will bring big business with him. Tang Tian originally thought of the calamity that was striking on him, but the more he spoke, the more he thought that his idea was spectacular. The Corvus gold we sold to Mo Wei Tian last time was all sold to the Yong'an City master. He earned roughly 16 billion. CE. Tang Tian only felt a pain at his chin, and took a deep breath, only to hear Sai Lei scolding while clenching her teeth. That profiteer. Tang Tian ignored the pain and quickly spoke, but he plans to give the 16 billion all to us. Of course, there is a condition. And that is we must help him train a batch of students. For that, this condition does not have any concern to you. But think about it, basically you are the one constructing and giving the labor. Whatever training facilities will also be built by you, you will be doing the work. The more important thing is, to train on how to use mechanical spirit weapons, so we need you to create some also. I feel, this 16 billion, you will take half. Tang Tian made a solemn vow. That's right. I want half. Sai Lei's killing intense sword. You cannot let that poker face swallow everything. She turned her head, showing her dimples. She touched Tang Tian's face. Little Tang Tang is a good boy. It was not in vain that this sister loves you. When will Mo Wei Tian come? He will come in the next 2 days. Tang Tian's smile froze on his face. Regarding Mo Wei Tian's journey to Three Spirit City, he was very confident. If he had lost, then he would not have earned the business. But he won, so Mo Wei Tian would definitely be unable to sit tight. Seems like this old woman needs to go prepare well. Sai Lei played with her skirt, the killing intent on her face soaring, as though she wanted to kill Mo Wei Tian. Tang Tian reminded her, remember to prepare 2 new mechanical spirit weapon designs, maybe you can sell them for a good price. Relax, this old woman's methods of doing business, compared to you, a rookie, is super strong. Sai Lei jumped and turned to walk away. As expected, all of them were trash, to abandon their benefactor after achieving their goals. Tang Tian secretly berated. But this time his harvest was great, although he did not clearly solve the true riddles behind his blood meridians, but there was still progress. And after having Bell go and obtain information about the sword Saint Wu Wang Hai, Crane said, the sword that he had pulled out from the void was called Ocean Prison. When Tang Tian met Bell, she was excited. What good things have you come across? Tang Tian asked curiously. Bell replied happily, Doesn't Yong'an City have a place for people to bet between fights on who will win?
I thought, if Master lost, then the funds would have no meaning. So I used all the money Master gave to me, and bet it on Master to win.
Now I have won a huge sum of money. Tang Tian was surprised. How much did you win? Bell extended out 5 fingers, 500 million. What, you have so much money now, what are you going to do with it?
Tang Tian shook his head, his face had a look of mischief, his tone full of arrogance.
Yes, what should I do? I can't spend it all. Bell laughed out loud.
Tang Tian suddenly smacked his forehead. I actually forgot to check my spoils of war.
With that, he ran out.
He was extremely fast, he sped through Three Spirits City like the wind, he appeared at the recruit barracks.
Dong dong dong.
A concentrated knocking sound caused Tang Tian to be startled. But when he looked, he heaved a sigh of relief. Yaya was brandishing its fists extremely quickly, like a small drill, 222 punching forward at a very fast speed. In a while, it had advanced over 10 m, as expected of the swallowing light steel fist.
Upon thinking about the plateau. Aha, the weather is so good today.
Yaya realized Tang Tian was there, quickly appearing at his leg side, its hands tugging at Tang Tian's pants, pouting, showing its black face, tears in its eyeballs. Tang Tian coughed and shuffled away. As a man, you must welcome all sorts of challenges. And all the more should you share the suffering with your brothers. Look, you still have your partners.
Tang Tian pointed to the 3 mini mechanic beasts standing at the side.
They immediately had a look of fright, and turned to run, while Yaya's face suddenly felt enlightened, and immediately chased after them. Seeing Yaya dragging the 3 mini mechanical beasts to its original location where it was hitting the wall, Tang Tian felt relieved.
So good.
He happily prepared to return to Lupus tribe. It was time for harvesting. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 318, Decision. Chapter 318, Decision. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. When Tang Tian returned to the tribe, he realized the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive.
Crane, Ling Su, Iamoli and the rest sat in a circle, all of them did not have a good face.
He felt weird, and quickly went to ask, Hey, what's up with all of you? People might think we lost. Everyone was quiet.
Emoli hesitated for a while, then said, Fundamental Tang, we need to tell you something.
What? Tang Tian was curious. Hey, Mosquito Cow, when did you learn to stammer?
Anger filled Iamoli's eyes, and he spoke with difficulty. The elder wants you to give the safe and sound saber to the martial group.
Why? Tang Tian was stunned.
Liangqiu stood up, coughing lightly. He replied, Cetus Constellation has come to pressure us. They think that our action of going against Cetus Constellation is not right. They hope that they can recover the safe and sound saber, and then destroy it.
Elder said if you are willing, the martial group is willing to compensate you accordingly. Tang Tian's expression immediately turned cold. What does this have to do with them? Emoli was angry. Humph, the elder is too weak.
If Senior Jinghao was here, he would not allow this to happen.
Liangqiu understood Tang Tian's personality. After all, they came from the same place, and Tang Tian's untamed and wild personality, how could he take it?
Honorable martial group's higher-ups will only use such methods to pressure Tang Tian, who always flowed with the wind. Honorable martial group has a tight ranking system, and the orders from the higher-ups to the subordinates were supposed to be followed stringently. Even for Tang Tian, who did what he wanted and flowed with the wind, he was just a bronze martial artist in honorable martial group, and did not hold any position in the group. But what Liangqiu was most disappointed in was undoubtedly the elder. No wonder they were considered weaker even in the middle region sects. Their elder knew Tang Tian's relation with Jinghao, and had pledged to take care of them, but he would actually cower back so easily, it caused them to be disappointed. And they were met with an ambush upon entry of Lupus Constellation, which meant there was someone colluding with the enemy.
Cetus Constellation said, if we reject them, they will close the starry door between Lupus Constellation and Cetus Constellation. Liangqiu persistently completed the bad news.
Tang Tian's gaze turned cold, his expression green. Cetus Constellation, a cold intent swept past Crane's eyes. Seeing Tang Tian's reaction, he said, Tang Tian, the saber belongs to you, you're the one to make the decision.
That's right.
Ling Su snorted, a stupid fish, I'll pierce it to death. Suddenly, Han Bingning said, I'm not going back to the group anymore. But
Emoli excitedly jumped up, Sister Bing is also not going back. That's great.
I'm not going back either, it frustrates me. Such a broken and unpromising martial group, it pisses me off. Broken martial group. Liangqiu smiled warmly, everyone will stay together.
Sima Xiangshan coldly replied, then we will wait for them to come and chase after us. Mo Li's face turned red, come then come. If a man must live so sullenly, why not just die? Sima, if you're scared of dying then just say it. I am scared of dying. Sima Xiangshan said eerily, luckily I have already meddled with the honorable martial plates before. If not we would have been implicated by you, blockhead. Who are you calling blockhead? Mo Li's eyes was opened wide, and spoke angrily. Liang Qiao immediately stopped the two of them. Tang Tian was moved, no matter what happened, everyone's trust made him feel warmth. He said, I don't understand about the major principles, but I will definitely not hand the saber over. I will not nurse a grievance, or care about anything that benefits everyone. I only know one word, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. They respect me, and I will respect them. They dare to bully me, I will use my fist as a response to them. Hey, little Su, are you truly not afraid? Ling Su bellowed out in rage, scram. Everyone burst out laughing. Cetus Constellation wants to close the starry door, we can close our starry door too. Tang Tian clenched his teeth, that's right, we might be weak now, but we will walk down every constellation, one at a time, and we will definitely become strong. We can get defeated, or killed, but we'll never get scared to death. If we retreat here, then how many other dangers and difficulties await for me to retreat? There will be a day, I will use my fists to smash Cetus Constellation gates. Tang Tian's words struck like a nail. Wise words. Kill them all. At most we will just fight. Who's afraid? I'll pierce them all with one thrust of my spear. Crane watched everyone getting roused, they were a group of youngsters who could not wait to raise their fists, and this would cause a lot of headaches. They were really rash and heated people, without a bit of tactics, so he asked, then what do you plan to do with Honorable Martial Group? I quit the Honorable Martial Group. Tang Tian replied firmly, this sort of organization has no meaning anymore. Crane did not refute him, and said solemnly, you are now just flowing with the wind, if you publicly announce that you leave the Honorable Martial Group, they will not be willing to leave it as that. We must make some preparations first. Firstly, we must close the starry door that connects to Cetus Constellation, and cut the route of attack from Cetus Constellation, to avoid them. Secondly, in the shortest period of time, we must sweep out all the other powerhouses of Lupus Constellation, and stabilize our own base camps. Thirdly, we need to make preparations, and wait for Honorable Martial Group to come. Crane's arrangements were clear, and everyone nodded their heads. So, the first thing we must do is delay. Crane's black pupils glowed with a cold aura. Regarding the saber, we must portray hesitation, and say that we are considering. After that we will pretend to go and speak conditions to Honorable Martial Group, and give them the wrong feeling, that we are very willing to trade, but must set the conditions right first. In that time, we must use the quickest speed to sweep Lupus Constellation. Thinking about that, to make Honorable Martial Group a huge figure an enemy, Crane did not feel the least bit of fear, but actually felt excitement. Suddenly Bing's voice came out, Hua Air and Tang Yi will lead the army to control the starry door. And those locals of Lupus Constellation that have surrendered can be recruited, Kong Di and the rest are dead, they should be more reliable. Hua Air, how many starry doors does Lupus Constellation have? 4. Hua Air replied, 1 to the Cetus Constellation, the Corvus Constellation, the Delphinus Constellation, and the last one goes to a spirit region called Jinhai City. Bing nodded, create a big fanfare and move, try to be as big and loud as possible. We have just defeated Onyx Soul, use that, and the people who resist will be lesser. Hua Tang Yi, go grab a captive from the prisoners of war. Yes. Tang Yi complied. Hua Air immediately followed him. When it comes to commanding, no one else will cut in. Bing had already established his power as a military general in the fight. Only when Bing had finished, did Crane continue, once we have more or less swept the entire Lupus Constellation, we will suddenly close the starry door to Cetus Constellation. At that time, Honorable Martial Group and Cetus Constellation will then realize what's going on. But, if Honorable Martial Group wants to handle us, they will need to gather their martial artists from Northern Sky's 19 continents before coming. That requires time, so we need to use that time to strive to increase our power. Ling Su reminded them, the training clothes for training true power is good. No problems on that. Tang Tian did not understand any of the battle procedures, but when it comes to raising power, he was very experienced. We have many usable star treasures from the spoils of war this time. Everyone go and see if there are any that are good for yourselves, and use it. After that everyone will think, what can help to raise their own power in the shortest amount of time? Spirit cards, star rocks, whatever treasures, anything is possible. Tell me, and I will think of a way. Spirit of a tyrant, I like it. Simo laughed.
Liang Qiu spoke, the most important thing to defeat the honorable martial group should be treasures.
Okay. Tang Tian noted it down. You better not appear for the next few days.
Crane advised, as long as you do not appear, Tang Yi's actions will not draw too much attention. Lupus Constellation is a small place, the people above look down on us.
Tang Tian nodded, he understood. Everyone else quickly calmed down.
They were all excited and slightly afraid at the same time. With regards to the two family 6 guards, Tu Ruhai was just a Northern Sky rank elder, while the next hurdle was to fight with Honorable Martial Group. What awaited everyone was a bloody battle. Honorable Martial Group was impartial to traders and martial artists who run from them. If they found out, the higher-ups of Honorable Martial Group would be thoroughly enraged. But the fellow who wished for the whole world to be in chaos had left and started to go and train. Tang Tian and Bing entered the light door together and realized that there was a small alley that stretched out very far. He suddenly remembered, the time here was extremely different from the outside. Yaya had 3 more helpers, and the speed of tunneling had greatly increased, and had already advanced another 10 kilometers.
Tang Tian suddenly thought of something. Hey uncle, if we allow Sai Lei to create a few more of those mechanical beasts, will that hasten the process?
That's a good idea.
Bing eyes lit up. I will go and talk to her. Tang Tian was silent for a while, then raised his head. Uncle.
Yes? Bing was taken aback and stopped.
Can you lend me the money? Tang Tian was somewhat embarrassed. Mo Wei Tian's money. You're saying? Bing was surprised. Tang Tian spoke out, as if talking to himself, we must definitely win this battle. I know, because of me, everyone is drawn to this battle. No matter what, I cannot fail. When he reached the end, Tang Tian's tone was extremely fierce. I want to use that 16 billion, to pour it into everyone. I want everyone to get even stronger. Tang Tian raised his head, full of anticipation. He looked at Bing. Uncle, you must have a way, right?
Bing looked at Tang Tian silently. Suddenly, he seemed to fly back to the past. That year, that young man was the same as Tang Tian, full of anticipation as he looked out with high fighting spirit, and with a thread of naivety, he asked the commander, Sir, you must have a way to make me stronger, right?
Haha, little Bing Bing, of course I do, but it is very tough.
The heroic commander's mouth formed a crescent, and rubbed the young man's head, laughing out loud. A curious coincidence, as Bing said, of course I do, but it is very tough.
That's great.
I'm not afraid of tough. Tang Tian happily jumped out, his tone was determined, none of us are afraid. Bing was startled, as if he was reliving the period of a lifetime ago. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 319, Dividends of War. Chapter 319, Dividends of War. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre.
Tang Yi and Homa Air chose their captives and set out. They were Wu Taiyu's elite subordinates, who had all surrendered. These people were chosen because they had outstanding power and were locals, so they understood one another.
And to them, the current Lupus Constellation powerhouses had obviously changed. Tang Tian's aspiration to take the Lupus Constellation throne was already unstoppable.
Adding on that they had personally witnessed Tang Tian's terrifying power, they were all convinced by him long ago. With them taking the lead, Tang Yi and Homa Air moved very well. No matter how stupid the people were, they were able to tell the powerful people riding towards them, and if they remained obstinate and tried to resist, they would definitely die. It was just that many people were jealous of the tribes of the desert for their good luck, and many more people leaned towards Tang Tian without hesitation. At this time where they could join such a tyrant, whoever was slower would eventually have their position affected in the future. Tang Yi and Homa Air had just set off, when they received news that the various powerhouses of Lupus Constellation all wanted to concede. On the first day, 3 out of 4 of the star bodies had expressed to surrender, and on the second day, the last powerhouse that was garrisoned at the last star body also surrendered. The matter to delay Honorable Martial Group was handed to Sima Xiangshan. He was a two-faced person, and was perfect for the job. After going through inventory, Tang Tian knew his harvest after the battle was astonishingly abundant. The items of the 3 big powerhouses of Lupus Constellation, other than Kongda's, had all landed in Tang Tian's hands. And in Bai, who was killed by Tang Yi, his items were also in Tang Tian's hands. Adding the items of 2 family 6 guards, it was unimaginable. These 10 people were Heaven Road list martial artists, and for 10 of them to die in a battle had not occurred for many years already. To many people, it had already become a war. Even if it were Heaven Road list martial artists, their lives were like grass in wars. Ordinary martial artists were not even worth money. At the same time, the dividends of war was astonishing. In the harvest, the most outstanding treasure was without doubt Meng Wei's safe and sound saber, which was an Equatorial Palace Hall-grade dark treasure. This rare treasure weapon was unable to be seen in any market. If it was brought out to be sold, it could easily be sold for over a few $100 million, and if it was well advertised, people would buy it for over $10 billion. The next in line were two polar domain-grade silver treasure weapon, Ursa Minor Constellation, Earthen Bear Wave, and Draco Constellations, Draco's Call. The first item came from Wu Taiyu's hands, and the second from Huai Bai Hua's hands. The total worth of these two items were around $500 million. There were even more Northern Sky Silver Star treasures, a total of 64 of them. Out of them, there were 10 treasure weapons. Northern Sky grade silver treasure weapon prices all ranged above 30 million star coins. Ordinary Northern Sky silver treasures were much cheaper, but still needed 2 million star coins. All of the 64 star treasures would bring Tang Tian around 600 million star coins. Even Tang Tian was stunned, all these were just star treasures. There was another pile of spirit cards. Heaven Road list martial artists all carried spirit cards on them, and they were naturally not ordinary goods. A total of 28 cards, all of them were rank 8 gold grade cards, and the thing that surprised Tang Tian was that there were actually 3 purple gold cards. Purple gold cards had the qualifications to become spirit cards for unique martial techniques. Never did he expect that there would be 3. Tang Tian spent a huge sum of money on wind concealment and air shield strike technique, and no one was better than judging the value of these spirit cards. Piles of different grade star rocks were separated. Tang Tian noticed a rank 10 star rock. Its light aura and its rich and prosperous energy blinded Tang Tian's eye. Spirit coin cards totaled up to 1 billion star coins. The most was still from Wu Taiyu and Huai Bai Hua. Both of them were tyrants. Compared to the rest, they were much richer. Tang Tian and the rest were simple country bumpkins. Where could they have seen so much money before? They were instantly in a daze. Oh my god. Emoli stood there stunned, trying to count with his 10 fingers, but to no avail. We are rich. So much money. If it was for Honorable Martial Group, how many missions do we need to do to earn that much? Unskilled labor is your karma, Sima Xiangshan said while sharpening his blade at the side. Liang Qiu was also shocked and muttered, "This money should be enough to buy Wuan Star." Sima Xiangshan, you overvalue Wuan Star. We have struck rich. It was as though Tang Tian was stepping in a pile of cotton. His footsteps were gentle without any force. He felt his own voice reverberating. When he heard Mo Wei Tian speaking about 16 billion, Tang Tian did not feel anything, because to him, it was just a number. But, when spoils of wars valued 10 billion was placed in front of him, it was as if he was punched in the head, and became muddle-headed. The star coins piled like a mountain, released a powerful ripple, so rich to the point that he could become drunk. The light aura of the silver star treasures were more dazzling than the sun. The spirit cards were lined up beautifully, flickering indefinitely. That was simply too awesome. Divide them. Tang Tian spoke out. Ling Su and Crane had no interest in star treasures. Ling Su's flamingo would soon have another upgrade, so star rocks were his best usable materials. Crane did not seek for much. He swept once, then chose a few sword technique spirit cards. Earthen Bear Wave was given to Iamoli. He was naturally inclined to brute force, and in the time of training, for him to become stronger, the Earthen Bear Wave would aid him and would eventually become even more terrifying. Draco's Call was a sword and was given to Han Bingning. It had an entire body of silver, flickering and shining. The sword hilt was like a dragon head. Adding on Han Bingning's cold aura, it became even sharper. Tang Tian actually wanted to give the safe and sound saber to Han Bingning, but for some reason, the safe and sound saber resisted. It only wanted Tang Tian to wield it. Liang Qiu trained in Sanshou, and 3 purple gold cards were coincidentally Sanshou related, called Yin Yang Sanshou. Tian, Sanshou is another type of hand-to-hand Chinese martial arts, like Wing Chun. Sima Xiangshan went to pick the light body technique related purple gold card, Ghost Steps. The remaining purple gold card was a fist technique, Soft Fist. Only Tang Tian trained in fist techniques, and upon seeing the name, he frowned. To him, fist techniques should be tyrannical and fierce. What kind of fist technique was Soft Fist? But seeing that it was a purple gold card, Tang Tian reluctantly kept it. Tang Tian did not require much star treasures. There were no armors. If not, he would be interested. He was most excited for Bing's special training. 2 days later, he suddenly called Ling Su, Crane and the rest to gather. When Tang Tian happily pulled open the boards and exposed a dark black hole entrance, everyone was shocked. Wah! Fundamental Tang. When did you learn to create holes? It's done really well, perfect circle. Mo Li widened his eyes. He was impressed. Tang Tian's expression froze on his face. Asshole, every time I want to show something glamorous, it will get ruined by this stupid cow.
Everyone go down. Tang Tian said emotionlessly, and was the first to jump down.
The rest followed suit, and when they landed, they were all astonished. The space below was strangely big, around the size of half a hectare. A few foreign training machines caused them to become dazzled. It was actually an underground base.
Bronze?
Crane lowered his head and inspected the floor, and jumped in surprise. Upon hearing it, all of them immediately went to touch the floor, and were all shocked.
Fundamental Tang, this base is not completely created out of bronze, right? Liang Qiu could not resist but ask. Seeing everyone's expression, Tang Tian, who was initially unhappy, instantly became happy, and said proudly, "That's right. It's completely made out of bronze. I spent 2 days to complete this. It's so tiring. 2 days."
If it was a place to stay, all of them would have definitely called Tang Tian crazy.
A bronze underground base, completed in 2 days? Is he treating us as idiots?
Crane and Ling Su looked at each other. They were equally shocked.
They knew that Tang Tian had a mechanic engineer working for him, if not, where would Ling Su obtain flamingo from?
But they finally realized that the mechanic engineer who was working for Tang Tian was not an ordinary mechanic engineer. To have such a surprisingly capable mechanic engineer, he or she was simply too strong. What kind of mechanic engineer could suddenly produce a bronze base out of nowhere in 2 days? Ling Su's eyes lit up, seeing that the mysterious mechanic engineer was much more powerful than he thought. Then his flamingo would definitely become stronger.
With regards to whatever power was supporting Tang Tian, he did not care.
Tang Tian was extremely satisfied. He was able to complete the underground base in 2 days. He was almost worked to death. Sai Lei's efficiency was astonishing. A large number of mechanical beasts were sent into the light door, and followed Ye to continue drilling through the plateau at an even faster rate. Tang Tian was greatly inspired, and allowed Sai Lei to create 10 more digging mechanical beasts. From the soft sand dunes, they started off digging easily, and the 10 mechanical beasts dug overnight, forming the gigantic space. While the bronze part were all directly unloaded from the bronze base in 3 Spirit City, and then using the silver Aquarius cabinet, they were moved and installed. Even for Tang Tian, who was super strong, to move and assemble all the bronze parts caused him to almost tire out. It could be rated as miraculous efficiency. With its sensation, let Tang Tian feel that his hard work was not for nothing.
Cough.
Tang Tian acted to break everyone's thoughts, and started explaining, "The reason I had this base built is to help us with our special training."
Special training? The 2 words attracted everyone. That's right.
Bing's voice came out from the shadows of the base, as he gradually floated to everyone. "The battles that are coming will be extremely difficult. You all know how the Honorable Martial Group works. They will definitely send people to kill you all. So, you all need to complete the special death training in this period of time."
Special death training? I was curious, what's that?
This special death training means that, if you do not complete it, you will die. Bing's poker face said it out with no expression.
If we do not complete it, we will die. Li's expression froze, as he stammered. That's right.
Bing said indifferently, "Let's say, the things that can bring out a human's full potential.
The number 1 is only one thing, and that is death.
Only when facing death will you realize everything around you will change. That includes your attitude, your willpower, your martial techniques. Death will allow you to grow at a very fast pace. Either you transform or you crumble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 320, Bing's Plans. Chapter 320, Bing's Plans. Translated by Buns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. That is too extreme, right? Liang Qiu frowned.
"If you guys do not go through the special death training, you guys will die at the hands of the Honorable Martial Group." Bing replied coldly, "With your current standards, completing the death special training only gives you 30% of victory. Your luck is not bad. Honorable Martial Group has not been doing well recently. They are starting to have some friction with Lion King Liang.
No one will put their eyes on you, small farts. If not, you all will be worse." No one made a sound. They knew that Bing was right.
To them, Honorable Martial Group was too big. Any of them in charge of Northern Sky's 19 continents were able to mobilize powers and completely decimate them.
I am not a martial artist. Bing swept his gaze across everyone. My goal is not too strong, it's just to obtain victory. Any way of victory, using schemes or using raw strength, in my eyes, doesn't have a difference. I am unable to guide all of you in how to become strong martial artists, but I can tell you all, victory does not have to do with being strong. Or should I say, strong in my eyes, and your definition of strong, have a huge difference. Bing's strong aura permeated out, locking down everyone in front of him.
His calmness and cool-headedness came from experiencing the fires of war and being sharpened, allowing him to appear to have extraordinary strength. Even his voice seemed to carry some sort of aura. The strength of martial artists come from their specializations, as humans have limited time energy, but if they train their specializations, their achievements will be even higher. Bing's tone suddenly changed. In theory, it is completely possible, but there is a precondition, and that is you must keep living. Everyone were all attracted to Bing's words.
This is the first class I am giving all of you. Live, then you have the chance.
I have taken a look. The youngest Saint Domain was 28 years old. That means, you all must live for at least 28 years, to have the possibility of attaining that. While most of the people who reached the Saint Domain, were all in the ages of 40 and older. That also means, you must live for 40 years, to increase that possibility. In these 40 years, you will meet countless of dangers and chance upon many difficulties. You require resources, star rocks, spirit cards, etc., etc. At the same time, other martial artists also require them. So, you all have that benefit. Very few people can obtain natural resources, so the fight will be intense. Trust on this, as you all have experienced on that. This is a war. If everyone was good to each other, that would be a joke. Okay, even if you're isolated in the deepest jungle, bitterly training for 20 years, you still need to fight. The feeling of danger, the inability to predict your enemy, or what kind of enemy you are facing. A sword that can break all techniques is the dream of a swordsman. It is beautiful, but before you realize it, you must at least live till that day. Everyone's faces became solemn. Bing's words were right, all of them had experienced it before.
Also, Bing's expanded point of view was something they were lacking.
The road of a martial artist is extremely dangerous and arduous, because it is based upon conflicts and fights that cannot be predicted. Bing said, from my point of view, the most dangerous part is that there will always be unforeseen danger. You may have the talent or the bravery or the strength, but that will not gain you the victory in all the battles you face, but it is only to increase the chances of you gaining the victory. Of course, a martial artist's fight and an army's battle is different. A martial artist's fight has a bigger leeway, and you can choose to fight or not. An army's battle does not have such leeway, because the power to choose is not in your hands.
Tang Tian muttered, army deserter. Why run? Godlike young man is not scared of any fights. Mo Li's eyes lit up, and nodded his head. This lively martial man will fight too. Ling Su snorted, my spear will pierce them all. To the three of them, Bing was pissed, his face blackened. Then the three of you go and kill your way to honorable martial group. The three of them exposed a you are an idiot expression to each other. Am I that dumb? Ling Su's looked with disdain towards Bing. Tang Tian and Mo Li replied at the same time, yes. Well done. Oh yeah. The two of them jumped together, and high-fived each other in the air as celebration. Having similar thoughts felt extremely good. Ling Su's eyes narrowed, both of them spewing fire. His spear pointed at the two of them, and said while clenching his teeth, come, let us fight then. Crane did not even look at them. With that I knew this would happen expression, he said with sorrow, this is life's torture. Sima Xiangshan sneered, intellectual people have their smart points, stupid ones are always the same. Han Bing-ning sat there like an ice statue. Liang Qiu, who was older and wiser, finally stood out, hey, stop messing around, he isn't finished yet. Bing almost cried in tears of joy, this group of assholes finally has a normal person, Liang Qiu then consoled the rest, although he bullshits slightly, everyone just hang on. Bing's expression froze. Bull-shits, slightly. Killing intent surged into his brain. Bing's heart became cold as ice. He decided to arrogantly overlook and ignore these group of bearing fangs and claws people. Such stupid humans. You all will know soon enough what will happen when you offend Master Bing. I forgot to tell all of you, the first one to arouse the death training will have an even more frightening experience, which was worse than dying. You will all howl in grief under my evil clutches. You all will cry and beg your Master Bing to give you all a chance to live. That will be a tragedy. In the world, tragedies happens every day, and happen too many times. Master Bing here will pity you all, but will not let you all go. The poker face was quiet, but his gaze was unfathomable. Tang Tian suddenly stopped. He looked around, his face weird. I just thought I felt some dangerous chi. It's gone, was it my imagination? Tang Tian kept looking around. After a long while, he finally sat down, and raised his head. Uncle, you can continue. The poker face remained motionless, and spoke indifferently. To me, a martial artist should prepare two types of capabilities. One is the capability to be able to resolve all types of fights, and the other is the capability to escape upon meeting danger. Special death training, specially drills on these 2 points. But before that, I need to give you all better foundations, and we'll use the first method, which is to absorb blood meridians. Blood meridians? Aside from Tang Tian, everyone was stunned. That's right. You all don't have to worry too much. All these blood meridians are simply to improve the conditions of your body. You won't have to change your mental cultivations, or martial techniques, or to walk the road of Onyx Soul. Only after hearing that, did everyone heave a sigh of relief? What's more, it is not as simple as just absorbing blood meridians. The higher grade the blood meridians, the higher requirements required from the original body. Your bodies are all ordinary, and are only suitable for ordinary blood meridians. Bing glanced around then continued, although these blood meridians are ordinary, but it will greatly help all of you. You all have over-relied on your true power. You all will realize that having a good body will better improve the way you use your true power. He took out a bunch of test tubes. Emily is power-based, and trains in the Wild Earth Blade. Your body is strong. Amongst everyone, other than Tang Tian, you are most suited for blood meridians that can activate. I have prepared for you an ancient blood meridian, and is the highest grade out of all of these blood meridians. Its purity rate only has 50% of the ancient bear race blood meridians. The ancient bear race splits into Ursa Minor constellation and Ursa Major constellation, which is the current Ursa Minor race and Ursa Major race. Purity rate of 50%, for you should be able to absorb it. Also, the bear race blood meridians is of the earth affinity. Han Bingning specializes in water affinity sword techniques, and relies mainly on cold chi. I have prepared the Octan's constellation silver blood meridians, Octan's heart. It is from a southern sky constellation, matching with your attributes, purity rate of 80%. Liang Xiao, I will give you the Centaurus constellation silver blood meridians, Centaurus blood, purity rate of 80%. Centaurus constellation blood meridians is mainly used to raise speed. But it actually has another advantage, is that its endurance is extremely outstanding. The martial techniques that you train in usually requires tangling around with the opponent. By increasing your endurance and stamina, it will help you a lot. Sima Xiangshan, I have prepared the Night Snake Blood, from Hydra's constellation, silver rank, purity rate 80%. It will make you even sharper, especially in the night. Your body will also become softer, and allow you to use unconventional movements. The four of you need to absorb the blood meridians, and the importance of your training is not only to completely absorb it, but to assimilate it with your techniques. With the cruel special training, it will greatly increase your absorption rate. Bing turned. Ling Su, you have no way to use blood meridians, so I have prepared you with another special training. Crane, as long as you can activate the blood meridians in your body. Crane suddenly cut Bing. I do not wish to activate the blood meridians in my body. Everyone was extremely surprised. They did not think that Crane's blood meridians was not only different, but what was more surprising was that Crane would decline activating his own blood meridians. Bing pondered for a while, then did not ask much, and said, okay, then I will change it for you. Although I do not understand the martial techniques of the ancient Eastern sects, but somehow I know of a few ancient Eastern sword techniques training methods. Crane's eyes lit up, he lost his voice. You know the methods to train in ancient Eastern sword techniques? Bing nodded his head. Yes, I had a war friend who trained in the ancient Eastern sword techniques. Although you train in a different sword technique, but I think it is possible to borrow the experience from this area. Crane was extremely excited. Crane sect martial techniques originated from the ancient East, and was extremely different from Heaven Road martial techniques. Legend said that in the Far East, they had their own version of Heaven Road, and that was where the ancestor Crane spiritual master came from. Crane sect martial techniques stood out by themselves, but because it was so different, it caused the younger generations to be unable to find the original sources, and would always have to use other people's experiences to learn. Tang Tian was already impatient, and rushed forward. What about me? What about me? You will know it when the time is right. Bing suddenly smiled. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 321, Special Death Training, 1. Chapter 321, Special Death Training, 1. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre R. Emoli was brought to a sealed training room, and he curiously looked around. There were countless mechanical arms inside, all of them were connected to weird things. The arms were all connected to all sorts of oddities. There was one covered with a sharp steel hammer, there was another with thick and sturdy wood, and there was even a bed covered with gears and rollers. They were strange oddities, and also covered with a layer of savage aura. Even Amoli, who was a fierce person, felt slightly overwhelmed. The ancient bear race is very unknown to many people now. Bing was slightly distracted again, then he suddenly smiled with self-ridicule. But in the past, they were an extremely strong race, where all creatures were scared to submission, even all the tiger and lion races dared not fight with them.
The ancient bear race were no doubt one of the tyrant races, as they were extremely territorial and did not like expanding. Their battle capabilities were extremely strong, their individual strengths were unmatched with tall and sturdy bodies, and without the slightest degree of clumsiness.
They were one of the most outstanding battle races.
For 50% ancient bear race blood meridians, other than increasing the essence of your body, the most important thing is the copper skin iron bones.
Copper skin iron bones? Mo's pupil contracted, a look of curiosity on his face.
That's right, copper skin iron bones is the gift of the ancient bear race. The ancient bear race skin and hair already had astonishing defense, blades and swords are unable to injure them. And upon learning the copper skin iron bones, their defense became even more powerful. The lowest level of the skill is able to block ordinary 6th level martial techniques. In the past, that was the most basic of the ancient bear race. With a 50% purity rate of the blood meridians, you will definitely learn it.
Wha, that powerful? Mo was happy. That's right, it is an extremely useful talent, but not many people have it now. Even in the Ursa Minor constellation and Ursa Major constellation, there are very few people who have got it. Why? It is such a powerful gift. Mo was extremely flabbergasted.
Bing said indifferently, from young, the ancient bear race people were required to use iron sand to grind their bodies, so that the power of the blood meridians would be activated. Pouring into their skin and drilling into their bone marrow, became the copper skin iron bones thereafter. They undergo an extremely painful process, and it will cause them to undergo many attacks on the body. Under the attacks, the power of the blood meridians will be able to spread out, and there will be the chance it enters the flesh. This is the long and arduous process, in which the ancient bear race started from 5 or 6 years ago, and it requires 2 to 3 years of time to be able to learn the skill. Copper skin iron bones causes the skin color to look like brass, and following that, the skin will gradually become reddish, like scarlet copper. Upon reaching the limit, the skin on their body would recover to its original color, and look the same as ordinary people, but at the same time, even 10th level martial techniques have difficulty injuring them. Even 10th level martial techniques have difficulty injuring them. Mo was drooling, his mind dreaming of him having the copper skin iron bones, in a place killing and fighting, full of longing.
His face immediately became weird. Such a good thing, why are there so little people who have it? Because of pain. Bing said. Pain? Mo laughed out loud, I don't believe it. How painful can it be?
I feel that everyone is not afraid of pain, but
that is ordinary pain.
Bing said without moving, the power of blood meridians needs to be dispelled to be able to assimilate into your flesh, and requires the wreckage of your flesh so that it can be rebuilt. So that the power of the blood meridians can perfectly assimilate with your body. Mo's heart shivered, but thinking about the fact that even 10th level martial techniques would hardly injure his body, he immediately shook his head. I'm not afraid. You will feel even more pain. Ordinary training methods requires only 2 to 3 years to obtain a small success, but we obviously do not have the time. I would give ourselves 1 month.
If you want to obtain some small success, you need to completely destroy your body. The more you destroy, the better the assimilation of the power. You see this wood, iron hammer, and grinding bed, all these are prepared for you, they are controlled by mechanics, and are extremely strong. Your body needs to be hammered down constantly, then after recovering, you do it again, then recover. You need to do it more than 100 times, for you to learn the copper skin iron bones.
No wonder there are so many things. Mo was enlightened, he immediately started making noise. Come on, come on. This lively martial man will forever be fearless. Whatever pain it is, this lively martial man will forever be a fearsome man that treats pain as pleasure. If you cannot overcome this, you will become a pile of minced meat paste, but don't worry, you will definitely be well proportioned.
Bings emotionlessly activated the training room, and all the mechanic arms starting to move. Mo's blood-curdling screams pierced into the horizon.
Han Bingning sat quietly in an ice room, her eyebrows, hair, were all frozen in ice, her clothes were as hard as wooden planks. Slowly, her face also began to freeze, and in a blink of an eye, she had transformed into an ice statue. Her true power in the body slowly flowed, maintaining a bit of life, while Bing's words resonated in her ears.
This is the bronze ice room, it was used to process blood meridians. The core of this is the Octan's constellation's silver treasure, Octan's freezer.
The temperature here reaches -70 degrees. In this environment, it will help you to fully assimilate the Octan's heart.
It will also help your sword techniques.
But, in such a harsh environment, to survive for 1 month, you need to maintain the flow of your true power without stopping. As long as there is a gap of 10 minutes vacuum inside your true power where you stop, you will have already died due to your body temperature dropping. If you are unable to activate the Octan's heart, you will freeze to death because you will be unable to continue the flow of true power.
In this 1 month, you will not be able to eat or drink. Be enlightened on the true essence of the Octan's freezer and survive.
Her breathing gradually became slow, as though she had calmed herself. Liang Qiu's hands were locked with over 25 kilograms of steel balls, struggling with all his might under the water. The water rapid was extremely fast, and he felt as if he was a branch under a torrent, basically unable to maintain stillness. What was even worse was that his strength was quickly depleting. What made him feel like dying was that mixed in the water was countless of metal balls and branches. Continuously attacking Liang Qiu, every attack was like a hammer strike on him, causing his body to tremble. You need to stay strong in this room of water for a month. As long as you can dodge all the metal balls and branches, whilst being in the water, it will greatly help you with the enlightenment on the Yin Yang San Shou.
Of course, you must first survive.
The water flow is fast here, over 20 m a second, and every 5 days, it will increase by 10 m per second. If you are unable to activate the Centaurus blood meridian, and have not broken through any martial technique, then you can just die in the water. But don't worry, every 5 days you will have half an hour of breather, that will give you the time to delay honorable martial group. Bing's words were definitely not a joke. In the short span of 2 minutes, Liang Qiu's body was already bruised all over.
Sima Xiangshan looked around cautiously. He was placed in an extremely dark room, without any sound or light.
Suddenly, there was a trace of cold intent at his throat, and all the hair on his body stood up. Without thinking, his body instantly retreated, and the cold intent swept past his nose.
It was for real.
Sima Xiangshan's face turned green. It was the first time. Death was just at his nose, so close that it touched him.
If you want to activate the night snake blood, you need to get used to the darkness, and understand the darkness.
Only by truly understanding what is the darkness, can you activate the night snake blood. Inside this hollow darkness is the Carina shadow of Carina constellation. You need to maintain your focus at its highest at all times, for this place attacks at random and that even I am unable to predict. At the same time, this dark room is not under my control, and will only open in another month. I wish you good luck. I hope that when I open it next month, I will not find a body destroyed into 1,000 pieces. Oh, if you die, don't get sliced too many times, it's ugly.
This asshole. Sima Xiangshan gritted his teeth. Wait for me to come out, I will definitely burn you.
Ling Su stood on a large platform, surrounded by mist that was filled with ruthless killing intent, as though something might suddenly flare up. Suddenly, the mist on his right side suddenly moved. In a blink of an eye, the mist had transformed into a horseman. Sitting straight on the horse and wielding a spear, he roared and rushed towards Ling Su. The horseman looked exactly like the silver frost mount in his dreams. What made him more surprised was that it was using the exact same spear techniques as the silver frost mount in his dreams. Ling Su suppressed the fear in his heart and roared out. Without redrawing and going straight for the kill, he thrust his spear out. A wave of terrifying power came out from the opponent's spear, causing Ling Su to withdraw a few steps, before stabilizing himself. Flamingo was taken to upgrade and repair, so he did not have a mount, and was actually at a disadvantage. The Grey Mist Silver Frost mount suddenly brandished out pointed sea spears, causing Ling Su to be trapped.
The spear aura of both sides met. Ling Su was defeated time and time again. Is that real? Or is that a hallucination? Ling Su, do you know what is hindering your improvements? It is bedevilment. The devil in you is too strong. It is like a mirror, following you everywhere, which you are unable to get rid of. I do not know much of the Aries Spear of Stars, but it was hailed as the Spear of Faith, and is unshakable. It should not be influenced by anything. Regardless of what it was previously, you must still find the pointed sea spears that belongs to you. Hercules' constellation gold treasure, Hercules' nightmare, is extremely expensive, and able to bring out a dreamlike state. In this dream realm, all your bedevilment will become real, and only by defeating them can you be freed. Do not think it is fake. If you die in there, you will become a lunatic. The scariest thing is, you will forever be in a coma state in the dream realm, and be unable to leave. That is worse than death. Thinking about it, Bing's voice was extremely serious. Is this bedevilment? Ling Su looked at the Grey Mist Silver Frost mount in front of him. Suddenly, flames burst out from beyond his orange pupils. Since it was bedevilment, whatever it is, he would destroy all of them. Silver Frost mount? Then let me try you out for a while. What is the Silver Frost mount's most pure Aries Spear of Stars? His spear tip pointed straight at the Grey Mist Horseman, the killing intent in Ling Su's heartsword, stepping out and releasing his spear. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 322, Special Death Training, 2. Chapter 322, Special Death Training, 2. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. I do not know much about the sword.
Bing looked at Crane, but I have heard from my friend in the past that the Eastern martial techniques core teachings emphasizes that man and heaven are one.
Man and heaven are one? Crane's bright black pupils exposed deep thought while he contemplated.
Crane, who already had a calm and quiet aura, when he went into deep thoughts, he became even more tranquil.
Yes.
Crane shook his head. I do not know what that means, but I have seen how he trained his techniques.
Crane raised his head and looked at Bing with anticipation. Bing reminisced, he had ordinary talent, but practiced till late nights.
He spent 3 years of his time eating and drinking, going to all sorts of mountains, becoming friends with star spirit beasts.
His strength could only be considered average in the army.
He then spent another 3 years observing the water flowing and the wind soaring, trees thriving and dying. 3 years later, his power leaped to above average. He then spent another 3 years of time venturing to the deep oceans, facing the torrential storms, stepped into the snow domain and origins of ice, and stepped into the 10,000 kilometers deserts, and immersed himself deep in volcanoes, causing us to think he was dead. When he came back, his power was already one of the top 10 in the army.
Then came the big war, and he never went out again.
That war lasted for exactly 5 years, he killed countless of people, his war merits was glorious. When the scene calmed down, he would go to the back of the army from the front lines. For 5 years, every day he would be under the sun, then at night he would watch the moon and the stars. 5 years later, he became the third strongest figure of the army.
Crane was moved hearing that.
Your talent is more outstanding than his. When he was your age, his strength was not even 1/10 of yours. The inheritance he gained was incomplete, while you have obtained your own full inheritance.
You are definitely more advantageous in all aspects.
But what I am not sure of is if you can do it more outstandingly than him.
I always felt that he was special.
I have told you his history, and hope that will help you.
Bing spoke honestly to Crane. Crane's heartfelt reply, thank you.
Maybe if you had faced death before, you would not think like that. Bing was nonchalant, thinking about his past. In a nutshell, he drew his powers naturally, searched for the laws, and he called this method the natural laws. If there was time, I recommend you to walk the route he walked, and gain the same powers as he did naturally. But now we have no time, at most only a month.
So we need to find a definite goal.
Crane was still thinking on the natural laws. He felt that he had benefited a lot from today, and when he heard about a definite goal from Bing, he raised his head and asked, what definite goal? Nature is all-encompassing, and is like a very general object. Since we only have a short time, we have to bring the target smaller, and choose one of the nature, for example, wind.
Bing explained. Wind? Crane was deep in thoughts. That's right.
Bing said, I feel that wind is the most suitable for sword techniques, so I have prepared a wind cave for you.
Bing gave Crane a map.
This specially locates the positions with the harshest conditions, called the Sandtone Valley. It is a valley formed by piles of sand, and the valley leads to an underground area, and when the wind blows into the sand, it will release a buzzing tone. The wind in the valley are like knives, and that is not an exaggeration. If you go in there, you will understand.
Staying in there for 1 month is enough, then you can come back. All right, I have prepared your dry rations for you, you can go now.
Crane did not hesitate, accepted the biscuits, and bowed to Bing respectfully, thank you.
He really is a polite and good kid.
Bing gave a gratifying wave, relax, if you die in there, at least your body will not become minced meat paste.
Crane smiled, and turned to leave.
Bing slowly explaining and teaching all of them, until he reached Tang Tian, who was extremely impatient. Godlike young man, are you ready? Nut.
I was ready long ago. Tang Tian massaged his fists, and jumped in excitement. Let us enter the light door. Bing said.
When the two of them entered the light door, Bing immediately walked over to the small alley that was cut out.
They could not see the end of the extremely straight alley. Tang Tian was startled, and immediately asked, yeah, and the rest managed to go through already? If it was up to schedule, they should be almost there.
The mechanical beasts of Sai Lei had numbered to around 200 sets, and the speed is extremely fast. Bing took out Sky Tiger, and rushed in, let's go. Sky Tiger was like a ray of light, soaring fast up ahead.
Tang Tian was shocked, so fast. When did Sky Tiger's speed become so fierce?
He did not know that in this time, for the sake of extracting money from Bing, she had specially given Sky Tiger upgrades, therefore producing such results. Sky Tiger was currently improved enormously, and its might was more powerful.
Tang Tian immediately activated his true power, and his figure disappeared into the air. Wind concealment footwork. Tang Tian's wind concealment footwork had become very natural, his speed had increased and was much faster than before.
It was as if he was tearing through the air, his figure would suddenly disappear, then appear from the air a few meters ahead.
In a blink of an eye, the alley was filled with his afterimages. Crazily dashing, he was using all his strength to dash, so that he would not be left behind. The small alley did not have an end, for Tang Tian ran continuously for 3 days, without even having the feeling of it ending. It was the first time Tang Tian did not hold back, using all his true power to run. His true power was much denser than the past, and seemed to be infinite. Thinking about the tall big plateau Bing talked about, he really was not kidding, but Tang Tian smiled bitterly. He himself took joy in others' calamity. Yaya had to suffer so much, but never did he think that it would be his turn. Bing did not have the intention to wait for him, and if Tang Tian slowed down just a little, Sky Tiger would have become a little black dot. Tang Tian had to put all his focus on his wind concealment footwork, on how to save his true power, on how to be more efficient in using it, on how to cover more distance per step. For an entire 30 days, other than meditating to recover his true power, Tang Tian's time was all on running. A set of ruins appeared in his sight. Tang Tian did not have any other feelings other than the rage filling his heart. Bing, this asshole, is really too crazy. Considering the time dilation of his current location was 1/5 of the outside, spending 30 days in here meant only 6 days had passed outside. He only had 30 days of time, but he actually spent 6 days running. Did he strike his head against a wall or something? Was his special death training meant to be running to death by exhaustion? Tang Tian supported his knees, gasping for breath. He stabilized the true power in his body after a while. The 30 days of running was not for nothing, as his wind concealment footwork had improved tremendously, and it could be considered a reward. He raised his head, and was startled by what he saw, keeping all the words he wanted to say to the side of his mouth. Bing had already taken off Sky Tiger, and was quietly watching the ruins in front of him. Sky Tiger stood straight behind him, for the army barracks 10,000 years ago had become rubble and ruins. Loss was in his eyes. All the past events floated up in his mind, although Bing had always told himself that it was a joke to evoke feelings from the past, and would be ridiculed by the crazy young man, but upon personally witnessing the ruins in front of him, tears almost dropped. He strongly restrained the pain in his heart, and smiled in ridicule at himself. After sleeping for 10,000 years, he still did not learn. When will he learn to be strong? If the leader was still here, he would definitely had said, Aya, anything is fine, let nature take its course, I feel that little Bing is good, these kind of words, and then throw a pile of matters to him, then begin to go gamble. After the gamblers had quarreled after gambling, Bing would have to give food to them, help them extinguish their fires, at their beck and call. Thinking about it, I really was shameless, but why do I cherish those memories? He wandered about aimlessly. All the foreign yet familiar things entered his sight, and would cause him to stop for a while. When he was young, the army was still weak. The entire place was the army's front lines. There were still many battle scars that were left from the battles fought. Unknowingly, after he walked to the end, Bing stopped. He turned to face the ruins, looked up and focused the scene in front of him. The sorrow in his eyes gradually left, and in replace was determination that condensed. If your spirits are still here defending, please rest well. Please do not worry, the army will not disappear, I am still here. Although I'm not as strong as you guys, nor as capable as you are, but rest assured that I will do my best to keep the army here, protect the place, and protect the army. The future is still unknown, but time had still destroyed everything. But, I am still here. Leave it to me, everybody. Bing bowed to the ruins with all seriousness. Tang Tian watched Bing, but did not say anything. He could feel the aura coming off from Bing. Tang Tian was familiar that it was the scent of faith. Uncle Bing must definitely have many uncompleted dreams. I wonder if I can help him. Tang Tian. Tang Tian's train of thoughts was broken, and he raised his head to look at Bing. Over here. Bing's voice was solemn. Oh. Tang Tian jumped up a few times and reached Bing's side. Bing's leg released strength, brushing away all the dust, exposing a bronze well cover. On the well cover wrote 7th Barrack Station, shuts the season of the Crimson Japanese Rose, weapons mixed in the dirt, return to the peace, be pacified. Drop your blood on here. Bing's solemn face exposed a trace sincerity. Tang Tian was shocked, but he still cut the skin on his finger, drawing a bit of blood. The blood dropped on the cover of the bronze well. Like a drop of water entering the sand, it was quickly absorbed in and disappeared. Suddenly, the ground shook. Yaya, who was at the corner sleeping, suddenly opened its eyes. It was not a mechanical beast, and after such a long time, it was already exhausted, and after it broke through, it fell into deep sleep. Until when the ground suddenly shook, it woke up alarmed and turned its neck. Suddenly, it realized Tang Tian was there. The light in its eyes shone, squeaking joyously. It jumped into Tang Tian's embrace. Just at that moment, the ground beneath his feet suddenly trembled, the earth quaked and the mountains moved. Tang Tian almost lost his balance.
Rumble rumble, the low and deep sound came out from deep within the earth. The earth that had been in slumber for so many years started to open. It was as if some ancient beast was awakened from its 10,000 years of slumber. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 323, The Bronze Jungle. Chapter 323, The Bronze Jungle. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. Rumble rumble, dot. The ground started to give rise to one after another of earthballs, continuously rising up and overlooking from the skies, only to realize that the balloon-like earthballs were quickly covering up the entire place. Tang Tian's sight suddenly darkened. The earthball in front of him was suddenly exploded by something that shot out from the ground. It was extremely fast. Upon exploding it rose up, and countless of earthballs slided down its side, causing dust to fly up. That was a bronze pagoda, so huge. Tang Tian was astonished. He watched as the bronze pagoda slowly rose in level, rising steeply from level ground, like a gigantic bronze snake breaking through the earth. The bronze pagoda casted a shadow out over him, causing him to feel extremely inferior. On his left and right, weird bronze structures after another started to form, like spring bamboos growing in rapid succession. They rumbled on, striving to be the first to be built out of the ground. The dust was pushed up into the sky, diffusing into the clouds. Yaya, who was still in Tang Tian's embrace, opened its mouth wide open, as it stared in dumbstruck at the majestic bronze pagoda. The tall 50m bronze pagoda suddenly appeared, in which Tang Tian had never come across such a majestic building before. Even if the higher floor windows were empty, even if all the moistened dust was floating around, even if the designs of the pagoda were already corroded by time. But just by the astonishing height, caused Tang Tian to revere it. The twisting bronze rails, intertwined in the sky. All the visibly seen bronze ruins were full of stains and spots, and some even had moss on them. But, in Tang Tian's eyes, every single one of the strange-looking bronze structures were like majestic cold bronze beasts, crouching down, showing their past glory. Any one of the tall bronze buildings were all spectacular and majestic. Bronze jungle. This was practically a bronze jungle. The ice-cold shabby bronze jungle carried a stunning force. Tang Tian completely shocked. When Bing designed the mechanical weapon training barracks in Three Spirit City, it was already an ambitious plan to Tang Tian, its extent shocking. But compared to the bronze jungle in front of him, it was like comparing the earth and heavens. Looks good, right? The 07 Army Barracks is a standard squared shape area, 10 kilometers at every side. Bing's voice was filled with sorrow. As he raised his head to look at the tall bronze structures, his voice was distant. This pagoda was a lighthouse, 412m tall, the tallest structure of the army. It was used to give mechanical weapons directions. The barracks was at the edge of a cliff, and if you were not careful, if you dropped down you would die instantly. The 07 Army Barracks garrisoned 70,000 people in its prime. Oh, in that campaign, this was the counterattack point, where most of the army's forces were congested here to prepare for the counterattack. In normal times, it would hold roughly 30,000 people. 30,000 people? Tang Tian muttered, his brain imagining the prosperous spectacle of countless of figures traveling back and forth in the bronze jungle. That must definitely been a magnificent sight. The fight was fought terribly at that time, but the quality of the military fortifications were done relatively well. Of course, it could not be compared to after the war. After the war, our mechanic techniques were already unmatched, and we were rich. For example, the underground ordnance facility in Three Spirit City, those were considered easy. The facilities here are extremely old, the mechanic techniques might be lagging behind, but for us currently, it is sufficient. Bing's expression was filled with sighs. He was out of character, but slowly sorted out his feelings. Let's go, we will go take a look at the command area, and see how many things are still usable. What's the command area? Tang Tian regained his senses. Bing began explaining. The army differentiated many areas, for example the sentry area, which is mainly the outer area. Then the training area, where you will most probably be in the most next time. It was used by the soldiers to train. The command area is the most core region of the place, and only you have the authority to activate it. Only I have the authority? Tang Tian did not understand. That's right, you have inherited the army. Of course, that is not clear yet, but it should have something to do with your lineage. Bing walked and spoke, at the same time consoling him. Don't think too much, these things will be made clear to us someday. The route was hard to navigate, with many of the bronze buildings poking out of the ground, and many of the wreckages around. The paths were uneven, with many bronze and copper alloys lying all around the place, so Tang Tian and Bing had to fly to advance. What made Tang Tian feel extremely nervous was that many of the extremely corroded tall bronze buildings could fall any time.
If the huge buildings fell, no matter how strong he was, he would also become minced meat.
Tang Tian followed along the route with a tension in his heart.
Bing did not feel anything, he was like an old-winded old granny talking non-stop. This 3-story building used to be a shop, where Ayun's relative started the business. And when it was opened, we kept ridiculing him, that he was an idiot.
Do you know what he sold?
Fleece cloth.
A barracks filled with a big group of old men, and selling fleece cloth, which was extremely expensive. If he was not crazy, then what was he? Everyone thought that he definitely would not be able to sell anything.
Who knew, his business flourished. For those who had wives and daughters and sons, every time they sent mail, they would send a fleece cloth to them. What choice did they have, other than the fleece cloth shop? Everything else was mechanical weapons or weapon shops. If they did not send that, would they send blades and swords over?
Whoever's girlfriend came to the barracks, they would definitely go to that shop.
If you did not act well, they would not give any discounts, and in the end, every woman would definitely tow a big pile of his products home. So everyone was constantly scolding him, but in their hearts they did not care, since they did not have anywhere else to spend their money, and who knew when it would be their turn to die.
Tang Tian listened quietly.
In our times, we were constantly having wars every day.
Oh, that should be slightly exaggerated. It should be every year. That should be more right.
Every 3 to 5 years, there would definitely be a large-scale war, and the small wars were going on, so constantly they numbered to the amount of hair a cow had, even we did not know how many times we had fought.
In that generation, the atmosphere was much more swift and fierce. There were more star spirit beasts, and the ancient ones were extremely terrifying. If your luck was bad, and you met a desolate beast, the entire army would be completely wiped out, just in the time it takes for you to blink. But
what's a desolate beast?
It's that strong?
Tang Tian asked, although Bing frequently loved to brag about the army, but he always looked down on his opponents, and for him to praise the desolate beast to be so fearsome, Tang Tian was taken back. The strongest star spirit beast, if you gave them a rank, they should be the same as our Saint Domains.
Bing said without looking up, but there are very few of them now.
Oh, maybe the deeper parts of Heaven Road where no one is gone to might have a few.
In our time, they were the true tyrannical rulers. Star spirit beasts also have Saint Domains? Tang Tian was surprised.
Why wouldn't they?
Bing showed a surprised look. There may be tens of thousands of human race families, but if you place them in Heaven Road, they are just a small speck in the big ocean. What worth are they really?
Star spirit beasts races diversify and differs to over millions and millions in numbers, and you practically cannot count them all, and there are too many of those star spirit beasts blessed by the heavens. They are the real heaven's child. Even if their talents were just ordinary, but their lifespan is so long, some spanning to over 10,000 of years.
Think about it, even for a martial artist to be so stupid, if he trained for 10,000 years, how powerful would he be?
I'm really curious on how powerful those star spirit beasts are.
Tang Tian's thoughts were wandering far away.
Bing snorted, you better pray that you never ever meet one, if not, you will simply be trampled down to death like an ant. Tang Tian was confident of himself, don't look down on me, I improve really quickly. Bing wanted to laugh at him, but he suddenly remembered, Tang Tian's improvements were honestly so fast and made people unable to refute with it.
The two of them were extremely fast, and suddenly Bing's eyes lit up. We're here. Peanuts.
Tang Tian's eyes lit up, the bronze structure in front of him was shaped like a big plump peanut, and even the bumps on the exterior greatly resembled one. Bing rushed to the bronze door, and said, the one who designed for this barracks was Peanut. Oh, his nickname was Peanut, too forgot his real name, he was a lunatic that would die if he did not eat peanuts. He stubbornly wanted to design the command area like a peanut, causing the officer of the army to almost die of anger, and sent him to the warehouse to serve a sentence. In the end, after that, the army's various peanut snacks were all gone, they were eaten by that asshole. After that the higher-ups reinstated his position as a mechanic engineer, but he didn't want it, and really tested everybody's patience. Bing shook his head, it was the most annoying to speak to him, as the smell of peanuts would always rush into your nose. Tang Tian was extremely interested listening to his stories, the Southern Cross Army seemed to have many weird people.
Peanuts, so fun.
Come here, and put your palm on top.
Bing said. Oh.
Tang Tian complied and placed his palm on the plate at the side of the bronze door. A light outlining his palm came out, ka-ka-ka, the sound of gears appeared behind the door, and the extremely dense bronze door gradually opened. Alright, although he was annoying with his peanuts, but his mechanic techniques were extremely dependable. Bing entered, and touched the familiar door, and said, oh, there are no more star rocks, but... He took out a rank 7 star rock, and inserted it somewhere, and the scene before Tang Tian lit up. Bronze tables and chairs appeared in his eyes, as well as other inanimate objects. What made Tang Tian most curious was, other than the muddled atmosphere, the place was actually maintained very well. Other than corrosion, the majority of the place was maintained well. Bing pressed something else. After that, the air started to flow again, and it was not so still. This barracks was closed by us, so it was maintained rather well. The command area was the core region of the barracks, and was created from the best materials and best mechanic techniques. But the techniques at that point of time was not enough, and was unable to create it well like the ordnance. Bing reached the centermost table. The bronze table was smooth, with the engravings of the Southern crosswords. Bing placed his palm inside the words. Suddenly, rays of light appeared beneath his palms, and the bronze table suddenly seemed to become alive, and started to rapidly wiggle, scaring Tang Tian. Rows of buttons appeared on the table. There were so many that it caused Tang Tian to feel muddle-headed. He then saw Bing quickly typing on the buttons, and seemed to be muttering some words. Out of the 36 sentry posts, there are 9 usable. The training area, the energy room is unusable. The speed room can somewhat be used. Let me see, the suicide room can be used.
That's great. Bing was extremely excited. Suicide room? Tang Tian quivered. Hey, I never thought of committing suicide.
Without waiting for Tang Tian to reply, Bing was already excited. Let's go.
Let's go to the suicide room.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 324, Sagittarius Constellations Attitude. Chapter 324, Sagittarius Constellations Attitude. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre.
Suicide room, the name caused Tang Tian's hair to stand. In his mind, a pitch-black room with dangling harnesses, corroded and stained tables, and different types of sharp weapons appeared, with blood smeared on them.
So terrifying. Tang Tian, who was not afraid of the heavens or earth, was shuddering.
The creator of the suicide room, was the captain, leader. For a period of time, he was stuck at a bottleneck, and spent the entire day thinking on how to break through, and that was when the suicide room was created. The captain was an arrogant and self-centered, condescending lunatic.
He racked his brains and finally understood.
His biggest enemy was himself. Only he was fit to be his own opponent. That was his words. Bing's mouth twitched. Crazy people are different from us, you better not learn from him.
But, I feel that what he said makes sense. Tang Tian had an agreeing face. I knew it.
Bing could not help but mutter quietly. He shook his head and said, so, he created the suicide room. The suicide room is able to create a perfect image of yourself, and by treating him as your enemy, you must kill him, to be able to leave that room. To kill yourself, therefore the captain called it the suicide room.
So it was like that.
Tang Tian was enlightened. Then he said, thinking about it, when the light door was just activated, I met a gray person who was identical to me, and my first killing technique was enlightened from it.
That's right, but it is not that simple.
Bing nodded, his expression solemn. The suicide room is even more complete, and the projection of you will be identical. He will have all your intellect, even your willpower, your determination, your character.
The only possibility for you to kill him is if your improvement is greater than him in the coming days. But sounds interesting. Tang Tian was eager to try.
Bing looked at Tang Tian, slightly down, and then he said, in the 1 month of time, the time it takes for us to travel is roughly 12 days, that means, you have 18 days left.
If you are unable to win against yourself in that 18 days, you will miss the big war.
Belid went to find out for you, the person in charge this time from Honorable Marshal Group, his son is called Yi Zhaogu. Honorable Marshal Group 10 most outstanding middle-aged people are called the 10 gentlemen. Their powers are unfathomable, and are the true blue talents groomed by Honorable Marshal Group.
How do you feel about Jing Hao's strength?
Big bro Jing Hao is really strong. Tang Tian said without hesitating. His current strength was much stronger, and was able to understand the true depth of Big bro Jing Hao's strength, and how fearsome he was. Jing Hao is unable to enter the 10. Yi Zhaogu is one of the 10, and is ranked 6th. So you can imagine how strong he is.
If you miss this battle, Ling Su will die, Crane will die, Aimo Li will die, Han Bingning will die, Liang Qiu will die, Sima Xiang Shan will die, Huama Er will die, the entire Lupus tribe will be razed to the ground, no one will survive, and everyone will die. No one can stand against Yi Zhaogu.
By sending out Yi Zhaogu, the Honorable Marshal Group are showing their attitude. Yi Zhaogu is cold and ruthless, and is the coldest sort of Honorable Marshal Group.
Tang Tian's face became darker. He is really that strong? Stronger than you can imagine.
Bing replied.
Tang Tian raised his head and looked at the bronze door.
It did not have any decorative designs, only a ghastly bloodied word.
Kill him. There are many people who died here.
Bing said without any avoidance of the taboo. To enter the suicide room, they are required to inform the army.
Many talented people died in there. You better think clearly. If you go in, it will be difficult for you to come out. Tang Tian unhappily said, "Hey uncle, clearly it was you who brought me here." "That's right, this is the only method I could think of." Bing nodded, "But, if you die, then I will disappear. Actually, if we talked about strategy, at this time, you should retreat." "Retreat?" Tang Tian became calm, looked at Bing. "Retreat to where?" "Wuan Star. And give up on everybody, like a stray dog, drifting and wandering between the celestial bodies? Or give up the sword? If that's the case, then what's the point?"
Tang Tian lowered his head and looked at his palms and muttered to himself.
To be able to come to this point took me a lot of effort. I am very lucky to be able to meet everybody. To be able to fight side by side with them, what luck do I have? If I have to start my life again and not be able to meet them, I will feel that it is such a pity. I am impulsive and reckless, and everyone always helps me, everyone is fighting for me. How can I give up at this moment? The effort everyone had put in had far exceeded the worth of my life. I do not understand many things, but I know I may die in battle, but at least I die with my head held high. Escaping at this point in time will only leave me with regret and guilt for the rest of my life. The world is cruel and ugly, and many people die every day. I do not care how others are, but Tang Tian is Tang Tian, and because of that, I am the person today. What is there to fear? What is there to be afraid of? At least it is still a chance for me to fight. At least it is still a chance for me to protect my faith. And that's enough.
Tang Tian raised his head, as though there were fire in his eyes released light and passion. He pushed open the door and entered without looking back. Bing, who was outside, was stunned, watching the heroic backview. It resembled asterisk 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 asterisk. Falling star platform at the tallest holy mountain peak of Sagittarius constellation. The majestic holy mountain overwhelmed the other mountaintops, causing them to look like flat terrains, had the falling star platform built on top of it. The falling star platform was made of white jade that was polished to the state that it could reflect light, was used to build the 9,999 steps that ascended up to the platform. It was extremely grand and wide to the eyes. The holy mountain was extremely high, and surrounding it was the brilliant white snow cover, but on the falling star platform, the weather was the 4 seasons, with flowers in full bloom in it. The area of the falling star platform was roughly 600 square kilometers, with the most expensive plants from various celestial bodies grown inside there. It was like a gigantic garden. Inside the blossoming garden, a palace could vaguely be seen. This most likely had something to do with the first-generation imperial ruler being a lady, an empress. In the 12 palaces, Sagittarius Constellation's palace was extremely beautiful, with complicated designs and carvings all over, and there was nothing more beautiful than that. Although the first-generation Empress Tian had a tyrannical name, as a lady, she was extremely fussy on the aesthetics and personally coordinated the construction of the palace. Although Tian was already past 40, but she only appeared to be 20. Her clothes were extremely dignified, and her appearance was astonishingly beautiful. What made the greatest impression on people were her slender and high almond-shaped eyes that resembled phoenix eyes. Her fingernails gently picked up a teacup and slowly sipped on it. "Your servant thinks that young Master Crane has changed a lot and has become more gentle." He had even waved hello at this servant, and his manners are very approachable and kind. He asked the servant where Wu Taiyu was, and I do not know why, but when young Master Crane looked at this servant dared not have the thought of disobeying. Xiao Duo respectfully reported. Tian nodded her head. For him to advance in realm, naturally his emotions will be different. The Crane sect martial techniques hails from the ancient East, and there are some advantages to it. Although the tone was indifferent, but Xiao Duo was able to hear the Empress' delight, so she too was happy. Although she did not know what happened the past years, but after so many years, young Master Crane's relation with their side had always been rigid. If young Master Crane had thought it through, then that would be good. Xiao Duo had some worries. Do we need to send people to protect young Master Crane? I heard the person in charge will be Yi Jiu, and his son is Yi Xiaogu. No need. Tian did not even open her eyes. The person who wields the Saint Sword Ocean prison is not so simple. But, Honorable Martial Group dares to beat a drum, humph, and dare to offend that lion, and still act so rampantly. Who is the person in charge of Honorable Martial Group here?
Xiao Duo, who was always worrying for young Crane, sighed and said, "It is Elder Yu."
Tian put down her teacup and said indifferently, "Tell him and the Honorable Marshal Group, no one, other than Yi Xiaogu, can step into the Lupus constellation."
Xiao Duo hesitated for a while, then she clenched her teeth and replied, "They might not agree." Tian was clear of Xiao Duo's heartfelt thoughts, and was not angry. "Relax, although they are the strongest, but that crazy lion is currently making a big ruckus.
If they dare to even offend me, I don't mind helping that crazy lion to destroy them.
But for Yi Xiaogu,
Tian waved her hand, her tone becoming cold. "Letting that brat suffer a bit is also good.
If he does not suffer, they will think that their Crane sect is undefeatable. That little sister of mine that was dragged down by that stupid man, and still giving birth to such a stubborn son."
Humph. Seeing the Empress' face becoming icy, who was still enraged, Xiao Duo immediately kept quiet out of fear and dare not speak anymore.
Honorable Marshal Group. Yi Jiu's face congealed.
The authority he had in the Honorable Marshal Group was because he was the father of Yi Xiaogu, and which many people thought his prospects were unlimited. But facing Elder Joy in front of him, he did not dare to be disrespectful.
"The higher-ups means to?"
Yi Jiu asked carefully.
Elder Joy, follow what she said.
"But..."
Yi Jiu pressed on. Elder Joy cut him, "There aren't any buts. The friction between us and the Leo constellation is intensifying. If we add another Sagittarius constellation, we would definitely be defeated.
I do not want any side issues arising at this critical juncture."
"What about the side of Tang Tian?"
Yi Jie's emotion was messed up. "They said they are willing to trade, but their demands are high."
"As long as they are willing."
Elder Joy heaved a sigh of relief. "Take note of them for a while, and do not slip up.
Regardless of any conditions, accept and promise them everything."
"But..."
Yi Jiu was extremely unhappy. "No buts."
Elder Joy squinted his eyes. "How you want to take care of them after the matter, I do not care, but for this, you need to make it beautiful."
"I believe you know the consequence."
Yi Jiu resisted the unhappy feeling in his heart, and forced out one word, "Yes."
Elder Joy satisfyingly stood up. "Very good, I have other matters, and will be off first."
Finished, he ignored Yi Jiu and walked out.
Yi Jiu's face turned green.
Just at this moment, his subordinate came in with an ugly face to report, "They have raised the stakes yet again."
"Agree to them."
Yi Jiu clenched his teeth and replied. His subordinate was startled, but upon seeing Elder Ye's green face, he immediately agreed.
Clang!
The sound of the teacup dropping came out from behind him. He quivered, and his footsteps increased. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 325, Jing Hao's Decision. Chapter 325, Jing Hao's Decision. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre.
Jing Hao packed his luggage.
"Senior brother."
Xin Mengqi softly called out, and she advised, "Don't blame Master. The matter between Yi Jiu and Master in the past had caused him to be in a higher position than Master. For him to deliberately pressure us, Master is also helpless in it.
Master is now also regretting over the past events." "I know," Jing Hao said without lifting up his head. "Senior brother plans to go to Lupus constellation?" Xin Mengqi asked.
Jing Hao replied while packing, "I am going to advise Tang Tian to give up the safe and sound saber."
Xin Mengqi laughed gently. "Senior brother, when you lie, your voice is very unnatural."
She was extremely gentle. "No matter what senior brother does, Mengqi will support you, because in Mengqi's heart, senior brother is the world's most big-hearted person."
Jing Hao was moved. He raised his head, and stood there looking at his soft and gentle junior sister, and an indescribable feeling surged up his heart, but the only words he could say was, "Junior sister, I am sorry." "Why is senior brother apologizing?"
Xin Mengqi laughed with her smooth complexion. "There will always be matters that are left with no choice, and senior brother is doing what he thinks is the most important."
"I trust senior brother."
People whom senior brother look up to definitely have a very strong character.
"Is senior brother prepared?"
Jing Hao shook his head. "I understand brother Tang, he definitely will not hand over the safe and sound saber. The other four have good relations with him, and they would most probably rebel against the martial group. It is inevitable for them to fight with Yi Xiaogu. For this, Master was wrong. He is my master, and I naturally will not blame him. But since it is his fault, as his disciple, it is my duty to help him."
Xin Mengqi was worried for him. "Senior brother, you must be careful."
"Ha ha." Jing Hao laughed. He had removed all his pent-up frustrations from the past few days, and was somewhat glad. "Junior sister, don't worry. Your senior brother is not the old Jing Hao anymore."
"Don't tell me."
Xin Meng Qi's eyes lit up, with joy in her eyes.
Yes, I finally mastered it.
Jing Hao said awkwardly, I cannot wait for Yi Xiaoge to be my first opponent.
Senior brother, all the best.
Xin Meng Qi raised her small fist, her face filled with encouragement. If senior brother ever meets with difficulty, don't forget this junior sister of yours.
I am senior brother's little traitor.
Jing Hao looked at his junior sister's slim shoulders, her face full of sincerity and care, and was somewhat sentimental. He suddenly walked up a step, opened his arms and hugged his junior sister. Xin Meng Qi was stunned, her entire body was frozen, she did not dare make a sound, she had dreamed of it for so many times and for it to come true, her mind became an instant blank. The young lady in his embrace did not move, but her scent and warmth caused Jing Hao to feel pain in his heart. His junior sister knew it too, that this might take a few years. Upon fighting with Yi Xiaoge, he would be rebelling against honorable martial group.
Take care, junior sister.
After hugging, he released her, and with a heavy heart, he parted with her while laughing. I'm going.
He left without hesitation.
When his back view disappeared, the frozen stiff young lady suddenly poured tears.
Bing returned to the recruit barracks.
Without Tang Tian in the recruit barracks, it felt slightly colder.
That fellow, I wonder how he is.
Bing stopped to think for a while, he did not know if his decision was right. When he imagined Tang Tian dying in the suicide room, he himself would disappear. Considering that it was a gamble for himself, Bing laughed at himself in ridicule. He threw that thought to the back of his head, he decided that he would never be wrong. Tang Tian's potential was much bigger than he knew he could think. He brought a map of the majority of the 07 army barracks, he wanted Sai Lei to take a look and see if she could repair them. He did not wish to wait in vain for the results. With the 07 army barracks, he could do many things. He was one of the military leaders that survived from the flames of war, so any kind of difficulty could not shake him. He calmed himself down and recollected his thoughts. The special death training this time had astonishing costs. All the star treasures were extremely expensive.
His eyes glanced at Fengqiu, who was floating around, and after thinking, he stopped. Fengqiu, do you still wish to fight? Fengqiu consciously replied, yes I do. He then realized something, and reacted, his eyes becoming big. He asked in disbelief, you can help me continue to fight? Another type of battle.
Bing said indifferently, you can go swallow martial spirits, and become a military general, like Tang Yi. But you will retain your special ability, let's say your blade technique, if you are persevering enough. Of course, there is the chance of failure, then you will leave nothing behind.
You can consider it. There's no need to consider.
Fengqiu shook his head, and continued, I accept. As long as I can fight, I have no other demands.
You better think hard about it. Bing warned. No need. Fengqiu shook his head, I only find meaning in battles.
Bing did not give him any more warning, and nodded, alright, wait for me to come back and prepare your things.
Yes. Fengqiu agreed. The inside of suicide room was boundless and open. Tang Tian was gasping for breath.
In front of him, there was a person who looked exactly like him who was also gasping.
It truly was difficult.
Perspiration followed Tang Tian's face and slid down, his breathing as heavy and rough as a cow. He had finally experienced what it was like fighting him, and it was extremely painful. What he had and what he knew, the opponent also had it. Even for the past few days, when he improved, the opponent improved as well. 3 days of fighting, but Tang Tian did not find any advantage for himself.
How can I win?
Before he could finish thinking, the opponent had rushed over again. His personality was the same as Tang Tian, extremely tenacious, did not know what fatigue was, loved to initiate the attack and liked to attack vital points.
Tang Tian could only stop to think for a while, before clenching his teeth and going back to the fight.
He had to use all of his focus, all of his strength to be able to block Tang Tian's fierce and relentless attacks. The exact same fire scythe ghost claw, the exact same light auras, like two dragons with their claws flying around, and fiercely clashing into each other. The intense and concentrated sparks exploded out without stopping, as both figures separated, and rushed in to clash again.
Tang Tian's fire scythe ghost claw flaws were much smaller than before, but the opposite Tang Tian also had the king peacock eyes, and could immediately find out any minute flaws.
Both sides continuously seeked out the other's flaws, and continuously tried to lessen their own. Both sides knew each other to the point that they could no longer get any more familiarized with themselves. Tang Tian was depressed, he tried to activate the red eyes, but the red eyes did not work.
No matter how hard he tried, it was not like the last time.
What caused Tang Tian to fear even more was that the other Tang Tian was also trying his best to activate the red eyes.
If the opponent actually activated it, he would be in danger. Damn it!
He thought that he would be in a hard battle, but he never thought that the battle would actually be so difficult. On the fifth day, both parties finally stopped. The two sides had both depleted all their energy. For 5 days and 5 nights, both of them did not stop for a breather, and both gave their all to fight. When they finished their true power, they used brute force. No one was willing to retreat. And finally, it was as if both of them were beaten to a pulp. What to do? Tang Tian gasped for air, and continued thinking of methods.
I will definitely not give up.
Emily felt extremely stuffy, his face was cringed to the maximum with the pain, but he held on. But finally, he could not hold on anymore, he groaned and fainted. The various wood objects, metal nails, and the gearbed continued to bash his body. After everything calmed down, Emily was still unconscious. The mashed flesh on his body actually released a earth-yellow aura, and the flesh started to grow strangely.
3 hours later, Emily finally woke up, and his body was perfectly intact.
The hitting wood sound swept past again, and it started again. His face changed, as a new cycle had begun.
Bang bang bang, dot.
Flesh flew everywhere, the pain bored deep into his bones. Emily groaned, his face becoming white instantly, as he did his best to hold on.
Next time I must definitely let Fundamental Tang come and try this once. That was the last thought of Emily when he fainted yet again.
The ice room was extremely cold and frosty. Han Bingning was seated upright in a cross-legged position, her whole body was frozen, like an ice statue, while her heart continued to pump extremely slowly, as though there was no pumping at all. Inside the water torrent, Liang Qiu dexterously struck onto the metal balls which were dropping towards him, causing them to fly out like bullets, with metal ball weights hindering both hands. His face was gradually becoming more solemn, as the speed of the water continued to rise, and the pressure on him continued to get stronger and stronger.
Bang, dot.
One of the metal balls was like a fish that escaped the net, and struck onto his left shoulder, causing him to feel numb.
He groaned, and his defense crumbled immediately. After a while, he finally managed to struggle out from inside the torrent. He was like a pile of mud lying at the side of the water, a trace of blood at the corner of his lips, his entire body was bruised, and without any bit of strength left in him, he bitterly smiled. I wish to sleep like this.
And I still need to fight with honorable martial group.
Life is a tragedy. A tragedy where living is the same as dying.
After whining in his heart, he struggled to climb back up, and started to meditate.
Sima Xiangshan was covered in cuts and bruises from head to toe.
In the darkness, his clothes were dyed red with his blood, but he did not seem to care, as his eyes cautiously felt around for even the minute movements. Suddenly, a thread of fluctuation that was almost uncatchable arose from his back. Without thinking, Sima Xiangshan's body twisted, his upper body turned like a spring, and dodged upwards.
CEI.
Another trace of cut appeared on his face, and a bead of blood flowed out from the wound. Sima Xiangshan raised his hand to touch the wound, and as the blood dripped on his finger, he licked it lightly. The scene caused him to look extremely devilish and sinister.
You want my life? Not so easy. Sima Xiangshan's pupils were cold like a snake.
Ling Su was constantly defeated. The silver frost mount in front of him had heavier attacks, faster spears, all of which had appeared in his dreams before. He obviously knew them, but he could not grasp why the might unleashed was so powerful. Ling Su's pointed sea spears, facing the opponent's pouring spear aura, was completely ravaged. Personally experiencing it was totally different from his dreams. There was clearly a minute difference between the two, but witnessing it for the first time, he had no idea what it was, nor knew which perspective it should be looked from.
Was this the real pointed sea spears? Did teacher truly teach me the wrong pointed sea spears?
Ling Su's heart wavered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 326, Mo Wei Tian's Shock. Chapter 326, Mo Wei Tian's Shock. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. Time passed by silently. With regards to the long wranglings, they finally caused Yi Jiao to lose faith. He finally felt as if Tang Tian and the rest were not being honest. It made him feel extremely worried. The reason why he finally made his move was because of Jing Hao's master. He was well aware of the struggles within the faction, and would never wish to overthrow his opponent in one move, but the pressure from Cetus Constellation was just an excuse for him, as he did not place Cetus Constellation in his eyes at all. But the warning from the Empress of Sagittarius Constellation caused him to straighten his back, and he did not dare to disobey. The negotiation with Tang Tian's side has not been going well, we need to prepare another move. Yi Jiao said gloomily. In front of him, Yi Zhaoji's appearance was not outstanding, his hair was tangled, like a pile of steel wires, his beard thick and mushy, gaze as sharp as a sword. His jawline was distinct, giving off a feeling of a chiseled man. Jing Hao went to Lupus constellation.
Yi Zhaoji's voice was low and hoarse, yet filled with a breathtaking power. He casually sat cross-legged, with a broken sword covered with traces of battles by his leg. He looked to be extremely relaxed, but felt like a crouching fierce tiger, ready to pounce on anyone. Yi Jia looked at his son with pride. The sharp aura was directed straight at him, the father, and yet it was still so strong.
His emotions could not help but calm down, and he laughed. Are you actually worried for Jing Hao? I thought whatever Jing Hao did, you would never ever bothered about it?
I never looked down on Jing Hao. Yi Zhaoge did not hide from his father's gaze. His low and hoarse voice resonated in the room. He is naturally firm and persistent. With his open and honest principles, he has the heart of a strong martial artist. Only martial artists who have the heart can become a strong martial artist, and I have always been waiting for him. He has recently mastered a unique martial technique, and I am looking forward to fight him. But
Jing Hao mastered a unique martial technique?
Yi Zhou's face changed. He was on alert, to be delayed by Tang Tian and causing him to be unaware of the fact that Jing Hao was improving. He started to have a headache. I should have known, to get rid of him that year. It really is true that nurturing a tiger only invites a calamity. Yi Zhaoge did not express any opinion on his father's words. He stood up.
I am going to Lupus constellation. Then he left.
Yi Zhou was not in time to stop him, and his figure was already gone. Yi Zhou's face congealed. He suddenly realized the situation was not going well for him. Suddenly, a crazy thought entered his mind.
Was Tang Tian and the rest planning to betray Honorable Martial Group?
He subconsciously removed the possibility. If they betrayed the Honorable Martial Group, that meant that they would be under the hit list and will be chased by Honorable Martial Group, and he believed they would not be so stupid to do so.
They are willing to risk their lives for a saber?
He did not believe that Tang Tian would choose such an option, so when Tang Tian kept raising the stakes, he saw it as greed.
But what if Tang Tian really did not want to hand over the saber?
Yi Zhou suddenly thought of the warning from Sagittarius constellation that Honorable Martial Group could only allow Yi Zhaoge to enter Lupus constellation, and no one else. Did the Empress already guess that Tang Tian would not hand over the saber? Yi Zhou finally realized he had to make other arrangements.
Only allowing Zhaoge to enter Lupus constellation?
Yi Zhou thought for a while, and suddenly his eyes lit up. If Honorable Martial Group could not enter Lupus constellation, then I can find other people. His heart settled down. Although Tang Tian and his friends were displaying their might, an army, a saint sword, but to Yi Zhou's level, it was just that. Lupus constellation's strong martial artists were unable to comprehend how strong the stronger constellation's martial artists were. For armies, to Yi Zhou who have seen real armies before, it was more of a joke.
If you guys are truly that stupid, then let me show you the might of a real army.
Yi Zhou sneered.
The base in Three Spirit City was almost complete.
Although Tang Tian had pulled out some parts, but to Sai Lei who was loaded, it was only money, the rest were of no issues. Through the Mo family, she had hired a group of strong but nameless mechanic engineers.
The current Three Spirit City, in the mechanic weapon circle, was famous. Seeing Bing, Sai Lei stopped what she was doing.
Bing had urgent business coming to find her, but she asked, "What's happening?" Bing did not inform Sai Lei about the special death training. If Sai Lei knew that he made Tang Tian enter the special death training, she would definitely pick up the bronze steel hammer without hesitation and smash him to death.
Nothing much.
Bing appeared very calm. Sai Lei heaved a sigh of relief. That's good, alright, Mo Tian has waited for you for days.
Bing was surprised. I thought he would only come after the war. Maybe he sees more good in you all.
Sai Lei said in a disagreeing tone.
I'll go and see him.
Bing threw the paper in his hands to Sai Lei. Take a look at this, and see what you can fix.
What's this?
Sai Lei fumbled around with the paper, and asked. Bing did not answer her directly, and only said, You'll know when you see it.
I'm going to find Patriarch Mo. Mo Tian had been standing at the training area every day, watching the mechanical martial artists train. The majority of the time, his eyes were on Mo Ziyu and Mo Wu Wei.
He nodded inwardly, although he himself was strong, but after interacting with mechanical weapons for so many years, he could tell that the improvements the two had were like shedding their mortal body to become immortals. Although 600 million was painful, but it was definitely worth it. And Sai Lei had even custom-made mechanical weapons for them, which was even more powerful compared to the Mo family's mechanical weapons. Pipa had time to herself, so she had accompanied Mo Tian. Seeing that he was somewhat gratified, she said, Ziyu and Wu Wei's strength far exceeds the other people. Ordinary mechanical weapons are already incompatible with them, therefore Master Sai Lei custom made 2 sets of mechanical weapons for them. Ziyu's mechanic weapon is called Fireblade, and Wu Wei's one is called Fearless Ice. Master Bing had personally customized and worked out appropriate fighting styles for them, and Master had said before, if they were to team up, they can even fight Heaven's Road list martial artists in the ranks of the warzone of the 10.
Master Bing really said that? Mo Tian was stunned, but he was actually ecstatic. Yes. Pai Pa smiled. The two of them had fought with Senior Blind Cord, and it was a draw. You mean Blind Cord, old man? Mo Tian was surprised. That's right. Pai Pa nodded.
Mo Tian was equally shocked and joyous that the Mo family finally had their own strong martial artists, and surprised that Tang Tian actually still had hidden talent under him.
He thought about what Ziyu and Wu Wei said the night before.
Ziyu and Wu Wei trained excessively in the day, and did not have any spare time. Their master instructor was also very strict, so the two of them dared not have any other thoughts while training.
But at night, they could do what they wanted.
Mo Tian and the two of them talked, and he had gained many information. For example, the group of young and unripe youths who were relatively weak were improving extremely fast, causing the two of them to feel pressure. All the youths had outstanding talents on mechanic spirit weapons, and the master instructor spent a lot of time on them, and adding on the blood meridian specialist, the youth's power could confidently be said that they were of a different standard every day.
Tang Tian's overall scheme was not small. Mo Tian was constantly thinking, and would always just sigh. It was such a big bronze base, and the first time he laid eyes on it, his entire body trembled. With such a large sum of money, how could their plans be small? He went to Sai Lei's workshop and saw Sai Lei's new mechanic spirit weapon designs. The functions of the new designs were lacking compared to Fireblade and Fearless Ice, but their worth were even higher, far more than the Ink Snow that he sold. He knew that Sai Lei had prepared them for the Mo family. He could no longer estimate how high Sai Lei's standard had reached regarding mechanic techniques and research. Three Spirit City was flourishing and was growing in opportunities to live, as though everything was methodically arranged. Given enough time, the entire place would definitely become a terrifying force in the future. Patriarch Mo Tian turned, and a blue mechanic spirit weapon appeared in his vision. He accurately noticed that Sky Tiger had a few places that had been through improvements. Without flinching, he laughed. Long time no see, Master Bing. I wonder if young Master Tang is here? He is currently in closed-door cultivation. Bing's voice came out from Sky Tiger. Mo Tian nodded his head in approval. When the Ocean Prison Saint Sword appeared, it shook the heavens. Young Master Tang is dedicating himself to progress and is in closed-door cultivation. His will and resolution is something us ordinary people cannot compare with. Before I came, young Master Tang had talked to me about an army, and that Master Bing would be fully in charge. I wonder. Yes, leave it to me. Bing said straightforwardly. Mo Tian decided to get straight to the point too. I wonder what Master Bing sees through in the two disciples of the Mo family's training? Bing did not answer, but asked back, Patriarch Mo is thinking to build an army? Mo Tian said indifferently, times are harsh, the Mo family requires a bit of self-protection methods. Patriarch Mo is right. Bing's tone was sort of complimenting him, but then he changed again. But, does the Mo family have military leaders? Without military leaders, the army is useless to start with. Mo Tian was mature and experienced, and could naturally read between the lines of Bing's words, and said, I plead Master Bing to teach. I dare not assume a teacher role, but I do have some ideas. Bing's words surprised him. The Mo family does not have military leaders, but we do. Is Master Bing planning to personally lead the army? Or Tang Yi? Mo Tian asked curiously. Out of his expectations, Bing replied, no. I do not have any plans to command any army now. Tang Yi will command the Lupus army. Mo Tian was startled, and the gaze in his eyes exploded. Don't tell me you have a third military leader? There is progress. Bing's words were very obscure. Although Bing was vague, but Mo Tian was completely overwhelmed at that moment. Countless powerhouses had the wealth, but were unable to build an army. Fatty Li was the same, so what could the Mo family actually do? Hard to find one. These 4 words definitely were not exaggerated. Regardless if it was the southern sky's 42 constellations, or the northern sky's 19 continents, military leaders were extremely precious talents. And Tang Tian actually had 3 of them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 327, Bad News. Chapter 327, Bad News. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. Mo Tian was stunned for a long time before regaining his senses, and asking, then what does Master Bing propose? I feel that we can collaborate. Bing said calmly. Mo family has many disciples, and it is not difficult for you if you wish to choose a few of them to form an army. Even for the lowest grade army, it would still bring the Mo family huge benefits.
If our collaboration is successful, then this army, I plan to give the Mo family a chance to expand.
The Mo family shouldn't stay in the spirit region forever.
Mo Tian's body shivered, and a gush of blood rushed straight to his head, and he abruptly stopped breathing for a moment.
Leave the spirit region.
Many generations of Mo patriarchs' wish was for their ancient mechanic aristocratic family to own their own land. Although the spirit region was a convenient place, but it too had many drawbacks. For example, it was unsuitable for a family to expand with a lack of natural resources and energy concentration.
Mo Tian took a deep breath, controlled his eager heart and asked, Lupus constellation?
No. Bing shook his head. For a big family like yours, not even a planet, or even a constellation, would be able to contain all of you.
Even with our current control over Lupus constellation, we are also unable to give you a planet to reside in.
Mo Tian did not act weird. If the other party was truly planning ahead, he would seriously consider if collaborating with them was right or not. To give some land of Lupus constellation to the Mo family was not a big problem, but if they were to give an entire planet, they would definitely meet with strong rejection from the local powerhouses, and would therefore be the same as digging their own graves.
Master Bing, where do you foresee then? Mo Tian asked. Mo family's residing place requires the blood of the Mo family to plow the land.
Bing said directly, we can supply the military leader, but we cannot join in it directly, for I believe in the capability of the Mo family. A suitable mechanical army might not be able to conquer a constellation, but to take a planet in the northern sky's 19 continents shouldn't be a problem.
What are we required to supply? Mo Tian asked calmly. The Mo family will be the spokesperson for us in the mechanic techniques domain. Bing said calmly, we require a spokesperson.
When your Mo mechanic army appears, I believe, very quickly, that the mechanical techniques will once again be viewed as important by everyone. In that time, our advantages will not be as much anymore. Hearing the words Mo mechanical army, Mo Tian's heart jumped ferociously, but the words after caused him to calm down. Bing's plans happened to coincide with him. The name of mechanical techniques domain aristocratic family was just monkeys acting as the overlord of the jungle that did not have a tiger. Mechanical techniques had declined for many years, and the big players themselves naturally would not be interested in its power. But once they realized the power of mechanic techniques, they would start to invest and research it. The power and potential of the big players were so terrifying it caused others to despair. Most of the natural resources in Heaven Road were all had in their hands, and any disparity gap in any techniques, to them, were not enough to be a barrier of entry.
Master Bing is right. Mo Tian sighed, to be able to get this decisive opportunity is already good. What we need is just this decisive opportunity.
Bing said warily, if the movements of the Mo family are successful, then it will shake the entire mechanical techniques domain. The mechanical spirit weapons of the Mo family will bring along a huge flow, and people will flow towards the Mo family.
Before anyone else reacts, we must seize the opportunity.
We are unable to fight with the big players for the resources, but the one thing we can win is manpower. Mo Tian was enlightened, and suddenly thought it was a great plan. The only thing that needed to be doubtful of was that it required great eyes. Whether Bing had good eyes or not, Mo Tian did not have confidence in, but obviously, Bing was currently the one who understood a mechanical army the best.
That's a good idea. Mo Tian nodded.
I will give Patriarch Mo a relatively simple evaluation technique, and only those that pass it can be brought over. Bing did not beat around the bush. The army training requires around 5 months or so. Of course, all the spirit cards and mechanic spirit weapons involved will be required by the Mo family to pay. Other than that, when there is a need to, we will have the authority to use this army.
Mo Tian considered for a while, then agreed.
With their current power, they were unable to even look up to the big players. If the Mo family was able to migrate out of the spirit region, even with a higher price, he would still be willing.
Bing was finally satisfied with the way things were going.
The Mo family was the most valuable thing in his eyes, even if it would be the Mo family's name who would be famous in the mechanical techniques domain and mechanical spirit weapons, he did not really care much. Mo family's army would equally be a cannon fodder army. To them the army was extremely important, but to Bing it did not hold much meaning. In front of an elite army, a cannon fodder army were like slags. But, building up an elite army was not easy, and Bing could only slowly plan and progress. Both sides had reached an agreement, so Mo Tian did not stay further, and hurried back to the Mo family. For he knew, Tang Tian and the rest were going to break off with Honorable Marshal Group, and he did not want to stay. No one could have thought that Tang Tian would refuse to hand over the safe and sound saber.
To many people, the current powerhouses of Lupus constellation were set.
And many people reckoned, Tang Tian was extremely aggressive towards Onyx Soul, and would attract the attention of the higher-ups of Honorable Marshal Group, and he had countless prospects.
After sending off Mo Wei Tian, Sai Lei rushed over. Where did you get these blueprints? Bing looked around, and seeing there was no one, he said softly, I found an old abandoned army barracks. Sai Lei's eyes immediately widened, her face exposing an inconceivable look. She asked, Southern Cross Army? N. Bing nodded, not hiding anything. I want to go. Sai Lei replied. You can't. Bing patiently explained, we used a special passage to go in, and only Tang Tian is able to enter it, even I was brought in by him. He can only bring spirit generals in. Sai Lei was not happy. There are no other ways? I can't think of any other ways. Bing said calmly. Sai Lei could not help feeling disappointed, her face full of sorrow. Without energy, she replied, I have studied the blueprints, and can roughly build a few things. Humph, if I can't go then I won't. Such a rubbish place, who would even bother? Wait till I complete the whole thing. At that time I will upgrade 3 Spirit City base, and it will definitely be much better than those broken ruins. Finished, she left fuming. Bing heaved a sigh of relief. Seemed like repairing the 07 army barracks would take a long time. But the reason for coming back was to give the blueprints to Sai Lei. Since it was done, he was prepared to go back to the recruit barracks. Before he left, Bell returned back covered in dust and brought along bad news. Swallowtail Camp? Bing's expression congealed. Yes, they are an active power in Coma Berenice's constellation, one of the constellations of the northern sky's 19 continents. Bell explained, if not for them secretly trying to gather information about us, I would not have known they were actually spying on Lupus constellation. Also, I received unconfirmed news. Unconfirmed news? Bing was somewhat attracted to the way Bell said it. And, I heard, that Sagittarius constellation's Empress Hui Tian only allowed Yi Zhaogu to enter Lupus constellation. Bell's expression was solemn. This information's trustworthiness is unconfirmed. I feel that it might be real, as many people do not know who Yi Zhaogu is. If it is real, then the reason for her to cut into this matter, I'm still not sure. Pai Pa muttered to herself, if that's real, then it is explainable. Empress Ho only allowed Yi Zhaogu to enter Lupus constellation, and while Yi Zhou was under pressure and unable to publicly send people, borrowing forces outside of the Honorable Marshal Group is his only choice. That means, Yi Zhou might have thought that something is wrong, so he has prepared a contingency just in case. How's the strength of Swallowtail Camp? Bing asked. Although everybody says that the northern sky's 19 continents do not have a real army, but there are similar types of powerhouses. Swallowtail is one of them. Their military leader is called Zhang Jiang, power of the 8th level, and is not in the Heaven Road list. The Swallowtail army consists of 500 people, all of them are above the 7th level, and some of them are at the 8th. Zhang Jiang was someone who studied in Orion constellation of the 10 equatorial palace halls when he was young, and although he was not successful in training, but as a military leader, he was considered as someone with talent. Before he entered Coma Berenice's constellation, it was close to losing the qualifications to be part of the Northern Sky, but he created Swallowtail Camp based on the requirements of a standard army, and that was how Coma Berenice's constellation stepped into one of the middle-tier constellations of Northern Sky. How long has the Swallowtail Camp been operating? Bing suddenly asked. 7 years. Bell's report was very detailed. Seems like we have met with big trouble, Bing said. An army that has been operating for 7 years could be considered as mature. Even with limited powers of the military leader, they would definitely have good rapport. For a newly constructed army, that was the scariest opponent. Yi Zhou is most probably finding outside helpers. Pai Pa quietly shared her thoughts. The Swallowtail Camp is obviously prepared for Lupus army. But there is still Ling Su, Crane, and the rest. Yi Zhaoji's individual strength is very powerful, but with regards to Yi Zhou who has the authority, he will definitely have others behind him, as a precaution. Also, if the negotiation between both parties crumble, with Yi Zhou's position, he will most likely be unable to accept a deadlock or bitter struggle, and will want to resolve the problem by pulling out its roots, otherwise, the pressure on him will be even greater. I have not received any rumors on him at the moment. Bell's face color was not so good, but she knew that Pai Pa's analysis was 90% correct. Seems like time is of the essence. Bing muttered, although he had made sufficient preparations for the battle, but at the moment, he realized that their power was insufficient. The strong sense of urgency made Bing not dilly-dally, and in the first hour he had returned to the recruit barracks. Aside from Fengzhou, Tang Yi was also present. What's the progress? Bing asked Tang Yi. Reporting to Master. Tang Yi reported to Bing, everything has been settled. Let's go. Bing replied. He brought Tang Yi and Fengzhou to the 07 army barracks. When they reached, Tang Yi and Fengzhou were shocked by the spectacular bronze jungle in front of them, exposing excited looks on their faces. Bing suddenly stopped and looked out far.
Yaya was bringing a group of mechanical beasts and continuing to dig. Yaya had somehow found an interest in digging, and led the mechanical beast army outwards to break new grounds. Bing retracted his gaze, and brought Tang Yi and Fengqiu to a bronze door.
Have you guys thought about it? Bing looked at the two of them. There is nothing to think about, Fengqiu said.
Tang Yi said seriously, Master, this subordinate wishes to always command the Lupus army.
Bing was slightly taken aback, and looked deeply at Tang Yi. Are you sure? Yes. Good.
Bing replied, I wish you all good luck. They opened the bronze door. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 328, Spirit Hall. Chapter 328, Spirit Hall. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. Fengqiu entered without hesitation.
Bing stared at the bronze door in front of him, and was slightly entranced. To call it a door was somewhat wrong, it was actually a confinement room, called the Spirit Hall. Its whole body was created by the Southern Cross bronze, and the formulation in that generation had always been a secret. The surrounding walls of the Spirit Hall were covered with patterns specific to mechanical techniques, numerous and all close together. It looked like the network of veins on tree leaves. The Spirit Hall originated from the martial technique wall, and was one of the products of the Southern Cross Army's mechanical techniques. Due to bitter fights, many officers had suffered heavy injuries, and an idea suddenly struck the captain: using the martial technique wall would give rise to spirit military leaders, bringing relief to the crisis. After that, following the martial technique wall, the more advanced Spirit Hall appeared. Its efficiency and results were higher, with a shorter duration. The martial technique wall was to groom spirit generals, and required a long period of time to devour, but the Spirit Hall quickly hastened the process.
In times of war, the enemies would not give you more time.
In every army barracks, there was a Spirit Hall constructed, just in case for emergencies where manpower was insufficient. Although spirit generals are not as strong as military leaders, but in times of need, it was still a good substitution. On the bronze door, the uniformed and strong lines formed pattern of squares. Every row has 3 squares, with a total of 18 levels. The 18 levels showed the 18 army ranks of the Southern Cross Army, and every level required 3 spirit cards. Soldiers had 3 ranks, sergeants had 4, officers had 4, majors had 3, and generals had 3 ranks, with the highest rank being general.
Tian, Chinese wrote only 17 ranks here, not so sure if 18 is like the highest, which is TT, or it was wrong. As the story goes further we will find out. Tang Yi was a gold-ranked staff sergeant, and was the 6th rank. Bing's military rank, which Tang Tian did not know, was the 15th rank, major general. Bing's expression was solemn. He took out a briefcase and opened it. The inside was filled with spirit cards. He took all the cards out. He had used the Spirit Hall so many times in the past, it was reasonable to say that it was something he did routinely, and would not have any fluctuation of emotions. But why, did he actually feel slightly nervous? Bing laughed at himself, and then his emotions vanished. After using the Spirit Hall so many times, naturally he would be experienced. Fengqiu was an 8th level spirit general, and thus he would start from the 8th level. He chose 3 rank 8 silver spirit cards, and placed them into the lowest row on the Spirit Hall door. Every square would have a spirit card, and the spirit card would be absorbed into it, and light up with a gentle silver light, and the silver light would quickly merge into the veins on the wall. Bing's eyes glowed, the silver light permeated in so quickly. That was a good sign. Bing noticed that Fengqiu's determination was much stronger than his. His fingers quickly acted, and another 3 silver cards entered the 2nd row of squares. The silver light of the 3 cards lit up at the same time, and quickly permeated into the surrounding walls. Bing's expression was solemn, his fingers acted quickly, and the cards all slotted into the squares on the door. All these cards were specially picked and prepared by him. One after another the cards lit up, and Bing's expression congealed even more. In a short span of 10 minutes, Bing had already thrown 15 cards. That meant that Fengqiu was now at the 1st sergeant rank, and was just 1 rank below Tang Yi. At this time, the speed of the silver light that was permeating began to slow down, and only after 10 minutes did the next 3 cards started to light up. Fengqiu was displaying even stronger power. The Spirit Hall was even more perfect than the martial technique wall, and the spirit cards in Bing's hands were even more than the past, but most importantly, Fengqiu was a martial spirit, while Ghost Claw was left with just a sliver of qi. Fengqiu's martial spirit was also not complete, but compared to Ghost Claw who left behind that sliver, he was much stronger. At the 7th level, the surroundings of the Spirit Hall seemed to be wrapped in a silver net and was extremely beautiful, but that also meant the silver light was full. Bing did not find it weird, as he knew that the 7th to 8th level was extremely difficult. The 7th level was the Master Sergeant, while the 8th level was Warrant Officer. In terms of commanding power, the Master Sergeant could command 100, while a warrant officer could command 200. But the difference was not only just on the number of 100, but in terms of tactics accomplishment, the difference between the two was huge. Upon reaching the lieutenant rank, military leaders start to transform. Some of them would become individually stronger, or some would be experts with their control aura, and some of them would become experts in tactics. When the silver light was full to the maximum, Bing had a gold card, a rank 8 gold card. Bing placed the gold card into the first box of the 8th level. Upon entering, the light aura was released, and an intense gold light began to quickly permeate through the silver veins. The silver veins that looked like spider webs had a thread of gold in them. 2 hours later, the gold light of the gold card gradually dimmed. Bing then used a second gold card. It was also a rank 8 gold card. Upon putting it in, the same gold light was released, but the absorption of the gold light in the silver veins was substantially slower. After a full 7 hours, the gold light from the second spirit card was finally finished absorbing. Bing knew Fengqiu was reaching the max of his devouring, but he still placed a third gold card. It took 24 hours for the gold card to be fully absorbed, and it was stable without any slip-up. Bing heaved a sigh of relief, feeling extremely inspired. Suddenly, the 24 spirit cards on the wall disappeared like smoke. The bronze door slowly opened. A skinny figure appeared. A gentle-looking spirit general slowly walked out from the center, and bowed to Bing. Warrant Officer Tang is here to report for duty. Tang Chou's appearance did not look at all the same as when he was Fengqiu. Not only was he not ugly anymore, but he was rather handsome. Around the age of 40, he was skinny, his eyes were full of spirit, giving off the feeling of elegance, but his hands were empty, without any weapons. Bing pondered for a while, and asked, "Warrant Officer, please introduce yourself." Tang Chou bowed, "Yes." "Sir, Tang Chou, 8th level, fighting capability is bad, martial techniques are normal, tactics-wise I'm good." Bing was surprised. He actually turned out to be a severe unbalanced person. This was actually a typical case of a staff warrant officer. Their biggest usage was in the planning room, rather than the battlefield. Fengqiu, who was full of battle hunger, actually became a planning staff warrant officer. It really was unexpected. "You did well, warrant officer, please step to the side and wait." Bing nodded his head. "Yes." Tang Chou obeyed and stood to the side. Bing wanted to remind Tang Yi something, but Tang Yi had already walked to the bronze door. Bing was clear, Tang Yi's innate foundation was too inferior. If he was made before Ghost Claw disappeared, Bing reckoned that Ghost Claw's determination would most probably be a captain. But Ghost Claw became a strand of spirit and was too weak. But because a weak spirit was able to produce a gold-grade staff sergeant, Bing was surprised. That meant that Tang Yi's potential was almost squeezed out. Although the spirit hall's rate of success was higher than the martial technique wall, but there was still the danger of failure. As long as it was a failure, then everything would turn to smoke, and nothing would be left behind. There were past experiences where they went through a second transformation like Tang Yi, but the danger and risk of it was higher. But Bing could feel Tang Yi's determination, and so he did not reject it. The bronze door was once again shut tight, and the first level to 7th level of squares were all dimmed gray. Bing placed a silver card on the first square of the 7th level. The silver card released a light, and was extremely stable, allowing Bing to breathe. When the silver light dimmed from the first card, Bing placed the second silver card. A piercing silver light suddenly blossomed from the silver card, causing Bing to tense. Not good. As expected, the silver light began to become dim and close to extinguishment. One moment it was dazzling, another was dim to almost having no light, as though there was no more energy. Bing nervously looked at the silver card. The light that was flickering meant that Tang Yi was going through an intense battle with the martial spirit inside the card. The flickering lights meant that the fight was extremely intense. Devouring was an extremely cruel process. Bing's heart was at his throat. Was this the reason, because he too was a spirit general now? And that was why he was more melancholy and moody? When he used the spirit hall in the past, he did not have such a feeling. Rather, it felt like one of his subordinates was in a life or death juncture. Alright, I guess I am not the cold-hearted person I was in the past. Bing laughed in ridicule at himself. Time slowly crawled past, the flickering of the silver light gradually became more stable. After 3 hours, the light of the silver spirit card then began to dim. Tang Yi's efficiency compared to Tang Chou was lacking by a lot. But Bing still placed the third silver spirit card. The blossoming silver light of the spirit card was extremely stable, allowing Bing to heave a sigh of relief. It was not the last time where the transformation was violent, but the absorption this time took a full 10 hours. He was already a master sergeant. But the spirit card on the door did not extinguish. That meant that the fight was not over. Tang Yi still wished to continue. Bing's finger trembled. This asshole, his temper is exactly the same as Ghost Claw. But just at that moment, he had no other choice. If Tang Yi did not wish for it to end, then it would not end. If not, it would be deemed a failure. Breathing deeply, the light in Bing's eyes exploded. Since you want to continue, then all the best. A rank 8 gold spirit card was placed into the first box of the 8th level. The gold light from the card erupted out, and stabilized after the first hour. The glaring gold light was surprisingly stable, and the speed of absorption caused Bing to be dumbstruck. What? Bing swore he had used the spirit hall for so many times, but it was the first time he was witnessing such a scene. The 7th level silver spirit card was dangerous and could fail, but the 8th level gold spirit card was actually so stable. What logic was that? The glaring gold light continued to permeate into the silver veins. 1 hour. He only used 1 hour, and the 8th level gold spirit card was actually completely absorbed in. When Bing placed the second gold spirit card, his brain was already not functioning well. 2 hours. That was the time taken for the second gold spirit card to be absorbed, and the light finally dimmed. Bing, who was surprised for the full 2 hours, was already preparing to put the third gold spirit card. He was extremely excited. Tang Yi could definitely be promoted to the rank of warrant officer. Just at that moment, suddenly, the first gold card was destroyed, and became smoke that dissipated. The scene in front of Bing became weird, as the second gold card was still dim with a gold light, but the left and right of it was completely empty. Bing's eyes almost came out. His expression was as if he saw a ghost. Like a clay model, he just stood there staring at the bronze door for 3 whole seconds. That was... If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 329, Launch. Chapter 329, Launch. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. There was a type of rarely seen occurrence that happened when the Spirit Hall produces Spirit Generals, and it was called replacement. Replacement referred to when the card at the front had to be replaced with a new one, which was rarely seen. The spirit cards on the door being destroyed would usually occur when the process completed, as they would all be destroyed together. That is because the new Spirit General was cutting off all his previous ties, and was the sign of completion. But there were always exceptions, like currently, where the first gold spirit card on the 8th level would suddenly be destroyed. That meant that the Spirit General had a sudden increase in devouring speed. That was the time when the replacement was needed. Bing instantly placed another rank 8 spirit card on the first and third squares without hesitation. The 2 gold cards lit up at the same time, and were extremely dazzling. Bing was full of anticipation. Replacement was a rarely seen occurrence, and would often produce a Spirit General that was extremely special. Bing had met other replacements before, but never before on a low-rank Spirit General. And Tang Yi was originally a gold grade staff sergeant, which was also rare. The light from the 2 spirit cards stabilized, and maintained for 15 hours before dimming down. Suddenly, all the cards crumbled and were destroyed, changing into smoke and disappearing. The bronze door slowly opened, and Bing's eyes opened widely. A tall and sturdy figure with a mighty aura slowly walked out. Warrant Officer Tang Yi is here to report for duty. His low voice could strike fear in people's hearts. Bing then noticed Tang Yi's figure, which did not change much other than him being slightly taller and bulkier. The most eye-catching change was his zanbato. Tian, is that a Shirkai coming? The originally gray sword body had become pitch black, and it was obviously heavier. While the seal of Southern Cross Constellation was clearly imprinted on the black sword body. Ethereal solidification. That was a unique military leader. Bing's body trembled. The term unique came from a long lineage. Before Immortal Martial gave the name of unique martial technique, very few people knew that during the era of the 3 big armies, they too used the term unique. However, they used it to name some military leaders. In that time, military leaders were in huge numbers, and almost all the strong martial artists were military leaders, but there were some military leaders who were special. In their own special aspects, they had attainments that far exceeded others, and these military leaders were hailed as unique military leaders. Every single unique military leader was different from each other. Spirit military leaders were seldom unique military leaders. They were very distinct, and that was the ethereal solidification. Spirit generals were of ethereal form, like Tang Yi, regardless of his body or his zanbato, they were all ethereal in the past. But currently the zanbato he wielded had gone through ethereal solidification, and became a real body. If Tang Yi died, the zanbato would not disappear with him, but continue to live on in the world. For the same level military leaders, unique military leaders were far stronger than ordinary military leaders. In the past, the Southern Cross Army was extremely strong because they had far more unique military leaders than the other 2 armies.
But for the Spirit Hall to produce a unique spirit military leader, he had heard of it before, but it was the first time for him to witness it. But this would be the lowest level of unique military leader of the army history, a warrant officer rank unique military leader. Bing laughed at himself in ridicule, feeling that he was never truly content for him to meet a rarely seen unique spirit military leader, yet he was still complaining that the rank was too low.
For Tang Yi to rise to the rank of warrant officer, Bing was already very happy.
And he was even a unique military leader.
What's your commanding power? Bing asked Tang Yi. He could not grasp how much a unique military leader of the warrant officer rank could command. 500, Tang Yi replied. 500?
Bing was startled, then nodded his head.
That was out of his calculations.
A normal warrant officer could command 200, and for Tang Yi to command 500, a unique military leader truly was powerful, for his commanding power was already the same standard as a lieutenant. But Bing had already calmed down. A unique military leader was powerful, but no matter how powerful he was still just a warrant officer, so he could not expect too much.
Do you still wish to lead the Lupus army? Bing asked.
Yes.
Tang Yi replied straightforwardly.
And, very good, then from today on, you will be the main commander of the Lupus army.
Bing said solemnly, then turned to face Tang Chou. Warrant Officer Tang Chou, I will now report your mission. Tang Chou's solemn face replied, Master, please. You will be stationed at the training barracks at 3 Spirits City, and have 2 tasks. One of them is to help Pai Pa establish the planning room. But now there isn't much to plan, so your second task is to supervise the training barracks' daily training schedule. Understand? Bing looked at Tang Chou.
Yes.
Tang Chou replied solemnly. Alright, you can head to 3 Spirits City now.
Yes.
Tang Chou turned and flew in the direction of 3 Spirits City.
Bing looked at the suicide room.
There was not a bit of movement from it. Tang Tian, all the best.
Bing's heart shouted lightly, and then without hesitation, he turned, let's go, we will go back to the Lupus tribe.
When Bing and Tang Yi returned, they received yet another piece of bad news.
Yi Zhou had given them an ultimatum, with only 5 days of time. If they do not hand over the safe and sound saber, they will have to take responsibility for the consequences.
An ultimatum, but Bing casually threw it into the rubbish bin.
His heart was yet filled with worries. Until now, 20 days had already passed, but there was not one movement from anyone in the group.
Only 5 days were left.
Bing looked at the sand dune that was afar. The bright red setting sun dyed the sand dune red. It really was the omen of a huge war.
Young man Tang, you must do your best.
Bing muttered in his heart, and when he returned back to senses, he could not help but laugh.
He had actually unknowingly placed all his trust on that unreliable fellow.
That meant that, Bing surprisingly found out, his heart had always felt that the crucial victory was on Tang Tian.
That stupid crazy young man who goes into spasms frequently?
Alright, if it was comparing intelligence, the only person he could win against was Oli. Alright, that brat's strength is strong, but from time to time, he truly represents the word spastic very profoundly.
Alright, I have slept too long, for my standards to decline, and actually make such a lowly mistake. Hey, Bing, you already lost the captain whom you had always admired. Hey, Bing, you can only rely on yourself.
Bing's heart gradually calmed down. He sat on the sand dune, and by his side, Sky Tiger accompanied him, as they watched the sunset. On the 4th day, it was the last day of the ultimatum. Bing sat for 4 days and 4 nights on the sand dune, and finally stood up and walked over to Huama Air, closed the starry door that connects to Cetus constellation. Huama Air's heart shuddered, but she did not talk nonsense, and flew out quickly, passing down the order that was pre-planned. 10 minutes later, she flew back, Master, the starry door has been closed.
Well done.
Bing nodded his head, and took out the treasure he had long prepared.
A golden and bright triangle, the gold star treasure from Northern Sky Triangulum constellation, triangular gold vortex.
Bing had spent 1 billion in the market buying this gold star treasure. It could produce formless energy vortices, and cause disturbance. It was the nemesis of Honorable Marshal Group's, Honorable Marshal Door, which was the transportation star treasure.
Wah!
A formless ripple, permeated out with the triangle as the epicenter.
20 minutes later, the news of the starry door connecting Lupus constellation and Cetus constellation being closed was spread out far and wide.
The higher-ups of Cetus constellation were enraged. Equally enraged was Yi Zhou, who just received the news, and his face turned green. He was truly played by Tang Tian. Tang Tian never thought to hand over the saber.
Since you all are seeking death, let me grant you your wish.
Yi Zhou clenched his teeth and spat out. His eyes were blazing and his expression sinister. The subordinate beside him was shivering in horror.
Tell them to move out. His subordinate immediately sent the order to attack.
Yi Zhou's anger ceased as coldness replaced it in his eyes. Humph, I'll show you some of my methods. The setting sun spilled light over the desert. A shadow suddenly appeared in the air of Lupus constellation, and no one had noticed his arrival.
Jinghao, I knew you would come. Come out. Yi Zhaoji's hoarse and low voice sounded out like thunder, resonating outwards.
His words were very sudden without warning. The people of Lupus tribe all stopped what they were doing, and looked up into the sky. Bing's heart clenched. He never thought that the opponent would be here so quickly. They had just closed the starry door, but the opponent was already there. It was obvious that the opponent had prepared beforehand.
Wait a minute, Jinghao.
A figure shot out like an arrow in the sky. It was Jinghao.
Brother Yi.
Jinghao's expression was calm. He was not surprised. With his relationship with Tang Tian, all of his actions were taken into account and constantly spied on. Guessing that he had arrived in Lupus constellation was not surprising.
Let's change the place.
Yi Zhaoji's voice was indifferent. I have waited for you for so long. Jinghao was slightly taken aback. Yi Zhaoji's words had a deeper meaning. But Yi Zhaoji's suggestion struck him, as it was the Lupus tribe territory. If they start the battle there, the tribe would mostly get destroyed, so he nodded, okay. Finished, he took the lead and flew out far. Yi Zhaoge followed on without hesitation.
Hearing the words Brother Yi, he was shocked. Yi Zhaogu.
But upon seeing Jinghao bringing Yi Zhaoge away, he heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Zhaoge was obviously Yi Zhou's strongest force, and for him to be lured away undoubtedly removed a huge threat on them. Suddenly, a few scouts ran to him, gasping. Master, an army has appeared in the east, numbered 200 men.
Master, an army has appeared on the west, numbered around 500.
Master, 2 people are coming nearer to us from the north, and their intent doesn't seem good. Their speed is extremely fast, but...
Bing's face changed. He had underestimated Yi Zhou.
Yi Zhou's supports were actually so huge.
Hey, uncle, did you get frightened?
Waha, it's just this lively martial man, here to save you.
Emoli's happy voice came out from behind him. At the same time, a bone-chilling aura came out. Bing turned his head. Beside Emoli, Han Bingning lowered her sword and walked over.
I finally rushed in time to join the crowd.
An apparition suddenly came out from the dark. No one even noticed when Sima Xiangshan actually came out. Who, I'm not late.
Liang Qiu gasped, his entire body was wet, his leg drenched. The metal balls on his hands and legs were still on.
Hey, uncle, where's Flamingo?
Ling Su's voice was filled with danger, sounding out behind Bing. Bing wanted to reply, but suddenly Sima Xiangshan let out an E. He turned his head, and his gaze landed on the distant sand dune, as everyone's eyes followed his direction. 2 seconds later, a swordsman in tattered and torn robes appeared on the sand dune. His lonely eyes were as calm as water.
Crane.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 330, Bing's Arrangements. Chapter 330, Bing's Arrangements. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndre. Bing's heart stopped for a split second.
The chilliness of the night in the desert seemed to have disappeared without a trace, and there was no more loneliness in the night. The wind blew the sand up, forming a mist, and a sound like a bugle horn boomed out gloomily.
The air has lifted.
Bing muttered lightly to himself. The wind had ignited the fighting intent in his chest, which was slowly but surely blazing. His gaze swept across everyone, and suddenly, it was just like the smoke from 10,000 years ago, as all the familiar faces came out.
Heh, these are the people fighting side by side with you. Heh, these are your companions. Heh, this feeling is really good. I don't think I'm late.
The gentle voice sounded out, as Crane floated down like a huge black crane in front of everyone, the robes on his body tattered and torn, and they could imagine what he had gone through.
Everyone looked at Bing. Uncle, you do the arrangements.
Crane's words got the approval of everyone. Out of all of them, only Bing was a military leader, and was the most familiar with the situation.
Bing took a deep breath, his gaze turned cold. Okay. Tang Yi, the army in the east, Swallowtail Camp, will be handled by you. Your task is, no matter what, you must persevere for an hour.
Yes. Tang Yi replied emotionlessly, and turned to gather and debrief the Lupus army, and rushed towards the east.
Everyone then realized Tang Yi's transformation, and could not help but secretly praise him.
Ling Su and Crane, I'll hand the 2 people over at the north to the 2 of you. Their backgrounds are unknown, so be careful. Ling Su picked up his silver spear, flipped, and sat on Flamingo.
His orange pupils blazing, he shot out, I, alone, am enough. Flamingo transformed into a fireball and flew to the north.
Crane laughed helplessly, waved goodbye to the rest, and like a huge crane, he started to float up and follow Ling Su quickly.
The task for the few of us is the army to the west, Bing told the four. Emily was slightly regretful. Sadly, fundamental Tang is not out yet.
Such a pity, the godlike young man cannot see this lively martial man's wild earth blade.
Wahaha, he cannot feast his eyes on this. Coo.
Lively martial man.
Wild earth blade. Invincible. Emily excitedly waved the wild earth blades, ripping and tearing the air. Everyone could not help but roll their eyes. Sima Xiangshan commented softly, "Don't count this idiot in, nut." Bing replied softly, "I know. Let's go." Bing jumped into Sky Tiger.
The fight on Lupus Constellation had attracted countless eyes. Although 1 month had passed, but there were still many people paying attention to Lupus Constellation. Their biggest concern was Tang Tian, who had emerged so suddenly. Such a mysterious character. With the Saint Sword Ocean prison in hand, his powers were unfathomable, and he still had 2 spirit military leaders under him, and had the Lupus Constellation under his hands as well. Adding on, his future was limitless in the publicly known strongest powerhouse, Honorable Martial Group.
Everyone thought that Tang Tian would most likely be the group's 3rd-generation core disciple.
When the threat from Cetus Constellation spread, various powers heard of it, and did not agree with it. Although Cetus Constellation was part of the 10 Equatorial Palace Halls, the Honorable Martial Group was having issues with Leo Constellation the past few years, so how could they be bothered with Cetus Constellation? But the following events caused people to be puzzled. Clan Elder Yi Zhou had requested Tang Tian to hand over the safe and sound saber, and due to Tang Tian being in the centrist faction, they gave up on trying to protect him. That caused many people to not understand. Tang Tian was so young, but displayed such strength and talent. Why would Honorable Martial Group decide to do that? Honorable Martial Group was not a piece of iron, where anyone could just keep digging up about them, having more and more information appear to others. Centrist faction was strong, but they had already found a successor, which was Jing Hao. If Tang Tian was alone, they would do their best to protect him, and groom him to become Jing Hao's helper. But Tang Tian was not alone, he had an army gradually building up by his side. Ling Su and Crane were 2 geniuses. Mo Li's group of 4 had a much better relation with Tang Tian than the group, and adding on the Saint Sword Ocean prison, an army, 2 spirit military leaders, especially Bing, that astonishing control aura had shocked all the elders of the centrist faction. Don't forget the recovering immortal constellation, Perseus Constellation, they were supporters of Tang Tian as well. Tian, I will start calling immortal constellation to Perseus Constellation soon, it is where Shangguan Qianhui comes from. Compared to Jing Hao, Tang Tian was much stronger, his wings grew out first, and formed his own faction. Centrist faction did not have space for Tang Tian to grow. Unless, they chose Tang Tian and forsook Jing Hao. But that was an impossible thing to do. The clan elders had watched Jing Hao grow up, and he was truly one of them. While Tang Tian came from a sideline planet, and had a pitiful connection to Honorable Martial Group. Regardless if it was from the relationship, or the internal struggle in Honorable Martial Group, they would never choose Tang Tian. And it was Yi Zhou who saw that point, so he was ruthless and precise in his actions. So everyone was curious, what Tang Tian would choose. Very quickly, the news of Tang Tian being willing to hand over the safe and sound saber spread, and the people who were waiting to see some action were thoroughly disappointed. As time slowly crawled, both sides did not come to a consensus, and that started to make people think that something weird was happening. And the news of the order by the Sagittarius Empress was quickly spread among the big powers. There were reasons for everything. Everyone realized that a push had been secretly urged. When Lupus Constellation closed the starry door to Cetus Constellation, all of the people watching Lupus were all beyond shocked. Everyone hoped to see a fight, but when it really happened, everyone felt that Tang Tian stupidly overestimating himself. He thinks that with some power, he can fight against Honorable Martial Group? That was too crazy. But there were some exceptions, like Sima Xiao. Actually, in terms of opportunity, Tang Tian has the highest advantage. Honorable Martial Group is having friction with Leo Constellation. Leung, that lunatic, is seriously too scary. If they are not careful, he would just trample them to death. Honorable Martial Group also knows that to fight with this lunatic would be seeking a devastating ending. Sima Xiao could not help but wonder, if the few big powers were to choose an opponent they would never provoke, Lion King Leung would definitely be number 1. Leung was simply a lunatic, his subordinates were equally crazy. They were lunatics that would shout loudly with their eyes lit up as long as anyone spoke about fighting. The strongest army, the one with the most military leaders, the craziest king, was Leo Constellation. Against this opponent, no matter how strong Honorable Martial Group was, they would still be frightened. The majority of the strong martial artists of Honorable Martial Group were all mobilized, and this was no secret in Heaven Road.
To be able to cause the enemy to be so afraid, that itself was a glory. Is the order from Sagittarius real? Xiao Jun asked.
It should be. Sima Xiao exposed a pondering expression, but, for the Empress who was very calculative, she definitely would not waste her time on these things. By doing so, she must have a connection to it somehow.
It's just that we do not know who among Tang Tian's group has a connection to Sagittarius constellation. And the order itself is worth thinking about.
She rejects the majority of Honorable Martial Group to enter Lupus constellation, but allows Yi Xiaogu to go in himself. Seems like she is treating Yi Xiaogu as some sort of training for someone.
Unless Tang Tian is her descendant? Or one of them is her descendant? We have better check it out.
Hearing junior brother say that seems plausible.
Xiao Jun nodded his head.
Yi Jiu is no mediocre person, his methods are usually very vicious and fierce. Sima Xiao lifted up his legs and placed it on the table. He leaned back. The tidbits continue to flow into his mouth. He spoke very indistinctly. Swallowtail Camp, Heavy Iron Army, 2 out of the 5 armies of Northern Sky 19 continents, have come. Adding on Guangwu and Yongxianzhong, he truly is ruthless.
Xiao Jun was moved, such a strong force.
But, with that, wouldn't the higher-ups pressuring him, from Honorable Martial Group guess it?
Sima Xiao sneered. People think that the rankings of Onyx Soul is strict, but they do not know about Honorable Martial Group who is not inferior to Onyx Soul.
The higher-ups pressuring down is a normal occurrence, and I dare confirm, after a while Yi Jiu will announce that Tang Tian is a traitor.
Xiao Jun was speechless.
Sima Xiao mumbled, I just did not expect that Tang Tian would actually have a treasure that disrupts energy, so we have no way to watch the show. I did not even recall back my scouts. Really, I have wasted my time on this war. Now we can only wait for the end result.
Oh, I'm tired, I'll sleep a bit. Sima Xiao then slept on the chair.
Xiao Jun did not sleep, and sat there in deep thought. After a while, an underling rushed in. Seeing that Sima Xiao was asleep, he handed the report to Xiao Jun.
Xiao Jun glanced at it, secretly praising his junior brother for being so accurate. Yi Jiu had announced that Tang Tian, Imoli and the rest were traitors of Honorable Martial Group. But the strangest thing was they did not announce a bounty on them. Xiao Jun then realized, Yi Jiu did not dare offend the Empress.
He shook his head, feeling surprised. The world truly revolves around the fists. Many powerhouses spectating the war had a problem, which was Bing's triangular gold vortex had disrupted the entire Lupus constellation's energy wave. Although the effect was not big, but all the star treasures that transmitted information and images were rendered useless. Everyone then realized it was prepared for Honorable Martial Group's Honorable Martial Door.
So rich.
More importantly, this meant that Tang Tian was already prepared, causing everyone to feel even more capable, and they hated that they could not watch at the live scene.
Sadly, they could only wait for the end results.
Tang Yi sat on his horse, controlling the speed. He took the lead emotionlessly at the front. Behind him, Lupus army lineup was serene and calm, and extremely quiet. Compared to the fight the last time, the amateur army had undoubtedly transformed. Do not think that it was just a fight's difference. The army before and after were like comparing the heavens and earth. The army had a surging killing intent. In the past few days, Tang Yi continued to enforce training for the army, and after going through tempering, their improvements soared faster than the past. The soldiers who had been through the previous fight understood that the training was even more profound than before, and they knew why they needed the training. What type of training would help them survive through the war? Tang Yi, who was promoted to a warrant officer, his tactics level was far higher than the past, and the army's training results were strengthened. Suddenly, he stopped. The Lupus soldiers behind him also stopped. Over the distance, a group of people amounting to roughly an army size slowly entered their vision. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 331, I Want to Win. Chapter 331, I Want to Win. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by XRCO and DeAndrear. Tang Yi remained emotionless.
He had never heard of the Swallowtail Camp, and did not care. Master's order was that he hoped that they could fight for an hour of time, but Tang Yi was able to read between the lines.
Master Bing did not see any good in the Lupus army.
Tang Yi was actually clear that Master Bing did not view the Lupus army with any importance all the while.
That was not weird.
Tang Yi came from the Southern Cross Army, and knew of the situation clearly. Furthermore, when Master Bing was in charge of the recruit barracks, the Lupus soldiers' standards were even far from being close to the logistics laborers of the past, so for Master Bing to see them as useless was not strange. From the start, Tang Yi was in charge of the Lupus army. After mixing in with the Lupus soldiers who had endured hardship, Tang slowly changed the way he saw them. Although the Lupus soldiers were weak and did not have any army tactics knowledge, they were hardworking and enduring, thus moving Tang. The Lupus desert people thrived and survived in such bad environments, forging them to become a tenacious and persevering people of the desert.
Petty and low, but tenacious and tough.
This army, that was determined to become cannon fodder, none of them skived, none of them tried to skip training, and they were all fearless. Seeing them grow, seeing them go through blood, sweat, and tears, and watching them risk their lives. Tang, who personally built them up, was willing to become their main commander. Because Tang had feelings for them, it made him feel unresigned. He could not accept that such a persevering army was deemed as a cannon fodder army. However, he was also very clear that, inside the army, an individual's worth was forever related to his capabilities. To earn Master Bing's recognition, the Lupus army needed to display sufficient force. It meant that they needed to win. The reason why elites were elites was because their fighting ability was extremely fearsome, and that was because of their glorious military achievements. Master requested him to obtain 1 hour, but what Tang wanted was to win. Swallowtail Camp also just noticed the Lupus army, and they stopped about 1 kilometer away from the Lupus army. Zhang Jiang was about 40 years old with a rough appearance. His expression congealed as he sized up the Lupus army. But when he saw the spirit military leader in front, he sneered, "We must win this battle." To convince him for help, Yi Jiu had opened an offer he could not reject. Although he was greedy, he was extremely cautious, and had researched and studied every detail of the fight of Lupus Constellation. Although he personally was not strong, but he was good in tactics. What he was most afraid of was the spirit military leader whose control aura was astonishingly strong. Even in the Orion constellation, he had never seen a military general with such a strong control aura. It was truly too strong. Regarding the army, he was not in the least bit afraid. To him, if that unfamiliar and amateur group of people was considered an army, then it would be a joke. Compared to his Swallowtail Camp, the opponent was too lacking. As for the spirit military leader holding on the Zanbato, Zhang Jiang could tell straight away that it was the spirit military leader from the last time. For this type of spirit military leader to be a sharp blade, he was suitable, but to command an army, he was not. Zhang Jiang was relieved. Seems like Yi Jiu's plans had caught Tang Tian unprepared, and caused him to actually make such a fatal mistake. It truly was too easy for him. If he could defeat the up-and-coming Lupus army, then the name of his own Swallowtail Camp would rise with the trend, and his reputation will be even more renowned. Suddenly, the Lupus army in front of him suddenly initiated an attack, and rushed towards them.
Seeking death. Zhang Jiang's expression turned cold, and he fiercely shouted, "Circle formation." Swallowtail Camp suddenly shifted their formation, quickly retreating towards the center and forming a dense circle. The opponent's attack was according to Zhang Jiang's thoughts. The Swallowtail Camp's offense was through their defense. He was originally worried that the opponent would withdraw and not rush, but he did not expect the opponent's army to take the initiative, causing him to be extremely happy. They were truly seeking death. The distance between the two was closing in. For some reason, Zhang Jiang suddenly felt that something was amiss. What detail did he miss out? Suddenly, his heart jumped. The command. That's right. The command. The incoming Lupus army of 200 people, their formation was not messy, but was a formation of a sharp spear tip. Such a high-speed offense tested the commanding power. If it was insufficient, then the formation would crumble. But the formation in front of him was not in the least bit messy. Not good. The spirit military leader was hiding his strength the last time. Zhang Jiang, who was naturally suspicious of everything, kept thinking of counterattacks, his face becoming ugly. Just at that moment, the Lupus army had already closed in to a distance of 50 m away. Kill! As if a sudden clap of thunder had leveled the ground, the weather instantly changed. The Zanbato in Tang's hand caused the wind sound, whistling as he sliced. Behind him, the Lupus soldiers had all released their scimitars. 200 blade auras converging into one, instantly rushing forth. The cold killing intent caused the hearts of the Swallowtail Camp soldiers to shiver, but luckily, with Zhang Jiang's plentiful experience, he immediately bellowed, "Defense!" The shield-wielding soldiers of the army immediately formed the exterior. They all raised their shields up at the same time, frantically releasing true power. 50 rays of shield auras immediately lit up, forming a huge light cover that protected the entire army. The gigantic blade aura fiercely clashed into the light cover. The light cover immediately broke, and all the soldiers wielding shields absorbed the damage. As though they were struck by a heavy hammer, they all stumbled back. Their companions behind them immediately reached out and pushed true power into them. The Lupus army had rushed in and did not hold back.
The gigantic attack force had caused them to feel much weaker, but with their numbers, they did not suffer any injuries.
But their speed had slowed down.
For an assaulting army that had lost its advantage in momentum, their threat had instantly declined.
The crucial thing was, they did not have time to turn around.
Killing intent flashed past Zhang Zhang's eyes, open. The circle formation immediately opened up a space, causing the lupus army who was charging in to enter the center of the circle formation.
Zhang Zhang's mouth exposed a sneer.
He was extremely confident that the battle had landed into his hands. Although he had sacrificed the strength of 50 shield soldiers, it was undoubtedly worth the trade. Following that, it was his most expert tactic, position strangulation.
Strangle them.
The soldiers all formed small groups, and all of them suddenly having high-speed rotating scissors, whirling and spinning.
Swallowtail blades. Very few people knew about this. It looked like a harmless name, but it had a special mystery to it. This move was Zhang Zhang's favorite tactic, and using it, he had overwhelmed many enemies.
Once the formation started killing, it meant that victory was not far away. Seeing that the soldiers of Lupus army on the outer layer were in confusion, left and right they were blocking each other and stuck in a dilemma, Zhang Zhang was extremely happy. Suddenly, he felt a gaze looking at him. He consciously turned to look, only to see a cold pair of pupils staring at him. That pair of pupils had killing intent.
Tang, who was on his horseback, suddenly bent his body. Wait a minute. What is that fellow doing? An unthinkable method suddenly arose in Zhang Zhang's mind.
Tang fiercely soared into the air, the pitch-black Zanbato rising above his head, his body extended out, his face without any changes at all.
The dense killing intent was locked onto Zhang Zhang.
Flamingo ran crazily on the desert, its high-speed burst causing its body, which was emanating blood-red flames, to look like a fireball flying in a straight line.
Ling Su was extremely happy that Flamingo's speed was much faster than before. More importantly, Flamingo's martial spirit seemed to be stronger too. He was also much stronger than he was previously.
Ling Su's palm caressed Flamingo gently, and it intimately used its head to rub against his hand.
Are you excited? You can't wait, right? Our place is definitely on the battlefield.
Ling Su thought quietly. Suddenly, he raised his head. As two black dots had appeared from afar, his expression turned cold, and without hesitation he rushed forward. Crane, who was behind, saw Ling Su increase his speed, and exposed a helpless look.
This brat was always like that. A brat who truly does not know teamwork.
After chiding in his heart, Crane opened up his arms and gently fluttered, his speed suddenly increasing as well.
Young Xianzhong was roughly 25 or 26.
He was dressed in fine clothing and was very elegant. Not allowing any dirt or dust to get on him, he flew and gently laughed. Mr. Yi is truly an ambitious person. I never expected him to ask Senior Elder Guang for help. This junior here is truly surprised. Guang Wu was hailed as bloodied swordsman, and had been famous for over 30 years. But because of his bloodthirst and cruelty, he had difficulties in improving. However, his personal strength was already very strong, allowing him to rank 8315 on the Heaven Road list.
Guang Wu's complexion was aged with many wrinkles on his face.
His hair was as white as snow, but his gaze was extremely stern, and a big blade was attached at his back.
He squinted his eyes. Old me did not realize my partner would actually be nephew Yong. How's teacher Bian doing? Yong Xianzhong came from a powerful family.
His teacher, Bian Wu Hong, had stepped into the Saint Domain 10 years ago, and shook the entire Heaven's Road. Bian Wu Hong had 3 disciples. Yang Xianzhong was the last one, weakest in power, but was ranked 8228 on the list. Yang Xianzhong upper body bent down slightly to show gratitude. Teacher is still robust and healthy, just that he is not fond of external affairs, and does not like coming out.
Even this junior here hardly goes out every year. Guang Wu replied, to teacher Bian, worldly affairs are dull and uninteresting.
Suddenly, the two of them stopped talking. Their gazes landed far out, as red and black figures rushed towards them.
At least they saved us time to look for them.
Yang Xianzhong said happily.
Humph, this old man owed Yizhou a favor last time, and with this it should be considered repaid.
Guang Wu licked his lips, killing intent soaring. Today, I will kill until I am happy.
Yang Xianzhong's face was indifferent.
He was not enjoying it as he was from a higher status, and regarding these type of martial artists, he was naturally unhappy. His gaze had some interests in his opponents. He heard rumors about Tang Tian that sparked an interest. Yang Xianzhong was Bian Wu Hang's closed-door disciple, which everyone knew, but very few knew that he was Yi Zhou's son-in-law.
Yi Zhou's daughter was his wife.
Yi Zhou was his father-in-law, Yi Zhaoge was his wife's younger brother, so how could he decline? But, it was still fairly interesting. Guan Wu already could not hold back his killing intent and pounced straight towards the red figure.
In the air, he unsheathed his blade, snorted, and then like an eagle rushing in for the rabbit, he soared down. His blade aura was blood red. Such a ruthless blade. Yang Xianzhong's heart trembled. He had never thought that the martial artist riding the bird would be so brave to borrow the momentum and welcome the blood-red blade aura, soaring upwards. A cold silver aura blossomed in his vision. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 332, Unexpected Crane. Chapter 332, Unexpected Crane. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian, Liozzi, Exercio, Nitsuriako, and D'Andrear. The dazzling silver light was like a river of stars that broke out under the skies, exploding in Yang Xianzhong's eyes. That caused Yang Xianzhong to be stunned. There was actually someone who was able to produce such a dazzling spear aura, but Guan Wu, who was caught off guard, watched as the silver light covered his vision, but he was also a very fierce man. Not only did he not feel fear, but it instigated his fierce character, and with a snort, his blood-red blade aura became more congealed. Bang! Guan Wu felt a surprising force passing through his blade body. His hand suddenly felt hot, and his blade was almost flung off. He groaned and held tightly to the blade handle, his body flying higher as he followed the momentum of the force. Ling Su was not in a good shape either. The opponent's attack had used the power of gravity, and his body had taken the force as well. He and Flamingo were like a ball that got struck by a heavy hammer. They were slammed straight into the sand dune, and under the strong attack, half of the sand dune was immediately blown apart, causing the surrounding air to be misty with sand. Guan Wu stabilized his body and floated down. Although he had used the force of gravity to amplify his attack, it was a weak method of attacking, and would be rendered useless fighting a formidable opponent in mid-air. Without borrowing the gravity to attack, and merely by exchanging attacks, sparks were formed. Seeing this, he squinted his eyes. As he looked at Ling Su, he snorted, "Little one, state your name. This old man here will not kill a nameless hero." The young man with the silver spear in front of him caused him to feel a bit of fear. Ling Su's orange pupils were already aroused by Guan Wu's attacks, and the fighting intent in his chest was to its maximum, making him lazy to reply. He simply snorted, "I'll kill you." With that, Flamingo shot out like an arrow leaving the bow, straight towards Guan Wu. Guan Wu was startled by Ling Su's "I'll kill you," and became so angry he started to fume. The asshole meant that he himself was also a nameless hero? Guan Wu had been famous for 30 years, and had been to countless constellations, fought over 100 battles, and the total blood he had lost could become a river. People were afraid of him, people curried favor with him, people desired to kill him, but never did people see him as a nameless hero. Nameless hero. Guan Wu was so angry, he clenched his teeth and raged, "Little one, you're dead. Today, I will chop you up into 8 pieces." Ling Su, who was going towards Guan Wu, suddenly leaned forward, bringing about whistling wind as he spoke out 2 cold words, "An idiot." With that, Flamingo suddenly increased the weight of its steps, and its speed suddenly increased. In the blazing fireball, the white robe with golden lines fiercely drifted, the silver hair danced with the wind. The spear tip gradually grew closer to Guan Wu. Guan Wu, who was angry, laughed and bellowed, "Die, nut." The big blade in his hand suddenly swept up from below. His blade looked extremely slow, but it actually weighed 10,000 kg, and the blood-red aura around it had congealed to the point of being real. The blood aura kept circulating, like a strange, demonic wriggling, live blood plasma. The smell of it could choke anyone. The silver light burst open once again. The silver and red light auras clashed, causing countless sparks and intertwining colors. It was actually very beautiful. The two of them groaned at the same time. Guan Wu had an abundance of fighting experience, and when the opponent's old force was just gone and was about to release his next move, he knew it was his best opportunity. That was a logic everyone knew, but very few people made use of. Because the both of them were equally matched by clashing head-on, the opponent was in the same state as him. Nevertheless, Guan Wu was a martial artist who was able to keep utilizing the opportunities that he could see, as he had a secret to his mental cultivation: bad fate. The violent collision caused the originally fast-moving true power to abruptly stop, causing rigidness. Guan Wu's bad fate mental cultivation caused him to retreat as he could not advance with his attacks. Bad fate could only maintain a minimal scope, thus the force used was extremely minute, but at that moment, it was enough. That was why Guan Wu enjoyed colliding. But Guan Wu's figure suddenly froze. His face suddenly had a smear of blood, and his rigid figure suddenly became extremely nimble. The blood blade in his hand was as light as paper, slicing towards Ling Su's throat. Ling Su's face changed. He snorted, and frantically retreated backwards.
The cold blade tip swept past his throat barely, causing the hairs on Ling Su's body to stand. Guang Wu's blade, that he thought would slice through, failed, causing him to be taken aback, but he was still vigilant. When his attack fell through, he immediately pulled back without hesitating. The blood mark on his face disappeared, and he turned back to normal. When he saw the flamingo below Ling Su, he understood. The reason why the opponent could dodge was because of the mechanical beast. He calmed down. No matter how nimble a mechanical beast was, it could not be compared to a martial artist.
The next time, you won't be so lucky. Guang Wu sneered, not concealing his killing intent.
Crane and Yang Xianzhong were in a totally different scene. I am Crane from the Heavenly Crane, Grus, constellation. Yang Xianzhong sized Crane up, exposing a look of admiration. The black-clothed young man in front of him, although he was dressed in tattered and torn clothes, his character and demeanor were extremely top-notched, and seemed to be a disciple from an aristocratic family.
Yang Xianzhong was slightly taken aback.
He had heard of Heavenly Crane constellation, but it was a small constellation, one of the weaker constellations in Southern Sky's 42 constellations.
How did they groom such an outstanding talent? But his face did not expose any feelings, and replied back respectfully, I am Yang Xianzhong from Canis Minor Constellation. Canis Minor Constellation from 10 Equatorial Palace Halls? Crane was surprised, then he thought, I wonder if Teacher Bien is an acquaintance of yours? Teacher Bien is my teacher. Yang Xianzhong spoke honestly.
The friendliness and air of the opposing person made him feel comfortable.
Crane's expression became weird.
Yang Xianzhong's heart jumped, then immediately asked, does Crane know Teacher Bien? But Crane spoke honestly as well. I heard that when I was young, Teacher Bien had carried me before, but I do not remember it.
Yang Xianzhong was extremely shocked. Teacher carried you before?
I heard about it, but I was young, and have no recollection of it.
Crane shook his head. Yang Xianzhong felt himself heating up. Teacher did not like to engage with little children, so why would he hug one? Is he trying to stir me up?
But he dare not confirm.
What if it was real? What if? That what if was extremely terrifying. He wiped away his sweat, and asked, can I ask when was that?
Crane tilted his head and thought, when I was 3 years old I guess.
And you are? Oh, I'm 18 this year. Yang Xianzhong's heart calculated, that was 15 years ago. Wait a minute, 15 years ago. It was as though he was struck by lightning, a terrifying thought appeared in his mind. In that short span of time, he was already drenched in sweat. He stammered and asked, does Crane have any relationship with the Sagittarius Empress? Oh, she is my aunt. Crane admitted honestly. It was as if Yang Xianzhong was struck in his heart. He should have guessed earlier. Why would the Empress suddenly give out a command?
15 years ago, Teacher had went out once, and that was because he was invited to Sagittarius constellation to participate in the birthday of Empress Tian. Teacher and the Empress had a deep relationship, and Teacher had told him on many occasions, if he met any subordinates of the Empress who had any problems, he definitely had to extend his hand to help them. If Teacher knew that he himself was going to personally chop the Sagittarius Empress nephew, alright, the thought already made him lose the will to live. His entire body was drenched in sweat, and all the muscles on his body were frozen stiff. He was truly afraid. He was panicking. If the matter reached the ears of his teacher, he would be locked deep under the mountains for a few decades. Did I underestimate the time of punishment? Crane coughed lightly, the weather is so good, and there are brave warriors fighting.
Why not add some wine to it?
Yang Xianzhong stared blankly at Crane's innocent smile.
He quivered, and immediately reacted, right. Wine, that's right, wine is good.
His speech was incoherent for a while, but he slowly calmed down, that's right, I have not done anything. He threw the thought of his father-in-law and wife's brother to the back of his head, smiled and retrieved a long wooden case from his silver Aquarius cabinet. He then took out a pile of good wine, and carefully poured for Crane.
Such scenery, and to be able to meet Crane, I have no regrets. Yang Xianzhong raised his wine cup, his chest already brewing with rhetoric. Crane suddenly broke off, harmlessly looked at Yang Xianzhong, Brother Yang, do you have something to eat? Food.
Yang Xianzhong's wine cup was still raised up, and he felt slightly weird.
But Crane's gaze had a look of expectation and hope, so Yang Xianzhong held on and laughed, this stupid elder brother, how could I neglect food when going with wine? I do have some cooked food.
He took out a table out from the Aquarius silver cabinet, and placed it in front of Crane.
Very quickly in the blink of an eye, all the cooked food was placed neatly in front of him.
Crane's expression became focused to the juice in front of him, and he satisfyingly took up his chopsticks.
Yang Xianzhong was stumped.
It was the first time he was facing such a situation, and was completely dumbfounded to what he should do.
Crane was too hungry as he was famished for 5 days.
He struggled in the Sandtone Valley, faced countless dangers, and all his dry rations were long exhausted. But, even with all the pain and hunger, Crane maintained his elegance. He noticed Yong Xianzhong's awkward expression, and explained, "I am truly sorry, this younger brother has not eaten for 5 days." Yong Xianzhong almost leaked tears from his eyes.
Damn it, if teacher knew I almost killed Crane who was without food for 5 days.
The terrifying consequences caused the martial spirit of Yong Xianzhong to shudder. Yong Xianzhong, who just recovered from his shock, turned pale, and immediately started to flatter, "Do not be anxious, worthy little brother, I still have a lot of food, and can help you cook.
I'll have to trouble you, brother Yong."
Crane had a face of gratitude, and said, "We can sit here, enjoy, and watch the fight."
So interesting.
Suddenly, he consciously asked, "Brother Yong and that old man, are you two together?" Yong Xianzhong got caught in the moment, so shocked his heart started to feel pain, and shook his head with all his might. "No.
Definitely not.
This stupid brother of yours met him by chance."
"Ah yes, by chance. Does Brother Crane find him unpleasant to the eye? Do you want me to cut him down?" Yong Xianzhong did not stop to betray Guangwu. "I was just asking."
Crane exposed a harmless smile. "Luckily I met Brother Yong, if not, I would still be hungry." Brother Yong had saved this little brother from the fire. Yong Xianzhong heaved a sigh of relief, and immediately replied, "To be able to meet you, worthy little brother, is the fortune of this stupid brother."
He almost wanted to cry. If he knew he would meet Crane, he would not have even stepped into Lupus constellation even if he was beaten to death.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 333, Huangfu Hong. Chapter 333, Huangfu Hong. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian, Liozzi, Exercio, Nitsuriako, and D'Andrear.
Other than Crane and Yong Xianzhong, who were extremely strange, the others' battles were extremely intense. Bing had sized up the army in front of him.
It was the strongest he had ever seen currently. The opponent's formation was extremely tight. 500 people stood strong, without any noise. All of them were dressed in armor that was extremely unique.
They resembled armor, but were thicker. They had many assisting mechanisms, as though they were simplified mechanical weapons, but were lighter than mechanical weapons. Bing was extremely familiar with mechanical weapons.
With one look, he understood the enemy's thoughts. Lightweight mechanical weapons, right?
Compared to ordinary mechanical weapons, it was much lighter, and could provide moderate defensive abilities. The opposing party's mechanical engineers had some ideas, but in terms of their attainments on mechanic techniques, they were lacking a lot compared to Sai Lei. The opponent's formation was tight, and he could tell that they were trained and had an abundance of battle experience.
"Ah, Emoli, you have a lot of strength. The most important position of the arrowhead can only be you. Young man, we will have to depend on you." Bing guided patiently and systematically, neatly laying out a flattering tone as though he was talking to a kid.
Bing had no hopes for Emoli's intellect, but Emoli was truly the expert in destruction, thus the job was left for him. No matter how neat the formation, to a brute and unreasonable fellow rushing in without any thought, there would definitely be a weakness.
Emoli expressed excitement, and started beating on his chest. "Uncle, as expected, your eyesight is the best. Relax.
This lively martial man will definitely kill them to the point that they bleed rivers." With his killing intent soaring, he walked towards the front of everyone, and waved his blades and pointed towards the army. "Do not be hopeful.
This lively martial man will definitely wipe all of you out. No one bothered about him. Mosquito cow, they are looking down on you." Sima Xiangshan said coldly, "Go. Show them what you're made of." Emoli's eyes flashed red. He howled and took large strides, rushing towards the enemies. At the same moment, everyone was roused. Huangfu Hong looked at the people in front of him. His cold and experienced face was neither happy nor angry. The heavy iron army belonged to Northern Sky's 19 continents Bowoti's constellation. He had been in the army for 40 years. He started out as a small soldier and rose to where he was now. He was extremely experienced. He actually did not approve of the mission, as he felt that there were deeper meanings hidden. He had spent immense effort building up the heavy iron army. Ignoring the ranking of the 19 continents, he knew his own weight. But somehow, his master was moved by Yijiu, and had to participate. Bowoti's constellation was not considered a strong force in Northern Sky, and the only thing it was worth was its expensive heavy iron army.
The army's master was deeply obsessed with mechanical techniques, and as the master was aggressive and ambitious, with his excitement, he created the mechanical army. After Huang Fuhong obtained the army, he found a mechanic engineer to resolve all the minute bad habits, and then helped them create a specialized tactic. Only then did the heavy iron army start to show its worth. Huang Fuhong casually commanded the heavy iron army in one of few wars, causing their name to skyrocket in northern sky. The reason why he wanted to fight was because the opponent was a powerful spirit military leader. That stunning and outstanding control aura caused Huang Fuhong to suck in cold air. Huang Fuhong always had confidence in himself, but upon witnessing the terrifying control aura, he thought he himself could not possibly achieve that. For the heavy iron army to go up against a spirit military leader, Huang Fuhong was feeling extremely down. Heavy iron army had a huge cost to it, but in his eyes, it still had not become outstanding enough. As of late, the master was not willing to invest in the army, as Boodi's constellation was extremely peaceful, thus the situation of the army was not as good as it seemed. But, seeing that the opponents only had 5 people, Huang Fuhong calmed down. Boodi's constellation was a peaceful constellation, so the heavy iron army's most frequent task was to eliminate bandits, take care of small groups sized around 10 people or so, letting Huang Fuhong's experience to be plenty. Seeing that the opponent was messily rushing towards his people without changing formation, a cold gaze swept past Huang Fuhong's pupils. He did not make any movements, his expression darkening. His soldiers knew what to do. The most outer layer of martial artists of the formation suddenly retreated back. Emoli was fearless and did not care about any changes. Like a wild berserk beast, he rushed in headfirst. The 2 shields formed a wall, appearing in front of him, and 3 long spears poked out through the gaps. In a moment, the formation became dangerous, without any gaps.
Emoli growled.
The yellow aura enveloping the blades in his hands slashed forward, hitting down on the 3 long spears like a hammer, causing them to fly up. Emoli took the chance as he directly clashed onto the 2 shields.
Gotcha! The 2 martial artists only felt acute pain in their wrists.
The incomparably fierce force that passed through was like clashing with wild beasts violently stampeding.
Their bodies instantly flew up.
The 2 martial artists behind were not in time to defend, and 4 to 5 more of them were struck down. Emoli continued rushing forward, and 7 to 8 spear auras agilely aimed towards his chest and ribs to inflict injury. Ding ding ding, a silver sword suddenly appeared on his right. It gently waved, and the sword aura suddenly burst open, taking on the few spear auras.
The cold aura on every sword movement released beautifully.
The gloomy sound of metal balls sounded out, clashing onto the spear auras and causing them to dissipate.
Emoli's spirit was aroused, and angrily bellowed, yeah, watch my blade,
He took a large stride forward, halfway through he twisted his hips and waved his blade.
The hysterical yellow blade aura was like a pen smearing words all over, even Emoli's weird posture was enveloped inside the blade aura.
The martial artists in front of Emoli were surprised, and all raised their weapons to protect their chests.
Bang!
The 3 martial artists in front of Emoli all retreated 5 to 6 steps before stopping, but the weird thing was, they became like wooden puppets. The armor on their bodies all had spiderweb-like cracks appearing, in which blood flowed out of them, dyeing the cracks red.
The 3 of them died instantly. Emoli's expression was sinister.
The muscles on his entire body were extremely bright.
Power.
His power was triple what it was before. The power of the blood meridians, with the 50% purity rate of the ancient bear race, caused his power to soar. He was naturally strong with brute force, and with his power raised by 3 times, it had become extremely frightening.
The wild earth blade's might in his hands was used formidably.
Emoli's mood was alleviated, and immediately tore his shirt, thus people could see his body that was melted in copper and cast by metals clearly, with a clear layer of gold luster on it. He sneered and rushed into the formation. Facing the incoming blade auras and spear tips, he actually did not dodge, but let them hit against his body. The swords and spears that could pierce and cut through steel plates actually only left bare traces on Emoli's body. He was not injured in the slightest, and took the chance to cut down another 2 people.
Copper skin, iron bones. Huang Fuhong's eye shrunk.
The opponent's ferocity was far from what he had anticipated, and in one clash, he had lost a couple of his good men. Such a strong physique, such a fearsome person, that...
Huang Fuhong hung his hands down and suddenly pulled lightly.
All of a sudden, the martial artists surrounding Emoli and the rest all retreated, forming an empty circle. Bing's heart raced and immediately knew the opponent's plan, and anxiously shouted, "Get into the crowd." Just at that moment, countless spear and blade auras fell like rain, attacking them from all directions.
"Let me."
A cold and clear voice sounded out. Han Bingning flicked her wrist, and the silver dragon sword went a complete circle, forming a ray of sword auras that exploded out. Han Bingning's sword aura was extremely unique, as a mist was formed by countless fine ice gravels. After absorbing the Octan's heart, between her every movements, cold chi would permeate. Her sword technique was a perfect combination, glacier, which could release the cold intent of her body to its maximum. Her comprehension of the cold had become more profound, thus her comprehension of glacier also became more profound. The fragmented mist of the sword aura exploded out, causing a cold chi ripple to permeate out. The spear and blade auras that were swept by the cold mist had layers of frost that formed on them and turned into ice after flying out a short distance.
They immediately took the chance to close the distance between them and the enemy. Sima Xiangshan followed behind like an apparition.
Amoli and Han Bingning's display of strength caused him to be extremely surprised.
Suddenly, Bing's voice entered his ear. Notice if there are any strange people inside. We need to find the main commander of the opponent. He is hidden within them. As long as we find him, we win.
Bing had not found any traces of the commander at all. Many commanders liked to hide themselves amongst the soldiers, especially those who were not strong as an individual, and to prevent being locked on by the enemy, they would mix in with the soldiers.
It was an ingenious idea.
Bing did not use his eyes, but carefully watched the trajectory of the spear and blade auras. There were many ways for military leaders to use their control aura, but there were still rules to follow.
Only the brilliant military leaders would be able to hide and conceal their marks. Concealing was just concealing.
Military leaders were the core of the control aura of the army, and they were the central point of the battle. But after the 2 waves of attacks, Bing still had not found any traces of the opponent.
Such a brilliant fellow. Where exactly was he? Bing's mind was thinking very quickly. What type of situation does this type of military leader hate the most? He almost blurted out, chaos. That's right.
These types of military leaders hated the scene of chaos. For every additional act of chaos, the more difficult would it be for him to control the situation, and as long as he caused a mess in a few places, the opponent's control aura would be in a mess. The efficiency would lessen a great deal.
As long as the efficiency declined, traces of the commander would definitely appear.
Then he could find the opponent's main commander. As long as he could find the main commander, victory would be at hand. The opponent's commander was not strong, and that fact would be their advantage.
That's right. Just like that. Everyone do separate attacks.
Bing's voice came out from Sky Tiger, as Sky Tiger became like a blue lightning and rushed into the ranks of the enemy.
Realizing his plan, the other few also separated and attacked.
Closing in on all the simple and crude armored soldiers, Bing's state of mind was pulled. He suddenly placed himself at 10,000 years ago, in the battlefield where smoke filled the air.
Sky Tiger's wings opened up, flying outwards, its large body shooting out.
Bing could practically instinctively control Sky Tiger.
He, Southern Cross Army, attack.
Lightly muttering those words, the cold gaze in his eyes lit up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 334, The Reason to Win. Chapter 334, The Reason to Win. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian, Leozi, Exercio, Nitsuriako, and D'Andrear. The songs in the wind, the raised army banners, the smoke that contaminated the air. His thoughts soared, his fighting intent blazed. Bing, who was controlling Sky Tiger, as his vision on both sides pulled to countless of colorful threads, the speed of Sky Tiger had already reached its pinnacle. The wings on his back cut through the air, rapidly trembling. Bing's poker face was not afraid and was calm as usual. Sky Tiger suddenly extended out its arms out like wings. CSISI. The friction between Sky Tiger and the air caused sparks to appear. The intense temperature caused Sky Tiger's claws to glow red, as though it just came out from the furnace. The glowing claws, along with the temperature and astonishing speed, followed along Sky Tiger's motions. Sky Tiger's body extended out fully, becoming like a straight spear. Sky Tiger's figure became a blur with its high speed, changing into a green-red colored crossover cross-shaped figure, penetrating into the enemy lines. Green-red cross scythe. In the moment that the green-red cross scythe lit up, Wang Fu Hong's face changed. The blue mechanical weapon was the one that he viewed as most important. Heavy Iron Army was half a mechanic weapon army, and as the commander, Wang Fu Hong's was far more knowledgeable than the average Joe on mechanic techniques, and with one look he could tell that the blue mechanical weapon was not ordinary. Of course, when the green-red cross scythe appeared, it scared him. Despite the fright, his reaction was fast. The most front martial artists brought up their huge shields, forming layers of defense.
In the blink of an eye, the light aura converged behind the shields with astonishing speed, forming a light shield wall. The green-red cross scythe clashed ferociously with the light shield wall.
Ping. Sound effect.
The clear sound of glass breaking sounded out. The light shield wall had instantly exploded into pieces.
Countless minute fragments flew down like snowflakes.
The green-red cross fiercely penetrated into the crowd. The armor on the heavy iron army soldiers' bodies all crumpled like paper paste. All of them were cut into pieces, their limbs breaking, and fresh blood splashing across everywhere. The orderly formation was plowed with deep blood traces. Huang Fuhong's eyes were seeing red. Every single one of the soldiers had followed him for a long time, and in a blink of an eye, over 10 of them had fallen. He had fought all sorts of wars, but the heavy iron armor never had such loss before. The other soldiers were also angry. Martial artists who were nearby sought to be first to go up to fight Bing, while the martial artists who were further behind completely forgot about their true power consumption, releasing their attacks without holding back towards Sky Tiger.
Sky Tiger was completely surrounded. Suicide room.
Tang Tian was covered in injuries and gasping for breath while holding Saint Sword Ocean prison. The Tang Tian in front of him was also covered in injuries, was equally gasping for breath, and was also holding the Saint Sword Ocean prison.
Tang Tian could no longer remember how many fights had occurred between him and the other Tang Tian.
Every fight was evenly matched, every battle was like a swamp. It was so difficult that it caused him to choke. He then realized he had not thought of how to win. He tried many different methods. For example, after he successfully activated the red eyes, he summoned out the Saint Sword Ocean prison. But the opponent actually also did the same thing, and also summoned out Ocean prison.
Tang Tian used all of his energy, thinking to make himself even stronger, causing himself to improve greatly.
He had found the way to control the void dark flames, and the method to summon Saint Sword Ocean prison. And the Tang Tian was equally as determined and convicted, also had equally astonishing improvements. He actually also summoned the Saint Sword Ocean prison.
How can he win?
Tang Tian was initially confident of himself, but now he was just at a loss. He tried to think of all sorts of ways, but whatever he could think of, the opponent could think of too. Tang Tian turned to look at the roof, and on it had indicated that he was in there for 90 days.
Wait. 90 days.
His eyes shrunk. Being in here for 90 days meant that 18 days had passed outside.
18 days?
It was as if he got struck by lightning. His mind was a blank and his hands ran cold.
Following Bing's plans, he only had a maximum of 18 days. If you miss this fight, Ling Su will die, Crane will die, Imoli will die, Han Bingning will die, Liang Qiu will die, Sima Xiangshan will die, Huama Er will die, the entire Lupus tribe will be razed to the ground, no one will survive, and everyone will die. Bing's words resonated in his mind, causing Tang Tian's eyes to lose focus. Everyone will die, everyone will die.
That fear and despair surged into his heart, causing his mind to go as blank as paper, and his whole body shivered.
No, Bing must definitely be exaggerating. Ling Su is so strong. Crane is also very powerful.
And there is Bing, he has so many ideas, he is a grandmaster tactician.
And Amoli and the rest. But why do I feel so upset? Why? Everyone will die, no.
Tang Tian, who was trembling uncontrollably, used all of his remaining strength to grip onto Ocean prison, as though it was his last life-saving straw. Although Ling Su had a violent temper, upon battle, he would be the first to rush in. Crane was forever a good person, willing to do anything, and he would have a hand in everybody's troubles. Uncle Bing loved to brag, but he had many ideas.
Imoli was slightly stupid, and easy to cheat.
Han Bingning did not like to talk, but was a kind person. Liang Qiu was a steady and upright man, and could easily be trusted.
Sima Xiangshan was slightly weird, and was crude with his words. And Tang Yi, Huama Er.
It took us so much, for everyone to get here, so much, everyone is so good and worthy to be trusted in.
Everyone is risking their lives, everyone is fighting, everyone is doing it for me, the fight is for me. I promised to fight side by side. I promised everyone that we would all go to Southern Cross Constellation, We promised everyone would get strong. Promise.
Tang Tian could not hold in anymore, tears started bawling out of his eyes, and started crying.
Tang Tian stood opposite of him and just stared at him. Everyone is so good. Everyone promised. Promised. We promised.
Tang Tian raised his head, he wiped his eyes fiercely, and stopped crying. Something seemed to blossom in his eyes. No, I don't want them to die, no, definitely not,
No matter what.
Tang Tian spoke to himself, while retrieving out the safe and sound saber with his left hand, Ocean prison in his right. As he stared at Tang Tian opposite of him, Tang Tian could feel his aura, and exposed a cautious look. Tang Tian's right leg retreated a step. In the horse stance, he leaned forward.
I could not find the reason to beat you, but now I have. Tang Tian clenched his teeth, his face becoming sinister. You are truly like me, but you are unable to think of your friends dying. But I can.
Upon saying that, he firmly activated the ice-blue heart of King Peacock Eyes and the void dark flames of the red eyes, and caused them to collide.
I was thinking? Why would he use the void dark flames and ice-blue heart? Why not other substances? Other than the two being completely contrasting, there definitely is a more profound reason.
Old Man Fei's words came across Tang Tian's mind.
Bang, dot.
Tang Tian's body suddenly broke out with dazzling light aura. The light aura was intense, causing even the suicide room to tremble. It was as if Tang Tian was thrown into a dark void, and lost consciousness for a moment. Suddenly, his mouth turned into a cold sneer. Tang Tian muttered to himself, but it was a cold and foreign voice.
Heh, are you so desperate to win? That you're not even afraid of dying?
To sacrifice your life for others, such a stupid way of thinking.
The world is a selfish place, self-benefit is the most important, to die for them, what can you get? So helpless. But you dying seems to benefit me, and since it is so, then come. Come, come.
The voice resonated outwards.
Tang Tian's body shuddered, and suddenly his entire body felt bone-piercing cold. He suddenly quivered, and abruptly woke up. That seemed like, I just took a nap.
The darkness around him was like a tide that retreated backwards. He felt as if his mind had a lot of things floating around. The powerful strength pierced his body. His Dantian pool suddenly became a fire pool that had blue and black fire. The blue and black flames spurted out from his Dantian and entered his meridians. The safe and sound saber in his left hand suddenly erupted with an ice-blue flame, while at the same time Ocean Prison released a black flame. As though by instinct, Tang Tian crossed his swords. The blue-black cross suddenly blossomed. Jinghao and Yi Zhaoge were fighting intensely. Both of them were like two shadows, flying through the air making rapid exchanges. Every time they clashed, it would produce a ripple in the air, which was as sharp as knives as it permeated in all directions.
Ha 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 ha. Jinghao, so this is all that you are?
Yi Zhaoge laughed as though he was insane. The metal sword in his hand, which weighed over 1,000 caddies, was extremely fast.
This is all your power?
Yi Zhaoge sneered, and bellowed, I have waited for you for so long, and you're still only this weak?
You disappoint me. You useless trash should just die.
Yi Zhaoge was enraged. He swung his sword out, and suddenly he and the sword disappeared in mid-air. Jinghao's pupils shrunk. He consciously placed his sword to block his chest. A shadow crashed onto his sword, causing Jinghao's throat to taste sweet with blood. It was as though he was swung straight by a bat like a baseball, and flew out.
Die 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 die.
The angry voice sounded above him, as he lost control of his body. Jinghao clenched his teeth and held on to his sword tightly.
Clang!
A terrifying force surged up from the sword body. While falling, Jinghao's body flew downwards, fiercely crashing into the ground.
Bang!
The bottom of the sand dune exploded. Yi Zhaoge floated in mid-air, his face showing anger.
Trash should just die, dot.
He raised the metal sword in his hands, aiming towards the location where Jinghao fell. He threw the sword down.
Buzz!
The sound of the metal sword flying through the air was a low and numbing sound. There was no light aura, but the sand dune on the floor exploded. A sand mist was formed because of it, rising up to 10 m tall. The power was extremely terrifying. Suddenly, a silver light aura soared into the sky from within the sand. A flickering sword cry sounded out.
The air around Yi Zhaoge actually started to tremble. Yi Zhaoge was emotionless, his face becoming more sinister. He laughed maniacally. Jinghao, let me see your true skills. What about your unique martial technique? I have grown impatient.
His eyes were smearing with blood. He licked his lips. He looked cold yet crazy. Jinghao, I will not kill you, but I will sweep this planet clean.
Be angry, angry. Hate me. Hate me to the guts, that way, you will become stronger, and make me more excited.
The silver light below was getting brighter and brighter. The low humming of the air continued.
A figure appeared inside the silver light before Yi Zhaoge's eyes.
Jinghao, who was covered in silver light, had traces of blood on his mouth.
His expression was solemn and serious.
He raised his sword. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 335, Terrifying Yi Zhaoge. Chapter 335, Terrifying Yi Zhaoge. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian, Leozi, Exercio, Nitsuriako, and D'Andrear. Beads of silver light slowly rose from Jinghao's body.
The beads of silver aura were like stars, floating above Jing Hao's head.
The blood that continued to flow from Jing Hao's mouth also gently floated.
The silver light above his head seemed to be attracted to his sword, pulling out one after another of silver light traces towards the sword. The sword in his hand gently thrusted forward.
Sword light beam.
Saying it ever so slightly, countless silver lights entered his sword body. Yi Zhaoji's pupils became perfectly round, the intense sense of danger rose in his heart. A silver aura blossomed out of Jing Hao's sword tip, and a straight silver beam shot out.
Not good.
Yi Zhaoji's expression changed. He tried to dodge to the right, but the beam was much faster than he thought. Bloodstains blossomed on his chest area. As the blood dripped down from the air, time seemed to crawl. Yi Zhaoji's eyes were wide opened, with disbelief on his face.
Impossible.
The silver light beam had shot through his chest and left behind a thumb-size hole.
He actually got shot. With his speed, how could he not dodge it? It was as though it was as fast as light. As expected of a unique martial technique, so exciting. Ha 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 ha.
Yi Zhaoge laughed like a maniac, blood spurting out from his chest and staining his clothes, yet he seemed oblivious to it. His unkempt hair trembled in the air, as though he chanced upon some happy news. He stopped laughing, his gaze landed straight at Jing Hao.
Jing Hao, you truly did not make me wait for nothing. Jing Hao, who was enveloped in the silver light, facing the crazy Yi Zhaoge, did not have any fear.
He was not one to talk, and was not one to speak about his thoughts, but he would quietly polish his sword techniques, and quietly persevere in his own faith.
Even in the past, facing Yi Zhaoge, who was always in the limelight, he was never afraid and never respected him. He was like a boulder on the mountain, silent with nothing to say, yet he had his own world. However strong he was, it was him. However weak I was, it's me. I have my own goal, and I will realize it. If not, I will always feel weak and powerless. I will always walk my own path, forever. The calmness in Jing Hao's eyes proved his open-mindedness and pride. He raised up the sword in his hand, the silver light around him suddenly all releasing minute strands of silver threads, all rushing towards his sword. Yi Zhaoge raised his sword that was full of traces of battle scars above his head. A strict look flashed past his eyes. He slashed down. At the same time, Jing Hao's sword thrusted out. The silver light beam that was released was multiple times thicker than the one before. Bang! The silver light beam was faster than Yi Zhaoji's formless sword qi. When the formless sword qi traveled a short distance, it already collided with the silver light beam. The two forces of energy were equally strong. Upon impact, the invoked massive power had a might that was extremely terrifying might. Yi Zhaoge, who was closer to it, did not have time to dodge. His entire being absorbed the impact of the wave, flying out over 10 m. Satisfying. Yi Zhaoge, who had injuries all over him, was extremely excited. He somersaulted while being thrown backwards, and once again slashed with the steel sword in his hands. The sword blade shivered at an astonishing frequency, causing a countless number of ripples to congeal in the air around it. A fingernail-sized crack ruptured on the sword blade, then separating from the sword blade, forming into minute powder. Buzz! The formless sword qi once again clashed onto Jing Hao's sword light beam. Bang! The silver light beam crumbled, causing Jing Hao to groan in pain from the backlash. Bang bang bang, every step of his was as heavy as 1,000 caddies. The sand dune beneath him exploded out, causing the entire surrounding area to become foggy. The steel sword in Yi Zhaoji's hands could not stand the heavy burden, and broke off in the middle. The airflow also caused sharp wounds to cut onto his body, drawing fresh blood once more. He did not seem to care, as he was extremely excited. He suddenly dove down. Ha 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 ha. Once more. Borrowing the momentum, he raised the broken sword in his hand, and in a breath he slashed out 10 times. Jing Hao had blood at his lips, his clothes were tattered and torn. Seeing Yi Zhaoge coming closer, he bellowed, "Screen of sword light." Silver light surged up violently, from the sword tip they soared above Jing Hao, as he held onto his sword with both hands. With Yi Zhaoge incoming, he slashed. Dong dong dong. Every time the sword light hit the formless sword qi, Jing Hao's hands would tremble. He stared angrily, using all of his strength, he slashed down again. The strong slash transformed into a vast silver light screen, enveloping Yi Zhaoge inside, but the light screen touched the ground. Bang! The dazzling silver light caused a sandstorm that covered the skies. When the sandstorm dispersed, a long deep gutter was formed in front of Jing Hao, extending far out. The end could not be seen. He. Jing Hao gasped for breath, sweat dripping down from his body. The hands holding the sword were trembling uncontrollably. His mind was a blank. He had drawn out all of his energy for the attack, and did not even have the energy to raise a finger. Pa. Suddenly, his body blossomed out countless patches of blood,
the 10 strikes of formless sword chi had caused countless minute wounds on his body. Just that Jing Hao had used all of his energy for the attack, causing his muscles to be tense like steel, and blood could not flow. After he relaxed, the wounds immediately started to leak blood.
Did I win?
That was Jing Hao's last thought, as his eyes lost vision. He laid on the sand like a stump.
Who, dot.
A figure covered in blood struggled out of the gutter over a few km away. It was obviously Yi Zhaogu. He looked to be extremely miserable, his entire body covered in blood and sand. The most eye-catching wound was the one that stretched from his left shoulder all the way to right side of his abdomen, as though his entire chest was broken. He was drenched with blood. The sword in his hand was left with the sword handle.
I did not wait for nothing.
Yi Zhaogu stumbled towards Jing Hao one step at a time. His face did not expose any pain, but on the contrary, was with unspeakable happiness.
Sadly, it's not enough, not enough. Your hatred is not strong enough.
This way, I can make you even stronger, an even stronger opponent. Yi Zhaogu muttered to himself. The wounds on his body were quickly regenerating by themselves. By the time he reached Jing Hao, his body was almost as good as new, but his complexion was rather pale. He lifted up Jing Hao, who had fainted, a manic and cold smile plastered on his face.
I want you to see how I am going to kill all of them. 07 Army Barracks. Bang!
The suicide room suddenly exploded, giving rise to a dense smoke. A figure wielding dual swords slowly walked out of the smoke.
Tang Tian's entire body was covered in a dim and transparent flame.
His eyes were extremely cold.
Shua, Tang Tian disappeared.
Surging energy gushed about in Tang Tian's body without rest, his wind concealment steps displayed to its best of its abilities. His speed was as fast as lightning, and even his afterimages were a blur, as though they were just in the wind.
Quickly! I have to be faster. Even faster.
Tang Tian clenched his teeth, his heart was extremely anxious. He continued to urge the true power in his body, jumping out of the bronze jungle.
Everyone, hold on tight.
Seeing the passage from a distance, he immediately rushed in without hesitating. Yaya, who was at a distance drilling, waved its hands in excitement, squeaking towards Tang Tian's back, but how could Tang Tian care about it at this moment?
He did not dare slow down a bit, frantically running.
The buckets amount of perspiration that poured down his face were all flung behind him. He could not even be bothered to wipe them. There was only one thought in his head: faster.
Faster. Faster. Yaya, who was ignored, got angry. Suddenly, its eyes light up, jumping up on Bronze Mountain Goat, and pulling up the Bronze Turtle and Squirrel with it. The Bronze Mountain Goat started to run frantically as well. The mechanical beasts that were originally drilling as well, all followed along. In the blink of an eye, a huge army of mechanical beasts all started to head towards the same passage Tang Tian ran in. On the goat's back, Yaya placed its hands on its waist. With a face of majestic might, it somewhat had a grandeur that could pass judgment on anything. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Zhang's gaze was fixated on Tang Yi, and suddenly exposed a trace of complacency.
He knew that he was not strong, and could easily become the target of the opponent, so he had set up a few traps.
Yet another idiot who got fooled. Zhang Zhang immediately bellowed, "Kill!"
100 rays of light aura rose into the sky, converging above his head. In a moment, the over 100 blade and spear auras had formed a vortex. The air around was constantly being severed and breaking into parts, forming a gale. Tang Yi's momentum of approaching was strangely fast. He suddenly appeared at the vortex, and was not in time to get away.
Zhang Zhang could not contain his happy look. This technique was well tested with good results. Just at that moment, a dazzling light aura suddenly blossomed inside the vortex.
Zhang Zhang's face froze. This was
break. The shout was as low as thunder that lingered on.
Zhang Zhang only saw a white patch of aura, then could not see anything. He started panicking. Without thinking, he started to retreat to the back.
Bang!
The sand splashed on his back, with a strange amount of force, causing him to tremble in pain. The light aura dissipated. Zhang Zhang, whose face was covered in sand, saw that he was facing a large hole of a diameter exceeding 5 m. His face turned ashen, and his body shivered uncontrollably.
Too scary.
Tang Yi borrowed the force of his blade to once again sit on his horse. His face was as calm as water. He raised his blade and shouted, "Fight!" All of the Lupa soldiers were all shaken by Tang Yi's ferocious blade, and could feel their blood boiling, as though something was stuck in their chest and could not get out. They could not help but raise their scimitars and shout in unison, "Fight!" The roar of 200 people surged up like a violent wave.
The Swallowtail camp soldiers had a different look on their face.
Inside the enemy's formation, Tang slowly urged on, as though he was walking in an unmanned place. The surrounding martial artists around him did not dare to fight him, who kept dodging to the sides, opening up a passage for him. Tang raised his zanbato high up. The pitch-black zanbato was like a war banner, the most eye-catching symbol on the battlefield.
Lupa's soldiers quickly gathered behind Tang Yi.
They were all trembling with excitement, their fighting intent soaring to maximum.
Not formation. Quickly, not formation. Zhang Zhang's panic-stricken voice came out from within the enemy's formation. The enemy continued to retreat, wanting to increase the distance again.
On his horse, Tang Yi sat straight upright, watching the enemies calmly as they were struggling to form up. The peaceful and imposing look in his eyes glittered with profound pride. If I cannot even take down these scoundrels, how can I bear the name of being unique? His imposing eyes suddenly opened wide, the cold aura exploding out. Pressing on the horse's abdomen, he bellowed, "Kill! Kill!" The 200 Lupa soldiers shouted out in unison, as though they were being connected by an invisible thread. They all moved together at the same time. All of their scimitars lit up with light auras. If overlooking from a bird's eye view, you would realize all the blade auras were converging into one piece, surrounding the assaulting Lupa's army, like a sharp chisel.
Chisel formation assault.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 336, Inferno Silver Spear. Chapter 336, Inferno Silver Spear. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian, Leozi, Exercio, Nitsuriako, and D'Andrear. Guangwu looked at the white-robed young man seated on the flamingo in alarm.
After consecutively exchanging over 20 attacks, Ling Su was still fine, without signs of fatigue. From the start, Guangwu thought Ling Su was strong, but he still had the confidence to suppress him. Especially when Ling Su's true power was less vigorous than his, Guangwu viewed it as a weakness. Facing an opponent with weaker true power, the best method would be to clash head-on, abandon all the stylish attacks, and use force to gain victory. So, Guangwu, who was experienced, did not hesitate to start clashing. But after over 20 attacks, Ling Su's chi meridians were not in the least bit exhausted at all. On the contrary, he was getting more and more brave, the power of his spear getting heavier and heavier. What kind of freak was this fellow? No wonder Guangwu was suspicious. On his blood blade, there were a few traces of silver scars, and no matter how hard he tried to urge his true power, he was unable to remove them. What were they? Ling Su stroked the silver spear in his hands, his blazing orange pupils appeared to show an indescribable firmness. The dreams of the Hercules nightmare was as if it was a lifetime ago. The bedevilment in his heart was far stronger than ordinary people, so the fight in the Hercules nightmare was extremely bitter for him. Silver Frost Mount, his bedevilment was actually the Silver Frost Mount. Silver Spear should be as soft as snow, and be as pure as the clouds. Sheep horn wind bells, the cool breeze will never capture your sound. The sun shines, but no shadows can be overcast, for the spear will always be too straight. Overwhelm my heart, stars protect my soul. Tian, I have decided to change from the original sentence to the current one. This feels more fluid and oriented to Chinese. The meaning still stands. The melodious song kept playing continuously in the Hercules nightmare. The gray, vague image and his overwhelming spear intent caused his heart and soul to quiver. After bitterly training his spear technique, his comprehension of the pointed sea spears of Silver Frost Mount, Airy Spear of Stars, was enlightened extremely quickly. Gradually, Ling Su could feel the profound mysteries of the Airy Spear of Stars. His pointed sea spears were continuous and unending, which seeks victory through quantity. But the Airy Spear of Stars was completely different. It was said to change the complicated to simple. The spear aura was like stars, every spear was extremely heavy. Borrowing the momentum as a cavalry mount, the power of the spear was much stronger. The moment he started fighting with the Silver Frost Mount, Ling Su immediately experienced the Silver Frost Mount's spear tip, causing him to fly out directly. The fine spear tips had an accumulated force that was terrifying. Ling Su suspected that what his teacher passed down was not complete. The difference between pointed sea spears and Aries Spear of Stars was only a few minor differences, but yet the result was two totally different types of spear techniques. Ling Su, who was infatuated with his new spear technique, greedily and crazily absorbed everything. He did not remember how many times he fought inside the dream. He fought and copied the techniques without caring about fatigue, as he practiced the Aries Spear of Stars. He could not understand why his own bedevilment would be the Silver Frost Mount. He thought his bedevilment would be the traitor. But, inside Hercules' nightmare, there was not much time for him ponder. He finally emerged out of the bitter fight. Heaving a sigh of relief, he raised his spirits. Ling Su looked at Guangwu, who was in front of him, feeling extremely happy. He was suppressed in the Hercules nightmare from start to end, and did not win against the Silver Frost Mount, and did not know how he managed to get out of it. But after being suppressed for so many days, even when he knew that the opponent was the legendary Silver Frost Mount, Ling Su's heart still stifled an evil fire. His character was fiery and explosive. Anything that made him unhappy, he would want to make a move. The evil fire in his heart, being helpless against his powerful enemy, only caused it to become stronger. Guang Wu's intent to meet force with force was also his wish. And, although the Hercules nightmare aided him in training his spear techniques, it was still in a sort of dreamlike state and was not real. Ling Su touched his silver spear. Although the feeling was familiar, it was still different from inside the dreamland. From the start, his spear techniques were somewhat shaky. As it happened, Guang Wu planned to win by force, and gave him buffer time to continuously withstand 20 attacks, allowing Ling Su to become more familiar. The concept of the Aries Spear of Stars was gradually unleashed, thus the force of his spear became heavier and heavier. His silver hair fluttered along with the wind, his face expressing the intent to fight. This type of assault was his favorite way of attacking. In Hercules' nightmare, he learned an extremely useful practical skill, and that was for the man and mount to be as one. The Silver Frost Mount had displayed to him what it meant to have the man and mount be as one. His teacher had passed on early, so the pointed sea spears was mostly him fumbling about. He enjoyed the feeling of assaulting while sitting on Flamingo, but he did not polish on the profound skill behind it. So the Silver Frost Mount had showed him the power of being one with the mount, which opened his eyes and allowed him to be enlightened on how a mount could be used. This was Ling Su's first time putting it to use. After being unsuccessful the first few times, it made him grasp a better feel for it. Flamingo was a mechanical beast, but the level of consumption of star rocks for a mechanical beast was not much different from him using true power. The most important point of man and mount being as one, was that the usage of true power between the two must echo each other. After trying it out multiple times, Flamingo gradually understood Ling Su's intent, and the true power in its body suddenly increased. Bang! The blaze of Flamingo suddenly gushed out onto Ling Su's body, enveloping Ling Su entirely. One man and one mount became a blazing fireball, their might explosively increasing. Ling Su was joyous. Success! Flamingo's flame did not cause him to feel hot, but it was an indescribably warm and comfortable feeling. Most importantly, the chi of him and Flamingo had become one. Just like that. Flamingo was equally excited. When assaulting, it suddenly let out a cry, and increased its speed even further, but Ling Su, who was seated on top, had his vision become extremely shaky, but his surroundings actually became extremely clear, as though everything was within his palms. Ling Su became thrilled. The feeling was too good. From being somewhat shaky to being familiar, meeting force with force allowed the stifling evil fire in his heart to be cleansed. At the moment, being enlightened on man and mount to be as one caused his entire being to reach its peak, regardless if it was chi, vigor, or spirit. The might of the assault had become unprecedented. Guan Wu's face changed. He only felt the intense flame rushing towards him. The temperature of the surrounding air seemed to come to a boil. The bone-piercing killing intent filled the atmosphere. He felt as if he was standing in a sea of fire, and started to have the feeling that he had nowhere to hide. His mind warned him of the unprecedented feeling. He knew it was already time for him to struggle with all his might, for his opponent was too strong, to the point that it shook his spirit. At that moment all he could think of was to retreat, or he would end up dying. Directly fighting for his life might leave him with an opportunity to live. He had killed countless people, and although he was terrified of the imposing might of Ling Su's assault, but in that moment, he could still make a judgment. Guan Wu, with his disheveled hair, growled, instigated all of his true power. Looking slightly crazy, the clothes all over his body started to swell, as the blood aura suddenly became extremely dense, to the point it became dark red like blood plasma. The blood aura of his blade was astonishing. As countless blood plasma gathered around the blade's body, it was as if he just came out from the land of Azura. Even the surrounding light aura was absorbed by the dark red blood aura, becoming pitch black, increasing the strange coldness around. Traces of immense cold and terrifying dark red light aura flashed past his eyes. He bit down on his lips, keeping some of his blood in his mouth, waiting for the right time. Just at that moment, Ling Su moved in. The raging flames surged, the power surging like thunder accumulating, and a cold aura blossomed inside the red flames. Inferno Silver Spear. Guan Wu discarded all the distracting thoughts. Suddenly spitting out the blood in his mouth, he burst out, chop. This was his life-saving technique, Blood Thunder Melody. Ling Su felt his chest tense. The devilish music passed through his brain, in a moment causing all the blood in his body to freeze. He was immediately stunned. What martial technique was that? Just at that moment, the sheep horn wind bells on his silver spear suddenly rang extremely softly, but sounded like a clap of thunder in Ling Su's ears. He only felt his brain buzz, and then his body relaxed. The strange cold shackles suddenly disappeared. Guan Wu's sinister face and the dense blood blade was suddenly right in front of him. Ling Su instinctively thrust his spear out. The silver tip that was soaked in the silver liquid accurately struck Guang Wu's blood blade edge.
Guang Wu's sinister face immediately became terrified in disbelief. Bang!
The blood blade immediately exploded out into fragments in front of Ling Su, and without thinking, Ling Su flicked his wrist. A regiment of flames stepped on the sand, a red oppressive trace was smeared in the air, and like the wing, it brushed past Guang Wu.
Guang Wu was like a wooden puppet.
Maintaining his slashing posture, he did not move an inch.
A few seconds later, a drop of blood started to flow from his forehead. Bang! Guang Wu's head was instantly smashed without any warning, the headless body fell on the floor like a wooden stake.
Ling Su stopped and turned, his heart was stirred with a trace of disbelief.
I actually killed that old man. Is this Ares' Spear of Stars? Was this the technique of the Silver Frost Mount? It really is strong. Such a strong technique, how could it be defeated? Teacher, did you see that? Little Su has become even stronger than before.
He was extremely excited, he had not one drop of true power left in his body, although his spear was extremely formidable, but it had cleared all of the energy in his body. He did not feel tired at all, his entire being was immersed in the joy and ecstasy. Yang Xianzhong, who was leisurely watching the fight, suddenly stood up. He watched in shock as Guang Wu fell, as though he was struck by lightning.
The attack was simply so extraordinary. That was Guang Wu. But Yang Xianzhong was still accustomed to such a scene.
Although his heart was shocked, his face still acted calmly.
Just that.
He turned his face and looked at the fire that stopped, and was speechless. The intense flame gradually dimmed down, the white-clothed young man's figure appeared in his vision, exposing a weary look, even the spear in his hand was trembling, as though the attack had consumed everything from him. Ling Su did not have any more energy to fight. Yang Xianzhong could not feel the least bit of scorn for him.
His rank and Guang Wu's were not far apart, so although Guang Wu could not defend against that assault, would he be able to? Yang Xianzhong was not sure. Who is that boy? What spear technique was that? Crane was equally surprised. He naturally believed in Ling Su, but he did not think that Ling Su would defeat Guang Wu so quickly, and was actually ready to jump in to help. He did not think that Ling Su would actually become so strong. Crane's calm pupils actually flashed a trace of excitement and fighting intent. As expected of the descendant of the Silver Frost Mount, Crane involuntarily clutched the crane sword in his hands tightly, and could not help but be overwhelmed by emotions. Everyone had become strong. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 337, Unique Assault. Chapter 337, Unique Assault. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian, Leozi, Exercio, Nitsuriako, and D'Andrear. The attacks that Zhang Zhang's Swallowtail camp had suffered caused the morale to dampen, but under Zhang Zhang orders, they once again formed a formation.
But the assaulting Lupus army was much more fearsome than they had imagined. Tang, who was at the front of the formation, rushed to them, slashing down with his zanbato.
Behind him, the Lupus soldiers all released their blades at the same time.
They could only see the army that was enveloped with blade auras, rapidly converging to the front, forming an 8-directional gigantic blade aura that was over 3 m long. The 8-directional gigantic blade aura whistled forward, flying towards the enemy formation. The light canopy covering the enemy formation was like glass that shattered immediately. The remaining blade aura was not affected and entered the enemy formation. The Swallowtail camp was ripped through in all directions, flesh and blood sprayed everywhere on the floor. The formation of the Swallowtail camp was actually plowed through. Zhang Zhang was completely scared. What military general is he? He had never heard of such an assaulting method, he was stunned. They were clearly a cannon fodder army, how were they so strong? Or were they faking it the last time? Kill. Tang commanded his army, and like a chisel, they pricked into the enemy's ranks. The soldiers behind Tang were gasping for breath, they did not have any energy left to continue. The last attack had taken more than half of their true power, but all of them were still pressing on, as though there was a blaze in their body burning vigorously. Although they had exhausted most of their energy, they were not in the last bit fearful. All of them shouted in unison, "Kill!" The shout resonated out, causing the atmosphere to lean in their favor. The Swallowtail camp soldiers were badly affected by the Lupus army's attack, their originally low morale finally crumbled. A few cowardly soldiers cried out and turned to run. All these soldiers that lost control immediately gave rise to an avalanche effect. Zhang Zhang was stupefied by his own soldiers escaping. Suddenly the sound of a horse galloping came out from behind him. Handle the traitors first. The gigantic blade aura swept across the floor, cutting down the traitors who were escaping. Tang urged the horse to Zhang Zhang's body. He was so glamorous in the eyes of the excited and fanatical soldiers, his face so calm that there was not even a hint of joy in his eyes.
This enemy's death is not worth celebrating.
He had started to think, how could he increase the Lupus army's standard?
With this standard of the assault, what was there to be happy for? My unique skill is assault.
In the passageway, only the sound of Tang Tian ripping the air could be heard. Sweat continued to drip down his face. He was covered in injuries. He did not have the time to rest in the 18 days inside the suicide room. The wind screamed past his ear as he did his utmost to run.
Faster. Faster. Come on, faster. He had never focused so much on running before. He gave it his all to run, in a way running with all his life, but
the wind concealment steps used by him were gradually transforming. His footsteps were becoming lighter, the friction force between him and the air was becoming less unless he was not the least bit joyous, as he still gave his all to try to become even faster. He hoped so badly that time would slow down for him. He bit his lips tightly, with obstination in his eyes. The blaze surged up violently and combusted.
Faster. Tang Tian, you can definitely do it. You can definitely do it. Bang. His body suddenly became so light, all the air resistance seemed to have disappeared without a trace, and it was as if his feet were stepping on a strand of wind. His speed suddenly increased exponentially. His figure blinked and in the next moment he had appeared 300 MOA. On the board of unique skills, another name lit up. His persevering face drenched in sweat while clenching his teeth. Nothing could stop this young man. Liang Qiu's speed was not fast, his body techniques were also nothing special, but the two heavy metal balls were like two heavy hammers, bringing along a low-tone whistle. They smashed onto weapons, breaking anything in its wake. The speed of his hands was not fast, but the force was astonishing. Whatever he passed by was all crushed into a complete mess. After the bitter training in the water, he could accumulate an astonishing amount of force in the time it took to raise his hands. His attacks were simple and plain without any aura, but the force of the steel balls could penetrate the dense armors and directly strike the martial artists. Yin Yang San Shou was truly worthy to be hailed as a unique martial technique. Although Liang Qiu had not truly awakened the profound essence of the Yin Yang San Shou, but with his current enlightenment, he was already as powerful and fierce as a tiger, which no one could stop. Suddenly, a wind sound passed his ear. Liang Qiu's heart went cold, he growled and flicked his wrist. The iron chains around his wrist were pulled as the steel balls shot along with it, shooting behind him. Bang!
A deep and low strike sound came out from behind him, and someone exclaimed, "Careful, his chi is weird." At the same time, two wind sounds came out from Liang Qiu's side, and from them, Liang Qiu knew that he had finally met the elites of the army. Although he was trapped in that moment, Liang Qiu took a deep breath. He did not attack or defend, but by borrowing the power of the steel balls, his body suddenly leaned backwards. The elite behind him had not recovered from the previous attack, and Liang Qiu's next move was extremely unexpected, causing him to be startled. But he also knew that if he dodged, the surrounding attack would immediately crumble. He clenched his teeth and slashed towards Liang Qiu, who was falling. It was as if Liang Qiu had eyes behind his head. He suddenly raised his elbow, the steel chain ball appeared from beneath his armpit, and struck his face. The martial artist, seeing the steel ball, panicked, and instinctively used his blade to hit the steel ball.
Bang!
A strong force entered his body through the blade, causing his chest to feel intense pain, and he opened his mouth to spit out the surging blood. Liang Qiu still wanted to hit one more time, but there were two blade auras already slashing towards him. Helpless, both his arms trembled, and the two steel chains flew back to him, and collided with the two blade auras.
Bang! Liang Qiu's body trembled, and his legs retreated a few steps.
When Liang Qiu looked at them, they were indeed elites. The three of them had different armors compared to the rest. He tied the steel chain balls around his hand, his face calm as water, for he knew the real battle was starting. In any army, there would definitely be experts overseeing. It was difficult to comprehend one without an expert. The use of experts was not just to fight against enemy experts, but to be able to smash the deadlock in case one happened. Sima Xiangshan's body moved swiftly everywhere. The huge statures of the heavy iron army soldiers gave him a huge advantage. He was like an agile snake, moving in and out of the shadows like the wind. As long as he saw a weakness, he would exploit it. The martial artists that died in his hands all had extremely minute traces of injuries.
One hit, one kill, then move on. Compared to Liang Qiu, Sima Xiangshan's attacking method was extremely terrifying. Suddenly, a cold intent appeared behind Sima Xiangshan. Without thinking, he concealed himself like a snake, flying out while pasting himself on the floor. Clang! A sword aura was behind his back, drilled deep into the ground.
The bone-chilling cold intent caused all the hairs on his body to stand. He did not dare stop, and drilled forward with all his might. But the cold intent on his back was like a bone maggot that could not be shaken off. 3 short-statured black-robed swordsmen all pursued closely behind him. Han Bingning's opponents were a pair of twin sisters, although the both of them were weak, but they seemed to have telepathy, and were extremely connected at a deep level with good rapport. Adding on the surrounding 20-odd martial artists, they were considered equals. Imoli's movements were much bigger. Surrounding him were 3 small groups of over 30 people. Only Bing was more easy. He was extremely familiar with how an army operates, and was never stuck in a place since the beginning. But at that moment, his heart was filled with surprise. The enemy commander was not a nobody. The opponent clearly understood Bing's intent, and also realized the weakness that Imoli and the rest did not have the experience of engaging in army battles, so he delegated elites to suppress the 4 of them, and locking down the main movements on the battlefield. Then, after that, the opponent's main target would only be left with one, and that was Bing. Bing's poker face did not express any emotion, but his mouth was faintly bending. "I was waiting for you." The opposing commander had used his elites to lock down Imoli and the rest, but the influence the 4 of them produced was huge. If we describe the enemy's commander as controlling a huge net, then what had happened was that 4 large holes had appeared on the huge net. A clear picture surfaced in Bing's mind. Other people may require to wait for you to attack to confirm your position, but for me, I have long locked down on your position. Bing suddenly raised his head. His gaze landed at around 90 m away. His gaze was right smack in the middle of a group of soldiers. The group of them looked to be normal, but if inspected carefully, you would realize they were forming a protection circle. Bing's gaze landed on the middle-aged man's face. Huang Fuhong realized Sky Tiger was looking at him, and his face immediately changed. The opponent actually found his position. Sky Tiger activated its mobility powers, desiring to assault. Suddenly, Bing felt an extremely dangerous chi. He raised his head, only to realize a figure had somehow appeared above them. Yi Xiaogu. When Bing saw Jing Hao who was in Yi Xiaoji's hands, his face changed. "Careful!" Bing's shout resonated across the entire battlefield. Just at this moment, Yi Xiaoji's crazy laughter came out. "All of you, go die." He held Jing Hao's sword, and suddenly rushed down like a torrential storm, releasing 10 blade auras. Buzz. In the sky above everyone's head, countless of sword chi started slashing down and smashing and cutting everything below, like the river water that became choppy. Yi Xiaoji's figure suddenly became fuzzy. The formless sword chis were like raindrops falling, attacking with no disparity. Huang Fuhong, whose focus was entirely on Bing, could not react in time. The formless sword chi had dropped onto the battlefield, instantly causing countless amounts of blood splatters. Being unable to defend, he immediately suffered severe injuries. Huang Fuhong eye socket split open. He definitely did not think that Yi Xiaogu would not differentiate friend from foe. Imoli instinctively used the huge shield that he picked up to block. Bang! It was as if Imoli was struck by a heavy hammer. His mind was stunned. The sand beneath his feet immediately exploded out, forming a 10 m deep gutter with length expanding over 15 m across the area. But shockingly, blood started to flow out of his hand that wielded the shield. A blue image swept past his side. Imoli, whose face became as pale as paper, started to run. Retreat! Bing, who was a veteran and full of experience, displayed his advantage without restraint, his reaction the fastest out of everyone. In a moment, he had made the judgment, the disparity of strength. Sky Tiger, who was pulling Imoli, had appeared beside Liang Qiu in the next moment. Bing, who was extremely calm, did not forget that Liang Qiu and Imoli were the weakest out of the 4 in terms of light body techniques. Other than Imoli, who suffered an attack, the other 3 were able to react fast and dodged quickly. Without saying a word, Han Bingning and Sima Xiangshan followed tightly behind Bing and ran frantically. Yi Xiaogu, who was in the air, had stopped, and muttered to himself, "Let all these brats die, and then the scene will be more spectacular." Ha. He calmly carried Jing Hao, and chased in the direction that Bing and the rest escaped. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 338, Siege. Chapter 338, Siege. Translated by Barrybuns. Edited by Tian, Leozi, Exercio, Nitsuriako, and DeAndrear. The barbecued meat from just then now was good. It seemed to have the taste of light cloud wood, and it was extremely special. Crane smiled. He and Yang Xianzhong casually went ahead, while Ling Su sat on Flamingo, recovering his energy. Yang Xianzhong's face twitched and his heart kept bleeding. The desert that was boundless and filled with sand dunes, how could they find any wood? Under the helpless situation, he had no choice but to take out his own piece of light cloud wood and break it. Light cloud wood was extremely expensive, just a small piece cost him 200,000 star coins. He spent another 100,000 star coins to invite a famous master to carve it for him, making it extremely gorgeous. It was something that he used to represent his unique style, for in a romantic situation, while sipping tea and admiring the moon, talking to beauties about dreams, such an elated scene. But he forced himself to smile. As long as honored brother likes it, it's good. He was now racking his brains on how to remedy the issue. Teacher's relation with Sagittarius constellation was not normal. The tone his teacher used to talk about the Empress every time caused young Xianzhong, who was an expert in flirting, to suspect 80 to 90% that his teacher secretly admired the Empress, but he was confined to his own strength, and did not dare admit it. Young Xianzhong, who was experienced, was extremely familiar with these types of situations. Of course, he did not dare to seek the truth from his teacher. If the old man got angry due to shame, breaking of limbs was the lightest of punishments. The old man could definitely not be angered. Alright, I am ready to give and take, Young Xianzhong secretly gave encouragement to himself. In truth, to be able to engage with Crane was something worth being happy about. Crane's nature of training was impeccable. He was courteous and polite, gentle, and good to get along with, Young Xianzhong secretly admired. The only disdainful thing was the tattered and torn black clothes on Crane's body, which proved that he had been through a lot. Young Xianzhong was in charge of the common matters of the sect and was experienced and knowledgeable. He evaluated Crane very highly. An aristocratic family disciple had an abundance of resources, and if he was still able to handle hardship, then his potential would be limitless. Also, young Xianzhong glanced at Ling Su, who was on the bird. His power, too, was unfathomable. He could not help but bear an interest in him. In the entire group, the most well-known person was not Crane, whose family background was extremely profound, or the extremely strong Ling Su, but Tang Tian. If these two were so powerful, then Tang Tian, how strong had he become? Young Xianzhong was extremely curious. He managed to keep his composure. He talked and laughed along with Crane on the road, and was completely oblivious of the state of mutual hostility. When the three of them reached the Lupus tribe, they realized that Tang Yi's Lupus army was already back. Seeing the army completely unharmed, Crane and Ling Su heaved a sigh of relief, but Young Xianzhong's eyes flashed a trace of surprise. He naturally did not view Zhang Zhang's Swallowtail camp as anything worthy, but in the northern sky's 19 continents, it was considered a strong force, yet they were actually defeated? Suddenly, Crane turned his face, facing the other direction, his eyes congealed. From afar, away from many sand dunes, a few black dots appeared. Prepare to fight. Crane's warning caused everyone's heart to tremble. It was at this time that everyone noticed the people incoming. Sky Tiger was carrying Imoli and Liang Qiu, while Han Bingning and Sima Xiangshan were following behind, running extremely quickly. That look was definitely not a look of victory. But behind them, there were no other figures. In a moment, Bing had landed beside the few of them. Yi Xiaogu is here. Bing's words caused Crane and Ling Su's face to change. Jing Hao lost? Ling Su asked solemnly. Yes. Bing spoke straightforwardly. He is behind, waiting for us to gather, to wipe us all out together. Everyone's face immediately became ugly. Currently, which one of them was not an expert, who had their own pride and temper? He has such guts. Ling Su could not help but to snort. Unexpectedly, Bing replied, he does have the strength to do so, but... Crane and Ling Su's expression congealed. Bing's strength was unfathomable, his foresight was even more shrewd and ruthless, his words were not meant to be trifled with. Bing threw Imoli down. Is Imoli injured? Crane immediately asked. After receiving Yi Zhao Ji's first one attack, I lost some strength. Imoli had already awoken, but was dejected and crestfallen. But when his palms were split open when receiving the attack, they both immediately got ripped and blood splattered everywhere. It looked terrifying, but the injury was not very heavy. But when thinking that out of so many people, he was the one who got injured, Imoli felt ashamed. Crane and Ling Su looked at each other. A sword from Yi Xiaogu had actually caused Imoli to lose strength. Imoli was born with a strong body, and adding on the special death training, his brute force had become extremely powerful, but he still lost his strength from taking on one attack from Yi Xiaogu. That meant that Yi Zhao Ji's sword was extremely heavy. Bing had not seen Tang Tian, and his heart was slightly disappointed, but very quickly he adjusted his frame of mind. Anything could happen in a battle, but the battle had to continue. Bing threw Imoli to Hua Air, who had just rushed back, and they went back to the stronghold. Bing noticed Young Xianzhong, but did not say anything, only giving Tang Yi a glance. Tang Yi did not draw close, but commanded the Lupus army to stop about 200 m away from everyone. Brother Yong, I advise you to watch from the side. Crane said in a calm and unquestionable tone.
Yang Xianzhong felt bitter in his mouth, although they did not know of Yi Zhaoji's temper. How could he not know? As long as Yi Zhaoge wanted to kill, no one was able to stop him, even his father Yi Jiu could not do anything. But if he watched as Crane was killed by Yi Zhaoge, then he would not be able to account for it when he went back. Yi Zhaoji's image finally entered everyone's vision. Yang Xianzhong suddenly flew into the air. Zhaogu, stop for a moment. Yi Zhaoge, who was carrying Jing Hao, stopped for a moment, squinted his eyes. What's up? Yang Xianzhong had always been slightly afraid of this brother of his wife. After being stared down by Yi Zhaoge, who was filled with killing intent, his heart shivered, but he knew he could only harden his skin and heart. Crane is teacher's old friend, I plead Zhaogu. Yi Zhaoge did not have any recollection of Crane's name, and said indifferently, you bring him away. Yang Xianzhong heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, Zhaogu. Just at this moment, Crane's voice echoed into their ears. Thank you, Brother Yang, for your kind intentions, but I do not plan on abandoning my friends. Yang Xianzhong's mouth opened. He did not know how to attempt to convince him. Crane's tone was extremely calm and extremely firm. Haha, he does not appreciate your kindness. You better get lost, if not, once I start my massacre, be careful that I kill you too, and make my sister a widow. Yi Zhaoji's tone was extremely cold, filled with killing intent. Yang Xianzhong knew, his wife's brother's words were not jokes. Helpless, he could only step to one side, his heart still thinking of ways on how to save Crane from Zhaoji's hands. Crane held onto his sword sheath, his expression solemn. He knew the enemy in front of him was extremely terrifying. But he did not cower at all. Ling Su had just experienced a big fight, and the only one who still had his strength was him. He was duty-bound to his task of fighting. When he was with Tang Tian, he was never worried about his tasks. Tang Tian and Ling Su were good war buddies, and most of the time, he was in charge of clearing up the battlefield. But he did not mind it at all. Rather, when the time comes for him to step forward bravely, he would never shrink back or hesitate. Memories of their history surfaced in his mind. Their encounter, their travels, cleaning, take charge of all sorts of miscellaneous work, to a young man who was once a core disciple of the Crane sect, these were things he never thought he would do. But, everything was as it should be, and in an unwittingly way. Living the lonely life on the mountain, with a powerful aunt, his father's final wish was to be in Crane sect. All these heavy burdens all landed on him, and molded his character. He did not have a companion since young, he was extremely outstanding, worked hard to get everything he had. Martial techniques and etiquette, he was flawless. All the envious gazes made him unhappy. But, he was happy now. Truly happy. He knew that the sky was so blue, the sun was so beautiful, and he could do so many silly and dumb things, and could realize all the beautiful dreams. Crane's heart was extremely free, the crane sword in his hand seemed to come to life, and responded to him. Yi Zhaoji's eyes lit up, interesting. He released a ray of formless sword chi. Crane's pupils flashed a cold aura, his figure that resembled a graceful crane, did not even attempt dodging, and used the crane sword in his hand to release a slash. A ray of white blade aura suddenly appeared in front of Yi Zhaoge, causing his mind to twitch. A wound appeared on his cheek. Such a fast sword. He let go of Jing Hao, who was dropped onto the sand dune. Yi Zhaoge raised his hand and touched the wound on his cheek, seeing the blood on his finger, he licked it with his tongue. In that time, Ling Su, Bing, Han Bingning, Liang Qiu and Sima Xiangshan all stood in their positions. No wonder you guys won't give each other up. Yi Zhaoji's face exposed a sinister smile. Just at that moment, Crane moved. His body and sword moved, like a black crane attacking, the chi around his entire body converged to his sword. The sword tip lit up with a dazzling light aura, and he suddenly disappeared. At the same time, everyone else moved. Combusting into a flame on the dot of cold auras that resembled stars, Ling Su summoned up the true power in his body, and did not give mercy as he thrusted out his spear. Sky Tiger was like a blue lightning bolt, suddenly appearing behind Yi Zhaoge. Crossing his right and left hand, a dazzling cross was summoned along with an astonishing might, striking towards Yi Zhaoji's back. A transparent and cold crystallized sword aura flew out of Han Bingning's sword, straight to Yi Zhaoji's legs. Liang Qiu growled, instigating his true power, as though it took him some effort, he slowly released his fists. A black and white fist aura was shot out, towards Yi Zhaoge. Sima Xiangshan was like a strand of smoke, suddenly appearing behind Yi Zhaoji's head, his 5 fingers which were like claws, quietly clawing at Yi Zhaoji's head. Tang Yi, who was far away, suddenly commanded his army to start assaulting. The distance of 200 m to Tang Yi was the best distance to assault. When Sky Tiger looked over previously, Tang Yi understood Bing's plans. Everyone were to attack, and attract Yi Zhaoji's attention, while the true killing technique would be from Tang Yi's commanding the Lupus army. Assaulting unique Tang Yi was most suitable to play as the ultimate fatal blow. Tang Yi's focus was fully concentrated. He knew he only had one chance to make his move. This attack would determine their lives. He raised the Zanbato in his hands high. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 339, Tang Tian is here, Chapter 339, Tang Tian is here. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian, Leozi, Exercio, Nitsuriako, and D'Andrear. Crane's sword was as quick as lightning. Yi Zhaoge did not dodge, for in his eyes, a strange red smeared across undetected. Crane's sword fiercely stabbed into his body. Yi Zhaoge was like a weak puppet. The moment he was pierced, the sword came out from the back, bringing along a rain of blood. Bing's cross attack was like a heavy hammer, dropping down on Yi Zhaoge's back. The bright cross seemed to imprint on his back. Ling Su's spear exploded a hole out of Yi Zhaoge's thigh, exposing the broken white bones. Han Bingning's cold sword aura swept around Yi Zhaoge's ankles, causing them to become pale white very quickly. The cold chi was like an extreme cold wave, quickly spreading out towards the other parts of his body. Liang Qiu's black and white fist aura entered Yi Zhaoge's body, destroying the organs in his body. Sima Xiangshan's hook-like fingers effortlessly tore apart Yi Zhaoge's neck, causing a blood pillar to shoot up. Yi Zhaoge's ripped-apart neck had flesh and blood dangling off. It was extremely terrifying. Such an attack caused everyone to be stunned. Yi Zhaoge was so fierce just now, but how could he be so easily beaten? Unless it was some trap? Seeing Yi Zhaoge's situation, no one believed he could survive. Move! Bing's roar caused everyone to be startled awake, and immediately all made way. Tang Yi, who was commanding the assaulting Lupus army, was already in range of 100 m. Everyone had bright light auras around them, all of the light auras forming as one, enveloping the entire army. Tang Yi raised his Zanbato up high, the light aura condensing to become extremely piercing. Everyone was stunned by Tang Yi's assaulting might. The light on every soldier of the army was true power surging that gave rise to the light aura, and to everyone, the light would be considered thin. But when 200 lights were formed as one, that imposing might was like an intense violent surge of a vast body of water, causing people to choke. That was the power of the army, a vast sea of true power. Everyone knew that Tang Yi's next attack would be earth-shattering. Even if Yi Zhaoge had any traps, facing an absolute power, he would not have a chance to survive. Wait, something was off. Bing's pupils shrunk, he drooped his head. The bloodied Yi Zhaoge was still floating in the air. If he was dead, then he would have dropped. Unless, he was not completely dead yet? Suddenly, he saw Yi Zhaoge, who was apparently dead, moving his left hand, and then the strangest thing happened that caused everyone to be aghast. The lacerated flesh were all wiggling continuously, as though they were growing. In the blink of an eye, his throat was as new as before. The sword wound from Crane's sword had stopped bleeding, and the flesh inside was squirming around. The fist-sized wound quickly became smaller. But when it became the size of a small walnut, it stopped. His legs shivered, and the ice around his ankles cracked. The skin that had frostbite all disappeared without a trace. Yi Zhaoge opened his mouth and spat out smoke. The smoke was black and white. It was obviously the black and white fist aura that had entered his body. Everybody on the scene had a change of face, as they stared in dumbstruck at the freak. What kind of freak was he? Even Yang Xianzhong was stunned in his place. He knew that his wife's brother was powerful, but never did he think that he would be so perverse to that extent. Tang Yi also witnessed the scene. If it was a usual day, he would definitely be shocked. But at the moment he was assaulting with all his might, and there was no other thought in his mind. The surging true power around him caused his blood meridians to dilate. Even if it was an undying freak in front of him, he was not in the least bit afraid. 100 mounts cavalry stampeding with the power of thunder. The closer they got to the enemy, the stronger and more terrifying the chi of the soldiers. Tang Yi, amidst them, was glowing with a powerful current. Kill! Seething with anger, Tang Yi used all his might and fiercely slashed down. Kill! Bellowing out like thunder, striking towards the heavens, 200 scimitar blades slashed down together. The sky became extremely clear, all the light aura gushed in like a tide, converging into the Zanbato in Tang Yi's hands, dyeing it with a golden luster. The golden blade aura flew out, instantly causing the sky to turn dark. All of the light around them had converged into the golden light aura. Scram! Yi Zhaoge bellowed. The sword in his hand suddenly disappeared. He appeared in the air, scattered and smashed. The countless formless sword chi formed up like a rainstorm, crazily pouncing towards the golden light aura. Pa. Upon colliding, all of the formless sword chi exploded. Fine airflows were conjured up in the process, causing the area around the golden light aura to be fuzzy, as though there were ripples around it.
Yi Zhaogu crazily swung his sword, as the formless sword chi continued to ravage towards the golden light aura.
The fierce formless blade chi was unable to shake the golden blade aura.
The golden blade aura had smashed countless amounts of the formless blade chi, other than dimming slightly, it was still forcefully going towards Yi Zhaogu. It was as if Yi Zhaogu was being stared at by a dangerous wild beast, his body shuddered, but he bellowed, "Scram!" The long sword was placed in front of him, gathering true power. The golden blade aura collided with the sword.
Bang!
Like an explosion of the sun, the dazzling gold aura caused the entire ground to become pure white, nothing could be seen. The terrifying true power burned every inch of the air, the broken airflow became like sharp blade edges, spreading all around.
People who could not dodge all suffered from multiple injuries.
But all of them felt more relaxed in their minds. After the powerful explosion, he definitely could not have survived.
Ha 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 ha.
A crazy laughter sounded out from the light, causing everyone's face to change. How is that possible? The light aura dissipated, allowing everyone to see clearly. Yi Zhaoji's sword was left with only half of its body, his entire body was covered in blood, as though he was soaked in a blood pool, and all the blood dripping down from his body. His face was also covered in blood, the blood flowing from his forehead to his chin, his entire face looked extremely terrifying. Other than Tang, who was still seated on his horse, the rest of the army had all dropped off their horses, 3/4 of them had blood flowing out from their mouths. Tang looked at Yi Zhaogu, who was in the air in disbelief. He could not believe that there was actually someone who could take that attack.
Who can stop me? Who can stop me?
The hysterical and crazy voice was filled with killing intent. Yi Zhaogu suddenly stopped shouting. Taking up the broken sword, he sneered. Countless amounts of formless sword chi flew out of his broken sword. They revolved around him extremely quickly, forming a powerful tornado, rising towards the sky.
All of you, go and die.
The broken sword pointed to all of them, and the sky suddenly darkened. The spinning formless sword chi around the sword body suddenly formed 7 currents, pouncing towards all of them. Ling Su's eyes showed despair. The attack he released just now was the last bit of energy he had left.
Am I going to die here?
At least I am not ashamed of dying under such a strong martial artist's hand.
But I won't be happy.
Ling Su's entire face was bitter. Suddenly, the scene in front of him darkened, a familiar black figure blocking his front.
Crane. Nice to meet you, I'm a disciple from Crane sect, you can call me Crane. I am so sorry, we actually wore the same clothes. I will wear black in future, I truly apologize. Crane. Why?
The black figure in front of him was like an elegant big black crane. At that moment, he looked so confident that it caused people to be in awe. With a soft voice, he said firmly, "Crane sword screen." Crane sword conjured 12 sword images, and like a bright black crane's wings, opening up to become a sword screen. The formless sword chi currents crashed onto the sword screen. Bing appeared in front of the Lupus army, Sky Tiger's arms crisscrossing as he half-crouched, and with a cross light screen.
Cross light shield. Tang's body shivered. Master.
Han Bingning and Sima Xiangshan appeared beside Liang Qiu. Han Bingning released an ice wall with her sword, while Sima Xiangshan released a black mist.
Liang Qiu's eyes immediately turned red.
The both of them knew he could not escape, and came to help him.
How could he become a burden?
His hair all stood up, his left palm becoming pitch black while his right palm becoming jade white, both of his palms touching each other. The black and white light screen started to intertwine, and blocked the 3 of them.
I am actually hiding behind you guys when I am the oldest. Tang Tian was frantically running with all of his might.
His coarse breathing became loud bellows, his mind was in a blank, he did not know how long he had run for.
He only knew how to run. To utilize all of his energy to run became instinctive.
His slackened gaze converged again, as the scene at the distance started to have changes.
Recruit barracks.
That was the recruit barracks.
He.
His heavy breathing and his heart thumping boomed in his ears, and his face that was full of perspiration.
Tang Tian moved his lips. I'm finally here. Finally, I'm here.
A burst of strength caused his speed to increase slightly. His pupils started to gain spirit, his gaze more focused, his mouth started grinning, and then he laughed.
This warming up took long enough. Sorry, everybody, please hold on for a while longer. Just a bit more. I'm coming.
The fatigue in him suddenly retreated and disappeared. Tang Tian's eyes lit up once again, although his breathing was heavy, perspiration drenching his entire body, but the horn for the battle was already blown in the young man's heart, and his blood had already started to boil. All of the running, all of the hard work, everything, was just to be able to join the battle, to be able to fight alongside all of you.
All of it is for our promise. All of it is for our victory.
His sweat dripped onto the floor of the recruit barracks, and the tenacious and burning figure stepped into the light door. The light of the underground base was brightly lit, but there was not a soul in sight. Tang Tian did not stop. He stepped up the platform and started soaring up into the air, and collided onto the beautiful ceiling.
Yi Zhaogu overlooked everyone below him.
A line of bloodstain dripped along Crane's hand. Crane did not move an inch, and suddenly spat out blood.
Ka, spider-web-like cracks slowly appeared on Sky Tiger. Han Bingning, Liang Qiu and Sima Xiangshan all flew out, and instantly fainted. Not too bad a fight.
Yi Zhaogu sneered coldly, but it's over. He raised the broken sword in his hand.
Bang, dot.
The sudden explosion sound caused him to be stunned. The gigantic sand dune that was nearby suddenly exploded out without any warning. The infinite sand particles flew up over a 100 m into the sky. Yi Zhaoji's pupils shrunk. Under the pouring sand, a blurred figure, wielding dual swords, slowly walked out of the raining sand.
My apologies, I'm late. The hoarse and gloomy voice swept the entire field.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 340, Tang Tian's Flames. Chapter 340, Tang Tian's Flames. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian, Liozzi, Exercio, Nitsuriako, and D'Andrear.
Tang Tian's figure was shrouded by a layer of flickering flame, his expression cold, causing people to find him unfamiliar.
Did he finally break through the suicide room?
Bing heaved a sigh of relief. He could no longer hold on. Sky Tiger suddenly crumbled loudly, causing Bing to stumble, throwing off the fragments.
Yi Zhaoji's power was truly too terrifying. Even though Bing's power was not what it used to be, but such a perverse person was actually only ranked 6th out of the youths of Honorable Martial Group? How strong was Honorable Martial Group? But, as Bing's gaze landed on Tang Tian, his nervous mind immediately relaxed.
Not only him, Ling Su also heaved a sigh of relief. Alright, in everyone's eyes, when discussing about perverse bodies, the godlike young man was not inferior to anyone. Perverse against perverse, that should be right? You two should have started fighting earlier. We want to watch it, and bask in the intense battle. Clap some hands, that would be good. Alright, although he was slightly late, but at least he was here.
Ling Su's state of mind immediately relaxed.
He was not afraid of dying, but if Crane died for him, right in front of him, even if he himself died, Ling Su would not rest in peace.
Crane,
who was in front of him, was not moving at all.
His injury should not be too severe, right?
Ling Su was emotional, his concern was rolling constantly, but he blurted out, "Hey, pretentious and graceful acting fellow, why are you not pulling out your sword?"
Pretentious and graceful acting fellow.
Crane turned his head with an innocent look on the face. The sword has a seal from my ancestor masters, so I cannot take it out. Ling Su was then enlightened. He always thought Crane was acting graceful by not pulling out his sword, but it was because he could not.
Flamingo was also out of energy, seated on the floor. He pitifully caressed its head.
Just rest, the perverse guy is here.
That's right, the perverse guy is here,
If there was a person who had the possibility of defeating Yi Zhaogu in the group, then it could only be Tang Tian, that fellow that can never be examined with common sense.
But, something feels off about him.
Ling Su's expression was dark as he looked at Tang Tian, while Crane's expression also congealed. Both of them thought about the time when fighting with Meng Wei. Tang Tian also displayed a weird state.
And after the fight, Tang Tian did not have any recollection of it.
The person in front of them was the same.
Exactly how many secrets was this guy hiding in his body? You're Tang Tian?
Yi Zhaoji's voice resonated out from the sky.
Tang Tian did not reply.
Only the crackling sound of sand falling like rain hitting the floor.
The tattered and torn trousers could not hide his bruised legs.
The sound of the raining sand was unable to hide the sound of the staunch footsteps. The soles of his feet stepped on the sand, the flames melting the sand and leaving behind black footprints, which were then quickly covered by sand. He forgot that he had fought endlessly in the suicide room. He forgot that he overcame his hurdle of the wind concealment steps and ran for days and nights. He forgot that his body was extremely tired. He could only feel his heart burning, his body burning. But despite the flames, an ice-cold feeling still lingered on. Tang Tian's world was extremely quiet, and could only hear his beating heart and his breathing. He muttered in his mind, as though talking to himself, as though he was murmuring to the cold.
Why does my heart feel like it's on fire?
Because we are going to Southern Cross Constellation, we need to become stronger together, we need to travel across the entire heavens road. Because of our dreams, our promise under the stars, everyone better not forget it, Don't be carried away by wishful thinking, don't say we are young and inexperienced, don't say that the outcome has already been determined.
Don't ever say, hey, stop dreaming.
I am fighting alongside all of you, and my heart's still beating, my breathing will not stop, and I can still touch the sunlight and feel the wind. Why is my blood so hot? Because Southern Cross constellation is still so far away, how can I fall here? Because I still have so many suspicions, how can I stop here? Because I do not have so much. I just want to win. I only have one thing to tell you, I am Tang Tian. I just want to tell you, I will definitely defeat you, and use your body as a stepping stone. Tang Tian raised his head, his gaze full of fighting intent. So blazing hot that it was hard to look directly at. Bang! The safe and sound saber in his left hand was enveloped in a blue fire, the Saint Sword Ocean prison in his right hand bursting in black flames, and Tang Tian's figure suddenly disappeared. Yi Zhaoji's heart was alarmed of the danger, as Yi Zhaoge felt the intensity of the danger which was so piercing that it caused the hair on his entire body to stand. For the first time, his face changed. The blue-black crisscross sword light reflected in his pupils, as Yi Zhaoge could only instinctively use his sword to block his front. The sword in his hand immediately crumbled into pieces, the indescribable force struck his chest. Yi Zhaoge flew out like a tennis ball, forming into a straight black figure that landed into a sand dune. Dawn! The gigantic force caused the sand dune to be immediately blown apart. Tang Tian stood in midair, coldly looking down at the ground. When the blue-black cross appeared in the sky, Bing was shaken, as though he was struck by lightning, his brain drew a blank, and an extremely old memory surfaced up. A young man sat down on the floor crying, and a big palm ruffled his head. Brat, don't be anxious. The green-red cross scythe is slightly difficult to learn. The young man stopped crying, his face full of traces of tears, and asked, did Captain take a long time to learn it too? Aha, how can I remember these kinds of things? The captain laughed, but then his face turned solemn. But for this technique, you must definitely train hard at it, because at its ultimate finishing technique, it is extremely powerful. Ultimate finishing technique? The young man was immediately attracted, his eyes full of curiosity. And it is called Sky and Hell's Cross Slash. And only I have managed to master it, ain't I powerful? Wah ha ha. Such a weird name, why is it called the Sky and Hell's Cross Slash? Oh, because its horizontal slash is blue, like the sky, and the vertical black, like hell. Sky and Hell's Cross Slash. But when he realized that Tang Tian's cross slash, the horizontal was black and the vertical blue, Bing heaved a sigh of relief, but for some reason, his heart felt disappointed. He laughed and ridiculed himself, he always held a bit of hope that Master Captain would leave some vestiges on him. After regaining his composure from the shock, Bing's attention became much sharper. Tang Tian's strength is truly very powerful. But his sword technique was queer. The last time when he summoned the Saint Sword Ocean prison, Bing had a few guesses, and with the current dual sword cross slash, it was something not any martial artist could use. Other than fundamental sword techniques, Tang Tian did not learn any others regarding the sword. Unless, there were sword technique legacies sealed in Tang Tian? Or sealed in the Saint Sword Ocean prison. These two guesses once again landed on Tang Tian's mysterious father. Bing was extremely curious, the only regret was that the cross slash was not the Sky and Hell's cross slash. But Yi Zhaoge did not have it easy as well. Bing shook his head. He planned to find Old Man Fei in time to ask what blood meridians Yi Zhaoge had, to be able to receive such attacks, but still remain perfectly fine, as though he was immortal. Bang! The sand dune exploded out, Yi Zhaoge once again rose up into the air, his appearance somewhat miserable. His chest had the imprint of the blue and black cross, which was terrifying. Yi Zhaoji's face twitched, the cross imprint on his chest had two different and weird powers, which were continuously infiltrating his body. As expected of the leader of the group of people, Tang Tian was much stronger than the rest. And this group of people was really worth anticipating. Other than Tang Tian, 3 others could injure him: Jinghao, Crane, and Bing. Jinghao's sword aura caused his entire body to be left with a bit of flesh, but he was exceptionally stubborn, implicating him to have only 3/4 of his true power left. Crane was the only one who could injure his body, in which he was unable to recover from. Bing's cross and Tang Tian's cross had differences, but the power was not any weaker. The heaviest injury was Tang Tian's cross. Tang Tian did not continue attacking, his cross-slash attack had a huge consumption, in which his body was already fatigued. The might of the void dark flames was not something Yi Zhaoge found strange, but his gaze landed on the safe and sound saber in Tang Tian's left hand. The sword actually also had a strange power. Sadly, comparing sword techniques, you're too weak. Yi Zhaoge sneered, casually taking out a steel sword from his Aquarius silver cabinet, shaking the sword lightly, then brandishing a sword out towards Tang Tian. Tang Tian also waved the Saint Sword Ocean prison in his right hand. The void dark flames became a sword aura that collided with Yi Zhaoji's formless sword chi, releasing an explosive sound. Dawn! The air combusted and shot out, the black flames went flying everywhere. Yi Zhaogu did not move, but a light aura flashed past his eyes.
As expected, Tang Tian's sword techniques were not proficient. Ordinary people might not be able to sense it, but Yi Zhaogu had trained in the sword for so many years, and all the minute movements were all captured by him.
Ha, go and die. With his powerful laugh, Yi Zhaogu released his sword chi like rain. The pouring formless sword chi rushed towards Tang Tian. He snorted as both swords came vertically slashing down. The blue sword aura and black sword aura both slashed towards Yi Zhaogu.
Dong dong dong.
The sword auras exploded in the middle of them. Ripples of crumbling formless sword chi and the blue-black flames aura all exploded like fireworks. Tang Tian felt that something was not right. His heart kept lingering around the dim coldness from the start. The threat of coldness caused him to be exceptionally sharp. But the blazing fighting intent had flooded every part of his body, so the threat of coldness was completely pressured away by the fervent and lava-like fighting intent. Suddenly, some seemingly different formless sword chi penetrated through the blue and black sword auras, and arriving in front of Tang Tian. This formless sword chi carried faint light auras. So his plan was there. Tang Tian roared out, the Saint Sword Ocean prison in his hand exploded out with a dim black light that rose dramatically, a horizontal sword slash. The thunderous dim sword aura and the formless sword chi crashed fiercely.
When the strong powers collided, the dazzling light auras blinded Tang Tian's eyes. A sword image quietly appeared in front of Tang Tian, Yi Zhaogu.
Tang Tian's mouth suddenly exposed a satisfied look and roared, "Safe and sound." The safe and sound saber in his left hand suddenly lit up with the same dazzling light aura and fiercely slashed out. Tang Tian had plotted the attack for a long time. Safe and sound saber's power and the true power in his body surged up violently. The dazzling blue light aura appeared on the tip of the safe and sound saber, retracting to the size of a fist. It accurately struck Yi Zhaogu's sword.
Bang!
The blue light sphere on the safe and sound saber's tip suddenly exploded forth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 341, Safe and Sound Saber. Chapter 341, Safe and Sound Saber. Translated by Buns. Edited by Tian, Leozi, Exercio, Nitsuriako, and DeAndrear. Hey, Broken Sword, do you know that I am not willing to hand you over? It's for you to live on. Meng Wei gave her life for you.
Even when sacrificing her life, she still hoped to protect you. In her heart, you must be extremely precious.
People might think she is stupid, of course, they might think I'm stupid. But I feel that, shouldn't the world be like that? Such things are meant to be protected.
Not everything can be solved by quietly thinking.
Not everything can be measured by gains and loss. There will be some reasons that will make you ignore everything else. So, Broken Sword, you need to fight, not for me, but for yourself, for Meng Wei. At least you can make her sacrifice not look so stupid. She hopes for you to forever be safe and sound. So stop dreaming. If your life needs her sacrifice, what's safe and sound? You hide in your consciousness, in the corner. In the end you will be broken by others. When you're dead, they will start mocking you. Ha, there was this stupid girl that actually sacrificed her life for this stupid trash of a broken sword. She is so stupid beyond cure. Other than to fight, what other choice do you have? Only by fighting and winning can you prove yourself. By surviving, can you prove the value of her sacrifice, and that she was right. Only by letting other people know that her sacrifice that year, her conviction that year, was not a dumb move and she is not stupid. I actually talked a load of crap. I actually just wanted to say one sentence. She has done everything she can for you, so you better not be trash. In the empty void of the saber blade, a wounded white whale quietly swam. Its tail had a flickering flame, with both eyes shut. Its thick and plump forehead had countless bruises, with the pitch-black word safe and sound imprinted on it. She has done everything she can for you, so you better not be trash. Well said. The white whale opened its eyes. Its eye sockets were empty, with only serene darkness filling them. True power violently surged up the saber blade and countless blue dots entered the void as though the void had become a bright ocean body. The white whale swayed its powerful body vigorously, stirring the lights in the sky. It cruised quickly, and all the light dots that were stirred like sea water converged by its body. As though it could not get tired, the white whale silently cruised in the void. You're not here anymore, and only I am safe and sound. You have to know, I miss you dearly. Inside the blue light ocean, it used its strength to sway and stir the ocean. With all its might, it used its tail to swirl the sea of light. Over and over again, it repeatedly swung its tail. The fine flow of the sea converged, producing a vigorous wave. The white figure, swirling up the blue vigorous wave that was the bone-piercing cold true power, that did not feel anything. It suddenly neighed upwards, swimming quickly in the void.
This is my wish, this is my pledge to you.
Do you hear it? Do you hear it?
The pitch-black eye sockets of the white whale suddenly formed a tear that transformed into a crystal, disappearing into the enchanting blue light sea. It opened its bruised and naturally smiling mouth and spat out a clear white air bubble. The vigorous wave of true power seemed to be attracted to it and rushed towards the snow-white air bubble.
Bang!
The blue vigorous wave was compressed by the air bubble, transforming into a blue light pillar, breaking through the void. In the void, the tired white whale looked towards the direction that the pillar disappeared to. Young lady, I miss you so much. The blue light compressed at the sword tip suddenly burst open with a loud bang. Yi Zhaoji's eyes became wide opened, a flash of disbelief appeared in his eyes, that was. The blue light was like a sword, effortlessly penetrating through Yi Zhaoji's body, and emerged from behind him.
The resolution of the sword. My prediction was deviated, seems like it's stronger than me.
The surging force seemed to be slightly slower, only breaking out after piercing him. Yi Zhaoji's mouth suddenly appeared a fanatical smile. Using force in his left palm, he grabbed the safe and sound saber. Two powers merging as one, felt as if his body was being violently thrashed.
He transformed into an uncatchable afterimage and flew out very far. Ha 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 ha. Tang Tian, I will come and find you. I will come and find you.
The sky was sprinkled with blood, and Yi Zhaoji's crazy laughter went softer and softer as he went further away. Yi Zhaoji's last strike caused Tang Tian to groan, then fall down to the sand dune.
Idiot. As though a cold voice came out from Tang Tian's mind, Tang Tian thought he heard wrong. He raised his head to look at Yi Zhaogu, who was already a small black, and could not help but feel some admiration. He had never seen before someone who was so fierce and crazy as himself. The explosive blue light made many holes in Yi Zhaoji's body, and his last strike, Tang Tian had seen very clearly, the palm used was already mutilated badly.
He definitely had thought about it, but Tang Tian did not expect that he would do it without hesitation.
Even at the last strike, Tang Tian thought he had some finishing technique. Crazy, cold, strong, he was definitely hard to deal with.
Suddenly, Tang Tian realized his vision was slowly getting hazy.
Did I win? I'm tired.
His body was already weakening, his mind was fading away, the fatigue was engulfing him like a tide.
He instantly fainted. The effect of the war was far more intense than the last.
Yi Zhaoji's Heaven Road rank was 4,444, and symbolized the death rankings. To be able to hit inside the rankings of 5,000 before the age of 25, the number of these geniuses in Honorable Martial Group could be counted with one hand. Ever since Yi Zhaogu came out, he was always favored upon by others. To even be viewed as important, to the elders of Honorable Martial Group, he was a genius who had the highest possibility to enter the Saint Domain. Moreover, he was from the strong Yi family, and his father was even an elder in the middle rankings of the Honorable Martial Group, meaning he could obtain resources that made people jealous easily. If not for Honorable Martial Group being the strongest in Heaven's Road, with Yi Zhaoji's power, he could become the constellation master of any constellation, and hold important positions. Yi Zhaoji's mission efficiency in Honorable Martial Group was 100%, which meant he had never failed. But to actually be beaten by a nobody in one of the constellations of Southern Sky, naturally it would cause everyone to be surprised. To the Northern Sky people, Southern Sky's 42 constellations were considered a rural place. And to the 5 polar domains, they were considered the rural of the rural. To the Equatorial Palace Hall, whoa, that must be extremely far. And to the eyes of the 12 ecliptic palaces, alright, we should just stick to talking about the problems of our key character. Yi Zhaogu had many rivals, needless to say the others in Honorable Martial Group, Lion King Liang's son, Sagittarius Empress Disciple, Onyx Soul 12 Dark Disciples etc. The palace masters' children of the equatorial palaces could only watch from afar, no matter how hard they tried to enter this circle of people, they could only compete outside of it. Yi Zhaogu and the rest were the true pride of the heavens, and the future dominators of Heaven's Road.
If not for their age, their powers were not strong enough.
But everyone believed, all of them would have a place in the top 100 of the Heaven Road list ranking in the future.
Seventh brother, what have you been up to? Zhang Minghe held Man Yuan back. Man Yuan reacted too slow, and was caught by Zhang Minghe. He stood blankly for 3 seconds, then regained the color in his eyes. Oh, it's Minghe. I have been researching probability of the weather's influence on the bestowment of saints. Saint bestowal and the weather?
Zhang Minghe's bright face was startled by the question. Man Yuan saw that Zhang Minghe had some interest, and immediately became high-spirited. Yes, there is a real correlation. I chose 300 records of Saint Bestowal and analyzed them, and the proof of the weather's influence on Saint Bestowal's probability was about 3%-5%. Zhang Minghe felt some headache, and immediately shouted, Hold up. That's right, sixth brother Yi tumbled with that brat this time, and had suffered severe injuries.
Sixth brother Yi? Man Yuan's expression became flustered.
Zhang Minghe caressed his forehead. Yi Zhaogu.
Oh, him.
Man Yuan was enlightened, and immediately nodded, and replied seriously, I said before, that is the result of not practicing well. Out of all of us, he's the only one who does not like to attend classes, and has broken the record for failing. All the facts have proved, blindly fighting and colliding straight on to show his bravery, is bound for failure.
The theory of breaking away from practice is bound.
Zhang Minghe thought of the subjects that he had dropped, and immediately perspired in cold sweat, and coughed lightly. Don't be like this, we are all classmates. If he did not die, it would mean that he has a huge fate in front of him.
He will not die.
Man Yuan shook his head. I have researched his blood meridians, his life force is extremely powerful, unless... He suddenly stopped talking.
Zhang Minghe's eyes lit up. You found sixth brother Ye's weakness?
Man Yuan did not speak, his round face acting blurred and stunned. Zhang Minghe was extremely familiar with him. Upon seeing him like that, he knew that seventh brother must have found Yi Zhaoji's weakness, and was extremely excited. Sixth brother Yi was the number one pestering person out of all of them, causing them to be extremely annoyed. But seeing Man Yuan keeping his mouth shut, he knew that Man Yuan would not speak.
Suddenly, his face became suspicious. Did you research me too?
Man Yuan shifted his gaze around, and stayed in his original position.
Damn you, this bookworm is not to be messed with.
Zhang Minghe immediately felt troubled, thinking about how to get him to talk, but that was not the real reason for him to see Man Yuan. Sixth brother Yi was beaten at Lupus Constellation.
Lupus Constellation? Southern Sky? Man Yuan finally exposed a moved expression. Seems like a fierce person has appeared. Yes, sixth brother Yi was almost destroyed.
Zhang Minghe was very contradicting. He was happy over Yi Zhaoji's failure, but he felt that the loss in Southern Sky meant that they were disgraced, and immediately added, he was ganged up on. I heard that Sagittarius Empress nephew was in the mix, so she sent a message that only sixth brother Yi could go in.
Are there any battle records?
Man Yuan's stunned face once again became full of expression.
The opponent used a treasure to disrupt energy.
Zhang Minghe exposed a disappointed look, but immediately said, but I have managed to procure some images.
Let's go analyze it.
Man Yuan said excitedly.
No problem.
Zhang Minghe had a cunning expression. First, tell me my weakness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 342, Seventh Brother's Analysis. Chapter 342, Seventh Brother's Analysis. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian, Leozi, Exercio, Nitsuriako, and DeAndrear. So how is it?
Zhang Minghe immediately asked. The imagery cost him a huge amount of money to be bought from other big powers. He had watched it himself once and was shocked.
But if he was to discuss on analysis, no one was seventh brother's opponent. Seventh brother's face was solemn. Such a strong group of people. Bullshit, I know they are strong.
Zhang Minghe was annoyed by his reply. Seventh brother was the one who had the best relationship with everybody. He came from a humble background and got drunk on research. He did not have any interest in power or fights, and walked the path of a scholar. No one would offend these types of people. Regardless of who held authority in the future, Honorable Martial Group's top elders would definitely have a place for him. The relationship between all of them when they were young was extremely pure and simple, but after the age of 12, everything changed. Yi Zhaogu himself did not have any interest in power, but the Yi family behind him wanted him to grow more powerful. Although the Yi family had Yi Jiao, who took the stage in his generation, he only became a middle-rank elder, but the foundations of Honorable Martial Group was profound, and could not be belittled. Jinghao's improvements are big, and that's not weird. Seventh brother said in a serious tone, the clan elders who saw good in him were not without reason. His talent is good, has a strong temperament, and the reason why his ranking is not high is because he chose the route to be self-enlightened. That route is extremely dangerous, but upon completion, nothing can be compared to him. Seems like now, he has touched the doorstep and has the qualifications to join us. He was beaten so badly by sixth brother because he was just enlightened. But, since he did not die, he will definitely continue to improve. Jinghao is a good person, but his teacher is lacking a bit. Zhang Minghe disapproved of Jinghao's teacher. If not for his teacher cowering back from the start, nothing would have happened. What's Cetus constellation worth? But now that he retreated, Yi Jiao was sent to handle it. For Jinghao to do this is really untimely. Yi Jiao definitely will not let this matter rest, but... Seventh brother disliked fighting, so he had no judgments and replied, that's a pity. Nothing worth pitying about.
Zhang Ming, he retorted. If not, he could just wait for Saint Pistole and then come back. Don't say Yijio, not even the Yi family can refute him. Alright, continue talking. Those four, I'm Oli, Han Bingning, Liang Qiu, and Sima Xiangshan.
The seventh brother said simply, I'm Oli and Han Bingning's potential are the highest, Liang Qiu and Sima Xiangshan can reach the clan elder's rank. Zhang Ming, he gasped, he was taken aback. There were many great differences in the honorable martial group's clan elder ranks, but upon entering it, there would be a great difference between them and ordinary martial artists. He had recently joined the Family Matters tasking, and he was very clear, for a family to attain a seat in the group, other than needing supporters from the top, they also needed supporters in the bottom. Just like the root system of a tree. In the family, for the young disciples who have the potential to join in the clan elder ranks, all received great care and nurture. And for Iamoli and Han Bingning's potential to be even higher than that meant that they were minimally middle rank elders, and to any family, that was already considered a core power. But of course, that was only potential. There will always be indefinite changes to potential. Such a pity, if only he could use them. The more important targets are Ling Su, Crane, and Tang Tian. Seventh brother's expression became more serious, but his eyes had a glint of light.
Zhang Ming, he immediately regained his senses. They three of them should be powerful, right? Extremely powerful.
Seventh brother could not help but compliment, their talents are not inferior to ours.
Are you sure? Zhang Ming, he was doubtful. If you said Tang Tian, I would believe, but Ling Su and Crane as well, but...
Seventh brother rubbed his nose. Ling Su's spear techniques look like the ancient Aries constellation spear techniques. He might be the descendant of the silver frost mounts. Zhang Ming, he was stunned, then laughed. Then there is some fun. The silver frost mounts are the mortal enemies of Aries constellation now.
Will there be a fight for the Aries inheritance? Should we go past the information to Aries constellation, or not?
The one in charge of that is the Qi family, and we cannot make it so convenient for Qi Shan. Seventh brother Man Yuan ignored Zhang Man he as though he did not hear anything. Qi Shan was their third brother.
To be able to receive the silver frost mount legacy, he definitely isn't ordinary.
Zhang Man, he muttered to himself. He had already placed Ling Su in the same standard as himself in his heart. Regardless whether it was legacy or treasure, the higher grade it was, the higher the requirement needed by the martial artist.
Talent, temperament, all cannot be lacked.
The history of Aries constellation was considered the history of silver frost mounts. The glory of Aries constellation was the glory of silver frost mount. The Aries Spear of Stars, being the champion under the stars, was definitely not just a brag. If Ling Su could truly unleash the Aries Spear of Stars to its maximum, he would definitely have the qualifications to rise to the generation's strongest martial artists' ranks. The legacies of the 12 ecliptic planes were not just some average trash. Of course, if Ling Su's talent and temperament was insufficient, then even if he died, no one would bother.
Crane is the Empress nephew.
Seventh brother sighed, his talent is also extremely outstanding, and he should be training in the lost, heavenly crane sword principle, of the Crane sect.
Crane sect?
Zhang Ming, he snorted disdainfully, that low-class place is only so-so.
If he goes back to Sagittarius constellation, then he would be considered a formidable enemy.
Seventh brother glanced at him, and said, the Crane sect is not as weak as you think. In the scholar room, row 122, the 9th cupboard at the 7th row, you can find a book of notes. Inside it are notes written by an elder of honorable martial group, Tian about 800 years ago. It had a mention of him and Crane spiritual master fighting.
Tian Xia?
Zhang Ming, his bright and handsome face cringed slightly, and exposed a thinking look, seems familiar. Through the history of honorable martial group, they had countless clan elders, and he naturally could not remember them all.
Elder Tian Xia was an expert in Big Yang Pong, and was the 9th elder of the 2nd rank elders.
Seventh brother knew all of this knowledge at the palm of his hands. He stepped into the Saint Domain at age 62.
Saint Domain.
Zhang Ming, his face exposed a serious look.
In any generation, anyone who stepped into the Saint Domain were peak experts.
Saint Pistole was the dream of all these people, but the route to it was extremely dangerous. All of them might be brilliant, brimming with talent, or had resources that others could not have, but the number of people who successfully attained the Saint Domain was very few.
No one could be certain that they could eventually be bestowed the Saint rank.
Any one of the experts in the Saint Domain all deserved to be respected and revered. In his entire life, he had crossed hands with Crane's spiritual master 3 times, and did not win one. Zhang Ming, he did not have any reply, such a strong record was extremely scary. Zhang Ming, he corrected his attitude, he had truly looked down on Crane sect. Anyone who could develop and establish their own constellation was an expert. Even the Southern Sky 42 constellations, which were considered run-down places in their eyes.
The pioneers of the constellations were all experts in their eras.
Although Zhang Ming he did not know as much as seventh brother in terms of the history of the martial group, but he knew that the martial group was not always strong, and many a time the martial group had declined and were weak in the course of history.
Even their archenemy Onyx Soul was almost uprooted many times in history. Heroes have their own stories to tell.
Look carefully at the wounds of sixth brother Yi. The sword wound Crane inflicted did not manage to heal in the end. Seventh brother's round face and small eyes lit up, as though he found something interesting. I have researched sixth brother Yi's blood meridians, and have always wanted to try to leave a scar on his body, and it took me great difficulty to do so. Sixth brother Yi's body is extremely durable. I have tried over 200 ways, and to leave behind wounds that are unable to heal, there are only 3 ways.
That sounds very powerful. Zhang Ming he was drooling, no wonder Jing Hao's ancestors did not say anything. If this group continues to grow, they would definitely be something.
Jing Hao might not be able to fight them. He dispelled the thoughts to rope them in. Emily and the other 3 were fine, but Ling Su and Crane, one had top-grade legacies, another was a disciple of a famous person and had talent and intellect. The 2 of them would definitely not be able to be roped in by him. He also did not dare. Ling Su was trouble. Roping him in meant that they would become archenemies with Aries constellation.
Rope Crane in? The Empress would directly slap his face.
Suddenly, he was extremely curious about Tang Tian. With his current position, he might not have the qualifications to pull those 2 in, but who was Tang Tian to be able to be their leader? Ling Su had an explosive temper, Crane was much better, but which aristocratic family disciple would not be arrogant? Yet the 2 of them actually listened to Tang Tian.
Then what about Tang Tian?
Zhang Ming he could not stop asking about Tang Tian. Seventh brother inhaled a deep breath. Crane and Ling Su, although they both have a lot of potential, their strength in the martial group is not considered strong. Ling Su places a lot of importance on his unorthodox methods. Obviously he trained by fumbling about by himself. Crane is more obvious, although there is no resemblance of Qi to the Sagittarius constellation, he is one with the martial techniques of Crane sect. From what I know, the martial techniques of Crane sect are in parts, and in a serious case, seems like Crane just recently found the authentic techniques of the Crane sect. Both of them do not have any teacher guiding them, and lack the resources, although they rely on their talent and their strengths are good, compared to us, they are still lacking. Don't even talk about sixth brother Yi being able to completely destroy them. If they were in the courtyard of the martial group, they would be ranked around 200.
But Tang Tian is different from them.
These words from seventh brother immediately took all of Zhang Ming He's attention. Tang Tian's strength is very powerful, and if placed in our courtyard, he would be ranked around 50. That was why he was able to continuously injure sixth brother Yi, and under severe exhaustion, be able to beat him down. But it's hard to imagine, someone without sufficient resources, lacking the guidance of a teacher, would be able to reach such a standard at that age.
Zhang Ming he was stunned, rank 50? Are you sure?
Honorable Martial Group and Onyx Soul had a long history, and with regards to the grooming and nurturing of youths, they had found an extremely favorable method. It was exactly them benefiting from their style of grooming their youths, that Honorable Martial Group was able to become as strong as where they were currently. Robust resources, guidance from famous masters, methods for competitions, any of the top 100 students of Honorable Martial Group, if placed in any constellation, would be the number 1 student.
Every single one of them were all recognized anywhere. That's right. Seventh brother replied very definitely, a strange dazzling light aura shone in his eyes.
But, the true reason that caused me to be so surprised, is that Tang Tian is the martial artist with the most complex fighting prowess and the most complicated constitution I have ever seen.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 343, Seventh Brothers Analysis, 2. Chapter 343, Seventh Brothers Analysis, 2. Translated by Barry Buns. Edited by Tian, Leozi, Exercio, Nitsuriako, and DeAndre. The martial artist with the most complex fighting prowess with the most complicated constitution?
Zhang Ming he was startled.
Yes, take a look at his weapons.
The Saint Sword Ocean Prison's projection in his right hand, the Safe and Sound Saber in his left. But carefully watch him, his sword techniques are not refined.
Seventh brother's power of observation was extremely astute. Now that you said it, I remember it now.
Zhang Ming he immediately said, Tang Tian used to use the technique, Fire Scythe Ghost Claw.
Fire Scythe Ghost Claw?
Seventh brother was taken aback. Although he was very familiar with individual families and their martial techniques, he naturally knew where Fire Scythe Ghost Claw came from. Although it was considered strong as a 6th level martial technique, but in his eyes, it was truly not worth much. Yeah, it became a unique martial technique because of him.
Zhang Ming he said. Unique martial technique.
Seventh brother's eyes became big. He was surprised. The fire scythe ghost claw actually had the potential to become a unique martial technique. Oh my, seems like my research still missed out many things.
Unique martial techniques are just unique martial techniques, what's the big fuss about?
Zhang Ming, he snorted. But talking about Tang Tian, he still praised, but for Tang Tian to be able to make it a unique martial technique, he sure is powerful. Unique martial techniques were the gems of the martial technique system, but it also depended on who was seeking them. To people like Zhang Minghe, they would have interacted with unique martial techniques since young, and they would have teachers specialized in explaining the different types of unique martial techniques, so if they wished to train in it, there were many choices for them to choose from. Seventh brother Man Yuan shook his head. He knew as soon as Zhang Minghe touched this topic, it would be like playing piano to a cow. That's why, I still am speculating. Tang Tian's body, or should I say the sword blade, has the legacy of a sword technique sealed inside. That's why it created such a scene, for his sword technique is still somewhat out of practice. That's not weird for a sword technique to be sealed in a saint sword, many sword saints like to do that. The black flames of the sword in his right hand are the void dark flames, but you have to pay attention to the blue aura in the sword of his left hand.
Isn't the blue aura produced by the safe and sound saber?
Zhang Ming, he knew his foresight was not as good as seventh brother, and could not resist to ask.
No.
Take a look, the blue aura is in fact countless blue light dot particles forming up, and that is the ice blue heart. Seventh brother said calmly, ice blue heart is a type of rarely seen highly toxic poison.
Highly toxic poison?
Zhang Ming, he was frightened. Yes, there are currently very little people now who are able to resist its corrosion of the state of mind. But, if you are able to resist its corrosion, it can cause your state of mind to become extremely calm. There were many martial artists in the past who tried to use it to temper their state of mind, for the results were huge, yet dangerous, so the people who used it were fewer and fewer. Seventh brother licked his lips, he was also excited. For such a rare thing to appear, it was extremely anticipative. The ice blue heart and void dark flames are all very unknown, and the number of people who know about them are very few.
The people who know how to combine the two are even fewer. If not for the time that I witnessed an elder's works, I definitely would not know.
These two objects have contradictory characteristics. The void dark flames is explosive, the ice blue heart is calm, and the skill to be able to form two materials with contradicting natures to become one is extremely rare. I remember some of the Eastern martial techniques had such weird techniques. Zhang Ming, he felt that the lessons he had were not wasted. That's right, the Eastern side does have such martial techniques, and truthfully, among the ancient sects, there are a total of 17 such types of martial techniques. The bookworm gave such a powerful figure that it utterly convinced Zhang Ming he like convincing a young child. Seventh brother extended a finger, and mysteriously said, and, you better not forget another.
What?
Zhang Ming, he opened his eyes wide.
Gemini constellation of the 12 ecliptic palaces.
Seventh brother said each word slowly.
Gemini constellation?
Zhang Ming's face became doubtful. They have closed their doors for so many years already.
Yes, 20 years.
Seventh brother frowned. It was weird for them to shut off all their starry doors that year. There has been no news about them, and no one knows how Gemini constellation is now.
You think that Tang Tian has some sort of connection to Gemini constellation?
Zhang Ming's face became weird, as though he heard a joke.
I was just saying. Seventh brother rolled his eyes. Who are you acting for? Zhang Ming's expression froze. Take notice of Tang Tian's foot techniques.
Seventh brother continued, it should also be a unique martial technique, go to the immortal martial to find out. On that, the immortal martial obtains such information faster than us. And see that // it is very similar to his spirit generals.
If I am not wrong, that spirit general of Tang Tian's most probably was a survivor from Southern Cross Army. Southern Cross Army? That was 10,000 years ago. How can he live for so long?
Zhang Ming, he did not believe at all. He has a very similar mindset of the Southern Cross Army military strategies, extremely typical.
Other than that guess, I cannot think of any.
Southern Cross Army used mechanical weapons, and the current era of mechanical weapons has declined. Zhang Ming, he did not seem to accept his guess.
Man Yuan replied, you obviously have very little knowledge on mechanical weapons.
The Mo family had just released an entirely brand new type of mechanical weapon, with martial spirits infused in it, called the mechanic spirit weapons. An Onyx Soul has completed out a type of Blood Meridian's weapon, and is also very strong.
All these indications means that the mechanic techniques are entering their second golden age. Zhang Ming, he's starting to perspire. Seventh brother, you also researched on mechanic techniques?
A little. Man Yuan replied, all in all, Tang Tian's strength is fearsome and he has huge potential, completely not inferior to yours. Zhang Minghe suddenly frowned. If Tang Tian is only around rank 50, and Ling Su and Crane are around rank 200.
That does not say why, even adding Jinghao, they could beat sixth brother Yi till that state. Man Yuan replied coldly, Yi Zhaogu always underestimates his enemies.
Oh, and possibly his mood was restrained for too long. I analyzed that Yi Zhaogu has a fetish for wounds, he most probably finds joy in getting injured. Another reason is that Tang Tian's group cohesive strength is very strong and extremely connected. To be able to create a team that works as one is rarely seen, and I am optimistic about them.
Fetish for wounds?
Zhang Minghe trembled vigorously, but thinking about Yi Zhaogu, he felt that Man Yuan was right. Seventh brother glanced at Zhang Minghe, just like how you enjoy watching girls bathe. Zhang Minghe was like a cat that had its tail stepped on. Hey, seventh brother, don't anyhow say such things.
You want me to show proof to miss you? I have images that show the truth.
Seventh brother, you are my blood-related older brother. Whatever you need, this little brother will go through water and tread on fire for you. Lend me this to research for a few days.
Alright, no problem. Seventh brother kept the imagery happily, keeping it in his bosom, then he glanced at Zhang Minghe. What? You want to meddle with this?
Zhang Minghe, who was just taken advantage of, suddenly smiled. It does not concern me, I'm only curious about it. I can't wait for Ling Su and Crane to become stronger. Cuckoo, that way, sixth brother Yi and third brother Qi will be in trouble. That's fun.
The next time you want to peek at women bathing, remember to use a treasure that can disrupt energy.
Finished, Man Yuan left.
The battle caused Tang Tian's name to become famous.
Yi Zhaogu, a powerful martial artist to anyone in the southern sky 42 constellations, was in existence far away. His one drop of hair was equivalent to their thighs. The strongest martial artist in the southern sky 42 constellations, to be able to kill their way to the northern sky, was already considered truly powerful.
Then what about the people ranked around Yi Zhaogu? That was too high to reach.
But for Tang Tian, who represented Lupus constellation, to be able to beat Yi Zhaogu, he was practically a dark horse. Many people who first heard of the news did not believe it, and thought Yi Zhaogu was being merciful. Only after they heard that Yi Zhaogu returned back to Honorable Martial Group with a tattered and torn body, did they become speechless. Following the Empress interference and Honorable Martial Group's silence, everyone knew the outcome. Even if Honorable Martial Group was unhappy, that would be another matter. After the battle, Lupus constellation immediately became the strongest constellation of the southern sky's 42 constellations. Almost like agreeing by chance, all the other constellations of southern sky all sent out messengers to congratulate Tang Tian for earning the throne of Lupus constellation. Everyone knew, despite being extremely barren, as long as Tang Tian and his friends were alive, they would always be the #1 constellation of southern sky.
But everyone was even more curious about what Tang Tian would do next.
With such powers, such a small Lupus constellation was unable to accommodate them.
Lupus constellation was barren with thin energy in the atmosphere. Other than their various exits, there were no other advantages.
And it was said that Immortal, Perseus, constellation of the northern sky 19 continents had a loose relation with Tang Tian.
Would Tang Tian use Lupus constellation as a support, and Immortal, Perseus, constellation as his fulcrum to bite a piece of northern sky?
Many different rumors started to spread, and all the constellations started to send out messengers to Lupus constellation to try and form a good relation with Tang Tian.
Tang Tian did not have the time to bother with them.
He was in closed-doors cultivation. After the fight with Yi Zhaogu, albeit short, he still benefited from it. Talking about disparity, because Yi Zhaogu was not a sword saint, and the distance between Yi Zhaogu and being a saint was so far, Tang Tian was extremely clear on the difference between him and a saint. He felt that he won by a fluke. If not for Yi Zhaogu's previous severe injuries, if not for the safe and sound saber's explosion, he was completely unsure of what would have ended up happening. After breaking free from the weird state of mind, the familiarity of sword techniques also disappeared. Tang Tian did not feel unhappy, but heaved a sigh of relief, as if his life had once again become familiar to him. He had some sort of resistance to the mysterious power inside of him. After the fight with Yi Zhaogu, he was more intuitive about awakening the power. Yi Zhaogu did not have any treasures and only used his formless sword qi, but was already so powerful. One was that he was undying, second was that his formless sword qi skill level was extremely high, and third was his aura. There were no complicated algorithms, only these simple powers had made Yi Zhaogu a formidable martial artist. Compared to him, Tang Tian felt his own power was much more complicated, but the result was still not as good compared to Yi Zhaogu. Tang Tian had decided to use the time to go through his martial techniques. His martial techniques were not weak, but he obviously did not combine them properly, to form his very own way of fighting. He finally understood the difference between him and true talent. Even with all the chaos outside, to Tang Tian, it could not stir any ripples in his calm heart. Everything only reaffirmed himself, that power was the nucleus to everything, and was the most important thing.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 344, What is a Close Quarters Combat Expert? Chapter 344, What is a Close Quarters Combat Expert? Translated by Buns. Edited by Tian, Liozzi, Exercio, Nitsuriako, and DeAndre. Hua Air was so busy that she ran around like the wind. All the messengers from everywhere, the surrendering of the local powers, the recovery after the battle, all of it made her, an ex-bandit leader, enter a new life. But her face was constantly smiling happily. Not only her, the entire Lupus constellation was in jubilation. Tang Tian's name had reached an all-new high. To be engraved in all their memories, he would forever be a legend. The barren and unchecked Lupus constellation finally experienced the feeling of letting off steam. Lupus constellation's current position was something that never happened in history before. All of the other constellations of Southern Sky's 42 constellations were all talking about the war, all of them feeling somewhat envious and revering. Even the constellations of Northern Sky, who always acted almighty to them, were much more polite and nice. The world would always be so realistic. As long as one held power, he would be able to earn the respect from others. Lupus constellation had a poor living environment and was populated. Fighters were produced in abundance, and the Lupus people respected power even more so than the other constellations. Tang Tian was an unknown name not long ago. Before the war, Tang Tian was actually already in control of Lupus constellation, but to the other local powerhouses, they had outward devotion while harboring inward opposition and ulterior motives. And after experiencing the war, Tang Tian's name was already in the air, and all the wild-strong Lupus martial artists were finally convinced and submitted willingly. But currently, his name had become the symbol of Lupus constellation. Martial artists were revered, not because of the respect for power, but more because strong martial artists could provide better lives for everyone, and bring more space for the families to reproduce and grow. All of the strong martial artists from the different tribes all started running towards Lupus tribe. At any place, all the neutral powers were the backbone of all the powers, and were the most difficult to rope in. Tang's Lupus army's name became famous after the war, and became a hit of the public. And because of their losses, Lupus army needed to replenish their ranks. Tang's commanding power was 500, so the Lupus army increased to the size of 500 men. The completely expanded Lupus army was comprised of the strength of the elites of Lupus constellation. Compared to Tang's Lupus army, Huang Fuhong's heavy iron army suffered even greater casualties. Yi Zhaoji's reckless attack had dwindled their numbers by half. What caused Huang Fuhong even more despair was, the surviving martial artists all lost their will to fight. While escaping, they were continuously attacked by the Lupus tribe on the way, and the heavy iron army that eventually lost their will to fight. No matter how much Huang Fuhong tried to struggle with them, they did not want to join him any further. Huang Fuhong watched the downfall of his heavy iron army, and the pain made him feel as if he lost his soul. He became a captive, and was sent to Hua Air by the locals of Lupus tribe. From today onward, you are my captive and your life belongs to me. Bing said straightforwardly, from today, you will be Tang's assistant, so do your work well. Huang Fuhong's face was extremely red. Although he was not a famous general, he had led the heavy iron army by himself for all those years, and to become an assistant to a spirit military leader, it made him ashamed and heartbroken. If you want to die, then go and suicide. Bing coldly dropped those words, then stopped caring for him. Bing did not have the joy and happiness of victory. What victory did he have? For the war, they spent a few billion star coins, while the opponent was just one man. To everyone else, Tang Tian and his friends had created a miracle. But to Bing, all this was shame and humiliation. Sky Tiger's destruction made him feel extremely terrible. Bing had hatred in his eyes, and promised himself, he definitely had to repay that debt. And, he knew that the Yi family would definitely not leave things as it was, and would definitely make plans to attack them again in the future. But, there was still good after the war. They had the popularity. Tang Tian and his friends were not nameless soldiers anymore, and had made a name for themselves in the entire Heavens Road. After the war, the trust from Mo family exponentially increased. More importantly, everyone was increasing their strengths. Tang Tian was in closed-door cultivation, Jinghao was in closed-door cultivation, Ling Su was in closed-door cultivation, Crane was also in closed-door cultivation, Emily and the other three were also in closed-door cultivation. Since it was so, all of their individual strength would have a qualitative leap, and that was the thing that was worth being happy about. Bing was extremely experienced in grooming recruits, his eyes full of passion. All of the new recruits had good talent, aside from comparing with Imoli and the other three, who far exceeded ordinary people, and let's not talk about Tang Tian and the other three, who were four perverse people.
They did not have any guidance nor any resources, but they were still so dazzling and powerful.
Tian, just a note, now his human group consists of TT, LX, Crane, Jing Hao. While the other four are Iamoli, Han Bingning, Sima Xiangshan and Liang Qiu. The outside world were all using two words to describe Tang Tian and his friends, and that was dark horse. But it was also only this: every year Heaven's Road would have a few dark horses surfacing, but all these dark horses, as much as they would suddenly appear out of nowhere and dazzle everyone, 90% of the time they would also quietly disappear, and no one would know. That was the characteristic of dark horses. They could all rely on their special traits, and at a certain time, achieve something extraordinary, but just that everyone was unfamiliar with them. Upon becoming known to everyone, there would be people talking and analyzing them, all their information with all their faults, would all come to light. Their lives would suddenly turn for the worse, and their enemies would become even stronger. Dark horses would be discussed by everyone enthusiastically, but that was all. Everyone was now awaiting for the latest edition of Immortal Martial News, on what rank Tang Tian would be. Dark horse? Bing sneered in his heart. He was extremely confident of the future. In an army, to be brimming with talented martial artists, even for Bing who had seen so much, he was still surprised. And the cohesiveness of all of them was astonishing. It was actually an extremely united army. A little bit of déjà vu. Bing recalled the scene when everyone was establishing the Southern Cross Army. Wasn't it like that? The same talented and united people. He suddenly laughed. He had thought too much. Southern Cross Army was a true tyrant in their era, and for such a tyrant to be placed in any era, they would not be the least bit inferior. Even the current-day Lion King Leung would not be able to achieve a standard as high as the Southern Cross Army. Stop daydreaming, there are still things to do. In everyone's eyes, Tang Tian was already the master of Lupus Constellation, but Bing knew Tang Tian would not stay. So he needed to plan everything well before Tang Tian finishes his closed-door cultivation. He did not want their hard work to be taken by anyone else after spending so much time and talent on the war. Even if they left Lupus Constellation, he needed it to be in their hands. Tang Tian was seated cross-legged and in deep thought. His face that ordinarily did not appear normal, was currently extremely concentrated. Why am I so much weaker than Yi Zhaoge? I have so many varieties of martial techniques, but in front of Yi Zhaoge, all were useless. But, why do I have so many martial techniques? Tang Tian knew that he was not clever, so he slowly recalled and thought about the root of the problem. Close quarters combat expert. He thought about the past, and finally understood the root cause was these 4 words. Old Fartway had suggested that he walk the road of a closed quarters combat expert, and that the class required many different types of attacks, so he himself had started to broaden his range. Thinking about that, he did not see any mistakes. Tang Tian rubbed his forehead. Why am I weaker than Yi Zhaoge? Was it because close-quarter combat experts are naturally weak? Tang Tian shook his head. There were no weak professions, only that his attainments were not enough. He still understood the fundamental reasons. Tang Tian's heart shook. Are my attainments not profound enough? Suddenly, Tang Tian realized he had never seriously thought about the words close-quarters combat expert. His understanding of close-quarters combat experts was actually just to fight in close combat. Tang Tian immediately perspired. He felt that he needed to know what a true close-quarters combat expert really was. He entered the light door, ran to 3 Spirits City and sought out Bell. Do you know what a close-quarters combat expert is? Bell was taken aback. That is a very neglected type of profession. Can you find images of them fighting? Tang Tian urgently asked. Yes. Bell nodded her head, but the price will definitely not be cheap. Get it. Tang Tian said directly. Bell did not ask much, and quickly went through her own channels and purchased a few images. All these images had exorbitant prices, spending a total of 60+ million star coins. Tang Tian accepted them as if they were treasures, and opened the first recording. A robust man appeared in the image. He was not tall, figure upright, and top half naked, unarmed and defenseless, but his entire body was radiating an extremely dangerous chi aura like a wild beast. His opponent was a stern-looking sword lady. The fight between the two of them was extremely intense. From the start, the man was suppressed by the sword lady. But after the first minute, Tang Tian finally noticed some progress. Although the man was always suppressed, in terms of defense, he was in his own pace. The man's Sansho was outstanding, his defense flawless. The sword lady was careful and maintained a distance with the man from the start, while the man was extremely patient, both of them engaging in attack and defense. At the timing of 3 minutes 6 seconds, the sword lady was finally unable to take it, and unleashed a powerful technique. The man in front of her suddenly shot out like an arrow, welcoming her assault. Tang Tian was shocked. The man's sudden explosive speed was astonishing. Like lightning, he appeared in front of the sword lady.
The sudden change in momentum caused the sword lady to panic, and her sword technique to be disorganized. The man ferociously used his elbow, as though he was a mighty pillar, and struck the sword aura of the sword lady. His left hand was like a claw that grabbed onto her shoulders, his right palm shot out like a flick knife, a move so fast that Tang Tian was unable to take notice of the hand. Her head flew out. One hit, one kill. Tang Tian broke out in cold sweat watching, so fierce. Even though he was just watching a recording, the fierceness of it pounced onto him. He could imagine, for the sword lady to personally take the strike, she must have immediately lost consciousness. Direct and efficient, outstandingly fierce, this was the first recording Tang Tian saw. The close quarters combat expert in the second image was a skinny man, but his enemy was an extremely powerful light body technique archer. Watching the recording was extremely tedious, both of them attacked and defended. The skinny man was like a snake that could turn at any weird angle, there was no way to corner him. The opponent's arrow, regardless where it came from, could not hit him, as he could accurately avoid all of them. The fight changed at around the 22-minute mark. The archer was consuming a lot of his true power, his footwork started to gradually decrease in speed, and the distance between the two gradually shortened. At that moment, the skinny man's body suddenly split in six. Six equally identical figures shot towards the panicked archer. His arms were soft like a snake, suddenly coiling around the archer's body. Gotcha. One hit, one kill. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 345, Reflecting and Fumbling. Chapter 345, Reflecting and Fumbling. Translated by Buns. Edited by Tian, Leozi, XRCO, Nitsuriako, and DeAndrear. The close quarters combat expert in the third recording was even more strange. His hands were like suction pads, he was able to utilize the sword aura released by his opponent, the area beneath his feet was like ice skates, and the opponent could only watch in despair as he lessened the distance between them, and then he was killed. Tang Tian watched the three recordings repeatedly, especially the first two, as they benefited him. For example, the second image where there were 6 identical bodies, he knew that move, 1,000 crane clones converging slay. But he had never thought to use it in that manner, so Tang Tian continuously slapped his own forehead. He truly was not clever enough. He watched the 3 recordings in confusion, repeatedly, over and over again, not knowing whether it was day or night. He knew for himself that he was not intelligent, so he simply just rewatched. Going through each detail slowly, pondering about all of them. In a flash, he seemed to have returned to the time when he was training in his fundamental martial techniques. That time, he was equally hardworking. After watching countless times, he finally grasped a few things. For example, rhythm. The time the close-quarter combat experts of the recordings attacked was always when the opponent's rhythm was messed up. Just that, the first two took the chance when their rhythm suddenly changed, causing the opponent's momentum to panic. For the third martial artist, it was as though he was accumulating force, gradually advancing, slowly but surely crushing towards the opponent, thus causing the opponent to panic. Regardless of which recording it was, the truth was that they made their enemies tune into their own rhythm and momentum. When the opponent's momentum was broken, they exposed a weakness, so the following attack was extremely powerful, to be able to achieve the one-hit, one-kill standard. That was roughly the manner of experts. After thinking for a long time, Tang Tian gradually sorted out his mind map. After consolidation, he had 2 points. One was that he needed a very strong locking ability, to be able to persevere till he was able to near the opponent's body. Second was that after getting close, he needed to have speed so fast that it could instantly finish the battle. A closed-quarters combat expert was not just a martial artist that had to approach near to fight, but one that, upon going close, could instantly resolve the battle. His wind concealment steps was a unique martial technique. It might not be the fastest, but was suitable for sneak attacks and dodging. But once the opponent's light body technique was good, then relying on it would just result in a stalemate. Fire Scythe Ghost Claw was strong, but it was suitable for an ending martial technique, and not suitable to defend against the opponent's aura, because the clashing of true power would hinder his advances. Tang Tian thought about his heavy reliance on air shield strike technique. He felt that it was to be used with the Blood Rush Shield, and its range was extremely limited. The Blood Rush Shield was used by the Ophiuchus army as a standardized equipment, and its mass was not too bad. It could be used to handle ordinary martial artists, but against Yi Zhaoge, it was definitely not enough. The Blood Rush Shield was unable to withstand Yi Zhaoji's formless sword chi. Yi Zhaoji's formless sword chi had immense power, and would instantly destroy the Blood Rush Shield. Tang Tian changed his imaginary enemy to be Yi Zhaoge. Thinking that the Blood Rush Shield was unable to handle Yi Zhaoge, Tang Tian thought of going another way. He needed a way to block Yi Zhaoji's formless sword chi, and frowned as he thought bitterly.
unable to think of a way to overcome it. He did not know that countless of people had researched on Yi Zhaoji's formless sword chi before being able to think of a way, but all of them were known experts in Heaven's Road. But Tang Tian was not willing to admit defeat. He stroked his chin and racked his brains. Why was Yi Zhaoji's formless sword chi so hard to handle? Tang Tian decided to use a stupid train of thought to solve it. Yi Zhaoji's formless sword chi's most powerful point was its immense power. The word immense was not exaggerated. Imoli, who was the most powerful in terms of power, upon interacting with one formless sword chi, could actually have his hands injured and lose his strength. Also, Yi Zhaoji's sword was fast like a downpour, and he could casually release a condensed sky of sword chi. It was as if he did not need to urge his true power at all and could easily release downpours of swords. Yi Zhaogu definitely had to urge his true power, just that his method of doing it was unconventional. Could the air shield strike technique handle Yi Zhaoji's formless sword chi? Tang Tian thought for a long time, and felt that it could not. The air shield strike technique needed to use a shield, and more importantly, it was a martial technique that was inclined towards attacking. Using attack to go against attack? Tang Tian touched his chin and went into deep thought. To everyone, taking Yi Zhaoji's attacks with attacks was definitely not a good idea. Yi Zhaogu was a maniac, and he was someone completely ignorant of the aftermath, as though he could self-destruct in the process. With such a manic personality, it determined his fighting style, which caused his attacks to be even more powerful, and did not take into account anything. Tang Tian was not afraid of Yi Zhaoji's aura, but was actually eager to try to go against him. That thought made him excited. To go against Yi Zhaogu, a powerful expert, the feeling would definitely be exhilarating. But he did not lose his rationality. Even after deciding to attack Yi Zhaoji's attack, the manner of assaulting needed to be considered. Yi Zhaoji's attack was crazy, not taking into account anything, all stemming from his personality and his weird undying body. He practically seemed to have no weakness. He could not be injured, thus allowing him to be even more focused on being offensive. Tang Tian did not believe that there were true immortal bodies, but he had to admit, that type of crazy assault manner was definitely suitable for Yi Zhaogu. He had a completely normal body, he could bleed, could feel pain, could die, and being injured would cause his fighting strength to decline. So how should he go on the offense? What was he best at? Tang Tian laughed bitterly. If it was in the past, he would definitely have said intuition. To handle ordinary martial artists, Tang Tian's extreme heightened intuition allowed him to be as fluid as water. But against opponents like Yi Zhaogu, his strong intuition could not see anything. Alright, although I could not see, but my intuition is truly my strongest point. I have to think of a way to increase my intuition. After watching the few images, Tang Tian understood that he did not win in every aspect, but just required something that could beat his opponent, and that would give the opportunity to win. If he was weaker in every aspect, unless the opponent made a mistake, he definitely would not have a chance to win. Very quickly, Tang Tian confirmed his goal. To raise his intuition was the first step. The second step was to find a martial technique able to contend against Yi Zhaoji's formless sword chi. These two goals were not easily attained. Getting the martial technique was easier, since he was not tight on cash. He would just need to let Belle hear about it. To increase his intuition meant that he needed to strengthen his martial spirit. Thinking about it, Tang Tian began to perspire. Ever since his martial spirit became a silver-grade martial spirit, he had not tempered it for very long. One reason was that he required a long duration to train it, and on the other hand, it was his own negligence that he always felt his silver martial spirit was already very strong, much stronger than the other martial artists. Under his current situation, he needed to resolve his own shortcomings, and that was more important. Tempering of the martial spirit required refining spirit nuclei. Tang Tian's martial spirit was a silver flame, which was extremely suitable to refine the spirit nuclei. Strengthening the martial spirit was a must. Thinking about that, another suspicion surfaced in his mind. His silver rank martial spirit might not be strong enough, but it should be stronger than Yi Zhaoji's, so why was his intuition suppressed? Unless there were some other profound mysteries behind it? Thinking about that, Tang Tian immediately became excited. He felt that he had found the critical point. The relation between the martial spirit and intuition was not so simple. Tang Tian thought about his state of mind in the battle, and his mind shuddered as a brazen idea came out. Tang Tian returned to the pit of falling rocks. Bang bang bang. When Tang Tian came out, it was a horrible sight, but his face had a happy expression. The training had confirmed his thoughts. Intuition and his state of mind had a huge relation. Under two state of minds was his intuition the strongest, that was under excitement, and one was extreme calmness. And under ordinary states of mind, his intuition would be low. Under these two feelings, the bestowed intuition would also be different. The intuition under excitement possessed an invasive personality.
he would always choose the more offensive characteristic of choices. While under the extreme calmness, the choices he made were more of preservation, and to wait to exploit the opponent's weakness.
His training previously were actually wrong. Tempering of intuition and tempering of endurance should be even shorter and more intense.
Of the two intuitions, Tang Tian chose the excited state of mind without hesitating. Being offensive was the right grandeur for a godlike young man.
How could he become even more excited?
Excitement was a state of mind, and it was difficult to feign emotions and feelings.
Tang Tian racked his brains and finally thought of the void dark flames in his body.
Although he was once again unfamiliar with the sword techniques and information that surged in his mind did not disappear, so he had some understanding with the void dark flames.
The void dark flames was a type of berserk energy in the void.
Before Wu Wanghai, no one else could use the berserk energy.
What made Tang Tian more attentive was that the void dark flames could directly harm a person's spirit, and people who were injured by the void dark flames would become berserk, crazy, and excited. The void dark flames could make people excited. This peculiarity caused Tang Tian's eyes to light up, but how could he use this peculiarity of the void dark flames? He carefully searched his mind for information regarding the void dark flames. Wu Wanghai was definitely the first person to be able to use the flames, as many unimaginable martial techniques caused Tang Tian's eyes to widen. Gradually, Tang Tian's mind formulated a brazen idea. The void dark flames was a type of flame. My martial spirit is also a silver flame. If I mixed in a strand of the void dark flames, what would the result be? This thought was extremely enticing. Inside Wu Wanghai's sword techniques, there were a few techniques that used such a trait of the void dark flames, and was similar to Tang Tian's train of thoughts. Just that, Wu Wanghai used the void dark flames to mix into his flesh and blood, causing him to become even more berserk. Tang Tian decided to test it out.
He changed his martial spirit's silver flame into a silver flaming hand, and grabbed onto the thread of void dark flames. Tang Tian was not extremely dumb. He did not dare to grab so much of the void dark flames, and only took a thread of it. The moment the silver flame and the black flames interacted, a strange transformation occurred. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 346, Beautiful Mingyu. Chapter 346, Beautiful Mingyu. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian, Leozi, Exercio, Nitsuriako, and D'Andrear. Bang! The silver flame suddenly rose dramatically, as though it was an enraged wild beast, and grew killing intent to outsiders that came into its territory. The silver flame wrapped around the void dark flames, wanting to engulf it whole, but the strand of void dark flames did not move an inch, as though it was not affected at all. Time crawled slowly, and the thread of void dark flames did not have any change, despite how the silver flame rose dramatically and crazily. The thread was extremely eye-catching in the silver flames. Unless the martial spirit was unable to temper the thread of void dark flames. But his martial spirit silver flame was exceptionally violent and angry. If it truly was useless, then his martial spirit would definitely not be like that. But after 2 days, the void dark flames still did not have any reaction. If it was another person, they would definitely think that their conjecture was wrong. But to this crazy young man, he obviously did not waver in his own conjecture, and instead became even more agitated and angry. The void dark flames, that were the size of a hair, dared to act like the boss? Tang Tian, in his anger, urged his silver flame with all his might to twist around the void dark flames. After 5 full days, Tang Tian, who mustered all his strength, clenched his teeth and fought to the death with the void dark flames. Suddenly, he felt movement on the outer layer of the void dark flames. His spirit was jolted, so he summoned all his strength and continued to temper. Wu Wanghai, who was in the void, suddenly opened his eyes. Such a brave kid. He was quiet for half a day, and muttered to himself, but it is truly an interesting thought, and somewhat makes me impatient. On the 7th day, the void dark flames finally started to change. The outer layer of flames were like asphalt that started to melt and flow downwards, exposing an even finer transparent flame wick. When the black flame disappeared, a completely transparent, roughly the size of 1/10 of hair, flame, appeared in front of Tang Tian. The intense silver flame quietened down. Tang Tian's heart that was filled with anger was immediately dispersed, as he curiously observed the floating silver flame and the transparent and clear thread. What is that? Wu Wanghai, who was in the void, had a reaction. He suddenly opened his eyes, light aura bursting forth, his hair which were like black flames dancing in the sky, his face full of disbelief. So it was like that. So it was like that. Ha 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 ha. The willful and wild laugh gradually turned slightly tragic. Wu Wanghai's face was overflowing with tears. So it was always hidden inside the void dark flames. I, Wu Wanghai, have spent my whole life searching for it inside the void, but to no avail, and it was actually found out by a child. Is this the will of heaven? Is this the will of heaven? The transparent thread merged into Tang Tian's silver flames. Buzz!
The silver flame suddenly jumped, causing Tang Tian to seemingly be punched in the head, and his face exposed a stunned look. He felt that inside his martial spirit, there was a weird thread. His silver flame became as before, as though there were no changes at all. Tang Tian searched for half a day, but did not find anything strange. He was slightly flustered.
Did I just spend 7 days, in the end earning nothing?
Forget it, even if I spend another 7 days and not knowing what that was, I still need to find it first before I can ask anyone. Tang Tian decided to go ask Bing or Old Man Fei, so he threw the question to the back of his head, and once again entered the pit of falling rocks. After spending so many days of thinking of ideas, he still had to test it out to find out. Upon entering the pit of falling rocks, Tang Tian could feel that something was different.
An extremely luxurious and large carriage flew in the air.
The carriage was roughly 100 m long, and at the front, there was an imposing and noble dragon head that was vivid and lifelike. It was Draco Constellation's Wyvern carriage, was one of Pulsatilla Commerce's popular pooling carriages.
Pulsatilla Commerce was a large commerce group, and a huge influence and power of Northern Sky's 19 continents.
To understand the power of Pulsatilla Commerce's robust strength, the pooling carriage was a traveling market that was extremely powerful, prestigious, and beautiful. It traveled around Northern Sky's 19 continents. Wyvern carriage was a large carriage, mainly to be a high-end marketplace. Its inside was extremely luxurious.
An open-air tea room, located on the roof of the carriage, had no shelter on either sides, and had a spectacular view. The carriage flew extremely fast, but the tea room was calm, with no bumps or influence from the movement, and if a martial artist who trained in eye-related martial techniques looked at it, they would be able to observe a layer of almost invisible energy layer, covering the tea room. It was because of this thin, almost non-existent energy barrier blocked the crazy winds of the outside. Yang Xianzhong chose a seat near the rails, and a waiter immediately came over to receive his orders. Although the Wyvern carriage was extremely stable, there were still some bumps, but the waiter was extremely agile, and moved quietly and quickly. Yang Xianzhong glanced at him. The waiter had the strength of a 5th-level martial artist, and felt that the foundation of the pooling carriage. Yang Xianzhong swept across the menu, and casually pointed out a dish, Blazing Cloud then. Please wait a moment.
The waiter replied respectfully. After a while, a beautiful, studious-looking young lady holding a tea set walked to Yang Xianzhong, curtsied towards him. Mister, sorry to keep you waiting. She half kneeled and half sat, and adeptly prepared the tea for him.
It was interesting for him to watch her prepare his tea. Her pure white teapot was placed in the center. Using her snow-white and slender hands, they remained at a distance from the teapot and dexterously moved around. 2 threads of red and blue aura coiled around the teapot. They were obviously true power of the water and fire affinities. Her hand movements were extremely precise and pleasing to the eye. Mister, for you.
Yang Xianzhong accepted the teacup, and seeing that inside it was a drink that resembled red clouds and unexpectedly having separate layers of concentration. In just one small cup, the density kept changing. Yang Xianzhong was someone who knew how to enjoy, and laughed, thank you. Tasting the constantly changing tea, and admiring the beauty in front of him, Yang Xianzhong's gloomy mood eventually became happier. Thinking about his journey to Lupus constellation this time, his heart was extremely bitter. Crane's appearance caught him unprepared, but the aftermath caused him to be shocked. Normally, he always thought of himself as one of the heaven-sent prodigies, and thought highly of himself. Since young, he did not have much difficulty training martial techniques like his seniors, and enjoyed favoritism. His mind was adept at running the daily operations of the sect. His mentor was a sword saint with a high position, so he could flaunt himself anywhere, and had never met any difficulty. But to witness the group of perverse maniacs performing, he was suddenly awakened, and realized he was just a normal person. He had never felt the feeling of being thwarted, and it was like a dark cloud shrouding over him.
Excuse me, young master, can I sit here?
A snow-white beautiful lady emerged in Yang Xianzhong's vision. Her face was exquisite, and even for Yang Xianzhong, who had bragged about inspecting countless of ladies, he was startled by her beauty for a few seconds. Her face did not have a single blemish or flaw, long hair trailing over her shoulders, her eyebrows green, with pitch-black eyes, like a baby's eyes, without a bit of impurity. She seemed to be used to people staring at her in shock. She stood there quietly as though she was waiting, her white robes like snow, without any dirt on her. Yang Xianzhong regained his senses and immediately replied, my apologies, please do as you wish. A waitress who was at the side immediately came up and respectfully poured tea for her. The lady sat cross-legged. Cupping her teacup, she lightly sipped the tea.
I am Yang Xianzhong, and to meet young lady, it is my honor. What is young lady's name?
Yang Xianzhong asked, his heart full of passion. He had seen countless of women, but he had never seen before a lady who could surprise him.
Ming Yu.
The lady replied.
Ming Yu. What a good name. Yong Xianzhong applauded in praise. The young lady in front of him was cool and refreshing. Wasn't that exactly like a bright moon?
Tian, Yilu and Mingyu means a bright moon, which is apparently cool and refreshing to them.
I have heard countless of people talking about the War of Lupus constellation, and am extremely interested. I have seen that young Master Yong had heard about them arrogantly speaking, but did not seem to be stirred. So I have come here wishing to listen to young Master's thoughts. Mingyu smiled.
Mingyu temperament was cold, but her smile was as beautiful as a lotus flower blossoming. Yong Xianzhong's gaze had some crazy in it, but immediately went back to before. His heart was surprised, but also suspicious. He had never seen such a beauty in the few days while on the carriage. He had a good feeling about Mingyu, and could not help but want to show off a bit, and smiled confidently. Miss Mingyu did not know, but not only did I personally witness the fight, but I too did join in, so when I heard those men talking nonsense, I was annoyed. Oh, then it seems that I found the right person. I will not hide anything from Miss Mingyu. Yong Xianzhong laughed bitterly. If I would have to say, the biggest thing I have got back was that I finally know that there are men beyond men, mountains beyond mountains. Young Master is too modest. Mingyu said. Not modest. Yong Xianzhong shook his head. The battle was indeed terrifying. Personally witnessing it, I myself could not have imagined that it would be so bitter. He was glib with his tongue, and started to explain in vivid and colorful details of the entire war. Mingyu listened to the point of being entranced, and after listening to everything, she laughed. I hope young Master Yong can comment on a few people. Yong Xianzhong was extremely excited discussing, and did not hold back. Yi Xiaogu is truly strong, someone rarely seen. He is cold and berserk, treating enemies and himself the same. He will only have two outcomes in days to come, that is either a sword saint or death. His personality is excessive, the Dao road he walks is extremely dangerous, and if slightly inattentive, he would die horribly. In the honorable martial group, very few of the same generation can match up to him. I have long heard of Yi Xiaoji's name, and young Master's comment on him flows exactly alongside mine. Mingyu praised. Tang Tian and his friends, if you spoke about them individually, they are not as good. I do not have much understanding of them, but the deepest impression they have given me is their unity. I have never imagined and seen that a group that consisted of so many talented geniuses was able to have such surprising cohesiveness. Yong Xianzhong continued to praise. On the aspects of martial techniques, my standard is too low, and my words add no value. But after being in the family business for these few years, I have learned a lot. I have seen big powers, businesses, but no such group could compare to them. If they were to suddenly start to do business, I definitely will invest in them and become their ally. A change flashed past Mingyu's eyes unnoticeably, and disappeared in an instant. She laughed. If they knew how much young Master Yong is complimenting them, they definitely would be gratified and move to tears. It is late, Mingyu is tired. Young Master, good night. Mingyu waved goodbye to Yong Xianzhong. Yong Xianzhong could only send Mingyu back to her room unwillingly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 347, Bronze Starry Door. Chapter 347, Bronze Starry Door. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian, Liozzi, Exercio, Nitsuriako, and D'Andrear. TSK, Yi Xiaogu is so terrifying. Sai Lei gasped, upon seeing the remains of Sky Tiger, as though admiring a delicate piece of art. Bing's face was as black as a pot. Anyone whose mechanic spirit weapon was destroyed, and for his mechanic engineer to look at the wreckage and even praise his opponent, would definitely be angry, and what's more, Bing was such a proud person. Sai Lei completely disregarded Bing's gaze. Her position in the team was indispensable. The others might be afraid of the super instructor, but she was not. Her scarlet fingernails ran through the wreck, her gasps of surprise increasing more and more. Look here, it appears to have melted at a high temperature, so at that moment, this spot experienced a spike of temperature, and the sky blue topaz actually melted. TSK, do you know at what temperature the sky blue topaz melts? 2,400 degrees Celsius. Yi Xiaogu is simply too perverse. And look here, it became completely twisted. That meant that the power of the attack was not at the front, but there was still a horizontal torque. Yi Xiaogu is simply too perverse. And here, to create this completely smashed pit requires a sudden tremendous force. Yi Xiaogu is simply too perverse. Every time Sai Lei said the phrase Yi Xiaogu is simply too perverse, Bing's face darkened slightly more. If I can have this perverse of a man to be mine, whoa, such a perfect combination of man and machine. A perfect human and the works of a mechanical weapon. The perfect other half for a mechanic engineer. And he must definitely be powerful there as well. Sai Lei bit on her red fingernail, her face blushing. Bing could no longer endure her, decided to ignore the crazy woman, and turned to leave. Sai Lei stuck her tongue out at Bing's back, feeling accomplished. It was hard to find chances to mock Bing, and she would definitely not miss it.
Sadly, the godlike young man was not around.
Thinking about his enraged face, she could not help but smile. She struck a pose in front of a mirror happily, seeing her own hot figure in the mirror, her beautiful face exposed a satisfied expression.
I am still rather curvy after all.
After her self-admiring, Sai Lei, who was fully satisfied, went back to the wreckage, her expression gradually congealing. She had praised Yi Zhaoge, not purely for the sake of making Bing angry, but the strength of Yi Zhaoge had completely opened her eyes. After Sky Tiger's upgrade, every aspect of it was increased, and could be rated as their generation's strongest mechanic spirit weapon. Adding that Bing was a Grand Master mechanic martial artist, Sai Lei was completely confident.
Never did they expect that they would lose so terribly.
Sai Lei's eyes were so bright, as though that there were sparks in them, as her fighting spirit was aroused. You are strong, but Sai Lei was determined to become the strongest mechanic engineer.
How could she admit defeat? Yi Zhaoge, this old woman is coming.
Coming out from Sai Lei's workshop, Bing found the time to head to the mechanical training camp.
Tang Chou was by his side, reporting to him the latest updates. Tang Chou was completely different from Tang Yi.
He did not have Tang Yi's ferocity, but was much more clever than Tang Yi. His military tactics and strategies were improving. All this could be inferred from his training plans. Tang Yi would simply follow Bing's orders and execute accordingly, but Tang Chou would recreate a set of training plans, which was extremely meticulous.
Bing was completely satisfied with Tang Chou. Tang Chou's standard was good, and although the army he had groomed was not as brave as Tang Yi, it was more outstanding in terms of details.
His army was not aggressive and strict, but its confrontation and locking ability was outstanding.
After informing Tang Chou of a few things, Bing left Three Spirit City.
He returned to the recruits' training barracks, and suddenly stopped in his tracks.
That was weird. Tang Tian was training. Pit of Falling Rocks? Tang Tian's power far exceeded that of a recruit, and the training rooms and subjects offered by the recruit barracks could not be increased in difficulty any further.
He went to the Pit of Falling Rocks out of curiosity, and watched Tang Tian train.
Bing stopped in his tracks. This fellow. He watched Tang Tian in the Pit of Falling Rocks in amazement, as though he was out of his senses.
Inside the Pit of Falling Rocks, Tang Tian was brave and excited, wah-wah shouts coming out from his mouth. He was like a fierce tiger, assaulting around inside the dense falling rocks. Bing's eyes were sharp, and could tell with one look that Tang Tian was different. He was always going towards a falling rock ahead of time, allowing his movements to be so fluid. And if a falling rock would exploded suddenly in front of him, Tang Tian's body would have already slightly bent like a cat, his body filling with an extremely dangerous aura.
This fellow had improved again.
Bing's martial techniques were not of the intuition Dao, but he had met experts before who used intuition to fight, and Tang Tian's explosive intuition was the same as them. Bing could tell that Tang Tian was testing. He continuously tested with his martial techniques how to merge them with his intuition.
The disc-shaped falling rocks, when struck by Tang Tian, would explode immediately upon contact. Silver Spirit spiraling energy.
Tang Tian continued to shout out loud, unleashing his techniques faster and faster, completely becoming a shadow, so fast that he could not be seen with the naked eye. Bing's eyes enlarged, fear in his eyes.
This fellow
was using his intuition to adjust his own martial techniques.
Bing's poker face could no longer hold his calmness, his face in disbelief. Tang Tian's mouth kept producing involuntary noises. He was extremely excited.
He widened his eyes. All the falling rocks that were coming towards him were his persistent enemies where he had to make them kneel. His surroundings seemed to have changed, doing whatever he pleased. The feeling was ecstatic.
Trust in your intuition.
Unknowingly, Tang Tian began to rely more and more on his intuition. He had started to use his intuition to adjust his martial techniques, for example the speed of his Silver Spirit spiraling energy shuttling in his meridians, the combination of the Silver Spirit spiraling energy and the Fire Scythe Ghost Claw, and sometimes his Air Shield Strike technique would be displayed, with the wind concealment steps continuously changing his rhythm. Since he could not figure out the principles in the Pit of Falling Rocks, he would rely on his talented intuition. The more Tang Tian fought, the more excited he became. His blood did not have any signs of cooling down, his body extremely obedient, and could instantly react to any thoughts and orders that he wanted. Tang Tian's speed of releasing techniques got faster and faster, his style kept interchanging without any bit of difficulty, as fluid as water, as fast as lightning.
I am lightning. I am light. Yi Zhaoge, the next time I see you, I will use my true capabilities, and have a good fight with you. Tang Tian will never admit defeat.
Bing watched in silence as Tang Tian trained with all his might, his sweat flying around the crumbling rocks. His entire body was dirty, but his bright and clear pupils blazed with purity as they showed the wild heart of the young man.
Bing, who was feeling gloomy, could not help but feel inspired as well.
If this idiot can be inspired, for what reason should I be gloomy? But
I am the only one left of the Southern Cross Army. If I had to do everything, they would be scolding me in heaven. Bing's poker face exposed a smile.
He turned and headed towards the passage, towards the number 07 Army Barracks. The biggest problem of the number 07 Army Barracks was its distance, so the first thing Bing needed to conduct maintenance on was the bronze starry door. There was a bronze starry door in both the recruit barracks and the number 07 Army Barracks that connected to each other, although its efficiency was not high, with only a teleportation effect of only 10 times a day, but it was the best benefit as of yet. The design plans of the bronze starry door that was repeatedly researched by Sai Lei was ultimately restored as planned. After making haste for a day and night, Bing finally reached number 07 Army Barracks. The majestic and quiet number 07 Army Barracks had the smell of rusted copper in the air, and the corroded bronze structures were extremely still. Bing stopped in his tracks, looked upwards at the dilapidated tall bronze buildings, seemingly thinking about something. After a moment, he retracted his gaze.
Now is not the time for me to be sad and think about the past. I am not dead yet.
The Southern Cross Army is not gone yet. Bing exposed a firm expression, mocking himself in his heart, thinking that his character was still too weak. If it was the captain who was a firm, heart of steel, and resolute man, he definitely would not have such weak thoughts. He was like a nimble beast, leaping about in the bronze jungle. Without spending much effort, he found the location of the bronze starry door. It was used most in wars, to send information and news.
He arrived at a semicircle arched door.
This weak-looking bronze arched door was the bronze starry door. The people in the army were all lazy, all of them were more willing to sit than to stand, and preferred to lie down than to sit. Even the mechanical engineers were all infected by this bad common practice, causing all the mechanical weapons and the other machines in the Southern Cross Army to not have any decorative designs on them at all.
Designs? The time spent on that could be used to sleep.
It was lucky that Bing was accustomed to it, and did not have any negative emotions on the bronze structures. The bronze arched door was already corroded badly with holes in it, requiring a lot of maintenance.
Bing became patient.
According to the maintenance guidebook given by Sai Lei, he would slowly restore and repair. Bing rejoiced in the fact that he had worked odd jobs before, and was a jack of all trades. He was a smooth speaker when he was young, and all the heartless men threw their jobs to him. After cleaning up, Bing found his old emotions, and his movements became more skilled. Before he went, Sai Lei had prepared him well by anticipating a few situations that he might encounter, so he was sufficiently prepped.
He was focused and meticulous.
Time creeped by slowly. After about 16 hours he finally stopped. The bronze arched door looked brand new, the rust, scars and holes were all gone, becoming so shiny that it reflected his image. Seeing his achievement, he expressed a satisfied look. He took out 3 rank 8-star rocks, and inserted them into the arched bronze door. A bright dazzling light emitted out from the arched door, forming the shape of a light door. The semicircular arched door had a bronze baseplate, on it was 6 marked scales indicating that in the past, the bronze starry door could link up with 6 other bronze doors. One of them was lit up, and represented the recruit barracks. Bing activated the bronze arched door, causing it to slowly turn, and when the arched door was pushed to the lighted up mark scale, the light door and light aura burst forth. Bing entered the light door without hesitation, and the familiar scene before him caused him to instantly become emotional.
Success!
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 348, Zhuoyan and Ouyang. Chapter 348, Zhuoyan and Ouyang. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian, Liuzi, Exercio, Nitsuriako, and D'Andrear. The bronze starry door was activated, causing Bing's mood to rise dramatically. The number 07 Army Barracks was not the recruit barracks, it was established completely according to the standard barracks encampment, and was complete with facilities. Its functions completely surpassed a recruit barracks. With the bronze starry door, the facilities of the number 07 Army Barracks could be completely utilized. Although many of them were unusable due to being old, but with Sai Lei, everything could be restored. He decided to thoroughly inspect the number 07 Army Barracks. Bing, who was extremely excited, entered the bronze starry door to the number 07 Army Barracks again, making quick judgments based on the inadequate information in front of him. Bing had decided to make a checklist, and glanced at everything that he went past. He was extremely familiar with the place, so his inspection was done very quickly. But the situation was not looking very good, as the damage done was rather heavy.
It seemed like he had to spend quite a number of hours to do the maintenance, but the lucky thing for him was that he had Sai Lei, an outstanding mechanic engineer, by his side. When he walked closer to the location of the suicide room, Bing chuckled. As expected, Tang Tian did not let him down, and successfully came out of the suicide room. This advancement meant that Tang Tian's potential was not weak, for those who were able to exit the suicide room were all freaks of nature. He did not bother looking at the suicide room anymore. He had done a thorough sweep of the room before letting Tang Tian use it, and there were no problems, so he decided to move on. But when he reached the location of the suicide room, he was stunned. His mouth was wide open. The only remains of the suicide room was a broken section of the wall.
Bing's expression was as though he saw a ghost. What exactly happened here? Wyvern carriage. How was it? What did you get out of Yang Xianzhong?
A young lady dressed in green chuckled. Her looks was not as outstanding as Mingyu, but had the sweet look of a girl next door.
She was Mingyu's paternal young cousin, Yun Jian.
Mingyu recounted all of Yang Xianzhong's words to her. Yang Xianzhong is the disciple of teacher Bian, so he is of some standard. Yun Jian blinked her beautiful eyes. I didn't expect Yi Zhaoge to be so powerful. Sister, why not just pick Yi Zhaoge? With his standard, he will definitely become a sword saint. Mingyu's face was clear and indifferent. Yi Zhaoge's character is too extreme, cold, scheming, ambitious and ruthless.
We are not a good match, That's true.
Yun Jian scoffed. I really cannot imagine, what kind of man will be able to match up to sister? I heard the top 10 geniuses of Honorable Martial Group are all outstanding.
Sadly, we are one step too late, and did not watch the battle.
Mingyu's eyes flashed a trace of regret. They were actually rushing to Yi Zhaoge.
Yeah.
Yun Jian was greatly annoyed, and tilted her head, but thinking about it, that person called Tang Tian and his friends, Yang Xianzhong's assessment on them is also very high.
Talents with no foundation are like duckweed, and cannot do things.
Mingyu said indifferently, their success this time, if not for the Empress' interference, they would have all died. Furthermore, Yi Zhou is a very scheming man, and is very fierce. He definitely will not leave things lying. If I am not wrong, his backup is already prepared to engage them.
Such a pity.
Yun Jian was somewhat remorseful. I feel that for them to be able to go against Yi Zhaoge and survive, they are already very powerful.
They can be considered to have some talent.
Mingyu declined to comment further. Zhuo Yan laid his entire body on the table as he watched the recording, his face pale white, as he was having a case of food poisoning. Ouyangshi sat by his side, with an extremely nervous expression as he stared at the recording, his hands involuntarily squeezing into fists. The intensity of the fight in the recording had deeply attracted him.
Yi Zhaoge's ferocity and craziness had greatly shaken Ouyangshi.
Ouyangshi and Zhuo Yan were disciples of the top palace, and were considered the important gems of Aries constellation. The 12 ecliptic palaces, Honorable Martial Group and Onyx Soul were the same class of powerhouses, and for young disciples such as them, they were naturally all placed in the same circle. Ouyangshi had met Yi Zhaoge before, and also knew of Sixth Brother Yi's nickname, but Ouyangshi's gaze at that time was attracted to Honorable Martial Group's Qishan, Zhang Minghe, and Yi Zhaoge was just a vague image he could hardly recall. He did not expect Yi Zhaoge to actually be so strong, but he started to do comparisons in his heart. If he were to meet Yi Zhaoge, his chances of success were pitiful.
Zhuo Yan, can you beat Sixth Brother Yi? Ouyangshi turned and asked.
Zhuo Yan was still lying on the table, and said feebly, I can only answer that after I fight him.
Oh. Ouyangshi calmed down, hearing that Zhuo Yan sounded somewhat confident. Even though they were both of the Black Feather's mount, the gap between him and Zhuo Yan was roughly the size of the ocean?
But that comparison sounded slightly too big.
Ouyangshi's attention was once again attracted by the recording, and exclaimed, where did this Jing Hao come from? He is powerful.
From his mother's womb. Zhuo Yan laid on the ground, and continued to reply weakly, his stomach overturning.
Wah. This crane is powerful. Hey. That mechanical martial artist is powerful.
Ouyangshi's saliva splattered everywhere, fright all over his face.
He suddenly felt that the world had become dangerous. Since when had he met anyone that powerful? And
Zhuo Yan suddenly sat up, the weakness on his face had disappeared, and had instead congealed, muttering to himself, I have said before, why did that Ling Su's spear technique feel so similar to the techniques of the Qiaofeng constellation? So it's the Aries Spear of Stars.
Aries Spear of Stars? That name sounds familiar.
Ouyangshi said subconsciously, then after a while, he reacted.
He was so frightened he jumped out, and stammered, What did you say? Aries Spear of Stars?
That's right, Zhuo Yan's eyes lit up, without looking away from the imagery, that is the Aries Spear of Stars, for sure.
Ouyangshi, we have finally caught a big fish. Let us go catch him, and we won't ever get punished for skipping class anymore. Aries Spear of Stars. Yangshur had not regained his senses from the shock. That name was no doubt a taboo of Aries constellation.
The higher-ups had it hidden from their history, but the Black Feathers Mount had only been in prominence for about 300 years, and the glorious days of the Silver Frost Mount had not been completely wiped out from the hearts. The disciples of Aries constellation were completely clear that the current inheritances of Aries constellation had unclear origins. That was one of the reasons why Aries constellation's power had declined over the past few years. Lian Yu, who completely destroyed the power of Silver Frost Mounts that year, not only did he destroy the Silver Frost Mount's inheritance, and also completely removed the Silver Frost Mount's essence. He ambitiously established the Black Feathers Spirit Subduing Spear and the Black Feathers Mount. But there were some things that were difficult to establish, for example tradition and spirit. The inheritance of Silver Frost Mounts of the Aries constellation came down from many generations, and its tradition and spirit was extremely stable in Aries constellation.
After losing all these intangible things, Aries constellation began to decline.
On the martial technique side, the Black Feathers Spirit Subduing Spear was a completely different type, yet not inferior to the Aries Spear of Stars spear technique. But an unorthodox martial technique was unable to support Aries constellation, a huge constellation of the ecliptic palaces.
Aries constellation's influence was reduced rapidly, and in the current generation, Aries constellation was not as strong as Leo constellation and Sagittarius constellation, and could not be hailed as overlords. Every generation of the new Aries constellation was working extremely hard, attempting to reinstate the glory of the ancient Aries constellation, but sadly, the day to come was still far away. Although the construction of the new Aries constellation possessed many dark unknowns, the Silver Frost Mounts were long extinct, so they could only find out about the glory of the ancient Aries constellation through their history knowledge. All the disciples of Aries constellation had contradicting views about the Silver Frost Mounts and the Aries Spear of Stars. They were the arch nemesis. Silver Frost Mounts and Aries Spear of Stars were the cast of the glory of Aries constellation, but it was the Black Feathers Spirit Subduing Spear that destroyed them, and the helpless Aries constellation could only slide step by step. Lian Yu had completely destroyed them, but the people of Aries constellation were still people of Aries constellation, and the legends of Silver Frost Mounts still existed in the people's mouths, and continued to be handed down. Yangshur and Zhuoyan clearly knew that in the people's hearts, the Silver Frost Mounts were more respected than the Black Feathers Mounts. Yangshur and Zhuoyan could not refute that the Black Feathers Mounts continued to keep silent regarding that point. In any part of history, the Silver Frost Mounts were the strongest mounts under the heavens. But the Black Feathers Mounts were newly formed and won merely a few battles, but soon after withdrew in their own homes, without any more accomplishments. Truly deserving of being mocked at.
Yangshur was stunned. He was not clever to begin with, and upon encountering a difficult situation, he would not have any ideas, and weakly said, Zhuoyan, if he truly is from the Silver Frost Mount, if we kill him, that will not be too good.
Who said anything about killing him?
Zhuoyan asked with a strange face.
Didn't you say to capture him?
If we send him to the higher-ups, they would definitely kill him.
Yangshur muttered. No, I changed my mind.
Zhuoyan's face expressed a rarely seen decent look. I want to see how powerful the Silver Frost Mounts are. I want to find out the places where he is stronger than our Black Feather Mounts.
Yangshur then heaved a sigh of relief. Zhuoyan smiled mischievously, who knows?
When the day comes, and I become a big hero, I will make Black Feathers Mounts become as powerful as the Silver Frost Mounts.
Yangshur laughed, Zhuoyan, stop dreaming.
Although your results are good, if you are extremely poor, you cannot become a big hero.
Who says a hero needs money?
Zhuoyan turned his face, looking confused.
Your results are good, so you can definitely enter Black Feathers Mount. But you have no backing, and no one will help you. If you don't even have money, even if you enter Black Feathers Mounts, you cannot be promoted.
Although I am not clever, but I still understand this reasoning.
Yangshur sighed, sadly, I have no money either.
Zhuoyan patted Yangshur's shoulders and consoled him, if not for Black Feathers Mount paying a good wage, I would not even bother entering.
Anyway, we can only count on mixing in, eating and waiting to die. Trying to be what hero, that's too tiring. Haha, a lazy person like me, how can I possibly do something so tiring?
That is true. Yangshur exposed a simple and honest smile.
But we better be fast.
Zhuoyan's eyes lit up, I am extremely curious on the Silver Frost Mount's Aries Spear of Stars.
Yes, I am also very curious. Yangshur nodded his head.
I have checked, the fastest is the pooling service carriage, and I heard that their luxurious wyvern carriage will pass by Lupus constellation.
Zhuoyan gasped. That is really expensive, if we buy the tickets we will not have any money left, Yangshur hesitated.
Such an extremely rare chance, if we miss it we will regret it for life. Zhuoyan patiently explained it to him.
All right. If we cannot find him, then we can just go and work.
Yang sure thought about it and smiled brightly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 349, The Old Man of the Yi Family. Chapter 349, The Old Man of the Yi Family. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian, Leozi, Exercio, Nitsuriako, and DeAndrear. Aren't you Elder Yi? How was it? How's the wounds on 6th Brother Yi? A clan elder ridiculed. Another clan elder continued, Old Yi, it seems your luck is not that good, to actually encounter such a black-colored dark horse. Did you not go and pray to the gods recently? Pray? Who can he pray to? He is clan elder Yi, why should he pray? Don't look down on your clan elder Yi. Yi Zhou turned a deaf ear to all the remarks, his face remaining calm, but the fists hidden in his sleeves were clenched to the point of whiteness. Going past a long hallway, he reached the door of a meditation room. Above it hung a bamboo curtain, and without saying a word he kneeled down. Half an hour passed. An old voice sounded out from the meditation room, come in. Yi Zhou released his breath and stood up. He stumbled, for he had kneeled too long and his legs had gotten numb. But he did not bother massaging his kneecaps. He pushed open the bamboo curtains and entered. Inside the meditation room, an old man sat down cross-legged with his eyes closed, the faint smell of sandalwood lingering in the air. The old man did not bother opening his eyes, and said indifferently, you came to find me, something must have happened, speak. Yi Zhou accounted the entire situation to him. The old man did not have the least bit of fluctuation in emotion, then what do you want to ask? Yi Zhou bit his lips, and lowered his head and spoke, this grandnephew did not bother looking at those people, and the only worry is the Empress. The old man did not say a word, as though he did not hear anything, and so Yi Zhou just kneeled there, quietly waiting. After a long while, the old man then opened his mouth, don't worry about the Empress, as long as you do not harm Crane's life, anything else is fine. What about injuring? Yi Zhou tried to probe deeper. Injuring is fine. The old man sighed, this involves something that happened a few years ago. When Tian had not ascended to become the Empress yet, she obstructed the marriage between Crane's father and her sister with all her might. Crane's father died when he was very young, and definitely had something to do with Tian watching it happen without doing anything. Crane's relation with Tian is very rigid and is so strong that she has no way out. If you were to beat some sense into Crane, not only will Tian not be angry with you, she would actually be happy. Yi Zhou's face immediately expressed joy. When the Empress suddenly made a move, it was like putting a knife at his throat, and the reason why he could not do anything was because he did not know what her bottom line was. But, think clearly. Tian does not have an heir, and the only descendant is Crane. So he has the possibility of replacing her. If you beat Crane, she will naturally be happy. But, if he truly becomes the master of Sagittarius constellation, then you would have made an enemy. The old man said indifferently. Yi Zhou was alarmed. He was shocked by his great-uncle words. That Crane was actually the sole heir to the Empress. His face struggled with some hesitation, but quickly made a decision, the Yi family is unlike the past anymore, if we suffer a setback now, not only will it injure our strength, but the feelings of our people will be disorganized, so there is no need to speak about the future. Yi Zhou's words were sonorous, and filled with grief, the current Yi family, other than me, there is no one else. In the young generation, only Zhao Gu could endure the training, but he is an unfilial son and a lone wolf, ignoring all other affairs. The Yi family is now currently relying on its old name, and the only thing this grandnephew can do is to bitterly hold on. If we were to suffer this defeat, and the Yi name is termed as weak, then under the heavens, how can we maintain our position? Thinking about all the suffering and setbacks the past few years, Yi Zhou's tears all started to flow. A light sigh sounded above his head. I know that all of you blame it on me. This great nephew does not dare to. Yi Zhou could not hold it back any longer, and cried out loudly, prostrating at his great uncle. The dignified Saint Domain is also a prison that's tied and locked by oneself. The things inside are not something you can think of. The old man slowly opened his eyes. Coincidentally, Yi Zhou raised his head, and saw his great-uncle's eyes. It was as though he was struck by lightning. It was the first time for him to see his great-uncle's eyes, and it was like a pair of glass golden snake eyes. Ask Xiao Gu to come here, I will guide him for a month. The old man said calmly. Yi Zhou was startled, and his face was immediately filled with uncontrollable excitement. Thank you, great-uncle. Thank you, great-uncle. Go then. The old man once again closed his eyes. Yi Zhou bowed down, and then retreated from the meditation room. Elder Yi, what exquisite idea did you receive from the old man of your family? An elder smiled as he saw Yi Zhou, his face full of mockery.
but his words came to a stop abruptly.
Without any warning, the head of the elder in front of Yi Jiu suddenly exploded out like a watermelon.
Yi Jiu was shocked to the point where all colors were drained from his face, then reacted after a while, becoming extremely excited.
It was his great-uncle.
The other elders then reacted. All of their faces void of color, they stood in their positions, not daring to move an inch, fearing that they would meet with the misfortune. All the few elders who mocked Yi Jiu before were shivering like sieves, their faces as white as paper. Yi Jiu swept a disdainful look across everyone and walked out of the courtyard with his head held high. He knew that this matter would sweep like a wind, and spread across the entire honorable martial group. He did not know what happened last time, but only knew that when his great master made his move, he caused the Yi family's unstable position to immediately become stable. And the people who originally wanted to hit them when they were down, kept quiet out of fear. The crisis of the Yi family was relieved, but Yi Jiu did not want it to end just like that. He wanted the others to see him as who he was, but his great-uncle's reminders were right. To offend Crane, who was a successor, for the sake of Tang Tian and his friends, was not worth it. But, he also needed to show his strength. His great-uncle's words were short, but sent a lot of message. He thought for a while, and an idea formed in his mind. Yaya brought along a huge group of mechanical beasts, whistling up and down around the desert. By the time it rushed back the last time, the war was already over, and Yaya, who was soaring with killing intent, was extremely unhappy. So it brought its group of little brothers, and went to the desert to strut around. But the desert was already Tang Tian's territory, so who dared to go there to create a ruckus? And after everyone knew that Yaya was their master's pet, Yaya and its friends all became tyrants of the desert. Upon seeing the huge group rushing over, everyone would hide. Yaya felt wronged. Could its swallowing light steel fist only be used to dig? But looking out, other than sand, there was only sand, and not even one enemy figure could be seen. The only thing that made Yaya feel interested was that the desert was big, and the feeling of bringing its gang around was extremely exhilarating. Yaya made a big goal for itself, and that was before the master came out of closed-door cultivation, it would run the entire desert. When the master came out, he would definitely catch Yaya to go and continue digging, and thinking about it caused Yaya to be pressed for time. Yaya. Yaya, who stood atop the bronze goat horn, pointed out with its little finger. Rumble, rumble. A few hundred mechanical beasts formed a rampaging tide, and the sound of the rampage was rather alarming. Suddenly, the bronze squirrel behind Yaya started making weird noises, breathing in with its little nose, its gem eyes suddenly lit up. It jumped to Yaya's side, nudged Yaya, and when Yaya turned its head, it pointed out its little hand and directed the army to the right. Yaya was quickly excited. The entire mechanical beast army rumbled onward, in the direction that the bronze squirrel pointed out. After a while they arrived in front of a sand dune. It did not look weird, as it could be easily found in the desert. Yaya looked suspiciously at the bronze squirrel, but it maintained a blurry expression. It raised its right hand, quickly pointed downwards to beneath the sand. Yeah. Yaya immediately sent the order, causing all the mechanical beasts to start digging. Time to dig in comparison, the sand dune was dug so quickly that in an hour, the entire sand dune was gone, and beneath exposed a gigantic hole. The large stone steps formed an entrance, and the length of every huge rock was roughly over 30 m. On the stone wall of the entrance, there were words. Yaya stared at the writings for half a day but could not recognize it. Yaya, who was slightly angry yet excited, decided to investigate. The entrance was deep and the inside could not be seen, making it look very mysterious. Were there treasures hidden within? Spirit nuclei started popping up inside Yaya's head, it licked its lips. Every one of them looked extremely appetizing. After thinking for a while, Yaya climbed back to the bronze mountain goat to report, and then Yaya made the mechanic beasts to take the lead. What was more suitable than a mechanical beast to investigate the route? Yaya was extremely happy. Rumble, rumble, the mechanical beasts all slowly walked into the cave entrance. The front mechanical beasts switched on their lights, brightening up the cave. What was surprising was that there were no traps along the way. The cave entrance led to a straight passage that had no ending. Yaya's big army walked in the front without feeling congested. The passageway was about 60 m wide and the height was around 30 m. They continued to advance forward in the wide and smooth passage. After being pampered so much, Yaya did not know what fear was, and its eyes continued to release light as it looked eagerly at the walls. Why were there no traps? Why were there no traps? Rumble, rumble. The sound continued to echo in the spacious passage. Tang Tian came out of the recruit barracks, feeling happy all over his body. Not only did he not feel tired at all, but he felt that his body was filled with never-ending energy. Twisting his fists and kicking his legs, he felt extremely restless. I cannot stop anymore. He did not bother. After coming out of the pit of falling rocks, as he walked, he would continue testing his movements. He had already forgotten why he had entered the pit of falling rocks. He only felt that living was a joyous thing. The initial feeling of being repressed was swept away completely. His body was extremely obedient. Releasing techniques was a feeling of enjoyment. As long as his mind thought of the technique, his hands and feet could easily release them out.
Why not find someone to fight? That thought made him excited. Ling Su? Crane? Hey, why not both? He excitedly went out of the recruit barracks. He had already forgotten about the bitter thoughts of how to handle Yi Xiaogu. He just wanted to find Ling Su and Crane to fight. He immediately jumped after seeing them together. Crane's expression was solemn. Ye is gone. Tang Tian was startled. Gone? Only it came back.
Crane pointed at the Bronze Mountain Goat.
Tang Tian quickly forgot about fighting, and immediately asked the Bronze Mountain Goat, "Where's Ye? Why are you the only one back?" "It's not a person," Ling Su commented.
The eyes of the Bronze Mountain Goat flashed a hint of light, turned and started running. Upon seeing that, without saying a word, Tang Tian, Ling Su, Crane, and Huma Air followed along. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 350, Season Fields Waterway. Chapter 350, Season Fields Waterway. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian and DeAndre R. What is this place?
Tang Tian gasped as he looked at the gigantic stone cave in front of him. Crane, who was sharp, noticed the writings on the wall and recognized them.
Crane replied, "This is an ancient waterway called the Season Fields Waterway."
"I have heard of this waterway before, but I didn't expect it to be here."
Ancient waterway. Tang Tian was stunned.
The rest were also excited, looking around excitedly.
So grand.
Huma Air exclaimed. She was a true-born Lupus constellation person, but had never heard of the name Season Fields Waterway. Where does this waterway go to?
Crane shook his head. I am not too sure. I don't even recall where I saw it from. Pa!
All of them suddenly jumped up in shock from the noise, but it was Tang Tian who slapped his forehead, his face annoyed. I forgot about my constellation map.
I heard that it was created by a Grand Master. Let me check. Tang Tian took out the constellation map and read it.
After a while, he shouted out excitedly, "Found it."
Tang Tian read out each word.
Season Fields Waterway, an ancient and famous waterway that connects the southern and northern sky. It appeared roughly 5,000 years ago and was once the most popular rage of the time. Hailed as the energy-flowing waterway, and was in fact a constellation's secret river. Saint Season Fields found and completed exploring the waterway, and called it the Season Fields Waterway. Its position will change every 500 years, and will always link the southern sky constellations to the northern sky constellations, and is thus hailed as the south to north secret bridge.
That also means, this waterway leads to the northern sky's 19 continents? Crane deduced. That's what it wrote on the map. Tang Tian pointed to the constellation map. What does energy-flowing waterway mean?
Ling Su found something of interest to him.
A lot of energy? Tang Tian was unsure too.
Just as everyone was discussing, a rumbling sound suddenly echoed out from deep within the cave, as though an army was heading towards them.
Everyone stopped talking and turned their heads.
Very quickly, the army appeared in front of everyone, with Ye leading at the front. Ye's entire body was covered in grime, and upon seeing Tang Tian, its eyes lit up, and started whimpering with all its might, squeaking and waving its arms in midair, pouncing towards Tang Tian. Suddenly a grey figure flashed in front of them.
A powerful and vicious sidekick, shot out like a clasp knife, accurately hitting Ye. Bang!
Ye's body was smashed into the wall, creating a hole of its shape. The expression on its face froze.
Tang Tian seemed to have awoke from a dream, and immediately apologized. Sorry, I reacted a bit too fast.
Ling Su and Crane jumped at the scene. It was too fast.
Only after Ye crashed into the wall were they able to react. Since when did his movements actually become so fast?
The two of them looked at each other. Seeing the shock in the other person's eyes, they realized that the pervert seemed to have become stronger again. Tang Tian feigned concern and ran over to the wall to pull Ye out, his fingers pulling on Ye's leg, and applied some pressure. Luckily it was not injured, just that there was a lot of dust. He lifted Ye out from the wall and patted it, as though he was holding a broom covered in dust. Inside the dust cloud, Ye was being patted like a meat patty, its expression sluggish.
Hey, next time, don't do all these kinds of dangerous things alone. Tang Tian acted deeply concerned and advised, as Ye saw stars revolving. Ling Su glanced at the army of mechanical beasts and asked, "Are there dangers ahead?"
The mechanic beasts all looked spaced out, many of them had wounds on their bodies, and looked to be shocked.
Ling Su remembered that Yeya's mechanical beast army had around 200 to 300, but there was only 60 to 70 remaining. Could there really be dangers deeper in?
Ling Su was eager to enter to find out, as the more dangerous it was, the more excited he became. And it was a famous waterway from history, who knew what treasures were kept inside.
"Let's wait for Jing Hao to come out, and then we can all go in and take a look,"
Crane suddenly suggested.
Ling Su did not disagree, he respected Jing Hao a lot. Tang Tian also nodded his head, okay.
Big brother Jing Hao had suffered the heaviest injuries out of everyone, and had not came out from closed-door cultivation. He had actually disobeyed his teacher's orders, and ran over to help them, causing Tang Tian to be extremely touched.
"Leave Tang Yi stationed here." Bing's voice came out.
He had completed his various tasks and followed along, and seeing the ancient waterway, he could not help but be surprised. Everyone agreed with Bing's suggestion. A historic ruins place like that would usually indicate treasures and wealth.
Who knew how many people would want to get their hands on it?
After everything that had happened, Tang Tian had also forgotten about him wanting to fight with Crane and Ling Su.
Before separating, bad news caused everyone's face color to become black.
The starry door to Delphinus constellation is closed, and other than the starry door to Corvus constellation, all the other starry doors to the different constellations have all closed, and even the other starry doors to Corvus constellation have been closed. There were no warnings or reminders, and we did not receive any other news. Huama Air spoke while trembling. She could not imagine how authoritative and powerful must a person be to wish to close so many starry doors. "Humph, those wretched people, I will spear them to death sooner or later."
Ling Su was pissed off. "I'll go and find out who did it."
Bing said and disappeared. Tang Tian knew that Bing went to find Belle.
Such a big pocket, to be able to do that.
Crane said solemnly, "The enemy wants us to be trapped in here, but..."
After a short while, Bing rushed back with a black face. It was Yi Jiu.
The Yi family has a Saint Domain old man, who suddenly came out and killed a clan elder of Honorable Martial Group who ridiculed the Yi family. Honorable Martial Group's course of direction quickly changed, and all of them are now supporting the Yi family. Yi Jiu had personally sent out messages to the authoritative figures of the individual constellations, and requested them to close the starry doors that connects to Lupus constellation.
The eyes of everyone started to blaze from anger, especially Huama Air, who started scolding, "He wants to suffocate us to death."
Lupus constellation already did not have many starry doors connecting to other constellations, and if they were all sealed, then Lupus constellation would become a cage.
"He is just putting on a show for us."
Crane understood how the members of aristocratic families and strong powerhouses act, and said, "He is using the time that we are establishing our power to make us worry, so pressure is the best method now. The Yi family has a saint, we are in trouble now."
Saint Domain experts are extremely powerful, and are not someone the constellations of Northern Sky can disobey. Saint Domain expert.
These words were like magic from a nightmare, pressuring heavily on their hearts. No one could have imagined that the Yi family would have a saint. Was that inside information from the aristocratic families?
While everyone was in a gloomy mood, Tang Tian was not in the least bit concerned, and simply replied, "So what if he is a saint? Does he have 4 legs? Relax everyone, saints earn as much as a few 100,000 star coins a minute. Why would they waste their precious time on people such like us? We might not be able to fight a saint, but if Yi Jiu thinks that we would bow our heads and cower in fear because of this, and he can act superior, then he is wrong." Everyone's gaze landed on Tang Tian, all of their expression calming down. Thinking about it, although Tang Tian's words were crude, but he was right. How could a saint waste his time on them? Ling Su secretly set a goal, to become even stronger, and spear the old saint to death. Crane started to think calmly, a Saint Domain expert should not be so vulgar. Not everyone was in love with star coins like Tang Tian. Bing sighed, stupidity was not without its advantages. Seeing that everyone was calmed by him, he became proud. Also, don't we have the Seasons Field waterway? Since it creates a passageway to the Northern Sky constellations, then the other side must definitely be one of their constellations. Tell me, Yi Jiu would definitely want to flaunt himself for sealing us up and defeating us, and if we suddenly appear in the Northern Sky, won't he be terrified? I can't wait to see his expression. Ha 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 ha. Everyone started to feel eager. At the same time, get rid of his arrogance. Ling Su licked his lips, his eyes filled with killing intent. It's best to lure Yi Xiaogu here. Crane said coldly, we can set an ambush. Good idea. Tang Tian's eyes lit up, we will gang up on him again, and must definitely kill him this time, but... Yeya, who was swaying around, gradually woke up from the sound of them discussing, and hearing the battle plans, its blood started to boil once again. Raising the 2 small fists, it squeaked loudly, Yeya. No one bothered about it.
Yi Jiu was feeling satisfied at the moment, completely different from when he was defeated. He could feel the envious and respectful glares from the other clan elders, as the decline of the Yi family was swept away, and their air had changed. All of this was done just by a move from his great-uncle. His great-uncle had done that to remind the honorable martial group that he had not died yet. Overnight, Yi Jiu became arrogant, and the Yi residence became bustling with activities. His next move caused his name to spread far and wide. In the eyes of the higher-ups, they felt that it would make matters worse due to the Empress, but with Yi Jiu's handling of affairs, the Empress actually did not make any move.
No killing and no injuring, that was the difficult part.
His flexible means of doing things changed how the higher-ups viewed him, and if there were no accidents, by the year-end, he would definitely have a promotion. If he had another promotion, that meant that he would finally be free from the middle-rank elders, and step into the higher ranks. At that time, with the support of his great-uncle, he believed that the Yi family would once again be at its peak. To ordinary people's eyes, the Yi family's authority was increased.
To be able to close so many constellation starry doors, the power of the Yi family was extremely terrifying.
The Yi family that had kept quiet for so many years, had its vitality completely radiating after Yi Jiu's big money move. That was the first time Yi Jiu felt how strong the Saint Domains really were. He was burning with passion. He finally realized how naive and stupid he was. Whether Zhao Ge was a lone wolf or not, did not matter. As long as he stepped into the Saint Domain, he would become the symbol of protection for the Yi family. Yi Zhao Ge did not need to take any action. His existence would already instill fear into their enemies.
No matter what, I must make Zhao Ge enter the Saint Domain.
Yi Jiu had decided to make it his own goal. The matter about Tang Tian and the rest was flung to the back of his brain. To him, the matter had already been concluded. What he did not know was how terrifying the next opponent the Yi family would provoke was. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 351, 10,000 Blood Meridians Awakening Plan. Chapter 351, 10,000 Blood Meridians Awakening Plan. Translated by Berrybuns. Edited by Tian, XRCO, and DeAndre R.
Jinghao looked at Tang Tian, somewhat apologetic. I can only completely recover in around 3 months, and I am unable to follow all of you to Season's Field Waterway.
You all have to be careful.
Don't worry too much about Lupus Constellation. As long as there is a breath left in me, it will definitely not land in anyone else's hands. The later half of his sentence was spoken with a serious tone. Tang Tian knew, Big Brother Jinghao, who was a person to keep true to his promises. When he said these words, it meant that he would never go back on it.
Then I will leave it up to you, Brother Jinghao. Tang Tian smiled, showing his pure white teeth.
Although Jinghao's face was still pale, but his aura and chi was not the least bit depressed. The loss did not cause him to lose confidence, and that was what made Tang Tian happy. He was genuinely concerned for Jinghao. Jinghao watched as Tang Tian and the group left, somewhat stumped. He actually also knew how the elders thought, but he knew himself, his talents for martial techniques far exceeded his leading talents.
Master must definitely be disappointed.
Jinghao's heart surged a sense of loss, but very quickly the determination in his eyes came back. Breaking through realms had caused his mental state to become more tenacious.
I'm not clever, flexible, stubborn, or obstinate.
That should be because my capabilities are not enough, but this is me, and this is my morals, no matter how stupid. He raised his head, the sense of loss swept away from his eyes, his closed lips showing rock-hard determination. Jinghao did not say anything, and went back to his room. Thinking about the fight with Yi Zhao Ge, his mind aflame, his entire body filled with wild fighting spirit. His mind was filled with all the details of the battle. He had already opened that door, and was entering a much more vast world. The operation to the waterway did not have many people participating, with only Tang Tian, Ling Su, Crane, Yaya, and its companions going. The main task was to find out the condition of the ancient waterway, and see if it was still open. Under Bing's guidance, the entrance of the waterway had a rather big-scale bronze base. Of course, it naturally could not be compared to the bronze base in Three Spirits City, but as an encampment for the Lupus army, it was sufficient. The poverty of Lupus Constellation was clearly visible, and to gather the required bronze took a large effort. With Jinghao overseeing the place, adding Aimoli, Han Bingning and the rest, Tang Yi and the Lupus army, the Lupus Constellation was definitely safe, so Tang Tian and his group were not worried. Lupus Constellation was sealed, but that did not affect the citizens much. Since always, Lupus Constellation had very minimal communication with the outside worlds, and only a few places were reached by the caravans and traders. The locals were already used to such a life, and their reliance on the outside world was very minimal. All this did not influence Tang Tian much, as he was very much the tyrant.
Following the increase in intimacy between them and the Mo family, their profits also increased steadily.
The exhaustion of resources for the war against Yi Zhaoge was much less than what Tang Tian planned.
Tang Tian currently held a total of 10 billion star coins.
Tang Tian was rich and overbearing, and with one breath, he gave a large order to Old Man Fei for an entire 2 billion worth of ancient wolf blood meridians awakening medicine. Old Man Fei was overjoyed. He had recently just brought in a few old friends, and did not expect that he could get them to work so soon.
The current Lupus constellation was completely in Tang Tian's hands, so he naturally did not spare on the awakening medicine.
With the Awakened Blood Spring, the manufacturing cost of awakening medicine only required 2,000 star coins, where Old Man Fei originally quoted it for 5,000 star coins as the selling price. 2,000 star coins for one, with 2 billion, it was exactly 1 million portions, and the Blood Meridians experts who were hired in by Old Man Fei were completely starstruck by Tang Tian's big check. They did not expect at all that all of this actually started from Tang Tian. Hearing it from Bing, Tang Yi hoped that he could continue leading the Lupus army. Tang Tian was extremely touched. Tang Yi was not willing to let go of the Lupus army. That was true loyalty. Tang Yi had gave his life for Tang Tian for a few times, and he had remembered it.
Since Tang Yi had that wish, then let me help him. Tang Tian despised Bing's self-interest.
The Lupus people had suffered plenty. They were tenacious by character, and complied well to orders, so they were good bandits, and were actually good soldier material as well, but Bing did not see that.
The reason was simple: the Lupus race was too weak. Don't you hate weak people, and see them as cannon fodder?
1 million portions of awakening medicine, and that meant 1 million people. There were bound to be a few outstanding talents. If there were 500 out of the 1 million, that was 5 out of 10,000, 5 out of every 10,000, there were bound to be good warriors. Old Man Fei and his subordinates were efficient. To them, the awakening medicine was too easy. In a short time, they had completed 100,000 portions. When Tang Tian passed the 100,000 portions of awakening medicine to Tang Yi, he told him that there were 900,000 more coming. Tang Yi did not bow down, which was extremely rare, for he did not know what to say. Tang Tian started putting on an act and patted Tang Yi, telling him something about doing his best. Don't throw the godlike young man's face. Then Tang Tian shook his sleeves and left.
When Tang Tian left, Bing then slipped over.
Bing then told Tang Yi that everyone needed 1 blood sample each to be able to use 1 awakening medicine, and asked Hua Heir to help Tang Yi. Bing knew more than Tang Tian. The efficiency of getting Tang Yi to recruit a 100,000 people was definitely slower than him bringing the army to kill a 100,000 people. For the blood specimen, Bing was always concerned about the heavenly martial werewolf blood meridian. Old Man Fei had said before, 30,000 blood samples could achieve a complete 80% heavenly martial werewolf blood meridian. 100,000 blood samples could roughly obtain a 90% pure heavenly martial werewolf blood meridian. Bing had also asked Old Man Fei, for a 80% heavenly martial werewolf blood meridian, 300 to 500 million was already a kind price, and if the purity rate was 90%, 5 billion was the lowest price. That was not only not losing, but also fiercely making a huge amount, allowing Bing to be extremely happy. Hua Heir was stunned by Tang Tian's large supply of money, but more so excited. She was very clear: 100,000 portions of awakening medicine, and what that meant for the Lupus race. When Hua Heir announced the plan of the 100,000 awakening medicines, the entire Lupus constellation went into an uproar. In the entire Heaven's Road, no one cared about Lupus constellation being sealed, and even Yi Zhou's actions were ignored by everyone. At the moment, all of Heaven's Road was attracted to something else. A breakout had happened in a meeting between a commerce trade of Leo constellation and an elder of Honorable Martial Group, and no one thought that the elder would actually sneak into Leo constellation alone and kill the trader's entire family. The vile matter caused an uproar in Leo constellation, and Lion King Leong flew into a rage, and threatened the Honorable Martial Group to hand over the man in 3 days' time. Honorable Martial Group maintained their silence the entire time. The Lion King, who had an unyielding and warlike personality, did not hesitate to begin summoning a large force, and in one night, the entire situation became extremely tense. One was the biggest power of Heaven's Road, the other was the strongest constellation. The confrontation between the two tyrants threw a shadow across the entire Heaven's Road. Everyone knew that the battle could not be avoided. The friction between the two overlords, the Lion King, who was aggressive and in his robust time had long been unable to tolerate Honorable Martial Group's continuous infiltration, and the Honorable Martial Group also hated how the powerful Lion King acted. What made them disgusted was that Lion King continued to influence the surrounding constellations, secretly rejecting Honorable Martial Group, and that had already reached the foundation of the group. The war between the two overlords was inevitable. No one thought that the fight would arrive so quickly. Thinking over the situation again, it should have been expected. Everyone was worried. Once the fight erupted, it would probably affect the entire Heaven's Road. At that time, no one could escape it. What was even more worrying to everyone was that Heaven's Road had enjoyed peace for too long.
Season's Field Waterway.
Tang, Tian and the group had already arrived to where Yaya had last reached. Seeing that the place was filled with the wreckage of the mechanic beasts, everyone's faces congealed. Yaya had lost 2/3 of its mechanical beasts the last time. In front of them, many bright lights floated inside the vast passageway, like a slice of the blue ocean. All of the bright lights were regiments of pure energy. They were like balls of spirits, floating in the air, sometimes coming together and separating apart.
As expected of being hailed as the energy-flowing waterway.
Crane praised, "I have never seen such a condensation of energy before. All these balls of energy, when converged together, are very dangerous.
It feels a bit like energy cracks." Tang Tian stretched his neck, trying to look further in. "Don't dilly-dally, quickly tell us how to go in." Ling Su was impatient. Crane reminded, "We need to separate the balls of energy.
Be careful not to use true power, and only pure force."
Tang Tian gasped, his face shocked as he pointed, "All of them needs to be smashed?"
The number of balls in front of them were endless, like a large river.
"That's right,"
Crane explained, "if they were to erupt, our bones will cease to exist. After smashing them, they will not be dangerous, and might even be useful for us."
"Useful?" Tang Tian's eyes lit up.
"You will know later." Crane decided not to spoil the mystery, and pulled out an ordinary-looking steel sword. Ling Su, seeing that, also took out an ordinary steel spear.
Tang Tian used his bare fists. "Let's begin."
Before the words disappeared, Crane's figure was gone.
"I knew you would do that."
Ling Su snorted, he and Crane kept pace to pace.
"Wah wah wah, I'm the first." Tang Tian pulled past them, and was the first to rush in.
Pa pa pa, the consecutive sounds of explosions sounded out, and the surrounding blue balls around him all exploded, transforming into a blue mist. His movements were so fast that they could not be captured. Ling Su snorted, the steel spear in his hands trembled, and the ball in front of him crumbled like a wall.
He could currently unleash 200 thrusts in a second.
Without using true power, he could lightly thrust out about 100 spears, and 100 balls all crumbled at the same time, which was extremely spectacular. Every stride he took, the rain of spears would blossom once, and the light walls would all crumble down in a large heap.
That was the striding spear thrust.
Crane was like a big black crane, his figure extremely agile, the steel sword in his hand was like a pliable and tough bamboo. With extreme might, his sword techniques followed his wrists, releasing out. The steel sword would change rapidly in a small area, as fast as lightning. The sword would follow the body, like a crane dancing, and was extremely agile. Without a thread of true power, the heavenly crane sword principle still lingered in his sword techniques, and was performed to saturation. But out of the three, Tang Tian was still the fastest, and his fighting style was even more special. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.